Plundering the Heavens Chapter 752 to Chapter 802. The bronze cauldron on the pilgrimage mountain had been there for countless years and had become a symbol. The cultivators only knew that the cauldron had been left behind by an ancient immortal emperor, but no one knew what it was used for. Moreover, with the powers of the northern region restraining each other, no one was bold enough to take the cauldron away for research or to refine it again to bestow it with some sort of rule or power. Even now, the cauldron could only be placed on the pilgrimage mountain as a decoration. Of course, an accident happened 10 years ago and it was finally taken away from the pilgrimage mountain, never to see the light of day for another 10 years. 10 years later, Fangxing once again used the bronze cauldron left behind by an ancient immortal emperor. He used the cauldron to borrow its suppressive power. The thousand spirit pill was sentient. When it was sealed in Fangxing's body, it had been constantly thinking of escaping, let alone refining it. Therefore, to refine the thousand spirit pill, he had to first suppress it. Originally, the Spirit Mountain Temple had wanted to use the 10,000-year Buddhist power of the Spirit Mountain to suppress it, but Fangxing had considered returning to the ultimate and using the great formation in the primordial ruins that he could control to suppress it. However, in the end, he unexpectedly realized that he could use another object to suppress it, the Great Cauldron of Pilgrimage. Whether it was the Spirit Mountain Temple or the Great Formation in the primordial ruins, Fangxing had to stay there until he had refined the thousand spirit pill. However, if he used the cauldron, he would not have to stay in one place. He only needed to carry the cauldron with him. As for the suppressive power, how many objects in this world could compare to the Great Cauldron of Pilgrimage that could suppress the destiny of an entire region? That was indeed the case. Just as the myriad spirits pill was about to forcefully break through the seal, the Great Cauldron of Pilgrimage had already been raised by Fangxing. The suppressive power that the cauldron possessed was immediately drawn into Fangxing's body like a tide. It transformed into the shadow of a giant, translucent cauldron that enveloped the sky above the myriad spirits pill. The myriad spirits pill, which had been moving unusually nimbly, instantly became docile, as if it had been struck by a wooden fish. It sank motionlessly into the primal chaos below. At this moment, Fangxing was laughing loudly. A wisp of divine light floated above the thousand spirit pill and took root there. It absorbed the life force of the thousand spirit pill and began to grow stronger. At first, it wasn't even half an inch long, but now, it began to grow stronger and stronger. If I didn't have this thousand spirit pill and relied on myself to cultivate this wisp of divine light, it would take me at least 100 years, or even 1,000 years to recover to my previous level, right? After all, what I comprehended back then was only a wisp of opportunity to recover my cultivation. But now, with this thousand spirit pill as nourishment, my cultivation will probably be completely restored very soon. This is really... Fangxing sighed softly and concluded, the crops grow well, it's all because of the dung. As the divine light appeared, a clear scene appeared in Fangxing's knowledge realm. Originally, after he cultivated the grand supreme way of alchemy, his knowledge realm had turned into a knowledge realm, forming a space. In this space, the soul was the blazing sun, and the body was the earth. All kinds of dharma seeds appeared in this knowledge realm, transforming into the 5 elements. After his Tao foundation collapsed, this knowledge realm also collapsed. Although his soul was dim, it was still floating outside this space like a ghost. The earth was cracked, without a trace of life. The mountains had collapsed, without any signs of life. The river had dried up, without any spiritual energy. Even the sea formed by the dragon pearl had become a dead sea, without a trace of waves. The sky was filled with clouds, and there was no lightning. In the depths of the knowledge realm, there was dead silence, without any movement. And now, as that inch of divine light continued to grow, a subtle change suddenly occurred in the realm of consciousness. An inch of divine light, an inch of life. Inside the knowledge realm, clear spring water began to gush out of the cracked earth, nourishing the soil. The blazing sun in the sky became brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark sky in this knowledge realm. The mountain formed by the pilgrimage mountain was originally like a small hill, but at this moment, it rose again with a rumble. It was twice as tall as before, as if it could support heaven and earth, suppressing the earth and supporting the void. As for the sea formed by the dragon pearl, the waves began to roll, and from time to time, the tens of feet high waves slapped against the shore. When this inch of divine light began to appear and grow, everything in the knowledge realm recovered its vitality. What was even more miraculous was that below this land, the myriad spirit pill suppressed by the sealing Zen cauldron, after a strand of its complete Tao essence was absorbed by the divine light, this strand of Tao essence turned into a shadow and shot into this world. It was a flood dragon that was thousands of feet long. All that was left of it was a mark, but when it appeared in this world, it was no different from a living creature. Originally in despair, it looked at this world in shock. After a while, it suddenly became joyful and joyful. It flew up high and dove into the sea. A wave splashed up, and in the knowledge realm, the first living creature appeared, and behind it, there were even more imprints that were slowly being projected into this world, in the outside world, above the ruins of the ultimate. Ever since Fangxing began his seclusion, thick dark clouds had been descending in the sky. They stacked on top of each other, as if there was a god in the sky, using the thick dark clouds to hide his figure. It also seemed like demonic clouds had descended, shrouding the entire ruins. It presented a deep sense of despair, without a shred of hope. Looking at the thick demonic clouds above their heads, even Xianxia and cousin were in no mood to do anything else, and their faces were full of worry. "You mean the Vairocana Sutra is with you?" After hearing Xianxia's confession, cousin was so angry that her expression changed. Xianxia was also full of grievance. "It's not with me, it's in my heart. I've been studying this sutra for more than 10 years. Eldest cousin angrily slapped her. "Then you're just going to watch him take the risk like this? Look at the devil chi in the air, it doesn't look like a good omen no matter how you look at it. We still don't know what kind of dangerous path that bastard is taking. You obviously have a way to help him get through this difficult situation without taking any risks, but you actually stand by and watch. What kind of junior brother are you? I'll just beat you to death." "Oh, don't hit me, don't hit me." Xianxia ran away with a belly full of distress, and then walked back with deep worry. "It's not that I don't want to. Along the way, I've hinted to him many times, and even once talked with him about the true meaning of the Vairocana Sutra for a long time. I don't believe that he really doesn't understand what I mean, but he clearly doesn't want to learn this sutra from me. What can I do?" "Impossible, he doesn't want to learn the most brilliant method of Buddhism, and insists on getting through the difficulties by himself." Cousin's expression was gloomy and full of worry. "Does he have any more powerful method than the Vairocana Sutra?" "But it's impossible. The Vairocana Sutra is already the top in the world. What other method can surpass this mental method of Buddhism?" Xianxia was silent and frowned. After a long while, he said, "Maybe there's a kind." Cousin was slightly stunned and turned to look at him. Xianxia frowned tightly and said with a serious expression, "The method he comprehended by himself." Cousin's expression suddenly changed, as if she had realized something. Xianxia's expression was even more solemn. After a long time, he slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi and said, "For all living beings in the world, there are high and low methods. The Vairocana Sutra is naturally one of the top methods in the world, but for him, the most suitable method is the top. I've been thinking. He refused to ask me for the Vairocana Sutra. Is it because he has already?" "Impossible." Cousin suddenly said firmly, "Cultivation is like a big tree. Techniques are the leaves, techniques are the branches, Shentong is the trunk, and mental methods are the roots. I can believe that he can comprehend techniques and Shentong by himself, but I don't believe that he can comprehend his own mental methods at such a young age. You know, this is something that only the top Yuanying ancestors will study, and it is used to fight against the 9 thunder punishments. How old is he now? At such a young age, his cultivation is only in the Jingdan realm. Could it be that he has begun to have his own mental methods?" Just as she was refuting in a low voice, Xianxia suddenly looked behind her in a daze. His expression was dull and shocked. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and said, "Then turn around and have a look." Cousin also turned around in shock, and then she was stunned. Above the Taishan ruins, a crack had appeared in the thick dark clouds. A ray of bright sunlight fell from the sky and fell on a side hall in the Taishan ruins, and that side hall was where Fangxing was in seclusion. Heaven and earth are responding, and the wind and clouds are changing. Could it be that this indicates that he, cousin said in a low voice. The ray of sunlight penetrated through the layers of dark light and fell on the Taisheng ruins that had not seen the light of day for almost 10,000 years. It was extremely mystical, making them feel some kind of mysterious concept, and their hearts trembled. Creak. The dilapidated door of the side hall was pushed open, and a gray-robed monk walked out from the dark door with a solemn expression. He did not look very old, and his face was still a little tender. However, his appearance had changed a little, as if he was returning to his appearance from 10 years ago. Although his face was still a little gray, there was a trace of vitality in it, and he seemed to be full of vigor. He slowly walked out from the ruins. Around him floated more than a dozen round and flawless beads. These beads were overflowing with spiritual light and reflected the void, showing the lifelike changes of essence. There were spirit beasts, immortal birds, snakes, and in his hand there was a small cauldron the size of a wine jar. It was the pilgrimage cauldron. At this time it had somehow become several times smaller, and he gently held it in his hand. The monk smiled and walked in front of Xianxia and cousin. The holy aura on his body almost stunned the two of them. They clearly knew who it was, but the two of them had a feeling that they did not dare to recognize him. However, after walking a few hundred feet away, the holy monk in gray suddenly stopped. He scratched his crotch, pulled up his pants, and then continued to walk forward. The two of them were immediately speechless, and they came to a conclusion helplessly. It's him. The gray-robed monk was indeed Feng Xing, but his aura was different from that of 3 days ago. But if one felt it carefully, it was very similar to the energetic and lively aura 10 years ago. At the first sight of him, the eldest cousin's sister and the little monk Xianxia had a strange feeling in their hearts. This was no longer the Feng Xing who survived by borrowing the vitality in the all-spirits elixir a few days ago, but the Feng Xing who had really found his own Taoist origin and restored his cultivation, the little devil who had shocked the cultivation world. He, how does yours truly feel right now? When he came to Xianxia and the eldest cousin's sister, Feng Xing touched his bald head and suddenly laughed strangely. He walked over from a distance, but he saw the shocked and surprised expressions of Xianxia and the eldest cousin's sister, as well as the strange fish and the green donkey behind them, which made him very satisfied. These two guys were ordinary people, and it was not easy to scare them as if they had died. This also proved from another point of view that his adventure had not been in vain. Moreover, he was also very satisfied with his current appearance. The spiritual power in his body was ever-changing and reflected in the void. The beads were the imprints of every strand of the Taoist origin in the all-spirits elixir. After being absorbed by his divine light, the beads floated beside him like prayer beads, shining with spiritual light and indescribably sacred. With the Taoist origin, his physical strength soared again, and his power was infinite. He walked like a dragon and walked like a tiger, and he was holding the Zen cauldron, the most precious treasure of the cultivation world in the entire northern region. Who can be more powerful than me? This unusually good feeling collapsed when the little monk Xianxia asked a question. Senior brother, are you going to beg for alms with this alms bowl? When Feng Xing heard this, he was suddenly stunned. He looked down at his alms bowl, and his expression suddenly became very strange. Eldest cousin purposely snorted twice, and casually conjured a water mirror for him to see. After seeing it, Feng Xing's face darkened. He turned around silently and suddenly threw the Zen cauldron in his hand at Xianxia. I asked you to beg for alms, I asked you to beg for alms, I asked you to beg for alms. Xianxia, the bastard, was so bad at talking. One sentence made Feng Xing's complacent mentality collapse. Speaking of which, fate was really strange. He was originally unwilling to become a monk even if he was beaten to death, but now, the more he cultivated, the more he resembled a monk. His head realized that it was growing extremely slowly. Perhaps it was because he had concentrated all his life force in his body and used all his strength to stimulate the growth of the divine light. As a result, even the growth of his hair armor had slowed down. In addition to the divine light contained within his body, when he smiled, he did indeed have a dignified appearance. In addition, although the sealing Zen cauldron had suppressed the panacea, the scriptures on his body and the set of Buddhist Dharma robes could still prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating. He could not change them. The monk robes and the sealing Zen cauldron had shrunk. Wasn't that an alms bowl that a monk used to abstinence? The beads formed by the great demon imprints in the panacea also looked like the prayer beads that monks wore around their necks. As a result, Fangxing now looked like a wild monk who carried an alms bowl and wandered around. Fortunately, Fangxing was open-minded. When he first saw himself in the mirror, he was a little sad. However, after looking at himself for a while, he felt that he was quite pleasing to the eye. He could not help but sigh that a handsome man looked the same no matter what he wore. He simply accepted his new image. Now, although the panacea in Fangxing's body had not been completely refined, as long as the Sealing Zen cauldron was still in his hands, the panacea had no hope of escaping. Moreover, his own Taoist origin had reappeared and was growing by absorbing the nutrients of the panacea. Speaking of which, the biggest hidden danger had been eliminated. It was only a matter of time. The seal and eldest cousin sister's body and the injuries that Donkey had suffered in the Tai Hao First Tribe had almost recovered in these few days. The reorganization of this group of people could be said to have achieved a great success. Their next step was naturally to set their sights on Baoqiang in the southern region of China. They were going to seize that great opportunity. Fangxing was also full of confidence. He was valiant and high-spirited. Before he even set off, he already had the 9 scriptures of supremacy in his hands. "Senior brother, this time we're going to Baoqiang. It's not a place that a few rogue cultivators with no background can interfere. Everyone represents a big sect, otherwise they wouldn't be qualified to enter Baoqiang. Not long ago, when you were in closed-door training, someone sent a message. The chief said that when you go to Baoqiang, you can appear in the name of Lingshan Temple. You can't not help me with this, right?" While discussing the itinerary, the handsome little monk thought of something and solemnly said to Fangxing. After asking carefully, he found out that during the time he was in closed-door training, Xiaoxia actually broke into the ultimate once and even fought with the people in the ultimate. Her strength was so terrifying that it alarmed the Yuanying ancestor Lu Mimi of the Tai Hao tribe. However, after finding out Xiaoxia's purpose, Lu Mimi did not dare to kill her. After some arrangements, she found out Xiaoxia's purpose and then sent her out of the ultimate as a cover-up. At that time, Fangxing was in closed-door training, so Xiaoxia did not see him. However, she met the handsome little monk and passed the message to him. "Appear in the name of Lingshan Temple? Is there any benefit?" When Fangxing heard this, he did not comment. He just frowned vigilantly and did not agree. He did owe Lingshan Temple a favor, and he still had to pay it back. However, this time the plan of Shenzhou was too important. He must get all the 9 supreme scriptures, so this matter could not be taken lightly. Moreover, this plan was jointly arranged by several Taoist sages. He entered Baoqiang in the name of Lingshan Temple. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like he was looking for trouble. The handsome little monk frowned. "Didn't you rob a lot of scriptures in the Sutras depository before?" When Fangxing heard this, he became anxious. "These things were all robbed by me. How can you confuse them?" The handsome little monk's face was bitter. "Then I won't get any benefits. Can you do me a favor?" "No." Fangxing refused straightforwardly. "Even if I can't go to Baoqiang without an identity, whether it is the Great Snow Mountain, the Demon Land, or the Sea Clan, I have friends. I can sneak in from any one of them. If it doesn't work, I can kill that guy with the surname Liu and take back the supreme scriptures. I can also enter as the master of the ultimate. There are so many good choices, why do I have to be a monk?" His words made the handsome little monk's face turn red. "This is what Uncle Bai promised." Fangxing rolled his eyes. "Even if Uncle He promised, I can't." When it came to matters of principle, he would not give face to anyone. The handsome little monk was completely speechless. After a long while, he suddenly remembered something. He smiled and handed over a brocade bag, saying, "Senior sister Xiao also gave me a brocade bag. She said that you would agree after seeing it. I promise I didn't peek." "Brocade bag?" Fangxing was a little surprised, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. However, after taking a look at the brocade bag, his face changed, and his tense expression became a smile. Even his little face was a little red, and he clicked his tongue. After a long time, he put the brocade bag into his arms carefully. And then pressed Xianxia's shoulder, saying earnestly, "Bald donkey, don't worry, I am a person who will repay kindness. Didn't your Lingshan Temple just want me to help you find that scripture? Don't worry, I will take care of this matter," and I will get it for you after I dismantle those coffins." His face changed so quickly that the eldest cousin was stunned, and she looked at Fengxing speechlessly. The handsome little monk was also helpless, and he sighed in his heart, "Uncle Bai is still the best, and a brocade bag can solve it." The two monks, one woman, one donkey, and one fish, after a brief discussion, rushed to the depths of the supreme ruins, and left through the altar there. They did not say goodbye to LV Mimi. After all, this trip was a secret, and the fewer people who knew, the better. However, even Fengxing and the others did not know that after they left, there was a faint shadow floating down from the void above the ruins. Looking at the backs of Fengxing and the others leaving, the shadow smiled faintly. "There's a mistake. I thought that he could not pass this test and was no longer qualified to be a disciple of our supreme orthodoxy. In order to seize the opportunity, I transferred his opportunity to Feng Xian, but I never expected that he finally refined the myriad spirit pill by his own method, and in the end, he did not become a Buddhist." There was a hint of helplessness in the shadow's voice, and there was a hint of self-mockery in his voice. "My eyes are a little worse than theirs." As he smiled bitterly, he slowly turned around and looked up into the void, as if he was explaining his actions to someone. "Senior brothers and grandmasters, I won't disturb your remnant souls. Please don't blame me. I thought that if he wanted to recover his cultivation base, he would have to cultivate the Mahavairokkana scripture. Actually, this scripture isn't something that only Buddhists can cultivate. Instead, after cultivating it, one will definitely become a Buddhist." Back then, the group of bald donkeys from Spirit Mountain Temple were probably afraid of angering us, the people who had bet on him with karma, so they pretended to ask him if he was willing to convert before teaching him the Mahavairokkana scripture, right? In fact, as long as we generously taught him the scripture, he was destined to become a Buddhist. In any case, as long as he cultivates the Vairokkana scripture, he will refine himself into nothingness, and in the end, only Buddha will be left. Haha, even I was wrong. I thought that other than becoming a Buddhist, there was no other way for him to survive, so I chose the second Lord of the Ruins, but now it seems I have outsmarted myself. Now, the chaos has begun, and both of them are the lords of the ultimate, so there will definitely be a fight. Matters of fate cannot be interfered with by outsiders, so I'm afraid only one of them can live. Should I help the Lord of the Ruins that you have chosen, or help my blood descendant? He seemed to be in a difficult position, and after thinking for a long time, he sighed helplessly. "Feng Xian is my blood descendant after all. Beko Keikyang in the sky, 12 buildings, and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, tie my hair and receive longevity." The divine land was the land of Tao. There were a total of 5 regions, each of which had an irreplaceable transcendent status and a strong foundation. However, when it came to immortal chi, Beko Keikyang was still the best. Ever since a sword immortal wrote that well-known poem, no one in the entire Tianyuan continent did not know the name of Beko Keikyang. Even the mortals in the mortal world knew that this was one of the most famous holy lands in the world. This city was located in the southern region of the Divine Land. It could be said to be the largest city in the cultivation world and was extremely prosperous. As for Fengxing, Xianxia, and the others, they used the teleportation array inside the ultimate to come to the Divine Land. Their first goal was also this city. Before coming to this city, they had already heard of the prosperity of the city. However, when they saw this big city with their own eyes, Fengxing was still stunned. This was really a huge city. The Bohai Kingdom had an extraordinary sea demon city. That city was built 3,000 years ago when the Nanzhan demon race was at its peak. Later, it was repaired by human cultivators. After 3,000 years, it still retained some of its majesty. It was extraordinary and incomparably dignified. However, compared to Beko Keikyang, which was known as the #1 immortal city in the cultivation world, the sea demon city was like a savage tribe. From thousands of miles away, one could see the sky in front of them. One side was steaming with immortal clouds, spanning thousands of miles, and the sky was inlaid with a layer of gold. Using the Dharma eye to look forward, one could even see the looming pavilions in the clouds in the sky. Because the distance was too far, one could only see the highest part of Beko Keikyang. In addition to the clouds, it made the pavilions seem like they were sitting between the clouds, above the sky. It was no wonder that the saying Beko Keikyang in the sky was spread. As they moved forward, they saw divine lights coming and going from the sky from time to time. Some came from the city, and some went to the city. Some came in groups, chatting and laughing, and some rode on clouds alone, and some rode on spiritual beasts, leisurely and slowly. Men, women, old and young, rich and poor, all kinds of people came and went. The divine lights intertwined in the void, crisscrossing like clouds, forcing people to slow down here, lest they could not dodge in time and collide with other cultivators. Finally, they arrived in front of the city. Fangxing could no longer find words to describe it. The first feeling was that it was high. The tall city wall was no less than 1,000 blades, towering into the clouds. The other feeling was that it was huge. The city wall stretched for thousands of miles, like a white snake winding into the horizon. The third feeling was that it was gorgeous. Not to mention other things, just the city wall was made of white jade. The quality was extraordinary. Looking carefully, it was a good material for casting the spirit-gathering formation, almost equal to the value of spiritual stones. But here, it was used to cast this kind of city wall. It was really unknown which generation had such a prodigal son, who had too much money to burn, to build such a wonder of the world, Baekokeikyung. Compared with this city, even the magnificent view of the mountain gate that Fangxing had seen in the ultimate was quite inferior. After all, the Taishang Taoism was just an orthodoxy, while this Baekokeikyung was the center of a region where tens of thousands of cultivators came and went, the first city in the cultivation world. It is indeed the first city in the world. The little monk Xianxia stood in front of the city gate, put his palms together and sighed. Obviously, he was also a little shocked. There are 18 defensive formations, and the silver-armored soldiers in the air patrol once every 10 minutes. Every 100 feet of the city wall, there are 3 prohibitions. There is also the breath of the Yuanying realm in the city, sweeping through from time to time. This big city is very heavily defended. The elder cousin narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice after a long while, with a dignified look on her face. You also left behind some vines growing on the city wall, which are not simple. They are called spirit-binding demon grass. They are not very spiritual, but they are extremely difficult to deal with. They can't be burned by fire or drowned by water. Even if the Yuanying cultivators are entangled by them, I'm afraid they can't get away for a while. If someone wants to sneak into the city, even if they can avoid the defensive formations and the silver-armored soldiers, they will still be entangled to death, Fangxing added in a low voice, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. But the more it is like this, the more challenging it is. Well, senior brother, what are you thinking about? Xianxia was a little speechless and turned to look at Fangxing. Fangxing giggled and said with great ambition, if I don't take back this city in my lifetime, wouldn't I have cultivated in vain? Xianxia and the elder cousin almost fell down. They looked around nervously, afraid that someone would hear them. In front of them, there was a gate on the city wall, which was made of black iron. 2 teams of silver-armored soldiers were guarding the gate like stone sculptures. They were all ancient soldiers who were not inferior to cultivators in Jindan realm. It was really an eye-opener. It should be known that one of these ancient soldiers could be regarded as the treasure of a small sect, but here, they were only used to guard the gate. There were as many as 7 such gates in Baekokeikyung. How many soldiers were there to guard them? Aside from the strong men, there were also 2 purple-robed cultivators sitting on the left and right side of the city gate. Every cultivator that wanted to enter the city had to respectfully dismount from their horses, walk up to them, and whisper a few questions to them. Only then would they be allowed to enter after handing over a pile of high-grade spirit essences. There were some that couldn't be let out, so they were scared off by a glare from the purple-robed cultivators and quickly left. There were already many people in front of the city gate, and because the purple-robed cultivators' questioning speed was quite slow, there was already a long line that was several thousand feet long. Among these people in the line, many of them were cultivators at the late stage of Jindan realm who could be called town masters in small sects and schools. But here, they could only line up like mortals. They did not dare to complain even after waiting for a few hours, which showed the power of the city. Damn, do we have to line up too? Fangxing had a headache when he saw the long line and said angrily. Hee, if you don't want to attract the attention of the Baekokeikyung silver-armored warriors, you'd better line up properly. Next to him, there were also impatient cultivators in the line who spoke lazily, and at the same time, looked over with curious eyes. There were quite a lot of such gazes. After all, Feng Xing's group was a little too eye-catching. Monks were rare in the current cultivation world, and it was rare to see one dressed like this for several years. Not to mention that there were not only two monks in their group, one in gray and one in white, but also a beautiful woman riding a strange fish, and a donkey following behind them. There were already many cultivators who wanted to come over and flatter them, and feel them out. Aren't there people directly entering the city over there? Feng Xing was too lazy to pay attention to this Jingdan realm cultivator, and looked forward on tiptoe. In front of the big city gate there was a small door, but from time to time, there were cultivators holding a yellow notice and directly entering the city. Hee, young master, if you have the ability, you can also go through that door. When the old Jingdan realm cultivator heard Feng Xing's words, he suddenly laughed a little and teased him. Looking at him, he was going to tease Feng Xing before explaining it to him. However, Master Feng was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. His temper flared up immediately, and he rolled his eyes at him. Who are you calling master? Your whole family are masters, why don't you call me master? Although in the cultivation world, in fact, strength was respected, on the surface, it was harmony that brought wealth. He had never seen such a change in attitude, and the old Jingdan realm cultivator could not hold it in anymore. He angrily rebuked, "You monk, why are you scolding people the moment you open your mouth?" Feng Xing said, "I want to slap you. Do you want to try?" The old Jingdan realm cultivator was furious, but seeing that there were many of them, and they were young, but their momentum was extraordinary, and the other party was so arrogant, they must have something to rely on. He was afraid that he would fail miserably, but he did not dare to make a move. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves, turned around, and said coldly, "If it weren't for the silver-armored strongmen maintaining order here, I would have taught you a lesson today, you lawless wild monk." "Oh, F***ck, do you believe that I won't beat you up?" Feng Xing rolled up his sleeves and was about to go forward. The donkey was also sneezing and kicking its hind legs, as if it wanted to see the world in chaos. Xianxia and his cousin were frightened. They pulled Feng Xing away speechlessly, wondering what kind of person he was. When they arrived at the side door, they finally understood why the old Jingdan realm cultivator had made fun of them. On the city wall next to the side door, there were dozens of talismans, all of which had the seal of Beko Kyung on them. Some tasks or some rewards were recorded on them. As long as someone could complete the tasks on the talisman, they could take off the talisman, enter the city from the side door, and directly receive the rewards. "Hey! Senior fellow apprentice, look," he glanced at the city wall a few times, but he was not interested in these talismans. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Xianxia whisper and pointed to a place. On the city wall, there were many talismans. Among the more difficult talismans at the top, there was one that was extremely conspicuous. The talisman was light red, and it was the demon-slaying talisman. The content of the talisman was a round young man drawn with spiritual power. He was holding a big cauldron with both hands, laughing wildly as he fled. In the middle of the talisman, there was the word slaying. Below it, there were some small words introducing, "The devil Feng Xing has committed endless killing in the worship Zen mountain. He stole the cauldron and fled. I hereby issue this edict. Whoever can capture this devil alive will be rewarded with 3 white jade tokens and will be treated as a distinguished guest of Jade Capital. Whoever brings the head of this devil will be rewarded with 2 white jade tokens and will be treated as a distinguished guest of Jade Capital. Whoever returns with the worship Zen cauldron will be rewarded with 1 white jade token and 10,000 taels of spiritual essence. I hope that all fellow Taoists in the world will kill the devil together to prove our innocence. Taking back the worship Zen cauldron will only get 1 white jade token. If I kill you, I'll get 2. My God, your life is very valuable now." Eldest cousin also saw the talisman and rolled her eyes. Feng Xing also stared at the talisman. He frowned and was expressionless. He did not speak for a long time. Xianxia saw that something was wrong and thought that he was angry again. He hurriedly wanted to stop him from getting angry, but he did not expect that after looking for a long time, Feng Xing suddenly said with a face full of doubt, "What is this white jade token? 1 piece is worth half of my head?" The little monk Xianxia was still worried about whether Feng Xing would be angry, but he did not expect that Feng Xing would directly consider the value of the white jade token. After traveling for so many years, He had seen a lot of magic treasures and elixirs, but he had never heard of the name White Jade Token. Moreover, most of the decrees issued by Beko Kekyung were rewarded with the White Jade Token. It could be seen that this thing must be a very precious and unusual thing. Fang Xing's unique keenness immediately realized this, and he began to think about it. He rolled his eyes a few times and decided to find someone to inquire about it. With a sweep of his eyes, he returned to the place where he had queued up just now. He smiled at the old Jindan who had been scolded by him and dared not say a word just now. He deeply bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The old Jindan jumped back in fright and said vigilantly, "Wild monk, if you fight here, Beko Kekyung will not sit by and do nothing." "Sir, how can you say that? You are so old, and I can't fight with you." Fang Xing smiled and waved at him. "Come here, I want to inquire about something." The old Jindan was very wary of him, so he waved his big sleeve and said, "Go find someone else, I'm not interested." Fang Xing directly took out a panacea from his big sleeve and said with a smile, "Well said, I will give it to you." Hearing Fang Xing's question, the old Jindan's eyes immediately brightened. Seeing that Fang Xing would not take him far, he slowly walked over. Hearing Fang Xing's question, the old man was relieved. He took the panacea, threw it in his hand, and stuffed it into the storage bag. Then he said, "You asked the right person for the White Jade Token. My mountain gate is 100 miles east of Beko Kekyung, so we can be considered neighbors." The White Jade Token did not exist in the past, or it was only circulated within the 12 buildings and 5 cities of Beko Kekyung, and never given to outsiders. But now we all know that several old sages came to Beko Kekyung 3 years ago, and it has been widely spread that they are going to open a secret place, and a secret place. The old Jindan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Is earth-shattering, so naturally not everyone can enter. In fact, not only that plan, but now Beko Kekyung can no longer be entered casually. A year ago, the goddess of the Way of Een in the north, Tt Fairy, came to Beko Kekyung and was bestowed with a White Jade Token. After that, the divine sons and saintesses of the major sects of Punlai, Yaoqi, and the central region all rushed over and also received such a White Jade Token. From then on, news began to spread that this White Jade Token is the token to enter that secret place. Only by obtaining this token can one have the right to enter Beko Kekyung, and even bring along a portion of subordinates and attendants. Do you think this thing is precious? The token to enter the secret place?" Fang Xing pondered for a moment and understood that this so-called secret place was most likely the mysterious domain that was formed after the mysterious coffin of the ninth heaven descended into the world. The news of the saints scheming against the mysterious coffin was extremely secretive. Ordinary cultivators did not know about it and thought that the saints were scheming to open a certain secret place. Now, it made sense. The saints were scheming against the mysterious coffin. Although outsiders were allowed to participate in such a major event, it was impossible to say that there was no threshold. And this White Jade Token seemed to be the token to enter the mysterious domain. "Little master, this old man was rude just now. Please don't take it to heart, but..." After taking the panacea, the old Jindan was clearly much more talkative. Seeing that Fang Xing was deep in thought, he thought that he was considering the matter of obtaining the White Jade Token through the decree, so he sincerely said, "You should listen to this old man's advice. Don't go and receive those decrees. Think about it, what kind of existence is Beko Kekyung? There are as many experts as the clouds and their influence is enormous. What can't they do? To be able to be issued by them in the form of a decree and be rewarded with the White Jade Token, not a single one of those tasks is not extremely difficult or extremely dangerous. It's best if you don't consider it." Ever since the news of the White Jade Token being the token to the secret place spread, who knows how many people have attempted to obtain the White Jade Token through completing the decree. There have indeed been some who have succeeded, but most of them have never appeared again after receiving the decree. Is it really that strange? Fang Xing picked his nose with a look of disdain. The old Jindan sighed. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. His face was full of expectation. Fang Xing directly sent over another panacea. The old Jindan immediately beamed with joy and put the panacea into his sleeve. He then cleared his throat and said with a solemn face, "Isn't it that strange? Once you get it, you have to do your best to help them. Even if you know it's dangerous, you can't back down. If you forget about it after you get the decree and don't take it seriously, the White Jade Capital will send strong men to look for you. Once they find you, it won't be a good thing. Translators thoughts Unimon 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 Unimon. They will look for me even if I just receive the decree? Fang Xing frowned with some dissatisfaction, glancing at the big city in disdain. Otherwise, would the decree of Beko Keikyung be famous all over the world? The old Jindan said matter-of-factly, it is said that in ancient times, there was once a person in Beko Keikyung who received a demon-slaying talisman and beheaded a devil who was wreaking havoc at that time. Then, Beko Keikyung gave him a generous reward and directly helped him become an immortal. This was a popular story for a time. And all along, Beko Keikyung's decrees are also famous for their generous rewards. Every completed decree is extremely beneficial to one's reputation. Many disciples of the major sects in the Great Central Territory come to Beko Keikyung to receive their decrees when they go out for training. The key lies in the word faith. Either you don't receive the talisman, or you have to complete it with all your might, or you die in the process of completing the decree. There is no third way. Feeling that it was about time, the old Jindan rolled his eyes and laughed in a low voice, "But little master, don't think that I'm just talking nonsense to you. I see that you look familiar, so I have an important piece of news to sell to you. I wonder if you..." Fang Xing directly threw a piece of spirit essence at him. "Speak." The old Jindan laughed and tossed the spirit essence in his hand. "This piece of spirit essence is not enough." "Oh, then how much do you want?" The old Jindan smiled and extended 5 fingers. Then, he clenched his fist and extended it again. 10 pieces of spirit essence? Fang Xing looked at the old Jindan with some surprise. After thinking for a moment, he really took out 10 pieces of spirit essence and gave it to him. Fang Xing knew the importance of spending money to buy information. In addition, he was naturally curious. His thoughts were hooked by this old Jindan, so he really wanted to hear it. Of course, if this old man dared to lie to him, he would not be polite when it came to beating him up. The old Jindan received the 10 pieces of spirit essence and appeared to be quite satisfied. His face was full of smiles, and even his beard was trembling. He pulled on Fang Xing's sleeve and walked a few steps forward. He pointed at a talisman on the city wall and said with a smile, "Little master, your 10 pieces of spirit essence were not spent in vain. But if I give you a pointer, you will receive benefits far beyond the return." Although Beko Keikyung's talisman cannot be casually accepted, there are exceptions. 4. Example, that demon-slaying talisman. You can go ahead and accept it. Not only will there be no worries, but there will also be other benefits. Fang Xing was stunned. What the old Jindan was referring to was actually his demon-slaying talisman. If the little devil is still alive and wreaks havoc somewhere, and you accept this decree but don't look for him, the White Jade Jing will send someone to ask you. However, the little devil is already dead, so you should accept this decree. If you have the time, go look for his corpse. Once you find it, you will be rich. If you don't have the time, just ignore it, and the White Jade Jing won't bother you because of it. This is the most special decree. The old Gold Dan thought that Fang Xing's expression had changed drastically. He thought that Fang Xing was afraid, so he laughed and said, "Little master, don't be afraid. That little devil is already dead, but we haven't found his corpse yet. The White Jade Jing won't bother you because of this. This is the most special decree." The old Gold Dan thought that Fang Xing's expression had changed drastically because he was afraid. "This is your good idea?" Fang Xing's face darkened. He looked at the old Jindan maliciously and said with a low smile, "If you don't do anything after receiving the talisman, even if Beko Keikyung doesn't trouble you, you won't get a reward. You might as well find that handsome devil." Before he finished speaking, the old Jindan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Little master, you worry too much. Since I want to give you an idea, how can it be so simple? Heh, receiving this talisman decree isn't for the sake of a reward, but to express a type of attitude. Let me tell you, receiving this talisman decree in public and denouncing that little devil's evil deeds is a good way to curry favor with him." Hug his thigh? The old Jindan's words changed. Even Fangxing did not expect this, and he was stunned. The old Jindan mysteriously said, "That's right. Beko Kekyung is now a mix of good and bad people, and there are many big forces. It is not easy for ordinary people to enter that secret place to seek fortune. If he couldn't get his hands on the white jade token, then the only way was to rely on a major force. Those Tao princes, divine sons, and saintesses that came from all directions were all high and mighty. They had eyes on their heads, and there were many people who wanted to serve them. How could they take a liking to them? This is the most valuable news I want to tell you. If you accept this talisman in public, it will show that you will fight to the death with that devil, and you can easily gain the favor of some big shots. This is not a rumor by me. Just from what I know, there are quite a few rogue cultivators who have easily entered the court of a big shot using this method." Fangxing gently gritted his teeth and sneered. He squinted his eyes and said, "So what you are giving me is the path of a lackey's advancement. But I don't think this method is worth 10 spiritual essences, unless you tell me who that big shot is. I don't know about that, and I don't dare to guess his identity. After all, he's the first batch of people who have obtained the qualification to enter the secret land. If we latch onto his thigh, we'll have half a foot in the secret land." The old Jindan was honest and directly shook his head to say he didn't know. He said, "Let's accept this talisman first. If we join the court of a big shot, even if we can't follow him into the secret place, there will be many benefits. Of course, we still have to show a certain level of ability. For an old man like me, even if I scold that little devil badly, he probably won't take a fancy to me. Otherwise, I would have accepted the talisman long ago. If that's the case, then there is only one way." Fangxing sighed and looked at the talisman on the city wall. With a solemn face, he returned to the side door like a martyr. Fangxing looked up at the demon-slaying talisman with a big punish character on his face, with a strange look in his eyes. Xianxia and his cousin were waiting for him to come back from inquiring about the news. Seeing his appearance, they were also surprised. Just as they were about to ask him a few questions, they suddenly saw him spread his sleeves and directly step into the air. He came to a height of 300 feet and reached out to take off the talisman. At the same time, he turned around and landed on the crown of a big tree next to him. Air. Why did he take off the talisman? Xianxia and his cousin were both stunned, and then they panicked. Oh no, could it be that he's so angry that he wants to make a scene in Beko Kekyung? Oh no, if he makes trouble as soon as he comes, the old ancestor will be unhappy. Thinking of this, the two of them suddenly looked frightened. At the same time, they stepped on the clouds to stop Fangxing. However, as soon as they got up, they were shaken down again. They saw Fangxing on the top of the tree holding the talisman. He took a deep breath and suddenly began to curse, "Fangxing, you are a bastard devil. You are handsome and capable. You are the top scorer in all kinds of stealing and cheating. Are you going to let others live? I've had enough of you for a long time. Today, I've received this edict to exchange you for rewards. No matter where you hide, I'll find you sooner or later, and then I'll snatch all your wives and all your treasures. Well, I can't provoke senior brother in the future. When he gets angry, he even scolds himself." Xianxia stared blankly at Fangxing going crazy on the top of the tree. Why do I feel that he is praising himself? His cousin was also very helpless. They had all guessed that Fangxing had his own purpose, so they no longer went forward to stop him. Someone took off the talisman. It's actually a monk. However, Fangxing's actions immediately attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the surroundings. There were many cultivators outside the city gate, and those who came to collect the talisman were often the center of attention. Especially after seeing Fangxing's attire, they became even more curious. For a moment, countless gazes looked over and stared blankly at Fangxing standing on the city gate, holding up the talisman and cursing nonstop. His spittle flew everywhere, and his voice traveled for 5 kilometers. He received that demon-slaying talisman again? I don't know if he really wants to kill that little devil, or if it's just a coincidence. It looks like he really has a deep grudge against that little devil. Look at how fiercely he scolded him. Ayaya, a monk even used words like wife-snatching. It can be seen that his grudge with the little devil is not shallow. Now that there were people watching from below, Fangxing cursed even more vigorously. As he cursed, he waited for someone to appear and contact him. However, he didn't expect that after cursing for a full hour, even when his mouth was dry, no one would appear. He immediately muttered in his heart, could it be that the old bastard who took my spirit essence lied to me? Just as he was thinking about whether he should go down and rest for a while before coming up to curse again, he heard the helpless voice transmission of the old Jindan in his mind. Little master, you just need to curse a little to show your position. Come down and wait, and someone will come to find you. You've been standing up there for so long, and it's not good to stand out too much. It's said that the little devil has many friends. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Fang Xing was speechless. He drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat and then jumped down from the crown of the tree. After secretly communicating with his cousin and Xianxia, Fang Xing found a smooth stone and sat down, drinking while waiting. After seeing his ability to curse for an hour, the people around him looked at him with admiration. However, seeing his unkind face, no one came to talk to him for a while. Even the old Jindan ran away as if nothing had happened and pretended not to know him. In Beko Keikyang, 2 practitioners in light yellow shirts came out and hung the same talisman on the wall. They took a deep look at Fang Xing and then went back to the city without saying a word. Fang Xing could feel that they didn't have to come to ask him. As soon as the talisman was lifted, there was a strange divine thought wrapped around him. This must be the means by which Beko Keikyang monitored the people who had lifted the list. Because of this, he did not try to refine this divine thought, but let it hang on him and secretly pondered in his heart. In this way, he received the talisman and approached the group of people who did not like him. However, he had always been bold. The more he heard that the group of big shots had extraordinary origins, the more he wanted to see who had such a big grudge against him. It was obvious that he was already dead, but they still used this method to step on him. And those guys who had received this talisman, didn't they want to kill him? He might as well follow the vines to find the melon and wipe out that group of bastards all at once. As the old Jindan said, after Fang Xing waited here for about 2 hours, 2 practitioners in light blue robes came over with a gloomy face. They looked at Fang Xing up and down and then at the talisman in his hand. After confirming that there was no mistake, one of them said in a sinister voice, "Monk, you are the one who received the talisman to kill the little devil Fang Xing, right? What grudge do you have against him?" At the same time, Fang Xing also looked at them a few times. Hearing the impolite question, he rolled his eyes and said, "It's none of your business." "Oh, you have a big temper." The taller cultivator didn't get angry. He sneered and said, "Fine, I won't ask you. However, our master wants to see you. A great fortune has fallen on your head. If you're not afraid, then come with me." "Afraid? Why should I be afraid?" Fang Xing sneered. With a flick of his sleeves, he followed the 2 of them into the city. When they came to the side door, the 2 took out their waist tokens, showed them, and directly entered the city. Fang Xing also followed them in. He saw that Beko Keikyang was really different. There were rows of palaces on both sides, and the road in the middle was extremely wide, all made of white granite. In the city, from time to time, there were practitioners flying in the air and walking on the clouds, looking immortal and admirable. However, looking carefully, there were also rules for flying in the air. Practitioners in the building foundation realm could only fly below 300 feet. Above 300 feet and below 300 feet, practitioners in the golden core realm could fly. Even if there was a foundation realm, they had to follow the practitioners in the golden core realm. As for above 300 feet, there were only 2 flashes of the divine light of the Yuanying realm. Presumably, that was the height that only the Yuanying realm could reach. The 2 practitioners in light blue robes did not move fast, nor did they fly in the air. They just waved their sleeves and walked on the ground as if there was no dust on their feet. Seeing this, Fang Xing could only follow them. However, after entering the city, they walked for about half an hour and came to a crowded street. On both sides of the street, there were shops like elixirs and instrument pavilions. The tourists on the street were all practitioners, and they came and went between the shops like mortals. Fang Xing even saw a few practitioners in the Yuanying realm. Seeing this scene, he really understood a popular saying in the cultivation world, "Golden Core realm is as common as dogs, but Yuanying realm is everywhere, come in." The two practitioners in light blue robes led Fangxing to a shop called Liuha House. They turned around and greeted him, then went straight in. Fangxing followed them in and saw that it was a shop selling elixirs and talismans. The first floor was very luxurious and neat. The shopkeepers sitting behind the counter were all at the third transformation of Golden Core Realm. There were also several female attendants in colorful clothes talking with the practitioners in low voices, introducing the benefits of various elixirs and talismans. Although there were many people, it seemed very quiet. However, the person Fangxing wanted to see was on the third floor. Walking up the red sandalwood stairs, he discovered that the entire third floor was a cave dwelling. From the outside, it seemed to be only a few hundred feet in circumference, but after entering, it turned out to be 1,000 feet in size, luxuriously decorated cultivation cave dwelling. There was even a spirit gathering array installed, causing people to feel the spirit chi blowing on their faces as soon as they entered, raising their spirits. Inside the cave dwelling, there was a gurgling stream, pine smoke, and copper furnace. It had a simple artistic conception, and at the end of the cave dwelling, there was a thin gauze. The gauze was woven with talismans, blocking the probing of cultivators' divine sense. One could only see through the translucent gauze that there was a person sitting cross-legged behind it. There was a zither in front of him, but he was not playing the zither. After a long time, a string note could be heard, as if he was tuning. "Young master, the person who received the talisman edict is here." Two practitioners in light blue robes came forward and respectfully reported, then they stood on both sides, quietly waiting for the person behind the gauze to speak. Fangxing also craned his neck to take a look, but seeing that he really could not see the person's appearance, he could only suppress his thoughts and wait for him to speak. The person behind the gauze was very arrogant, and seemed to be indifferent towards the three of them coming in. After tuning the zither for a long time, when the sound was elegant and mellow, he pushed the zither away with satisfaction and raised his head to look outside. At the same time, a divine sense reached out from behind the gauze and swept over Fangxing a few times. He seemed to be a little surprised, and said with a light smile, unexpectedly, "It's a monk. May I know where did you cultivate?" Fangxing had already thought of an answer, and said lazily, "I was originally a rogue cultivator of Nanzhan. I accidentally obtained a few incomplete scriptures and cultivated the supernatural powers of Buddhism, so I dressed up as a monk. I don't abstain from drinking, and I still sleep with women. Although I don't have any hair, I don't have any scars either. I'm a fake monk." "Oh, you're quite honest." The person behind the gauze nodded and said softly, "What grievances do you have with that little devil?" Fangxing said, "He slept with my woman, does that count?" The person behind the gauze was slightly startled, and said with a wry smile, "That devil actually did such a thing, I'm a little surprised." After that, he asked a few more questions. Fangxing was very good at lying, and he said it seamlessly, or it was difficult to verify, so naturally, he did not have any evidence to use against him. In addition, the person probably did not think that this monk dressed up as the little devil who was rumored to be dead, so after asking a few questions, he was already relieved. With a wave of his hand, the gauze was rolled up, and he slowly stood up and walked out from behind the gauze. When he saw his true appearance, Fangxing was suddenly stunned, and his expression became unusually strange. A young man came out from behind the curtain. He was dressed in a blue shirt and white socks. He had a scholarly appearance and was dressed like an elegant young master. He had a pair of long and narrow eyes that were incomparably deep. The zither that he was adjusting also revealed its true appearance. When looked at from behind the curtain, only the general appearance of the zither could be seen. It looked like a simple and elegant piece of furniture, but now that it was revealed, it made one's heart skip a beat. There was an indescribably strange feeling. It was a zither made of beast bones. Both sides of the zither were embedded with dried beast heads. The body of the zither had a vertebra-like bone running through it, and it was also covered with some kind of red fur membrane. It made one's heart shiver involuntarily at a glance. When the curtain was lifted, Fangxing could already feel the aura of the zither. He could tell at a glance that it was a magic treasure made of the bones of fierce beasts. If he guessed correctly, it should be good at controlling spiritual consciousness and had something to do with controlling beasts. As for the man, although he looked unfamiliar at first glance, an answer appeared in Fangxing's mind after taking a closer look. It was actually an acquaintance, and an acquaintance that he had never expected to meet. Xianxia. It was no wonder that the two blue-shirted cultivators addressed him as their master. This person was the young patriarch of the Imperial Beast clan, one of the 4 major clans of the Sinkhole, Xianxia. He was the young man that Daphne valued the most in the Sinkhole, and his status was even slightly higher than Daoist Zi of the Fengtian clan. It could be said that below Fengxing was the evil lord, and below him was Xianxia. Even when Daphne brought the experts of the Sinkhole to the Divine Continent to establish his Dao, he left this person alone to guard the Sinkhole's headquarters. It was clear that the evil lord trusted him far more than the other clans. Of course, what Daphne did not expect was that when the Taihao Lu clan returned to the supreme orthodoxy and secretly seized power, it was also this person who first sought refuge with the Taihao Lu clan and secretly helped them. Otherwise, the Taihao Lu clan would not have been able to infiltrate their forces into the Sinkhole so easily. Back when they were robbing the Sinkhole, he did not appear. Otherwise, Fengxing would have killed him to vent his anger. However, he didn't expect that the first person he met after coming to Beko Keikyung would be him. It seemed like this person was greatly different from the young and mature patriarch of the Imperial Beast clan in Fengxing's memories. His appearance was much younger, his vital energy was exuberant, and his cultivation was unfathomable. At first glance, he seemed to be at the Golden Core realm, but Fengxing faintly felt that his cultivation had probably surpassed the Golden Core realm a long time ago, and he was even more formidable than some ordinary Yuanning cultivators. To be more precise, this person was suppressing his own cultivation and forcing himself not to form his nascent soul. Upon seeing this person, Fengxing felt a surge of anger in his heart. There was no need to think about it. Since he had seen Xianxia, it went without saying that the force that was secretly targeting him was also self-evident. Other than Xianxia's new master, LV Fengxian, who else could it be? Inwardly, Fengxing felt an inexplicable murderous intent surging in his chest. Damn it, Taihao LV clan, where did they get so much hatred from? You robbed me of the sinkhole, and I haven't even taken the initiative to settle the score with you, and now you're trying to provoke me? He had secretly guessed the identity of this group of people, from the Huangfu family, who had the greatest hatred with him, to the various sects of the northern region of the Divine Continent that he had tormented. He even guessed that they were the Fox Fairy of the Demon Land, the 9th Prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Bai, and the others. However, he didn't expect that those who had a deep grudge against him would not do such a hateful thing, but the Taihao LV clan unexpectedly jumped out. After all, the Taihao LV clan didn't know that he was the one who had looted the sinkhole not long ago. In their information, he was still a dead man, and they also felt that the sinkhole's power was in their hands, so why did they have to use such a sinister method to ruin his reputation? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Fengxing's mind, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. And when he recognized Xianxia, the biggest traitor of the sinkhole was also looking at Fengxing with his long and narrow eyes. He seemed to find Fengxing familiar, and his eyes were filled with doubt. He kept looking at Fengxing's face, and he released his divine perception to identify him. Fengxing acted as if nothing had happened, and he wasn't worried at all. After all, he was no longer the person he was in the past. He was gradually refining the myriad spirit pill, and his consciousness contained many great demon imprints. Any one of them could change his aura and appearance, and such a change was a disguise on the Dao source. Not to mention Xianxia, even a true Yuanning realm cultivator would not be able to tell, so. Just as Fengxing was extremely calm, Xianxia suddenly put his fingers together and aimed for the middle of his brows. This move was extremely abrupt, and in addition to Xianxia's profound cultivation level, the finger had already reached the middle of his brows. This attack was the most common sneak attack among cultivators. A finger that pierced the middle of the brows could even severely injure one's soul. Fengxing's heart thumped, and he subconsciously wanted to deal a heavy blow. He wanted to kill the traitor first, but just as he was about to make a move, his heart suddenly stirred as a thought flashed through his mind. Now that his vision had improved, he could discern illusions at a glance, and he quickly noticed that Xianxia's attack had been condensed without using his dermic powers. It looked vicious and sinister, but in fact, it was just a feint. He's testing me? Fengxing understood this in his heart, but he immediately reacted on the surface. With a loud roar, he rapidly retreated. At the same time, he pressed his palm forward, and a pale yellow pill light whizzed forward. He looked like an enraged monk, dodging while fighting desperately. "Oh, your strength is not bad, but it can be used." Xianxia saw the elixir beam that Fangxing attacked, and his heart was relieved. He pointed with his big sleeve, and the entire elixir beam fell into his sleeve. Like a stone sinking into the sea, there was not the slightest ripple, and he had no intention of attacking again. He smiled lightly and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm just testing you. If you want to enter my elder brother's sect, you must have some ability." "Who is your elder brother?" Fangxing's face was full of vigilance, and he asked in a low voice. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "With my ability, I'm not qualified to give you the fortune of the secret land. You've accepted the talisman, and your real purpose is clear. I'll only tell you one thing, entering my elder brother's sect is your fortune." After saying that, he asked for Fangxing's Dharma name. Fangxing just casually said Monk Xingfang, and Xianxia nodded and did not ask further. He let the two blue-robed cultivators guard the shop, and he took Fang Xing out, rode a cloud, and slowly swept toward the north. Looking at his method, he was heading in the direction of the middle city of Bakokekyung. Fangxing was a little surprised. There were 12 buildings and 5 cities in Bakokekyung, and the 4 outer cities guarded the inner city in the middle. In terms of the existence of Bakokekyung, the 4 outer cities were already forbidden to enter, and the inner city in the middle was even scarier. Not to mention living here, even those who could set foot in this city had a certain background and the right to speak in Shenzhou, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Fangxing had already guessed who Xianxia was going to take him to. But when he saw that this person lived in the inner city of Bakokekyung, he realized that the Taihaoliu tribe was more powerful than he had imagined. Damn it, he could live in the inner city of Bakokekyung. "Master Xingfang, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to serve my elder brother?" Xianxia stopped and asked in a low voice until they came to the inner city of Bakokekyung, under a pavilion built against a mountain. "Can you take me to the secret land?" Fangxing asked straightforwardly, like a reckless monk. Xianxia chuckled and said, "My elder brother has such a high status. How can he coax you? Damn it, calling him senior brother sect leader is so smooth. Why did you always pull a long face in front of this young master in the past? You never flattered me at all." Fangxing was already extremely unhappy in his heart. The more he looked at Xianxia's loyal and devoted appearance, the more unhappy he felt. He sneered and said, "If you want to serve Lord Zhang, you naturally have to give me some benefits." His attitude made Xianxia more relieved. With a laugh, he turned around and led him up the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of a beautiful mountain peak, Xianxia brought Fangxing to a side hall halfway up the mountain. He pointed at the cattail hassock and said, "You wait here. Mark the enmity between you and that demon on the jade slip, and add your magical seal to prove that what you said is true. Of course, you can exaggerate a little. In any case, no one will come to confront you now." After that, he left a jade slip and floated away. Fangxing held the jade slip and lost his temper again. Damn it, this is used to record confessions in the cultivation world. But for the sake of the important matter, he controlled his temper. He held the jade slip and rolled his eyes. His divine senses had been spread out. He sensed that 2 divine senses were staring at him imperceptibly, and Xianxia's breath went all the way to the mountain peak. He guessed that the traitor must have gone to see Lv Fengxian of Taihao. He gritted his teeth and pondered for a while. Then he took out a Buddhist scripture from his sleeve and pretended to open it, as if he was studying the meaning of the scripture. It was natural and reasonable for a monk to read scriptures, but outsiders would not know that this scripture had a name. All Buddha's visualization scripture. Lingshan Temple was the last Buddhist land, and most of the scriptures after the destruction of the sect were collected. Many of the scriptures were instilled with mana by the eminent monks in the war to destroy Buddhism, and became magical and mysterious treasures. This all Buddha's visualization scripture was one of them. The Dharma was boundless and could penetrate through heaven and earth. This scripture had the nature of Buddha and was activated by mana. It was said that it could penetrate through all things, the 5 elements, and the heavens. Of course, Fangxing felt that it was a bit exaggerated to penetrate through all things, the 5 elements, and the heavens, but it was still possible to penetrate this hill, even Xianxia once said that this scripture was simply the best treasure for peeking at women bathing. It was the Bible in his heart. After the manna was injected into the scripture, he felt his divine soul move slightly and seep into the scripture. With the movement of his mind, the scripture on the scripture changed, and gradually an image appeared. On the image, it was the figure of Xianxia riding the clouds. He went straight to the palace at the top of the mountain that was surrounded by white clouds. He stepped inside and said softly, "Senior brother headmaster, I pay my respects to you. Junior brother Xianxia, please come in and have a seat." An elegant and sincere voice came from the exquisite palace on the peak of the mountain. His words were very calm and contained no arrogance. Xianxia seemed to have been here many times and did not care about etiquette. As he spoke, he had already walked in. The palace was filled with books, but they were not jade scrolls, but real paper scriptures. Next to a tall bookshelf, there was a man dressed in a loose white robe with his hair loosely draped over his shoulders. He was holding a book and reading it. This man looked to be in his 30s, tall and burly, with an air of nobility. He was born with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, elegant and carefree, and had an indescribable aura. When he saw Xianxia, he waved at him. "This is Lu Fengxian of the Taihao Lu family?" Fengxing looked at him carefully and felt a little depressed. He thought to himself, "This bastard is not a good person. He robbed me of the ultimate and abused my donkey. He should have a shifty-eyed face. Damn it, why is he so good-looking? And he's not a sissy. Is there any justice in this world?" Looking at his monk robe and bald head, a wave of sorrow surged in his heart. Those who were more handsome than him had to die, but he heard Xianxia say, "Senior brother sect leader, just now another monk received the demon-slaying talisman and has been placed at the foot of the mountain. Including him, there are now a total of 33 people. There are also 33 jade scrolls accusing the demon, and all of them have their own seals on them. It is equivalent to using their lives as a guarantee to accuse the demon of his evil deeds. But among these people, I think most of them are opportunists. Not to mention resentment, most of them have never really seen the demon. The ones who really have a grudge against the demon are mostly the cultivators of the northern region of China. But now that they are in a terrible situation and are proud of their status, they are unwilling to be controlled by us." When Taihao Lu Fengxian heard this, he smiled and said, "Although 30 people is not a small number, it is still a little weak. Junior brother Xianxia, you should work harder these few days and send someone to spread the news. It is best if you can gather 100 people. Regardless of their cultivation, pay attention to their identities. The more different the background, the better. When the 100 cultivators of different identities use their lives to accuse and curse the demon, I believe that if anyone wants to protect the demon, the sages will not sit idly by." Xianxia hesitated and paused for a while before saying, "Senior brother sect leader, I have some doubts in my heart, please explain them to me." When Lu Fengxian heard this, he was slightly startled. "Oh?" Xianxia said, "Although that demon has indeed committed many evil deeds in the past, he has already died in the Huangfu clan's territory. Even the Huangfu clan's people have confirmed this. The black water lake has flowed backwards and all evil has been born. It is impossible for him to escape. Moreover, the disciples of Heavenly Mystery Palace have deduced that in these 10 years, his once indistinct and uncertain life force has indeed disappeared. Moreover, even if he is not dead, with his current ability, it is impossible for him to affect us. Then why must we ruin his reputation? To put it bluntly, there is no need for us to ruin his reputation. He has already become a publicly recognized demon." After saying this, Xianxia frowned and looked at Lu Fengxian in confusion. When Lu Fengxian heard this, he smiled lightly and looked at Xianxia, saying, "Junior brother Xianxia, could it be that you still remember our old friendship?" Xianxia's expression changed as he hurriedly said, "Xianxia is completely sincere, I hope that the Ruins Lord will understand. Back then, that demon and the evil lord who later controlled the Ruins of End treated the Ruins of End as their personal property and treated the people of the 4 divisions as slaves. And when senior brother entered the Ruins of End, you said that the Ruins of End is the legacy of the Taisheng orthodoxy and that we are all from the same sect. This is the difference between the actions of that demon and the evil lord. It was because of this that Xianxia swore to help senior brother restore the Taisheng orthodoxy. Since then, I have never been disloyal. Senior brother, do you still not believe me? When LV Fengxian saw Xianxia's nervous look, he seemed to be very satisfied. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "You don't have to be nervous. I was only joking. And don't mention the title of Ruins Lord in the future. Since we are all from the same sect, then there is no Ruins Lord. Even if I become the true leader of the Taishang Orthodoxy in the future, I will only be the sect master." After saying that, he paused for a moment and said with a smile, "As for the question you just asked, even if you did not ask, I would have explained it to you. You have followed me to Beko Keikyung for almost 3 months. I wonder if you have heard of the rumors of the Philosopher's Dojo?" Xianxia's expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "I have heard a few words, but it is not clear. It seems that the divine sons of the various sects in the divine continent will be admitted to the Supreme Tao Academy. Those who are not at the level of the Taoist of a sect or a clan are not allowed to enter the academy." "That's right." LV Fengxian sighed softly and said, "However, this Philosopher's Dojo is not a real Tao Academy. It is just a name. Now, the sages have set up a great array in Beko Keikyung to guide the mysterious coffin in the sky. The great creation will come soon, and the dozens of sects in the divine continent are all waiting for it. But when the time comes, we can't just rush in like a swarm of bees. Moreover, this great plan involves a lot of people, so we have to treat it with caution. Therefore, a sage has mentioned that he wants to set up a philosopher's dojo and bring the divine sons of the various sects into one academy. When the time comes, the mysterious coffin will fall from the sky. Not only will this group of people be the first to enter the mysterious coffin to seek the creation, they will also be the ones to face the calamity when it comes, which is equivalent to..." Even his voice gradually became serious at this moment. After a while, he exhaled and said, "The Master of Heaven." "The Master of Heaven?" The look in Xianxia's eyes changed a little. He looked up at LV Fengxian in a daze. LV Fengxian put down the scripture in his hand and returned to the armchair in the hall. He poured 2 cups of tea, took one for himself, and gestured for Xianxia to take the second cup. After taking a sip, he put the cup back on the table and sighed. Entering this academy is equivalent to becoming a fellow disciple of those people in the central region. You might even be qualified to compete with them in the future. This alone shows how important this philosopher's dojo is. However, it is not easy to enter this academy. There are countless small sects in the divine continent, as many aristocratic families as the stars in the sky, and as many Taoist orthodoxies as the stars on a chessboard. How many of them can enter the eyes of the sages? Haha, in my estimation, I'm afraid that only 100 of the divine sons of all the Taoist orthodoxies and aristocratic families can enter the philosopher's dojo and receive personal guidance from the sages. Xianxia looked up in a daze, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the 4 regions of heaven, excluding the demonic abyss, how many Taoist sects were there in the other 3 regions, plus the 4 seas and the spirit mountains on the sea? How many aristocratic families? How many heaven's favored ones were there? And the philosopher's dojo only accepted the most outstanding 100 of them. What kind of identity and glory would that be? Whether it was his cultivation or status, he was no longer low, but he still felt ashamed to say such words. In the past, Beko Keikyung once gave out white jade badges, and all the major sects and aristocratic families only received one. In fact, this white jade badge is equivalent to the token to enter the philosopher's dojo. Now that I'm the Tao child of the vast sea tribe and also the successor of the Taishang Taoist orthodoxy, I've already received 2 white jade badges. My family's white jade badge has been given to the ancestor of my family, but the Taishang Taoist orthodoxy is still in my hands. Don't worry, although some people have received the white jade badge in advance, most of them have to rely on themselves to obtain it. Since you become my follower and made a vow to restore the Taishang Taoist orthodoxy, I won't mistreat you. When the philosopher's dojo opens in the future, I'll definitely help you obtain one. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, Xianxia bowed his head without hesitation. LV Fengxian stopped him with a smile and said, "Since we're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. I'm telling you all this because I want to tell you the reason why I'm doing this. Haha, although the Nanzhan province has declined, we're very lucky. The Great Snow Mountain, which represents the luck of the Nanzhan province, has also obtained a white jade badge. However, the Great Snow Mountain has 5 disciples, Li Hongyi, Han Ying, Li Ying, Wang Qiong of the Western Desert, and the Tao Child of the Northern Divine Mountain. The 5 of them are competing fiercely, but they don't know who to give the White Jade Badge to. As for the leader of the Great Snow Mountain, that old man Hu Qin, he didn't give it to anyone, but deliberately gave it to a dead man. Oh my, so generous? When Feng Xing heard this, he was also stunned. His eyes were filled with a complicated look. The White Jade Badge is such a powerful thing, why would those guys not hold it in their hands, but leave it to me? That's too stupid. Is it that demon? Xianxia immediately reacted and raised his head to ask. LV Fengxian said, that's right, it's that demon. I have a close friend in the Great Snow Mountain who once told me that the demon contributed greatly to the establishment of Nanzhan's Tao. However, the Lingyan register that recorded the merits of the person who established the Tao only had a few nameless names on it. However, because of the pressure from the Huangfu faction, that demon was not mentioned. The Great Snow Mountain has always felt guilty towards him, so doing this is probably a form of compensation to prevent their Tao heart from being damaged. It's said that after that old man Hu Qin made this decision, the 5 disciples of the Great Snow Mountain who were fighting for the White Jade Badge strangely remained silent. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure that within a month, when the Philosopher's Dojo opens, even if that demon is dead, he will directly become the first batch of people to enter the Philosopher's Dojo. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to have understood something. He cried out involuntarily, senior brother summoned these people because... LV Fengxian chuckled softly and said, the Philosopher's Dojo, is meant to carry on the torch and protect Tianyuan. It represents the orthodoxy of Tianyuan. That demon is evil and has done all kinds of evil things, so how can he be qualified to enter the Taoist school? Haha, if no one stops him and the Great Snow Mountain gives him the spot represented by the White Jade token, that's fine. However, if 100 people were to spill their blood on the platform and curse that devil, I'm sure the sages of the Philosopher's Dojo won't just sit back and watch. They won't let this rat poop ruin the reputation of the Philosopher's Dojo, which they have high hopes for. Spilling the blood of 100 people on the Taoist platform. Why, did you do this? Xianxia's face was a little pale. LV Fengxian had said such cruel words in such a relaxed manner, which had a great impact on his mind, and also made him wonder, why? After the Liu tribe of the Tai Hao sect was incorporated into the Supreme Taoism, Feng Xing had long disappeared, and the person who suppressed the Liu tribe of the Tai Hao sect was also Daphne. If there was really hatred, the Liu tribe of the Tai Hao sect should hate Daphne. Why did LV Fengxian show such deep hatred for him, and even use such a method to ruin his reputation after his death? After a long time, he couldn't help but ask. He knew that this descendant of a genuine immortal was extraordinary, and his means were brilliant. It seemed that he should not be so impulsive. Even if the Great Snow Mountain gave the Great Snow token to the devil, it was just a reputation, so that he could occupy a place in the Taoist temple of the philosophers, which symbolized the highest glory in the world. At last, his life was not in vain, and he did not make a great contribution to Nanzhan in vain. He could stay in the world with a positive image, instead of being scolded as a devil forever. There was no real benefit, so was it worth it? In the face of Xianxia's question, LV Fengxian hesitated for a moment, but only said lightly, I have my reasons. Junior brother understands. Seeing that he was unwilling to say, Xianxia didn't ask any more questions, but just nodded. You can go and comfort those people. When the Taoist temple of the philosophers opens, I have a way to make them willing to die for me, and use their lives to blame the devil. However, during this time, we need to attract more people, so let's make the number 100. As for those who have already come, we also need to comfort them. If they don't like to be idle, find something for them to do. We can only bring 10 people from each tribe, so we don't have enough manpower. Moreover, it's dangerous and not suitable for our own people to do, so they can be regarded as a force that is worth making good use of. LV Fengxian muttered to himself for a long time before instructing in a low voice. Xianxia quickly complied. After Xianxia left, LV Fengxian's gaze became solemn, and he sighed lightly after a long time and muttered to himself. When I was meditating earlier, an immortal entered my dreams and guided me in my cultivation. Moreover, he told me that that devil isn't dead, and it's even to the extent that he'll become a great enemy of mine when he returns. Huh. How could I allow such an important matter like the philosopher's Taoist grounds to be accomplished so easily? Previously, my Taihao tribe has spent a lot of money to bribe the people in charge of Beko Kekyung to send out the demon execution decree, but it is still not enough to represent the will of the sage. There is no other way. Feng Xing, oh Feng Xing, I've used 100 lives in exchange for your delay. I think highly of you. He picked up the scripture again and lightly patted the armrest of the armchair. His eyes were filled with deep thoughts. Haha, in our generation, there are countless opportunities and endless good fortune. Missing half a step will lead to endless regret. If you were one step slower, would you still have the ability to compete with me? An immortal guided him in his dreams? At the foot of the mountain, Feng Xing also heard these words through the Buddha's visualization scripture, and his expression instantly became slightly strange. He was slightly puzzled just now. No matter how he thought about it, he hadn't robbed anyone from the LV clan, so why did this fellow insist on making things difficult for him, and even didn't hesitate to sacrifice the lives of 100 people to destroy his opportunity to enter the philosopher's Taoist grounds? After hearing these words, he finally understood some of the reasons, but he was even more puzzled. Never had he imagined that the reason was actually a dream. Just because of a dream, this bastard went all out to deal with him. Fortunately, he came straight to him and used the Buddha visualization scripture to find out the true meaning of his plan. Otherwise, he would have been schemed against for a long time and still wouldn't know who did it. Xianxia had already left the palace and presumably would come back soon. He had no time to continue peeping, so he hurriedly put away the scripture, randomly typed some things on the jade slip, and then put his Dharma seal on it. For him, it was no pressure at all. Anyway, when he was in the Foundation establishment realm, he had refined the unique spirit of external devil and internal saint, which was equivalent to a natural camouflage of the spirit soul. Restrictions such as the spirit lock ring and Dharma seal were naturally useless to him. It could really be regarded as a big killer weapon that he usually used to trick people. Who cares if it's an immortal or a ghost passing dreams? Anyway, this bastard originally robbed my ultimate, and now he took the initiative to plot against me. Coupled with that bastard Xianxia, I have to find a chance to kill them both first. Feng Xing's eyes turned slightly cold, and he thought to himself, but the cultivation of these two guys is not bad, and both have surpassed Yuanying. It's not very easy to kill them, but I have to find a better opportunity. And that white jade token, when Feng Xing thought of this, his eyes lit up. Such a valuable thing, where can I get a few pieces to play with? While he was thinking, Xianxia had already walked into the side hall and asked for the jade slip. Feng Xing smiled and handed it over. Xianxia took it and examined it, but he couldn't help but shake his head and say, Master Xing Feng, isn't the content of the jade slip a little exaggerated? That devil has slept with 2 of your women, and married one of them? How come I didn't know that the devil was married? But I heard that he had a one-night stand with the Sea clan's goddess, Princess Ao Zhen. From what you said, could it be that Princess Ao Zhen is your wife? Feng Xing smiled and said, anyway, it's not true, so I just casually wrote it. You asked me to exaggerate. Xianxia was rather speechless. He thought to himself that most of the people he had found in the past few days were fake. However, none of them were as nonsensical as you. You're so careless even when you're telling a lie. Do you really think those saints are fools? Even if you are acting, you have to make it more realistic. So he took the jade slip speechlessly, modified the content inside, and let Feng Xing re-enter the Dharma seal. Feng Xing didn't care, and indifferently entered the Dharma seal in. His careless look made Xianxia sneer in his heart. After receiving the jade slip, he led Feng Xing out, to a hall in the middle of the mountain, and called a boy to give instructions. Not long after, 20 or 30 cultivators were brought over, but there were men and women, young and old, and their cultivations were different. The lowest was only in the late stage of foundation establishment, and the highest was even in the golden core Mahayana, and the 2 in the late stage of golden core realm, but they were all people who had received the demon-slaying decree. Most of these people were rogue cultivators or came from small forces, and they had achieved their current cultivation through hard work. But for the great fortune that the sages in Beko Kekyung were planning, they still couldn't touch it at all, so they could only use this method to serve the big shots, hoping to get a share of the pie. It had to be said that this was also the sorrow of small people, and this sorrow had nothing to do with their cultivation. Seeing a monk waiting in the courtyard, these people knew that another companion had come, but after all, there were few monks in the cultivation world, so they couldn't help but look at Fangxing a few times, but their eyes were cautious, and some were arrogant. Fangxing didn't care, and looked back one by one. The cautious ones were arrogant, and the arrogant ones were even more arrogant. In a short while, he rolled his eyes 7 or 8 times, and received more than a dozen dissatisfied looks. Only when he looked at a thin woman in cyan among these people, his eyes slightly narrowed. Everyone, all of you have gathered here because of that demon. Seeing that someone had come, Xianxia cleared his throat and spoke in a low voice. Fellow Taoist, cut the pleasantries. What devil? I don't know about others, but I, Lord Zhang, have heard that you have a way to help us obtain opportunities, so I came to join you. As a result, until now, I don't even know which sect I've joined. It's a little unreasonable, isn't it? Why don't you tell me about it? And why don't you give me a white jade token? Fangxing suddenly interrupted Xianxia's words and asked with a smile. Give a white jade token? Xianxia sneered in his heart, disapproving, but on the surface, he only faintly smiled and said, Don't worry, if you follow my senior headmaster, I will not mistreat you. However, the white jade token is such a precious item, how could it be given out so easily? If you really want to get a share of the great fortune, you need to do your best. To tell you the truth, my senior brother is the Taoist of the Lu family of Taihao, the successor of the Taisheng orthodoxy in the northern region, and one of the most promising people to enter the secret place. You should have heard of this identity, right? Lu family of Taihao? Taisheng orthodoxy? The cultivators in the crowd immediately had different expressions as they whispered to each other. Although these two names were not well known, they were quite well known. Only a few people knew about them, which made them feel relieved. Xianxia glanced at them and said, Hee, since you are willing to serve my Taisheng orthodoxy, I will not let you return empty-handed. Using your mouths to testify about the evil deeds of the devil is only one of the reasons. If you want to get a share of the great fortune, you need to do your best. However, I, Xianxia, can also promise that as long as you do your best to serve my Taisheng orthodoxy, you will be rewarded handsomely. In the future, when the Taoist of my tribe enters the secret place to seek for the fortune, he will be with you. I can sign a soul contract to prove my promise. After hearing his words, Zhu Xiu, who was in the crowd, let out a sigh of relief. If I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation, I would really believe you. Fangxing let out a cold laugh in his heart. Xianxia knew that this group of people would be killed by Lu Fengtian sooner or later. It was even more vicious that Xianxia still wanted them to work for him before he died. However, he had to admit that Xianxia was meticulous. After hearing his words, the rest of the cultivators nodded in agreement as if a huge burden had been lifted from their hearts. After all, not everyone believed that there was a free lunch in the sky. To put it bluntly, they were not the servants of the Lu family of Taihao, nor were they disciples of the Taisheng orthodoxy. Who would believe that benefits would fall from the sky? If the other party needed their help, then this opportunity would be much more reasonable. Furthermore, it would be a lie to say that they didn't have any doubts in their hearts. However, since Xianxia was willing to establish a soul contract, then it could be considered as a huge guarantee. Of course, signing a soul contract did not mean that they were absolutely safe. They could only rely on themselves for the rest. After all, it was impossible for them not to take some risks. Xianxia was also satisfied with the reaction of this group of people. After giving a few more instructions, he was about to return to the outer city. He told this group of people to cultivate here and wait for the punishment. With a definite answer, the cultivators were relieved and dispersed. Fangxing, on the other hand, slipped into the crowd with a smile. With a solemn expression, he stopped in front of the woman in green, put his palms together, chanted a Buddhist prayer, and said with a smile, Little lady, this poor monk sees that you are fated with Buddha. Why don't we find a place where there is no one and let Buddha preach a passage of scripture to you? Zhu Xiu was stunned by his words and looked at him in surprise. The lady in green blushed instantly. Seeing that she was about to leave, Fangxing immediately followed her and said with a smile, If I can't preach to you, I can do palmistry. The green-robed woman was skinny and had a sallow complexion. She seemed to be in her 30s and was not a rare beauty. Her figure was passable, but her cultivation was only at golden core second refinement stage. She was considered one of the weaker ones among the group of itinerant cultivators. She was quiet and did not know many people. However, when the wild monk, Fangxing, stood in front of her and put on a look as if he wanted to flirt with her, it still caused some people to be dissatisfied. They looked over angrily. However, itinerant cultivators always played it safe, so no one stood up for them. "Master, please have some self-respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The green-robed woman failed to get in front of Fangxing several times. Her thin face was also angry. She formed a spell with her bare hands and glared at Fangxing. "This master has always taken it upon himself to preach Buddhism. How can you say that I don't have self-respect?" Fangxing grinned and winked at the green-robed woman. However, the woman took it as a flirtatious look, and the anger on her face deepened. All of a sudden, she pinched her index finger and thumb together, and a spell immediately appeared. A golden light flashed in the air, and slashed towards Fangxing like a blade. However, Fangxing was startled, and he suddenly crouched down, narrowly dodging the golden light. Fortunately, he did not have any hair on his head, otherwise, a large patch would have been shaved off. Metal Dharma is very powerful. After he lowered his body, he jumped a few steps back and looked at the green-robed woman with some vigilance. "Monk, don't provoke me, or I'll kill you." The green-robed woman formed a spell and shouted at Fangxing coldly. Then, she slowly retreated and turned to leave. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they had a whole new level of respect for the green-robed woman. In addition, Fangxing dodged awkwardly, and the woman's metal Dharma spell was the most terrifying when facing it head-on. The bystanders could only see the faint golden light. Therefore, the cultivators thought that this monk was just an empty realm, but his actual ability was sloppy and ordinary. Immediately, there was a burst of mockery. "This wild monk wants to flirt with a female cultivator with such little ability. Now that all monks are like this, it's no wonder that Buddhism has declined to such a state. I'm ashamed to be associated with such scum. If he dares to provoke me, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." As they discussed in low voices, Zhu Xiu scattered in all directions. However, Fangxing stood where he was, holding the small cauldron with a playful expression on his face. "That lady benefactor," he suddenly raised his voice and laughed strangely. "You don't look like much, but your butt is quite pretty, shameless." The surrounding rogue cultivators spat at his words. The woman in green was also furious. She turned around and glared at him, but for some reason, her heart was moved. She stared at the monk for a few times, but was sure that he was not that person. She felt a sense of loss and turned around to leave. Fangxing did not expose her. At first, he just talked to her on the spur of the moment. However, after thinking about it, he felt a little lazy. He also thought that since she appeared here, she must be full of hatred for him. Others might just be opportunistic, but there was an 80% chance that she really hated him. Therefore, he did not really want to go and meet her. It was better to think about how to really steal LV Fengxian's white jade token. During this period of time, he stayed here, drinking and sleeping all day long. At the same time, he used the Buddha visualization scripture to probe for secrets. However, he did not eavesdrop on anything valuable from the LV tribe of Taihao. Instead, Xianxia gathered more and more rogue cultivators. After a few days, there were almost 100 of them. Most of them were rogue cultivators, but there were also some experts among them. They could be considered a strong force. This group of people gathered here and talked day and night, trying to rope them in and consolidate their forces. However, Fangxing ignored them and became a lone monk. 4 or 5 days later, Xianxia began to send decrees to summon these people to go out and collect the decrees. The White Jade capital had always been famous for its talisman edicts. Not every talisman was an extremely difficult task, such as killing a demon overlord, assassinating a demon abyss great general, or even searching for a legendary precious medicine. Many of them, although difficult, could be completed by a group of people. Xianxia used the strength of this group of itinerant cultivators to receive the talisman edict and then led them to complete the task. After completing the task, the reward under the talisman edict would be divided among the itinerant cultivators themselves. he would even be rewarded handsomely. However, the glory of completing the talisman edict would be recorded under the name of Lv Fengxian of the Taisheng Daoist orthodoxy. For him, this was also a way to become famous. During this process, the group of itinerant cultivators who had gathered here because of Feng Xing had obtained a large amount of spirit essence, scriptures, techniques, magic treasures, and so on. It could be said to be a considerable income. Coupled with the guarantee of Xianxia's soul contract, all of them felt relieved. During this process, some of them even started to discuss whether they should really submit to Lv Fengxian as a servant or join the Taisheng orthodoxy and become an outer disciple. However, although in Beko Keikyang, it was said that one could obtain all the cultivation needs through the decrees, the white jade tokens were obviously not included. All the decrees that used the white jade tokens as rewards were the best decrees. Only the top figures of a sect or family combined with a powerful force could complete it. It could even be said that many people thought that it was impossible to get the white jade tokens. However, in the process of collecting the decrees, there was also a tempting decree. On the 7th day after Feng Xing came to the inner city of Beko Keikyang, a decree was issued from the inner city of Beko Keikyang. It was very tempting. It turned out that the reward was 10 white jade tokens. It was to capture a demon dweller from Demon Abyss who was lurking in Beko Keikyang. As soon as the news came out, the 5 cities of Beko Keikyang were stirred. Various forces and even rogue cultivators in the city came out of their caves to search for the whereabouts of the demon dweller and win the reward. Even Xianxia sent the rogue cultivators out to gather information. Feng Xing was also a little tempted. Taking advantage of the quiet night, he used the Buddha meditation method to search the inner city and found a few forbidden places. However, the demon dweller did not have any flowers on his face, so he did not find any valuable clues. In addition, he did not have any enmity with the demon dweller. After searching for a few times, he was too lazy to look for it. As usual, he stayed under Xianxia and fooled around with some female benefactors. Lv Fengxian almost never left the palace, so he did not find a chance to steal the white jade tokens. However, he did not stay here for nothing. More than 10 days later, in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard a demonic roar from the southern sky. It was like a big knife cutting into the 9 heavens. Then, the earth trembled and the spiritual chi became chaotic. Even the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage could feel that at this moment, there seemed to be a solid demonic chi appearing between the heaven and earth. It rolled and rolled, covering the sky and the earth from the southwest. Dong, in the south city of Beko Keikyang, a dull bell rang and spread throughout the 5 cities. At this moment, spiritual lights shot up to the sky from the top of the 5 cities of Beko Keikyang. They intertwined in the air and turned into a huge magic array, covering the entire 5 cities and 12 buildings of Beko Keikyang. It was Beko Keikyang, the number 1 celestial city in the Divine Land. After noticing the rolling demonic chi, the first celestial city in Beko Keikyang chose to open the defense array. It was shocking. Could it be that the Devil's Abyss is attacking? Some people were trembling with fear and unease. At this time, in the inner city of Beko Keikyang, Feng Xing and the rogue cultivators had also gathered at the foot of the mountain. Everyone could see the clouds of demonic chi in the southern sky and the deep roar that shook the earth. They did not know what kind of monster had appeared, so they all asked in low voices. Boom! In the main hall at the top, a figure rushed up to the sky and paused in midair. His eyes shone brightly as he looked to the southwest. Surprisingly, Lv Fengxian of the Lu tribe of Tai Hao, who usually did not show his face, was also startled. Senior brother, this is a good chance. In the east, a cloud rushed over as fast as lightning. Xianxia was faintly discernible in the cloud. What happened? Lv Fengxian immediately greeted him and whispered to him. When Feng Xing saw this scene, he immediately sneaked back to the side hall without attracting attention. He took out the Buddha visualization scripture and looked at it. Lv Fengxian and Xianxia's faces were immediately reflected on the scripture. Xianxia reported in a low voice, "There is an unusual movement in the Devil's Abyss. The space-trapping formation has loosened and a few descendants of the untainted land have broken out. Now, the great Jindan tribe guarding that side has been scattered by the ancient demons and suffered heavy casualties. The great Abyssal Guardian tribe is doing its best to guard the Devil's Abyss and repair the formation, so they have no time to spare to chase after the ancient demons. Now, those demons and devils are attacking Beko Kekyang at high speed. Beko Kekyang has issued the latest edict to kill the ancient demons and collect talisman stones. If you can collect 10 talisman stones or kill an ancient demon royal family, you can exchange them for a white jade token, descendants of the untainted land. When LV Fengxian heard this, he took a deep breath in his heart. Those are demons and devils that have existed in the world since the untainted land. Even the ordinary descendants are comparable to the Yuanying cultivators. According to the legends, the royal family of the ancient demons is an existence that even the cultivators who pass the tribulation stage do not dare to provoke. Is Beko Kekyang crazy? They don't want the Yuanying to fight, but they want us to fight against these demonic seeds? Xianxia said, this time, there was only a loophole in the great space trap formation, and a few ancient demons escaped. It's not worth it for nascent soul cultivators to make a move. Moreover, I think this decree probably represents the sage's intention. It's to see if anyone dares to make a move. This sentence moved LV Fengxian. After a moment of silence, he said, if that is the case, the Taisheng orthodoxy cannot fall behind. After saying that, his figure soared into the sky, and he said in a clear voice, the descendants of the untainted land have broken out of the demon abyss and created chaos in the southern region. How can the Taisheng orthodoxy sit back and watch? The true disciple of the Taisheng orthodoxy, LV Fengxian, is willing to lead the people to fight. I hope the sage can grant me this edict to kill the demons and devils. His voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide, and shaking the void. Granted. After a while, in the western part of the White Jade capital, which was 10,000 miles away, there was a loud shout in a small, solitary, and lofty black tower that was built on a mountain with 10,000 blades. Then, a talisman flew over. In an instant, it traveled 10,000 miles and arrived before LV Fengxian, floating in the air. LV Fengxian's expression was solemn. He received the edict with both hands, and then shouted down, the opportunity is right in front of me, who dares to fight with me? Almost as soon as his voice fell, a dozen black shadows suddenly rushed out from the back of the mountain and several buildings on the mountainside. They quietly floated behind LV Fengxian. They were all the people who came to Beko Kekyang. Below, although there were many rogue cultivators, they all had strange expressions. They had heard LV Fengxian's words just now and knew that there was a problem in the demon abyss. Thinking of the various terrifying legends in the demon abyss, they immediately hesitated, and no one dared to stand out and agree. But at this moment, a monk suddenly rushed out from the crowd, raised his hand high, and said, me, I will go. Bootlicker. The rogue cultivators were filled with hatred. That wild monk with the Dharma named Xingfeng was really not a good person. Usually, when making other talismans, he would either hide in the back and not contribute, or he would rush to the front to snatch credit. When it was time to split the reward, he refused to do it even when the reward was too little, and often dragged others to complain to the employer. At this moment, all the cultivators felt that if they were to fight, it would be extremely dangerous, but he was the first to jump out and raise his hand, saying that he wanted to go. How could the others put their face, seeing that the rogue cultivators below were not in high spirits? Xianxia's voice also became cold. If you don't contribute when you should, when it's time to seek for opportunities, do you still want to get any benefits? Those who don't want to fight today, leave this mountain. This time, Zhu Xiu was completely speechless. It was over, he couldn't not go even if he wanted to. After looking at each other, the old Jindan Mahayana cultivator stood out and shouted coldly, fellow Taoists, wealth comes from danger. Since we want to take advantage of the Taisheng orthodoxy to step on the green cloud peak, there is no reason for us to be lazy. Although this demon slaying is dangerous, it is also an opportunity. Who hasn't heard that although the primitive descendants are terrifying, their bodies are also priceless treasures? If we are lucky enough to obtain the innate talisman stone in the body of the primitive descendant, not to mention collecting it to exchange for the white jade token, just the innate magical power in it should be enough for us to make a fortune, right? Haha, this is a good opportunity. I want to follow the young master of the Lu family to slay the demon, what do you think? This old man was called Qianlaohe. Among the rogue cultivators, his cultivation was considered to be the top, and coupled with his virtue and prestige, he was now the leader of the rogue cultivators. He was usually very prestigious, and even Xianxia was polite to him. Among the rogue cultivators, his words carried enormous weight. As soon as he said this, the other cultivators immediately responded. Even those who did not intend to fight could only acquiesce. After all, the rogue cultivators had an agreement to advance and retreat together. If they did not stand on the same side as the others, they would be excluded and fight alone, and in serious cases, they might even be secretly killed by them. Rumble, the rogue cultivator soared into the clouds and followed behind the people of the Supreme Taoism. When LV Fengxian saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. He exchanged glances with Xianxia and directly rushed to the east side of the city. The Liuhe residents in the eastern part of the city belonged to the Liu tribe in the Taihao continent. Since Liu Fengxian decided to go out of the city to kill the demon, he had informed the manager of the Liuhe residents. When he rushed out of the city, a huge black monster-like spiritual boat was already hovering outside the Sun Gate in the western part of the city. Seeing the spiritual boat, even Chen Laohe, who was recognized as the alliance master among the independent cultivators, was a little shocked. This spiritual boat was made by the Heavenly Craftsmanship Academy in the central region. It was 1,000 meters long and 300 meters wide, and it contained the spiritual source and many rune restrictions that the Yuanying Grand Cultivation Institute had spent 3 years to create. It was said that if a Golden Core Realm cultivator hid in this spiritual boat, he would have the ability to fight against the Yuanying Grand Cultivator for about 15 minutes. Of course, they could only fight against each other. After all, no Yuanying Grand Cultivator was stupid enough to fight against this spiritual boat. One spiritual boat cost 100,000 spiritual essences, and it didn't include the repair and maintenance costs. It was obvious how expensive this spiritual boat was. The fact that the Liu tribe of the Taihao continent sent out such a powerful spiritual boat shocked the independent cultivators. They were all Golden Core Realm cultivators, but the gap between them was so huge. Let's go. LV Fengxian boarded the spiritual boat first, and the other independent cultivators followed him. After sitting in the cabin, LV Fengxian tossed out a decree, and the huge spiritual boat started with a rumble. Bolts of lightning bolts and spiritual essence turned into whirlwinds, sending the spiritual boat into the distant sky. When the spiritual boat started moving, they saw huge spiritual boats soaring into the sky from the west and the other cities. There were even huge demon beasts flying across the sky and charging toward the demonic abyss with groups of powerful cultivators. A rough count showed that 7 to 8 groups of people had come out of the cave, and they were all well equipped. It seemed that many masters had gathered in the White Jade capital. The spiritual boat prepared by LV Fengxian was huge, but it was a masterpiece of the Heavenly Craftsmanship Institute. After it was activated, its speed increased rapidly until it was almost as fast as an ordinary Yuanying Grand Cultivator flying in the sky. Beko Keqiang was about 30,000 kilometers away from the demonic abyss. However, the spiritual boat only traveled for about 1 hour before it saw waves of demonic essence shooting into the sky from the southeast. It seemed that the boat had encountered the remnant species from the demonic abyss. There's a remnant species over there. Everyone, get ready. At this moment, LV Fengxian had changed into a set of white battle armor and stood on the spiritual boat with the heavenly halberd in his hand. His elegant demeanor turned into that of a ferocious general. Facing the shocking demonic essence in front of him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his aura became more and more powerful. Standing still with the heavenly halberd in his hand, he took out a spiritual note from his storage bag and flicked it into the air. Hiss, the talisman transformed in the wind and shockingly turned into a light yellow bird. It was abnormally agile, chirping twice as it flew forward. LV Fengxian stood still as if he was sensing something quietly. After a while, his expression suddenly changed, and he said with a frown, "The realm-detecting talisman only saw a remnant species that looked like a giant crocodile. It was more than 1,000 meters long and was devouring the creatures in the mountain. Before I could observe it carefully, it was burned by the demonic essence around the demon. It seems to be an ordinary remnant species. Don't worry. With our strength, it's not difficult to kill this demon." With that said, he waved his hand and signaled the spiritual boat to continue moving forward. The independent cultivators in the spiritual boat all looked serious and took out their best spiritual artifacts. On the other hand, those who belonged to LV Fengxian looked at the group of independent cultivators with cold and arrogant expressions. Little girl, are you afraid? Do you want me to tell you some scriptures? Fengxing moved closer to the green-clothed woman and asked with a smile. The green-clothed woman was helpless. At this moment, this wild monk was flirting with her again. Before she could scold him, the alliance master of the independent cultivators, Xianxia, lowered his voice and shouted angrily at Fengxing, "Wild monk, I don't care about you when you pester us endlessly. But now, we are facing a remnant species of the untainted land. It's dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your life. If you dare to cause trouble again, I will be the first to kill you. Ms. Qing'er, come to my side. Let's fight against the enemy together." With that said, he looked at the green-clothed woman with an obvious hint. He had long taken a fancy to this woman's powerful metal elemental spiritual spells. However, he didn't expect that he would make use of her metal elemental spiritual spells when he scolded this wild monk and tried to curry favor with the green-clothed woman. He wanted to draw her to his side so that he could use her metal elemental spiritual spells. The wild monk jumped up and cursed, "Who are you? How dare you be so rude to me? If you have the guts, take out your spiritual artifacts and fight with me." "Monk, shut up. How dare you disrespect Elder Chen?" Qianlao's lackeys jumped out and glared at Fengxing. To be honest, after this period of getting along, the others had become more familiar with each other and had more or less built friendships with each other. However, this wild monk had offended more and more people. It was to the point that he was about to be attacked by a group of people. "Respect your mother's balls. Believe it or not, I will teach you a lesson together." Fengxing raised his voice and glared at the group of independent cultivators around Qianlaohe like a fighting cock. Qianlaohe's group was immediately speechless. How would they dare to fight with this monk in this situation? Silence. A cold shout came from outside the cabin. As expected, it was LV Fengxian's servant who spoke. The independent cultivators immediately shut their mouths, feeling extremely aggrieved. However, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they looked at Fengxing. "Miss Qing'er, don't bother with this wild monk. When we fight later, you and I will fight together. With my earth elemental spiritual spells, you will be able to achieve a miraculous effect. Moreover, since you are by my side, I will naturally protect you. If anyone dares to provoke you, just kill them." Qianlaohe held his breath and glared at Fengxing. Then, he said to the green-clothed woman. Unexpectedly, the green-clothed woman only glanced at him and said softly, "No need, I will go alone." "You? You don't know how to appreciate favors." Qianlaohe obviously didn't expect that she would reject him in front of his face, and he was immediately filled with anger. During this period of time, he had almost all the itinerant cultivators under his command, but there were still some people who didn't pay attention to him. Needless to say, that wild monk was simply annoying to see, but this woman in green also took him seriously. He had extended an olive branch several times, but she ignored it. Just this one rejection caused his hatred for the green-clothed woman to surpass that of the wild monk. On the other hand, when the wild monk heard this, he chuckled and said, "Right, little lady, it's better if you come with me." Unexpectedly, the green-clothed woman only glanced at him coldly and said, "No need, I will go by myself." The wild monk immediately lost his composure. He glared at Qianlaohe angrily. However, Qianlaohe was baffled. "She rejected you, so why are you glaring at me? Get out of the cabin and slay the demon." At this moment, the spiritual boat suddenly stopped in the void. Xianxia's voice had already sounded outside. Zhu Shou did not dare to be negligent. He immediately got out of the spiritual boat and floated into the air. He released his divine thoughts and scanned the area below. He saw a stretch of mountains below. Behind the mountains was a vast plain. On the plain, there was a ruins of a city. It looked like a mortal city, but at this moment, it had all been burned. In the middle of the city, there was a huge demon crocodile roaring at the sky. The demonic energy around it was surging wildly, as if it was a solid substance. At this moment, it was swaying and crawling forward with a rumbling sound. "This is a surviving species of the untainted land?" Someone's voice trembled and he subconsciously said, "Why is its aura more terrifying than that of the Yuanying elder of my former faction?" Haha, this is just an ordinary surviving species of the untainted land. If you see the royal family, won't you wet your pants? Some of Xianxia's direct subordinates sneered, causing sparse laughter. This demon's weakness is in the center of the back of its neck, in the center of the red mark. You guys distract its attention, and I will kill it. Xianxia looked over coldly and gave an order in a low voice. Then, he took the lead and rushed down. After receiving his order, the direct subordinates, Xianxia, and even Qianlaohe and other independent cultivators also gathered their spirits and rushed toward the ancient demon below. The green-cloaked woman stared at Xianxia. She bit her lips and was about to follow, but suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm. What are you doing? The green-cloaked woman was shocked and angry. She shouted at Fangxing, do you want this kind of runestone too? I can help you get dozens of them, okay? Fangxing chuckled and winked at the green-cloaked woman. I don't need it. Looking at the monk's annoying face, the lady in green was furious. She fiercely scolded him and was about to pull her hand back. In her heart, she did not believe that this monk had the ability to help her snatch such a precious talisman stone. She only thought that this monk was taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to come and tease her. If she was not in a hurry to do her own thing, she would have killed him. Hee, don't go. Surprisingly, she did not struggle free. The wild monk took the opportunity to grab onto her delicate palm. He had an expression of I'll only tell you because I treat you as one of my own. He said mysteriously, let me tell you, if we rush forward now, we'll be in trouble. Let's hide behind and watch the show first. Who is on your side? The lady in green was speechless. Just now, you were the first one to jump out and cry. Now, you are the one who is lazy and cunning, hiding behind and not willing to help. Which temple did this monk crawl out from? Why did he have to pester her? He had obviously changed his appearance, and his current appearance looked very ordinary. She was anxious and angry. In addition, she had an urgent matter and did not want this monk to mess up her plan. She angrily made a hand seal and golden light gathered around her. The dense murderous aura was very terrifying and was about to turn into a sharp sword to kill this monk. Damn it! Fangxing immediately let go of her hand and subconsciously raised his defense. The lady in green bit her lips but did not really attack him. She only coldly shouted, don't bother me. As she spoke, her figure swooped down and went straight to the area where Fangxing and Lu Fengxian were. What is this little girl trying to do? Fangxing was also at a loss. He could faintly tell what was going on, so he steeled his heart and followed them quietly. At this time, below, Zhu Xiu had already made a move against the ancient demon. The cultivators were scattered in all directions. Pill lights, techniques, and magic tools all attacked the strange crocodile. This attack could not be said to be weak, but when it hit the thick black scales of the strange crocodile, it was actually not harmed at all. The strange scales were even more powerful than Yuaning's spiritual light. However, this also angered the fierce crocodile. It roared towards the sky and a red flame shot up into the sky. Chi! Chi! Two unlucky ghosts could not dodge in time and were grazed by the flame. They did not even make a sound before they turned into ashes. Their souls did not even have the chance to escape. The remaining cultivators were also shocked at the same time. Some hurriedly dodged to the side, while the smarter ones had already escaped into the sky. Although the surviving species of the untainted land are terrifying, the demonic abyss is an incomplete world with incomplete rules. Growing in the demonic abyss, they are born with a big weakness. That is, ordinary demonic species are unable to fly. Everyone, pay attention. As long as you are flying in the sky, don't get too close to it. Just hit it with talismans or spells from a distance. Pay attention to your movements and dodge. Don't get hurt by its natal magic power. Qianlaohe was very knowledgeable and gave a lot of advice to the people around him. With a serious expression, he attacked the strange crocodile from afar. Just as he said, although the strange crocodile had infinite strength and terrifying magical power, and its black scales were also indestructible, it did not have the ability to fly in the sky. It was attacked by Zhu Xiu in the sky in a circle. It roared again and again, but it could only go crazy on the ground. It slapped its claws and tail, creating one terrifying crack after another on the ground. However, it had no way to catch this group of flies flying in the sky. Unable to restrain its anger, it repeatedly raised its head and spewed out that terrible red flame. There were even a few times when it directly jumped up into the sky to catch people. However, except for a few unlucky guys or guys with low cultivation who could not dodge in time and were caught by it, the others had already discovered its weakness of not being able to fly and escaped far away. The demon crocodile was angry and mad. Its spiritual sense was not low. Seeing this scene, it actually gradually wanted to retreat. Shaking its head, it crawled back. The cultivators tried to stop it, but it was to no avail. This guy was really too powerful. When the top profound level weapons hit its body, it didn't seem to hurt or itch. It didn't even leave a mark. Even when the divine sword that could cut through gold and iron hit its body, it could only leave a white mark on its scales. Its black scales were simply indestructible. In front of it, Xianxia was really like a fly. Although it could not drive away these flies, a group of flies buzzing around could only make people feel disgusted. How could they so easily cause harm to it, until LV Fengxian made his move. LV Fengxian, who had pressed down the cloud, held the sky halberd in his hand, but he was not in a hurry to make a move. He had been hiding behind the clouds in the void and watching coldly. Seeing that the monster crocodile was disturbed by the other rogue cultivators and rushed to other places, its eyes no longer looking in his direction, his eyes focused and suddenly swooped down. His figure was so fast that it even created a gust of wind beside him. Looking from afar, a silver light cut through the dark sky between the demonic clouds and rushed straight to the back of the demon crocodile. Roar! It was also at this moment that the demon crocodile, which seemed to have not noticed anything and was charging forward with its head lowered, suddenly flipped its thick and terrifying tail and ruthlessly swung it towards the silver light. The power of this swing was so terrifying that it even shattered the void, drawing out a black bolt of lightning. LV Fengxian's speed was also very fast, so he could only watch helplessly as he could not avoid the sweep of the demon crocodile's tail. Senior brother, be careful. Taoist son, be careful. At this moment, Xianxia and LV Fengxian's servants shouted nervously at the same time. In the distance, the woman in green who had been secretly following LV Fengxian was also stunned. She looked forward with an embarrassed expression, her face full of nervousness. F***CK, is this guy going to be killed by the demon crocodile's tail? Even Fengxian could not help but think of this. He raised his hands and was ready to applaud. But at this time LV Fengxian, who had rushed to the back of the demon crocodile and could not avoid the demon's tail attack, suddenly roared and directly raised his left arm to hit the crocodile's tail that was swung across the sky. However, there was only a bang sound. The crocodile's tail was not inferior to Yuan Ying's full-strength slap, but it was directly blocked by LV Fengxian's erect left arm. Even the silver armor on his left arm burst out with divine power and directly smashed the scales of the crocodile's tail. Blood splattered in the air and turned into a flower of blood. Roar! The crocodile's tail was almost broken, and it fell limply to the ground. The demon crocodile felt pain and hurriedly turned around, wanting to spit out red flames to hurt its enemy. However, LV Fengxian sneered. His figure stepped on the air and suddenly closed in. When the demon crocodile's head had just turned halfway, he had already rushed to the top of its neck. The heavenly halberd in his hand turned in the palm of his hand, and immediately turned into a rapidly rotating black flowing light. It directly pierced towards the center of the circle of red marks on the back of the strange crocodile's neck. In the blink of an eye, the demon crocodile had almost no room to dodge and was pierced by the halberd. Its indestructible black shell was directly pierced by the heavenly halberd like tofu. Boom! 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 The strange crocodile let out an earth-shattering roar, and its four claws and tail swung wildly, directly whipping the ground and sending rocks flying into the sky. Thick layers of smoke surged into the sky, but at this moment, the demonic clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, as if they had turned into wisps of smoke, directly drifting towards the southwest direction of the demon abyss. At this moment, the smoke and dust that filled the sky had replaced the demonic clouds in the sky. However, the smoke would eventually dissipate. After a while, the strange crocodile stopped struggling, and the smoke and dust gradually settled. Then, the figure of LV Fengxian holding the heavenly halberd appeared, standing on the back of the demon crocodile, the cloak behind him fluttering in the wind. In the surrounding void, whether it was LV Fengxian's direct family servants, Xianxia, or the group of rogue cultivators, they were all dumbfounded. Even Feng Xing and the girl in green were looking at him with some shock. Oh my, this bastard's strength is so fierce, he actually doesn't lose to this strange crocodile? Feng Xing's eyes flickered, and his gaze was fixed on LV Fengxian's left arm, which had just received a slap from the strange crocodile's tail, but was completely unscathed, and even the armor was still smooth and shiny. Feng Xing was a little surprised in his heart. His real strength far exceeded Zhu Xiu's, and his eyes were naturally extraordinary. He was far more aware of the horror of LV Fengxian's divine strength than the others, and he was already secretly calculating in his heart. His body was also considered strong, and it was rare for him to meet an opponent, but how would it compare to him? Daoist Sun is brave and fearless, and his magic power is invincible. After the air was silent for a while, LV Fengxian's direct family servants suddenly knelt at this moment, and at this moment, they shouted loudly at the same time. Young Master LV's divine power is invincible, and you killed the ferocious demon. We congratulate young Master LV. After being reminded by the group of direct family servants, Xianxia and the other rogue cultivators hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted loudly. Mother of Ker, everyone was flattering, and Feng Xing was also speechless. Seeing that LV Fengxian and his group of direct family servants were looking at the sky, he did not want to give himself away at this time, and could only quietly pull a cloud to cover half of his body, so that people could not see whether he was kneeling or not. At the same time, he helplessly waved his arms, and weakly shouted, "Invincible! Invincible! Haha, there is no need to talk about invincibility anymore. There is no invincible person in the world." Zhu Xiu congratulated him together. LV Fengxian only smiled faintly when he heard this. He waved his halberd lightly and walked down from the back of the demon crocodile. He said lightly, "I was able to kill this demon thanks to all of you. It was not my achievement alone. Let's cut open this primitive remnant species and see if there is any talisman stone. Even if there isn't, this demon's body can be considered priceless. You can divide it equally, he is actually so generous." When the rogue cultivators heard this, their hearts were already faintly excited. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the demon crocodile lying on the ground. A group of people led by Xianxia directly knelt before LV Fengxian and shouted, "Thank you, young Master LV, for your reward. How dare we not do our best to serve you?" LV Fengxian only smiled faintly, then flicked his sleeves and ordered them to stand up. Xianxia and the others hurriedly stepped forward and took out their sharp weapons. They cut open the demon crocodile's body along the wound on its back and dug down along its spine. Surprisingly, in the third depression of the thick spine, they found a black crystal the size of a fist. It looked like a stone, but if they carefully sensed it, they could see that there was a deep spiritual light within it. Its surface was densely covered with patterns that formed natural runes. It was mysterious and contained divine power. Talisman stone. There really is a talisman stone. Suddenly, there were a few shocked voices in the crowd and they all came forward to take a look. Xianxia's hands trembled as he held the talisman stone and placed it 10 feet away from him. Then, he cautiously sent a ray of spiritual light into it. The spiritual light seeped into the stone, and in an instant, the surrounding red light was dazzling and a red flame was ignited. It was the same red flame that the demon crocodile had just spat out. The temperature was so high that it could melt rock and soil. It even had the divine power to injure Yuanying. All the cultivators present were flabbergasted when they saw this scene. It must be known that even in the prehistoric bloodline, this type of natural talisman stone was not something every species would possess. For this type of ordinary species, 1 out of 3 or 4 would possess a talisman stone was already a very high probability. Yet, the Unification Division of the Grand Supreme Path had found such a talisman stone in the first demon crocodile they killed when they left the capital to slay the demon. It was really a very good luck. Such a talisman stone, not to mention the fact that it possessed mystical runes, was an invaluable material for crafting weapons. It was priceless. Beko Keqiang had even issued a decree stating that if one could gather 10 talisman stones, they would be able to exchange them for a spot to enter the schools of philosophers. What kind of precious item was this? Xianxia held up the talisman stone. Although he was extremely reluctant, he could only present it to LV Fengxian with both hands. Zhu Shou looked at the talisman stone greedily. He was extremely tempted, but he also knew that it would not fall into his hands. Unexpectedly, when LV Fengxian saw the talisman stone, he sized it up and suddenly sneered. He said to Chen Laohe, Elder Zhenren, I heard from Master Zhenren that you have always cooperated with him to complete the decree. Just now, when you joined forces to kill this demon crocodile, you also took the lead and made a great contribution. I, LV Fengxian, have never rewarded those who have done their best. This talisman stone shall be given to you. Boom, all the cultivators present were stunned, and they practically didn't dare believe their ears. Especially Chen Laohe, he almost fell to the ground as he stared blankly at LV Fengxian. Only after a long time did he realize that this was true. He kowtowed, his gratitude more than words could express. This was a talisman stone, collecting 10 of them could be exchanged for a white jade badge. If LV Fengxian had only given them the body of the demon crocodile, it would have been fine. However, he even gave them the talisman stone. This was too generous. It was so generous that Zhu Shou could not believe it. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Haha, there's no need to be so polite. You have done your best, so you deserve this reward. LV Fengxian smiled faintly. He waved his sleeves and lifted Zhu Shou up. Then, he glanced at the other rogue cultivators and said calmly, I killed the primitive remnant species to get rid of the demon. I don't care about the benefits. If you are willing to do your best, you will be rewarded generously. Yes, young master, with Chen Laohe taking the lead, the rogue cultivators all knelt down. Their voices echoed in the sky. Only Fengxing stood at the side lazily with the Ascension Zen cauldron in his hand. He was smiling, but he was sneering in his heart. This bastard really knows how to buy people's hearts. He looks generous, but in fact, he has the final say on who to give the talisman stone to. If I don't have 10 talisman stones, I won't be able to exchange for the white jade badge. It's only worth some money. In the end, the talisman stone is still in his hands. The spiritual boat sailed forward and put the demon crocodile into the magical cabin as a trophy. Then, it looked at the demonic energy from afar and continued to move forward. It was smooth sailing. Soon, they saw a white shadow swimming over the peak of a mountain in front of them. It slid toward Fengxing. When they looked closely, they found that it was a one-horned white python that was more than 300 meters long and as thick as a jade pillar. Its body was covered with white scales, and its eyes were red and terrifying. It flicked its tongue and dashed forward like lightning. It seemed to be attracted by the smell of the demon crocodile's blood and qi. Boom! 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 Without Xianxia's command, all the rogue cultivators rushed over and used all kinds of talismans. Everyone was fighting to be the first. Just now, LV Fengxian gave the talisman stone to Chen Laohe, who contributed the most. This really stimulated the hearts of all the cultivators. This time everyone wanted to fight for the first credit. Moreover, they also found that although the descendants of the untainted land were terrifying, they did not have the ability to fly. It seemed that they were not as scary as they imagined. Anyway, they just needed to attack it with all their might and distract its attention. Then, LV Fengxian could find a chance to kill it. The risk was not high, and the reward was high. Who wouldn't fight for such a good thing? Seeing that the green-clothed woman was about to bite her lips and rush forward, Fengxing became anxious. He grabbed her from the side and pulled her back. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he muttered, "Damn idiot." The green-clothed woman was furious and shouted, "Don't bother me." Before she finished speaking, Fengxing had already grabbed her under his arm and ran away. He shouted, "Can't you see that I have wings?" The green-clothed woman was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and immediately widened her eyes. After the single-horned white python swam over the top of the mountain, it saw a swarm of flies flying in front of it and throwing all kinds of talismans. A trace of coldness flashed in its scarlet eyes. Suddenly, it slapped its tail on the top of the mountain and jumped directly into the air. At the same time, 2 transparent membranes on its back tore open and spread in the air. It was 2 huge membrane wings stretching in the air. With a flap, the wind between heaven and earth became chaotic. It rushed straight to the individual cultivators in the air and swallowed 4 or 5 people in one bite. It has wings. It's the king of the prehistoric descendants. No, it's not the king, it just has the bloodline of the king, but it's still not something we can defeat. All the cultivators were stunned, and after a long while, someone started to cry. Only then did they realize that the white snake had a pair of membrane wings. When it was not flying, it was tightly attached to its body and almost integrated with its body. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. However, the membrane wings were too thin and fragile compared to its huge body. It could not fly for a long time. However, with the height of the mountain and the force of jumping, it was enough to use the wings to circle in the air for a short period of time. This time, the group of rogue cultivators were scared out of their wits. They ran back as if they were crying for their parents. However, the power of the surviving species of the Great Desolation was so terrifying that they foolishly rushed to the front of the surviving species. The horned white python circled in the air, and a strange force field had already wrapped most of them in the middle. Then, the snake's body circled in the air, obviously wanting to coil this group of people in the middle and slowly enjoy it. Evil creature, let them go. Fortunately, at this time LV Fengxian could not help but take action. After all, this group of people was still useful. He roared and stepped on the air. Behind him, the direct descendants of the family and Xianxia followed on the left. After a few flashes in the air, he had already rushed to the front of the white snake. The heavenly halberd slashed heavily, and a divine light directly slashed towards the waist of the white snake. The strength of the power was so strong that the void along the way kept collapsing. Hiss! The single-horned white python knew how powerful it was. Its scarlet eyes revealed a cold glint. Its snake tail flicked, and like an iron spear, it directly collided with LV Fengxian's heavenly halberd. At this time, it was discovered that the white body of the single-horned white python, the tip of its tail was actually pitch black. As it slashed in the air, it drew out a black light. Like a terrifying long spear, it was both agile and ruthless. Whoosh! Bang! A loud sound rang out in the air. The heavenly halberd and the snake tail collided, causing an explosion of energy ripples. Under this huge force, LV Fengxian coldly snorted. His figure did not retreat, but the tip of the single-horned white python's tail was bounced off. Drops of blood seeped out. The snake also knew how powerful it was. In an instant, it actually released Zhu Xiu, who was entangled by it, and swam away into the distance. Its body was so big, but as it swam in the air, its membrane wings flapped, and it was actually as fast as lightning. This full-speed escape, its speed was more than 3 times that of LV Fengxian. LV Fengxian chased for a few hundred zhang, and could only see its shadow. Helpless, he could only stop and give up on the thought of chasing it. After a few moments, the white shadow had already disappeared into the boundless demonic clouds. This devil has a pair of wings, so it must have the bloodline of the royal family. It is inevitable that its body will produce a talisman stone, and it might even be of extraordinary quality. 1 talisman stone is comparable to 3 ordinary talisman stones. What a pity, it has extreme speed, and it can also soar through the air. I am not proficient in speed, so I can't catch up to it. LV Fengxian frowned. He seemed to be somewhat unwilling to let the single-horned white python escape, but he was very helpless. Not far away from him, Fengxing looked at the white shadow that was getting further away. He was rather tempted, thinking that if he chased after it, he might be able to kill the single-horned white python. However, when he thought about how he had managed to sneak in, he did not want to be exposed so easily. No matter what, the talisman stones obtained by the Supreme Orthodoxy, the rogue cultivators thought that they belonged to them, LV Fengxian thought that they belonged to him, and from Fengxing's point of view, they all ***king belonged to him. After the white snake fled, LV Fengxian had no choice but to return to the spiritual boat. At this time, the group of rogue cultivators who had escaped from death were also well behaved. Each of them still had lingering fear. After experiencing the casualties, they realized that it was not so easy to pick up such an advantage. The excitement that had just risen faded a little. On the other hand, the green-cloaked woman no longer looked at Fengxing with disgust in her eyes. She knew that she was a little reckless just now. Fortunately, this monk had helped her avoid a disaster. Although she still did not have a good face, she still thanked him politely. The spiritual boat moved forward again, but it didn't dare to go at full speed and could only move forward slowly. However, to their surprise, even though they were depressed that they couldn't kill the horned white python, things weren't over yet. After half an hour, when their spiritual boat slowly and heavily bypassed a huge mountain, a scarlet demonic light dashed toward them and crashed into the bow of the spiritual boat. Even though the defensive array protecting the boat was activated immediately, the boat still staggered from this horrifying force, and the defensive array almost shattered. Alarmed, LV Fengxian and the others jumped out of the boat and saw a white figure turning around behind the mountain and hissing provocatively before disappearing into the void. With the royal bloodline, this remnant is indeed extraordinary. It even knows how to hold grudges. All the cultivators were shocked, and a sense of panic appeared in their eyes. No matter who it was, they would not feel at ease after being targeted by such a thing. However, LV Fengxian narrowed his eyes coldly and ordered the spiritual boat to move forward again without saying a word. As expected, the horned white python appeared again in less than 1 hour, and it crashed toward the spiritual boat with a huge mountain. Fortunately, LV Fengxian was prepared. He flew out of the boat and shattered the mountain with his halberd, saving the spiritual boat from the fate of being smashed into the ground by this huge mountain. However, when he was about to chase after the horned white python, it disappeared again. It was too fast, and it hid its demonic essence so that it was hard to detect. It came and went as if it had turned from a prey to a hunter. Senior brother, if we really can't do it, we can only retreat for now. After being harassed by it several times in a row, LV Fengxian's group was already annoyed to the extreme, let alone killing the other surviving species of the untainted land. Xianxia's expression was grim. He knew that although the white python's sneak attack was not successful, it was still extremely dangerous. Once it succeeded, more than half of their group would be killed or injured. Therefore, he had no choice but to advise LV Fengxian to retreat first. Don't tell me you want me to have the reputation of being forced to retreat by a beast? LV Fengxian said while gritting his teeth. His eyes were cold and full of hatred. He even looked at Xianxia with an unfriendly gaze. Xianxia was helpless. He knew that LV Fengxian did not want to have this kind of reputation. Although he had killed a lost species and could be considered to have completed his task, he was the successor of the Taisheng orthodoxy and the descendant of the true immortals of the Taihaolu tribe. How could he be willing to be forced back to Beko Kekyung by a lost species of untainted land? Young Master Lu, old Cranechen requests to see you. He has something important to discuss, but just as he was vexed, someone from the main cabin asked to see him. It was old Cranechen. He entered the door with a face full of smiles and saluted LV Fengxian. Speak. Hearing old Cranechen's words, LV Fengxian's face was gloomy and he spoke in a cold voice. The usually elegant and graceful LV Fengxian seemed to have lost some of his poise at this moment. It seemed that he was greatly angered by the single-horned white python. Old Cranechen muttered in his heart when he saw this, but he still plucked up his courage and said with a smile, Young Master Lu, that lost species of untainted land has a grudge and has repeatedly come to harass us. Although I am not afraid, it is annoying. This old man has a plan to capture this beast. As soon as he said this, LV Fengxian and Xianxia both looked at him gloomily and silently. Old Cranechen laughed and said, in this old man's opinion, although that lost species of untainted land is terrifying, young Master Lu's divine power is unparalleled. Killing it is as easy as flipping your hand. It is just that it came fast and escaped fast, so it is difficult to capture. But now that it has a grudge and wants to pester us, why don't we make use of it and set a trap for it? Haha, we have a lot of people. If we find a suitable terrain and set up a large formation, we can lure it in and trap it. At that time, young Master Lu can make a move. That white snake is cunning and suspicious. In addition, its speed is faster than lightning. How can it be tricked so easily? Hearing old Cranechen's words, LV Fengxian frowned and said coldly. The plan that old Cranechen mentioned was not something new. It was just a common ambush. LV Fengxian understood as soon as he heard it. However, thinking about the success of this plan, LV Fengxian still looked at old Cranechen expressionlessly. It's not impossible. Xianxia said thoughtfully, although that white snake has intelligence, it is not a real royal family. Its intelligence is limited. Even if it is cunning, it can't see through our careful arrangements. If we divide our forces into two groups, with one group getting off the boat quietly and the other driving the boat back to Beko Keikyun, this beast will think that we are tired of it and have returned to the capital. When it lets down its guard, we can find someone as bait to lure it and trap it into an ambush. Of course, we need to pay attention to a few details. I suggest that you stand on the boat and let it watch you go back to the city. You are the only one it is afraid of. As long as you leave, it will definitely let down its guard. If we choose 64 people to set up a large formation, we can trap it for at least 15 minutes. During this time, as long as you come back in time, it will be dead for sure. LV Fengxian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was quite tempted, but he didn't have any other good ideas at the moment. After a long while, he asked with concentration, "This plan is simple, but the bait is difficult. Do you have any suitable candidates?" Chen Laohe had been waiting for this question and said immediately, "The bait must have a high cultivation strength. Otherwise, it will be swallowed immediately. Secondly, the bait must be smart and bold. Only those who are good at escaping can take on this heavy responsibility." "I know a good candidate," he said a name in a low voice with a sincere but sinister expression. "That monk Xingfang is the most suitable." LV Fengxian and Xianxia didn't bother to pay attention to his thoughts. Instead, they thought about the feasibility of this plan seriously. Chen Laohe said with a smile, "I can't see the monk's cultivation strength clearly, but he is at least at the top tier of Golden Core realm. Moreover, he is extremely bold and annoying. Besides, his speed. Elder Master, you must have noticed that every time we encounter danger or snatch benefits, this monk will escape or snatch the credit. He is as fast as lightning, ugh." LV Fengxian looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia said with a bitter smile, "That's true. 5 days ago, I took them to Futua Mountain to look for a treasure herb. Many people saw the treasure herb from afar, and I was closer to it. However, this monk dashed over with a whoosh. Before I could react, he was already laughing with the treasure herb in his hand. It took me a lot of effort to get it back from him. If there is such a candidate, then we'll follow this plan." LV Fengxian made the decision and said coldly. Although these independent cultivators were still useful to him, he didn't mind losing 1 or 2 of them if they could help him kill the white snake. "Well, I'll go and make the decision." Chen Laohe felt reassured. He hastily agreed and went to the back of the cabin. "What? You want me to lure the white snake over?" After a while, a roar sounded in the spiritual boat. Feng Xing pointed at his nose and looked at Chen Guha, who was sneering in front of him. He was shocked and angry, and he wanted to grab this old bastard and beat him up. "Hee, we're all working for Gongzi Lu's faction. When it's time to contribute, how can we retreat? Monk, when we're with you, you snatch credit, slack off, play tricks, and are selfish. We won't talk about these things. I've discussed this plan with Gongzi Lu and the elders, and no one is more suitable than you. You should stop talking nonsense and take up this task. If you can successfully lure the white snake into the ambush, Gongzi Lu will definitely remember your contribution and reward you handsomely." Chen Laohe said coldly with a solemn expression, but a sneer appeared on his face. His expression seemed to be saying, "If you survive, you will be rewarded handsomely. If you die, you won't get the reward, right?" In fact, he couldn't say it out loud. If Feng Xing really lured the white snake over, who would have the time to care about this monk? Of course, he would be trapped in the array and let the white snake devour him. To him, as long as he helped LV Fengxian trap the white snake, it would be a great contribution. Who would care about this monk's life or death? He, are you sure you want me to lure the white snake over?" A murderous spirit rose in Feng Xing's heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he asked with a faint smile. "Don't you understand what Elder Chen said? Of course, you should go. Anyway, you ran away quickly when you snatched credit. Such a good thing must go to you. If you don't want to go, do you want us to go?" Before Chen Laohe could answer, the lackeys gathered around him started to make sarcastic remarks. It had to be said that among this group of people, Feng Xing was not very popular. Usually, the cultivators couldn't do anything to him, but now, it was not normal for them to not hit him when he was down, While the cultivators were hitting him when he was down, the green-cloaked woman spoke. She frowned and said, "It's too dangerous. How ferocious is that single-horned white snake? Even if you really want to find someone to be the bait, you should draw lots fairly. There should be more people going so that there will be a helper. You directly sent him to his death. What's the difference between that and sending him to his death?" With that said, Zhu Shou was silent for a long time. His expression was a little strange. We want to send him to his death. Everyone knows that. It's not good for you to say it out loud, right? Hee, Fairy Qing'er is right. In the silence, Chen Laohe suddenly laughed in a deep voice. Why don't you go together? The green-clothed woman's words attracted Chen Laohe's cold gaze, and he said with a faint smile, "There's no need to draw a test. To be the bait, it has to be someone like Master Xingfeng, who has profound cultivation and amazing speed. If anyone else goes, they'll just be throwing their lives away. Most importantly, they'll delay young Master Liu's important matter. However, it's reasonable for you to have a helper. I can see that Fairy Qing'er's metal element spell technique is very brilliant, and your strength is extraordinary. It's most suitable for you to work together with this master. You." The azure-clothed woman was instantly angered to the point her face flushed red. She'd returned the favor because this monk had saved her once, and she'd put in a good word for him when he was being persecuted. How could she have imagined that Chen Laohe would seize the opportunity and drag her into this as well? I think Miss Qing'er is very suitable. Do any of you have any other opinions? Chen Laohe did not look at her. He turned around and asked the other cultivators with a smile. I think it's suitable. The two of them are enough. Haha, anyway, this Master Xingfeng has long intended to enlighten Fairy Qing'er. Isn't this a great opportunity? Old Chen is wise. Let's go with the plan. The group of itinerant cultivators did not dare to say anything else. They were afraid that they would also be dragged into it, so they hurriedly struck a brick at the side. Chen Laohe's gaze became even more malicious, and he felt a little proud. The green-clothed woman had rejected his invitation in public, and he was already unhappy. It was a good opportunity to drag her into it as well. In this way, his prestige in the hearts of the itinerant cultivators would undoubtedly increase, and his position in LV Fengxian's heart would also increase by completing this trap for him. For him, it was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Old senior, I've always respected your seniority. How dare you plot against me at this time? The green-clothed woman usually looked low-key, and even a little dull, but she was not a fool. At this moment, she saw through Chen Laohe's intention. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed, and she revealed a hint of coldness. There was already a faint golden light floating around her, and she seemed to be about to attack. Fairy Qing'er, watch your words. I kindly invited you to make a contribution to young Master Liu so that you can be rewarded. How dare you say that I plot against you? Chen Laohe was secretly alarmed, but he did not take half a step back. Although he already knew that the power of this green-clothed woman's gold element magical art was amazing, she was only at the middle stage of Gold Core Realm after all, while he was at the peak stage of Gold Core Realm. With the suppression of their realms, he did not believe that this girl could really hurt him. You think I can't kill you just because you're at the Golden Core Mahayana stage? The green-robed woman was clearly enraged as well. The golden light around her suddenly surged, and her aura surged. Chen Laohe was also an old fox who had been in the cultivation world for many years. He suddenly felt frightened and wanted to escape subconsciously. But it was also at this moment that a cold shout suddenly came from the cabin door. How dare you cause trouble here? Do you want to die? From the cabin door, two men wearing black robes, embroidered with the 5 elements radiant seal, walked in. They were Liu Fengxian's direct family servants. These two people were at the late stage of Gold Core Realm. Although their cultivation was a little lower than Chen Laohe's, their momentum was much stronger than his. As soon as they entered the cabin, they looked at the green-clothed woman with unfriendly expressions. One of them had already placed his hand on the hilt of the ancient sword at his waist. The green-clothed woman did not answer. She just turned her head and looked at them coldly. Her momentum did not decrease at all, but instead increased. You're courting death. The two of them were a little surprised, but they immediately became furious and wanted to kill her. They had received LV Fengxian's hint to force the bait to obey his orders. If the green-clothed woman resisted, she would naturally be beheaded without exception. However, it was also at this time that the wild monk, who had been watching from the side with a smile, suddenly took a step forward and grabbed the delicate and soft hand of the green-clothed woman. A strand of spiritual power secretly suppressed her, and the golden light around the woman's body immediately disappeared. The green-clothed woman's heart was also greatly shocked. Her heart was already filled with killing intent, or rather, the intent to die. She was always on guard against everyone, but she completely did not expect that this monk would make a move. Ayaya, it's not a big deal. Isn't it just being a bait? I'll do it. Fengxing looked at the two black-robed family servants with a smile and said, but if it's done, you can't reduce the reward. The two family servants were slightly stunned. They also restrained their killing intent and said coldly, if you do your job well, are you afraid that you won't be rewarded? Fengxing chuckled and pointed at Chen Laohe. I want his runestone. Chen Laohe was shocked. He took half a step back and subconsciously said, you dare, if you do your best, why worry about not having a runestone? After killing this horned white python, I can give you the runestone. At this moment, Liu Fengxian's tall figure appeared at the cabin door. He looked at Fengxing with a calm expression. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Xiu immediately retreated, making a large space for him. Chen Laohe also retreated to the side, sweating profusely. He blamed himself for being too nervous. This monk was a dead end for being the bait. So what if he agreed to give him the runestone? Okay, I want all of these runestones. Fengxing replied with a smile. He then pulled the green-clothed woman's hand and was about to go out of the cabin. The green-clothed woman was careless and her cultivation was suppressed. She was like a marionette and could not resist at all. This is a dangerous journey. I'll give you a godly rune, and it will save your life. Liu Fengxian said faintly, and two godly runes flew out of his sleeves and stuck themselves on the backs of Fengxing and the green-clothed woman. These runes contained godly power, and they immediately turned into two marks as if they had taken root on their bodies. Haha. Thank you. Fengxing's expression didn't change as if he didn't care. He pulled the green-clothed woman out of the cabin. Outside the cabin, Xianxia had been waiting for him. Seeing Fengxing coming out, Xianxia told him the plan that he had prepared beforehand. After Fengxing memorized it, he sent them out of the spiritual boat and landed on the vast mountain outside. The others in the spiritual boat quickly arranged themselves according to his plan. Let go of me now, or I'll kill you. After leaving the spiritual boat, Fengxing saw that the huge creature was getting further away. Then, he relaxed the restriction on his nature essence. Although the green-clothed woman couldn't use her nature essence yet, she could speak. She immediately yelled at Fengxing, you look like a coward. Who can you kill? When Fengxing sensed that a spiritual sense on the spiritual boat had withdrawn, he was relieved. Suddenly, he cursed at the green-clothed woman with a furious expression and pointed his finger at her forehead, looking exasperated at her for failing to live up to his expectations. Wild monk, it's not your place to meddle in my business. The azure-robed woman suddenly withdrew her hand and was overjoyed. She immediately formed a hand seal and was about to cast a spell. Just at this moment, Fengxing suddenly shouted coldly, although you have refined that sword embryo and borrowed the power of the sword embryo to control the tyrannical metal elemental sorcery, do you know the cultivation of that donkey? Killing the surviving species of untainted land is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. With his divine power, it is as easy as flipping a hand to collapse a mountain. With the power of your sword embryo, even if he stood still and let you kill him, you may not be able to kill him, let alone sneak an attack. Shocked, the green-clothed woman staggered back a few steps in shock. How did you know that I'm going to? Even if she'd experienced tribulations now and her will had matured greatly, she couldn't help but be greatly shocked when her objective was suddenly exposed at this moment and the source of her strength was even seen through, and she looked at this wild monk as if she was looking at a ghost. What the monk said next shocked her even more. He took a step forward and looked at her with a complicated gaze. There was some resentment, some helplessness, and even a trace of heartache that was difficult to capture. However, the words that came out of his mouth were harsh and without mercy. Little girl, I haven't seen you for so many years and you're still as stupid as a donkey. Your chest hasn't grown and your brain hasn't grown either? Boom, after her identity was exposed, the green-clothed woman felt a trace of familiarity in his words. She felt dizzy and almost fell down. You are, you. She almost lost her balance and looked at the monk in front of her in horror, her face full of disbelief. How come you've become so ugly? The monk scolded angrily and suddenly walked forward. He reached out and touched her face, taking out a light brown light. The green-clothed woman's face also changed. Her skin became smooth and fair, and her appearance became pretty and delicate. Tears welled up in her eyes and stained her crystal-clear but thin face. Finally, she completely overlapped with the shadow of an old friend in Fangxing's heart. A girl holding a white jade umbrella, who was honest and pure, soft and weak like a kitten. The little princess of the Chu royal court, Chu Ci. You, it's really you, you're still alive. Chu Ci's face was full of tears. She stared at the monk with teary eyes and cried out involuntarily. Bah, of course it's me. Otherwise, who would care about you? The monk was still scolding angrily, but he used the mysterious technique and the aura on his body gradually changed. At the same time, his appearance also changed. The rough outline became gentle, and his knife-like cheeks became rounder. He turned into the round-faced youth that she had been yearning for day and night. However, the expression on his face did not change. He still looked at her with dissatisfaction and disdain, as if he was about to ascend to the heavens. Fang Xiaojiu, you. Chu Ci stood where she was and used all her strength to prevent herself from falling. Her whole body trembled as she looked at the bastard in front of her in disbelief. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but in the end, she subconsciously made the choice that she did not want to make the most. She suddenly rushed towards Fangxing while crying. She pinched her sword and fiercely punched towards Fangxing's chest. Ah? Why did you go crazy again? Fangxing was stunned and did not know whether he should dodge or not. Chu Ci had already rushed in front of him and was about to hit him. Suddenly, a white shadow like a thief rushed over from thousands of feet away. A huge wooden fish hit her head. Chu Ci, who had tears on her face, suddenly froze. The golden light in her hand gradually dissipated, and then her body fell softly towards Fangxing. Xianxia's face appeared behind Chu Ci and said nervously, "You dare to hurt my senior brother. If I don't beat you to death." Like a piece of wood, Chu Ci fell into Fangxing's arms, feeling warm and fragrant. However, the handsome monk in front of him dazed Fangxing. Damn it, where did this monk come from? His timing is so good. Also, how come his wooden fish is so powerful that it can hit women so accurately? At this moment, Xianxia looked worried and complained, "Why didn't you dodge when this woman hit you just now?" "Fortunately, I came here quickly." "How is it?" "I'm good, right?" "Good my ass. If I can't beat you to death today, I won't be a Buddha." Fangxing didn't know what to say anymore. Suddenly, he went up and kicked him down, making a series of crackling sounds. "Oh, senior brother, I was just being kind, I was kind, wah. Senior brother, I know I was wrong, I'll make you know you were wrong." The more Fangxing beat him, the harder he got. Xianxia held his head in his hands and squeaked under the beating. Hoot, 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 the green donkey also trotted over. When it saw that Xianxia was being beaten, it was stunned for a moment and then ran away while crying. "Where did you come from, bald donkey?" After beating him for a while, Fangxing stopped while panting and looked at Xianxia's bald head indignantly. "Senior brother, I was really kind." Xianxia held his head in his hands and didn't dare to stand up. "You said that you would come out after going to the city, but you left me outside for half a month. I don't know where big cousin went, leaving me and a donkey to depend on each other. Fortunately, I saw you when you got on the spiritual boat outside the city and chased after you on the donkey. When I saw that she was about to hit you, I hit her. If you say it again, I'll hit you again." Furious, Fangxing glared at Xianxia until he didn't dare to speak. Then, he asked angrily, "Where did big cousin go?" Xianxia said, "I don't know. After waiting for you for a long time, she left impatiently. She said she was going to have fun." Fangxing was speechless. After a while, he asked, "Then you've been waiting for me outside the city?" Xianxia said with a sad face, "I have no fun." Fangxing was speechless. F***ck, can't you enter the city first? Xianxia said, "You have to pay 300 taels of spiritual essence to enter the city." "I don't have it." Only then did Fangxing realize that the nimbus that he and Xianxia had robbed was all on him. When they were robbing in the ultimate, the monk had been picking rare elixirs or magic weapons that were related to Buddhism. The key point was that he could not rob his cousin. In the end, the things that fell into his hands were probably not easy to sell. But when he thought about it, he was flustered. A true Buddhist disciple cultivated by the Lingshan temple, whose skills were not much worse than his own, could not even enter Bakokekyung. He was too useless, alas. Forget it, Fangxing suddenly felt very tired. He called the bald donkey and the green donkey over and asked them to wait obediently. He sat aside with Chu Xiai in his arms and frowned at the unconscious little girl. He didn't know what kind of skill Xianxia had used. Originally, she was already in the middle realm of Jingdan, so it was almost impossible for her to be knocked out. At most, she could only be shaken by those with higher cultivation and fall into a deep sleep. However, wherever Xianxia's wooden fish went, it seemed that no one, whether they were in Jingdan or Yuanying, fell to the ground without a sound. After probing with his divine mind, he found that the girl was not injured and seemed to be in a dream. How on earth did this girl get into the Tai Hao first unit? Fangxing looked at her little face, which was still covered with tears after she fell asleep, and frowned. When he first saw this girl, he had already guessed her identity. After all, although she had used some kind of brilliant disguise technique to change her appearance, she could not hide much of her aura. With Fangxing's spirit, he could sense it. However, at that time, he was also a little puzzled. Could it be that this girl really came together with this group of bastards who wanted to be enemies with him because he had killed her brother? Because of this thought, he gave up the idea of acknowledging this girl after they met for the first time. But when he saw that she was in danger, he could not help but help her. Usually, when he saw her, he would subconsciously tease her a little. However, as he observed her daily behavior, Fangxing was surprised to find that he seemed to have thought wrongly. This girl did not seem to come together with this group of people to make life difficult for him. On the contrary, she seemed to have a very direct goal, which was to kill Lv Fengxian. Although she hid it very well, Fangxing had paid attention to her many times and still sensed the change in her killing intent. Every time Lv Fengxian appeared, she would subconsciously look for the nearest and most suitable position and angle to release a powerful blow. Of course, after all, she still underestimated Lv Fengxian. Fortunately, she did not make a move, otherwise, she would have ended up badly. Why does she want to kill Lv Fengxian? Fangxing frowned tightly. After a long time, a thought suddenly came to his mind: is it because of me? As soon as this thought arose, his heart was inexplicably complicated, and he felt a little incredulous. Looking down at Chu Xi's sleeping appearance, he wanted to wake her up, but when he remembered that she had been angry with him just now, he felt a headache. He felt that it was not bad for her to sleep like this, lest she would shout and kill him as soon as she woke up. "Senior brother, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Fangxing sitting on the rock with a woman in his arms, the little monk Xianxia's face was full of envy. He came over embarrassedly and asked carefully. The donkey also came over behind him and looked at Fangxing curiously with its big eyes. "I want to ask this little girl something." Fangxing did not get angry, but sighed thoughtfully. Xianxia said, "Then wake her up and ask." Fangxing sneered and said, "Do you believe that when she wakes up, she will refuse to say anything and continue to fight with me?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. "Then what should we do?" Fangxing said, "I'm considering whether to use torture." Xianxia was shocked. Fortunately, after Fangxing had said it himself, he shook his head and said, "I can't bear to do it." Alas, Xianxia lowered his head and pondered for a moment, but suddenly laughed. He looked up at Fangxing and said mysteriously, "Senior brother, in fact, I have a way. If I can't get the answer, I can just go to her dream and have a look." "In her dream?" Fangxing was slightly stunned and saw the bald thief looking over. Xianxia nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, "Those who are knocked unconscious by my wooden fish will definitely sink into the deepest part of their sea of consciousness, which is also the deepest dream in their sea of consciousness. As long as you separate a wisp of divine thought, I will send you to her dream. In her dream, you can see her true appearance and even hear the deepest voice in her heart." This is much better than torture. Interesting. When Fangxing heard this, he was really excited. He sat cross-legged and let Xianxia lean on his shoulder. Then, he separated a wisp of divine thought and slowly flowed into the center of Xiaoxi's forehead while Xianxia was chanting sutras. After that, he clearly felt that there seemed to be an indescribable power in Xianxia's sutra, which made him sink deeper and deeper into Xiaoxi's body, almost becoming one with her and being connected to her soul. This deep feeling lasted for a long time. Finally, Fangxing's eyes lit up and he came to a world. Depression, sadness, despair, different from Fangxing's sea of consciousness, which was full of vitality and colors. After entering Xiaoxi's sea of consciousness, Fangxing only saw an endless gray world. It was desolate and cold everywhere, and the distant sky was also gray and low. He couldn't see the end at a glance, as if there was no end. It could only extend infinitely, and he was suffocated by the feeling of despair and desolation. Fangxing wandered in this side of the world. He traveled thousands of miles, but he saw the same scene. Just how hard is this girl trying to get over it, Fangxing muttered, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to shout to vent, but he couldn't even make a sound. After flying for a long time, he finally saw Xiaoxi's figure in the deepest corner of this world. It was at the bottom of a deep valley. Xiaoxi looked just like when they first met in her teens. She was wearing a white dress, but it looked dirty and old. She was curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, and her head was buried deep in her folded arms, motionless like a puppet, and beside her, there was a tomb. There were more than a dozen tombs around her, exuding a desolate and cold aura. This was her dream, and also the projection of her inner world, and in this projection, there was only her, accompanied by a tomb. Fangxing flew over and looked at the tombs. In front of every tomb, there was a stone tablet. There were no words on the stone tablet, but when he looked at the stone tablet, he naturally knew who was buried in the tomb. He also knew the memory of this person left in Xiaoxi's heart. He looked at a stone tablet and saw Xiaoxi's mother. She was an extremely beautiful but cold woman. She treated everyone coldly, including Xiaoxi. Later on, when Xiaoxi was 3 years old, she was hanged in the depths of the palace. He saw Xiaoxi's father. He was the emperor of a region and had a forthright temperament. Unfortunately, an emperor could only live to 95 years old, so he could not cultivate. In the end, he was deeply addicted to wine and women and was willing to be a puppet controlled by the entire Chu family. At this moment, he was probably still alive. However, he did not care about worldly affairs and did not even know how many children he had. In Xiaoxi's heart, he was already dead. Fangxing also saw an old nanny who had taken care of Xiaoxi since she was a child. She was kind, but when Xiaoxi was 7 years old, because she felt sorry for the young Xiaoxi, who was unable to finish the 100 talismans left by her brother, she agreed to help her draw a few so that she could sleep earlier. In the end, on the second day, she was beaten to death by the furious Chu Huang in front of all the eunuchs and palace maids in the harem. At the very front, there were 3 slightly larger tombs. Fangxing's gaze swept over them and noticed that the one on the left was Chu Huang, the strict elder brother of Xiaoxi. He was killed by Fangxing in the Xian domain and turned into a rain of blood in front of Xiaoxi. The one on the right was Chu Taisheng. He died in the second formation during the pilgrimage and was buried by Xiaoxi in the end. And the biggest one in the middle was him. Fangxing was a little astonished as he looked at the memory hidden in the depths of Xiaoxi's heart. However, he discovered that this memory was actually a rare warm color in her heart. Currently, his and Xiaoxi's minds seemed to have fused together. He could clearly feel the happiness that Xiaoxi obtained from this memory. Especially when she had just entered the Xian domain and was injured. Originally, she was tormented by her injuries to the point that she hovered between life and death. At that time, even he felt bad for her. However, in this memory, this girl actually treated that period of time as her most cherished time. Unfortunately, this memory, or rather, the version of her that gave her warmth, suddenly turned cold when Crown Prince Chu Huang was killed by her spear. It was much colder than anything she had experienced in the process of growing up, a curled-up girl, more than a dozen eerie graves, and a black sky of despair. This was Xiaoxi's dream, or the world in his heart. How could there be such a person? Even Fangxing felt an irresistible sense of despair when he saw Xiaoxi's world. He usually lived a comfortable life. He had never thought that there would be someone who would feel despair to such an extent. Especially when he saw his own grave, he felt even more upset. This grave was the closest to Xianxia, and it was obviously the biggest one. Why do you want to kill LV Fengxian? After a long time, Feng Xing decided to ask Xianxia. After all, he was already here. His question became a thought in Xi's dream, rumbling and flashing. For Xianxia, this thought was like her own. After sensing this thought, she naturally spoke out her inner thoughts. Because I'm tired, Xianxia raised her head. Her eyes were empty and timid. With a sense of loneliness, she muttered to the void. When her timid voice rang out, a torrent of thoughts instantly surged into Feng Xing's mind. He saw the pain and despair Xianxia had experienced in the mysterious domain. He also saw her hypnotizing him to believe that Feng Xiaojiu and Feng Xing were two different people. He also saw the pain she felt every time she heard news about Feng Xing and the pain she felt when she did not hear any news about him. He also saw her worry for him on the pilgrimage mountain. He also saw her disappointment when she realized that he had left and did not notice her at all. He also saw her loneliness while waiting for him in the Chu royal court during the 10 years he had disappeared. Uncle and the others are forcing me. They are forcing me to form an alliance with the Huangfu family. They are forcing me to swear an oath to kill you and avenge my brother. In the cold and lonely Chu royal court, the golden-robed Xianxia always hugged her knees. She sat at the entrance of the main hall and looked at the southern sky, hoping to see a person arrive on a cloud. Beside her, countless people came to persuade her, hoping that she would agree to form an alliance with the Huangfu family. At the same time, she would pretend to be a snake with the Great Snow Mountain, so that she could obtain more benefits for the Chu royal court in the battle between the Huangfu family and the Great Snow Mountain. I am not willing. They are all very angry and very disappointed in me. He saw that Xianxia finally grew impatient. He did not know whether it was because she was tired of waiting day after day, or because she was tired of the constant persuasion of her clansmen. She took off her golden robe and threw it into the main hall. Then, she left on a cloud, towards the south. In the end, I still left the Chu region. I also gave up on the orthodox lineage of the royal family, but I am still very disappointed. He saw Xianxia standing at the edge of the Nanzhanxian region. She looked at the small stone bridge for 3 days. I waited for you for 10 years. I gave up my hatred for you and left the royal court. But you were not willing to come and see me. In the end, what he saw was a despairing Xianxia. In the end, she was so disheartened that she wanted to go into seclusion. She was prepared to visit her old friends and then choose a mountain to live in seclusion. Because she knew that they were coming to Beko Keikyang, she came to Beko Keikyang herself. But she did not expect to see the edict to execute Feng Xing in Beko Keikyang. She also learned that someone had secretly gathered a large group of people to deal with Feng Xing. She, who was already disheartened, suddenly had a thought. Since she had already given up all hope, she should return the favor. This sword embryo was given to me by you. Then, I will use this sword embryo to help you eliminate a sinister opponent, dead or alive. I will return the favor and sever that infatuation. Everything was so simple. In this simple girl's heart, there was no room for too many complicated thoughts. Hatred was so simple. Love was also so simple. She could not forget. Whether it was Feng Xing or the fact that Feng Xing had killed her brother, she could not forget them. During the 10 years in the Chu royal court, she had secretly sworn that if he came to find her, she would follow him. Whatever revenge, whatever great cause, she would forget it. Even if she met her brother after death and would be scolded by him, she would be selfish for once. But after waiting for 10 years, Feng Xing did not come. She still could not forget her brother's death. She knew that she really could not forget it. This simple and straightforward pain made even Feng Xing feel a wave of exhaustion. Looking at this girl who had shrunk like a stray kitten guarding a grave in her dream, he hesitated for a moment before his figure appeared in this dream. Feng Xing slowly landed in front of Xianxia and squatted on the grave that had once belonged to him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly stretched out his hand. He looked very seriously at Xianxia and said, "Come with me, I will take you away from this place." Xianxia was stunned. This was a dream that she had had for a very, very long time. She had always guarded a grave, as if she had lived for eternity. She had also believed that she would forever remain in this dream for eternity. But she had not expected that someone would suddenly appear here, in this world of despair that belonged to her, and then reach out and say that he would take her away. You killed my brother. Xianxia looked at him and suddenly burst into tears, almost shouting at the top of her lungs. Because he wanted to kill me. Fangxing replied confidently. However, after he finished speaking, he seemed to be a little hesitant. He then said, but I promise you that if you have another brother who provokes me in the future, I will try my best not to kill him. Is that okay? I really want to leave with you, but I can't forget that you killed my elder brother. I can't hurt you to avenge him, but I can't ever pretend that nothing happened and leave with you. So, thank you for coming to see me, but please let me stay here. This is my sin. I can't forget you, and I can't forget my elder brother. Xiaoxi's face was full of tears, and she was crying silently. I really want to leave with you, but I can't forget my elder brother. Fangxing's expression became strange. After a long time, he couldn't help but mutter, damn it, I never regret killing people, especially those who originally wanted to kill me. But I've been King regretted it because of you today. At this time, in the outside world, the handsome little monk sat cross-legged beside Fangxing, chanting sutras in a low voice. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. He glanced at Fangxing, who was sitting on the ground, meditating, and Xianxia, who was snuggling on his shoulder, and sighed in a low voice. He felt satisfied as if he had seen a big play. He could not help shaking his bald head and said with a smile, I didn't expect there would be such a story. Life is really colorful. Senior brother, you are facing a once-in-a-lifetime crisis. I have decided to use your heart to break through the tribulation of love. Let's see what you can do this time. Hurry up, tell me what to do. Fate, karma, and the world made fools of people. In Xiaoxi's heart, there was indeed a dead knot. When he killed Crown Prince Chu Huang, Fangxing did not think so much. At that time, he was young. Since she wanted to deal with him, he would kill her first. No matter what happened, he would kill her first. Now, if he were to do it now, at least he should find a place where she could not see him. Alas, he was too young and impetuous, but it was also because of this that it created a knot in Xiaoxi's heart that could not be untied forever. It had tortured this girl for so many years, and now she was in despair. She was even different from Xianxia. Xianxia's character was not as dull as hers, and her hatred for Fangxing was not so deep. After all, whether it was the fierce slave or senior brother Zhao Yang, they were not related to her by blood. Moreover, what she felt for him at that time was not hatred, but fear. After all, it was easier to untie the knot in her heart. After listening to Xianxia talk about Fangxing's experience, she waited for him in the Chu royal court for 10 years. In those 10 years, if Fangxing went to find her, then she would definitely take good care of him and accompany him. But even so, there was still a knot in her heart. On one side was her elder brother, and on the other side was the person she could not forget. This was a knot. Fangxing did not think about it before, so he did not have any burden in his heart. But now that he had encountered it, he would not sit back and do nothing. In Xiaoxi's dream, he squatted on the grave and quietly looked at the girl who shrank in the corner. The real Xiaoxia, after all, had the cultivation of the middle stage of the golden elixir realm. In Nanzhan, she could already sit on the seat of an ancestor. But in her heart, she was a desperate little girl. She was even more timid than a rabbit. In the outside world, Xianxia, who was extremely cunning, had decided to use the dialogue in this dream to get through his own love tribulation. He was full of anticipation to see how Fangxing would deal with this trouble. Of course, there was no lack of watching a good show. Moreover, Fangxing did not know that the thief monk could see everything he had experienced in Xiaoxi's dream. Otherwise, he would have drawn the monk thousands of miles away first. The green donkey also came over curiously. It looked at Fangxing curiously with its big eyes and then looked at the monk. Come, martial nephew, lie down. Martial uncle will tell you a poignant love story. Xianxia stretched out his hand to call the green donkey. With a wonderful expression, his saliva flew everywhere. Once upon a time, there was a donkey who met. The green donkey was also having a great time listening to the story. Its big eyes kept blinking until they were about to flash like lightning. In the end, what do you think that stubborn donkey would do? At the end of the story, Xianxia's face was full of regret, and he asked the green donkey with a solemn expression. Then what do you think we should do? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out above Xianxia's head. Xianxia was suddenly startled. He jumped up with a cry and looked at Fangxing, who had a gloomy face behind him. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Oh, senior brother, why did you come out? Why didn't you say hello? You're having a good time." Fangxing knocked down with an explosive sound. He was full of anger. Damn it, I really want to beat this monk to death. The green donkey shook its big head, sighed, got up, and hid to the side with a didida sound. He thought to himself, my eyes are almost swollen. This martial uncle just doesn't understand. There's nothing I can do. Xianxia was straightforward. When he saw that he couldn't escape, he obediently squatted down with his head in his hands. He was used to being beaten. However, after waiting for a long time, he didn't feel Fangxing's fist fall down. He couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. Only then did he find that Fangxing's face was solemn, as if he was thinking about something. He happened to meet Xianxia's eyes, so he simply sighed and made a decision. He directly grabbed Xianxia and scolded, "Bald junior brother, do you really want to know how I'm going to deal with this big trouble now?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said expectantly, "Yes, yes." Fangxing sneered and said, "Then do me a favor." Xianxia was stunned. "Senior brother, what do you mean?" "In the water, in the fire." Fangxing frowned, as if he had made up his mind. He suddenly said, "Help me cut off her memory." "What?" Xianxia was stunned, as if she couldn't believe her ears. However, Fangxing looked into her eyes seriously and explained, "It's the memory of me killing her brother. Help me sever it. With the Mahavairokkana scripture that you cultivate, you can even forcibly convert people, so it shouldn't be difficult to sever a piece of memory, right?" "Senior brother, are you kidding?" Xianxia's expression was a little solemn, and she said with disbelief. Fangxing sneered and said, "You're right. There is a dead knot in her heart. This girl is too stubborn. If I don't take some measures, she won't be able to untie this knot at all. I don't want to persuade her every day. It's impossible to force her to forget her brother, who is not a good person, so I might as well cut it off. As long as she doesn't remember that I killed her brother, what kind of dead knot is there?" Although senior brother said it so confidently, I still feel that it's a little strange. Xianxia stammered, "Does this count as lying to her?" Fangxing said disdainfully, "As long as it's not exposed, it's not a lie. Will it be unfair to her? How much is fairness worth?" Xianxia was even more stunned. After a while, she said embarrassedly, "But master used to say that you can't touch the soul at will." Fangxing chuckled and said, "It's okay. I forced you to do it." Xianxia was stunned and said, "Okay." He got up embarrassedly and walked to Chu Ci with a strange look in his eyes. He turned to look at Fangxing and was full of amazement. He had thought that this was a dead end, but his Xixiang was so direct that he wanted to cut off her memory directly. Thinking about it carefully, this method was really good. His palm had already pressed on Chu Ci's forehead, but he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of a problem. Xixiang, memory, and soul are related. If I cut off her memory, her soul will not be complete. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia told the truth. It may not affect her at ordinary times, but she will never be able to truly become an immortal. When he said this, Xianxia's expression was extremely serious. For cultivators, perhaps there was nothing more important than becoming an immortal. Faced with this question, Fangxing was also slightly stunned, but soon he said resolutely, "Cut. If she follows me, I will let her live a better life than an immortal." Fangxing said loudly and his expression was solemn, as if he was making an oath. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart seemed to flash with thunder. His expression was sometimes stunned and sometimes clear. After a long while, he gradually returned to normal. He put his palms together and bowed to Fangxing. Then, he pressed his palm on Chu Ci's forehead again. A spiritual light flashed from his palm, and a deep chant of sutra slowly sounded from his mouth, as if it shook the earth and the sky. Looking at the slightly trembling eyelids of the unconscious Chu Ci, Fangxing's gaze also became abnormally deep and solemn. "Little girl, don't blame me. You may have forgotten about the matter of killing your elder brother, but I will remember it. If I hurt him, I will return to you a great clan. It was much easier to cut off a memory from the bottom of Chuxi's heart than to forcibly convert Lu Mimi, who was a Yuaniing cultivator. It took Xianxia less than half an hour to slowly withdraw his palm. Then, he nodded to Feng Xing with a heavy expression. He took the green donkey and went to meditate far away, leaving Feng Xing alone to look at Chuxi. Soon, Chuxi had already woken up. At first, she looked a little confused, as if she had just had a big dream. After blinking a few times, she saw Feng Xing standing in front of her. At first, she was a little stunned, and then her eyes burst with intense joy. She almost couldn't believe it and murmured, "It's you. Feng Xiaojiu. You bastard, you're not dead. I finally found you." She subconsciously hugged Feng Xing, and Feng Xing also smiled and opened his hands. However, Chuxi suddenly stopped. She reached out to touch Feng Xing's bald head and cried, "But how did you become a monk?" Feng Xing's face was full of black lines. He coughed dryly and said, "It's fake. I can get a wife." Chuxi was relieved. Although there were still tears on her face, she smiled like a flower and threw herself into Feng Xing's arms. She hugged him very tightly and sobbed softly. Feng Xing was also a little stunned and hugged him embarrassedly. In that instant, the two of them felt a little astonished in their hearts. Even if it was just a part of her memories, the change it brought to a person would be enormous. Feng Xing felt as if he was looking at the Chuxi from before she entered the mysterious domain. His heart was filled with disbelief. As for Chuxi, she felt a little lost in that instant. She felt as if she had forgotten something, but at the same time, it was as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. She felt abnormally relaxed. Moreover, she was exceptionally happy to see Feng Xing again. She quickly shook her head. Who cares what he had forgotten? Seeing Feng Xing again and hugging this little bastard firmly was enough. And Feng Xing was also only absent-minded for a moment. Very quickly, his hands moved dishonestly towards Chuxi's waist. "What are you doing?" Chuxi's face was red with embarrassment. She angrily pushed Feng Xing far away. "Ha ha ha, I'm just seeing if I've got the wrong person." Chuxi was choking with anger. She wanted to fight with him, but she didn't expect that there would suddenly be a faint spiritual light rising behind the two of them. It was as if a thin mist was floating in the air. They were startled at the same time. They looked over with rapt attention, but they could only sense an ice-cold divine sense being transmitted to them from within the spiritual light. The great formation has been completed. That white python is 1,000 miles to the west of you. Hee. I almost forgot about them. Feng Xing pointed his finger and a faint green mist wrapped around the two spiritual lights. At the same time, an ice-cold smile appeared on his face. It seemed as if he was pondering something. After a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at Chuxi. "Do you want the white jade token?" Chuxi was stunned for a moment. She blushed, lowered her head, and said with some embarrassment, "Yes." Feng Xing laughed and flew towards the little monk Xianxia and the green donkey. Then, the two monks and the donkey gathered together and discussed in a low voice. From time to time, there were fierce quarrels and laughter, mixed with the excited cries of the green donkey. It seemed that an extremely sinister plan was slowly taking shape among the three of them. "Okay, let's do it. Damn it, take back my rune stone and my wife's white jade token." After a long time, Feng Xing suddenly clapped his hands and laughed heroically. 2. The green donkey also cried out, which was unusually loud. Xianxia translated, "My martial nephew said to take back its supreme spirit transforming scripture." After Feng Xing's proposal, Xianxia's supplement, and the green donkey's cheering, the plan was quite successful. Besides, these three guys were also the type of people who would do what they said. They were not polite to the Taihao tribe at all. Feng Xing immediately took out the All Buddha's visualization scripture, poured his spiritual power into it, and triggered the divine change of the scripture. Many phantoms flashed on the scripture, illuminating the area within a radius of thousands of kilometers, and seeing through everything without missing a single detail. After 10 minutes, Feng Xing had a clear understanding of everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. He saw all the surviving species of the untainted land within a radius of thousands of kilometers, saw the big ambush array set by LV Fengxian and others, and also saw LV Fengxian standing on the spiritual boat with the sky halberd in his hand. He strongly activated his aura and rushed toward Beko Keikyang at top speed. As for the one-horned white python, it was lurking hundreds of kilometers away, staring at LV Fengxian and hissing proudly. Its spirituality was beyond that of ordinary surviving species of the untainted land. When LV Fengxian retreated to Beko Keikyang, it didn't dare to chase after him because it knew that there was an extremely dangerous aura hidden in that direction. For it was extremely proud to drive such a group of people back to Beko Keikyang. Fengxing, Xianxia, and the green donkey also discussed for a while, and then told Xianxia to wait here. Then, they rushed out in 3 directions and soon disappeared into the long night. Xianxia was also well behaved and waited here obediently. For her, at this moment, everything was so beautiful, as if she had put down a big stone that had been suppressed for many years. She could no longer remember why she hated Fengxing for so many years. She subconsciously attributed it to this bastard abandoning her in the mysterious region and then disappearing without a trace. However, this hatred vanished the moment she saw him. This was especially so when this bastard called her little wife Chu in front of a monk and a donkey. She was even more overjoyed. She had always trusted Fengxing. If he asked her to wait, then she would wait here. But when he really sat here alone, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Of course, she would soon have no time to be afraid. Xianxia hurriedly raised her head and looked over. She saw a green donkey galloping over on the clouds. Below it, there was a huge scorpion chasing after it. It was obvious that the scorpion could not reach the donkey in the air. However, every time it stopped, the green donkey would shout at it proudly and pull down a donkey egg. Coincidentally, the egg landed on the scorpion's head. The scorpion was so angry that it waved its pincers and poisonous tail crazily and chased after the donkey. It would not stop until it stunned the donkey to death. Are we supposed to lure that white snake? Why did we provoke another primitive remnant species? As soon as Xianxia saw the scorpion, which was as big as a hill, her scalp went numb and she rushed into the sky with a whoosh. I really just want to tell you a scripture to resolve your resentment. In the south, the handsome little monk was squeaking and carrying a wooden fish that was 10 times bigger than usual on his shoulder. At his feet, a toad covered with copper pustules was jumping high and chasing after him. From time to time, the toad would jump into the air to catch him. From time to time, it would stick out its tongue like a flying sword and roll towards the handsome little monk in the air as if it was swallowing a fly. However, the handsome little monk could only run in an S shape. Moreover, while running, he panted and explained, "Brother Toad, when I hit your head, it was really because my master taught me to do so. When Tanyu doesn't listen to my advice, you need to give him a warning." "Why are you so anxious?" "Oh my God. Here comes another one." Xianxia was so frightened that she immediately increased her speed. She patted her chest with a lingering fear in her heart. That toad could really jump quite high, especially its tongue. When it spat out its tongue, it was more than 10,000 feet long. Cultivators flying in the air were no different from flies flying above its head. This monk was really bold, he actually lured such a thing over. If she was careless and got caught by it, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly, 2 primitive remnant species were attracted here. What were these 2 bastards going to do? Before the shock in her heart faded away, an even more amazing scene appeared. "Bastard, can't you fly? Can't you breathe fire? Can't you drill through mountains? Come and catch me." In the west, Fengxing ran back like a wisp of smoke. Behind him were 3 rolling demonic clouds. The one on the left was sparkling with silver light, moving as fast as lightning. It was obviously the white python with a single horn on its head. From time to time, it would leap up and glide in the air in pursuit. The one in the middle was an earthworm of unknown length. It was drilling underground at an abnormally fast speed. And on the right, there was a strange creature that looked like a lizard. However, it had a pair of wings on its back. It spread its 2 large wings and chased after Fengxing at high speed. From time to time, it would spew out light blue flames. This is going to be interesting, too. 2. Senior brother, why did you attract the royal family of the primitive remnant species? This time, not to mention Xianxia, even Xianxia and the green donkey were shocked. Originally, the 3 of them had agreed to meet here, but when they saw Fengxing was so fierce, they directly turned around and ran to the north. The primitive remnant species behind them immediately followed them and changed their direction. Two magic clouds rolled and went straight to the north, where Tai Hao and his people were lying in ambush. However, Xianxia was more conscientious. She stood there and waited for Fangxing in a daze. "Don't be silly. Run!" Fangxing rushed over with a whoosh and threw Xianxia on his back. He strode in the void and ran faster than lightning. Can the bald donkey succeed? At this time, about 3,000 miles north of Fangxing and the others, in a valley of a group of secluded mountains, the individual cultivators summoned by Tai Hao had all held formation flags and hidden in the valley. They also used the special talismans given to them by Lv Fengxian to hide their own breaths. The direct servants of Tai Hao, together with Xianxia and Qianlaohe, hid on the top of the mountain. They looked at the southern sky from afar and felt a little dignified. Now everything was ready except for the wild monk to lead the single-horned white python to this valley. However, when he thought of the wild monk's ferocity, Qianlaohe was still a little worried that he would run away halfway. On the other hand, Xianxia coldly laughed and faintly opened his mouth to explain, "He can't run." Senior gave each of them a talisman. Although it is a talisman transmission and can use the power of the talisman to give them some help, that talisman, to a certain extent, is also a restriction. It's fine if they obediently lure the remnant seed over, but if they have second thoughts midway, then only death awaits them. "Gongzi Lv, you are so wise," Qianlaohe hurriedly flattered. Although his master couldn't hear it, it was good for his servants to hear it. However, this flattery didn't have any technical content. Xianxia and the servants of Tai Hao only sneered and didn't reply. "Gongzi Lv, can you come in time?" Qianlaohe hesitated for a moment and asked subconsciously. Their original plan was to trap the single-horned white python and then Lv Fengxian would rush over and kill the white python. It was easy to say, but they were a little nervous when they actually put it into action. The white python was really terrifying. It was no weaker than the Yuanian cultivators. If Lv Fengxian couldn't make a move in time, then they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to deal with it. "Why do you have so much to say?" The young master didn't really retreat. After retreating with the spiritual boat for thousands of miles, he saw that the single-horned white python didn't follow, so he hid his body and rushed back. "I think he will come soon. You just need to trap the white python according to the plan," a servant of the Lv family scolded discontentedly. Although Qianlaohe's cultivation level was higher than his, he had to say yes repeatedly. Of course, he was also a little unhappy. This was the feeling of working for someone else. No matter how high your cultivation level was, no matter how hard you tried, even if the master you worked for was a big shot who didn't put on airs, you would suffer if anyone came to scold you. However, just when he was sighing with emotion, Xianxia suddenly frowned and shouted in a low voice, "It's coming." Everyone immediately became alert and looked in the direction of his gaze. They saw a cloud of demonic chi rushing toward them from the southern sky. It was still far away, and the demonic cloud was the manifestation of the chi of the untainted land, which could disturb the senses of the cultivators' divine senses. Therefore, the cultivators couldn't clearly see what was under the demonic cloud. They could only see the demonic chi pulling a long dragon in the sky and rolling toward them. However, it couldn't be a coincidence that the demonic chi was coming directly to this hidden valley. Xianxia and the others immediately became alert and passed down orders. At the same time, they all buckled their storage bags and were ready to take action at any time. The deep and dark valley had opened up. Waiting for the monk to lure the single-horned white python into the trap, rumble, the demonic chi was getting closer and closer, and Zhu Xiu's heartstrings had also tightened to the extreme. But right at this moment, a shadow jumped out from the front of the demonic chi with a whoosh. Its 4 hooves were running very fast towards the valley like a trail of black smoke, and its little tail was wagging cheerfully behind it. Before they could think about it, the donkey had already plunged into the valley, and the demonic cloud that had been following closely behind it also chased after it. Only then did the cultivators see clearly that what the demonic cloud had lured over was not a horned white python at all. It was clearly a black, mountain-sized, blue-tailed poisonous scorpion that was hundreds of feet long, and on its back was a curved blue-tailed poisonous scorpion that was hundreds of feet long. F***ck. The cultivators of the Tai Hao unit who were lying in ambush in this valley were so shocked that they even forgot to set up a large formation in time. "Where's the bald donkey? Why did it turn into a green donkey?" Before the crowd of cultivators could react, the blue-tailed poisonous scorpion, which was like a small mountain, had already plunged into the valley. Its steel-like body scraped through the rocks and collapsed one side of the mountain wall. Rolling demonic clouds spread out, as if the valley had turned into a netherworld. All the rogue cultivators who were lying in ambush here were exposed to the demonic aura. At this moment, the blue-tailed poisonous scorpion suddenly gave up on the green donkey that had been chasing after it. Instead, it raised its head and looked around vigilantly. Whoosh, the blue stinger that was curled up on its back suddenly shot out faster than lightning. In an instant, it hooked into a shadow not far from its side and pierced through the chest of a panicked cultivator. The cultivator was pulled out, and a crazed scream resounded throughout the valley. The demonic energy on its body, to the scorpion, was as magical as a cultivator's divine sense. Wherever the demonic energy passed, everything would be reflected in its mind. Because of this, it suddenly realized that there were many cultivators lying in ambush and faintly guessed that it had fallen into a certain encirclement. At this moment, it was enraged. It couldn't care less about chasing after the detestable green donkey and directly began to kill from its side. Trap it. At this moment, the cultivators in the valley couldn't care so much. When they saw the demonic energy rushing over, they already had their formation flags in hand. However, when they saw that it wasn't the horned white python that rushed in, but a huge scorpion, they were stunned. However, the miserable scream of the unlucky cultivator immediately reminded them. Without thinking, they rushed into the sky and waved the formation flags in their hands. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else. They had to activate the formation first. There was no other way. If they didn't hurry and trap it, who knew how many people on their side would die? Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Rays of spiritual light connected and weaved into a large net that enveloped the entire valley. There was also the terrifying power of the 8 gates that forcefully suppressed the entire valley. The scorpion was enraged and waved its 2 large pincers, shattering the restrictive power one after another. It actually wanted to crawl out of the valley. The surrounding rogue cultivators were scared out of their wits. They used all their strength to crazily inject spiritual energy into the formation, raising the restrictive power to the highest. In an instant, the formation was formed. The green donkey and the blue-tailed scorpion were trapped in the valley at the same time. However, the expressions of Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others instantly changed. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. What exactly happened? They were clearly waiting for the monk to lure the horned white python over. How did it become the blue-tailed scorpion that was attracted by a donkey? In particular, Xianxia's gaze was fixed on the donkey. The more he looked, the more familiar he found it. However, before he could react, he suddenly discovered that from the west, there was another demonic aura rushing over. This demonic aura took a turn on the road and widened the distance between them. Therefore, it was slower than the donkey. However, as if it had carefully calculated its speed, it was only slightly slower than the donkey. Almost at the same time that the formation in the valley was successfully set up, it rushed over. Make way, make way. This toad is crazy. In front of the demonic cloud, there was a handsome young monk with a pure temperament. He was wearing a white monk's robe that was not tainted by a speck of dust. He wore a pair of linen straw sandals and carried a huge wooden fish on his shoulder. He was shouting all the way and his speed was as fast as lightning. With a boom, he rushed straight toward Xianxia and the others. Under such a fast speed, his bald head actually reflected a faint cold light. Stop. At this moment, Xianxia, Xianxia, and the servants of the Lu family were shocked at the same time. They all took action and blocked the monk. For a moment, various divine lights intertwined in front of them like a fried dough twist and hit the little monk. The momentum of the little monk was really too fierce. It was even faster than yuanying. With that momentum, it was like a chariot rumbling forward. If it hit them, it would definitely kill 1 or 2 of them. Subconsciously, they had already displayed their strongest attack to block the enemy. However, this little monk's divine technique was very slippery. He was clearly charging towards them, but when he was only a few hundred feet away from them, he suddenly stomped his feet, and the momentum of his charge turned into a rush into the sky. With a whoosh, he jumped high up in the sky. At this moment, Xianxia and the others saw the toad that was as big as a mountain behind the little monk. Croak, the toad with a demonic aura jumped over from thousands of feet away. Its body was like a mountain as it jumped high into the sky. Then, it drew a huge arc and landed with the force of 10,000. Its landing point was right in the middle of the valley. In the valley, 60 to 70 rogue cultivators were using all their strength to suppress the blue-tailed scarlet scorpion that was trapped in the valley by the formation. They did not expect such a disaster to befall them. Boom, smoke billowed and rubble flew into the sky. 7 or 8 of the 76 rogue cultivators were squatted to death by the toad. Even the blue-tailed scorpion was dizzy from being squatted by the toad. Those who were lucky enough to not be squatted by the toad were also sent flying by the huge wind and waves. For a moment, they could only scream and cry out in pain. The formation in the mountain was smashed into pieces and directly collapsed. Croak, 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 the head of the toad was as big as a small hill. Its 2 scarlet eyes were like millstones as they landed on the mountain. When Xianxia and the others saw the toad descend, they were all shocked. They roared and escaped from their hiding places, rushing into the sky. If they did not escape, then the demon toad would only be able to sense their existence with its demonic aura, but would not be able to see them. But now that they had rushed up, they were immediately reflected in the eyes of the demon toad. Speaking of which, it was funny. The demon toad looked ferocious, but in reality, it was also shocked by the group of cultivators that suddenly appeared in its line of sight. With a muffled cry, it subconsciously spat out its tongue, a tongue that was no less than 100 feet long and 10 feet wide. It was filled with blood and emitted a fishy smell. It was like a divine-level magic tool as it swept towards Xianxia and the others on the mountain. From the looks of it, if they were caught by the tongue, there would definitely be heavy casualties. Boom. At this moment, the pupils of Xianxia, who had the highest level of cultivation among the cultivators, suddenly constricted. In this situation, only he had the strength to stop them. However, at this moment, he did not even think about it. He directly ignored the lives of the people around him and took a few steps forward, fleeing into the void. As for the Lu family servants and Xianxia, who were not as fast as him, they were all left in the air waiting for their deaths. Oh my God, Xianxia and the Lu family servants in the air all wailed in their hearts at the same time. What the hell was going on? They had clearly planned for a long time, and the plan was in the bag. How could there be such a big change? Where did this toad and that poisonous blue-tailed scorpion come from? Could it be that they were going to die in such a dubious way? Boom, the tongue had already bounced over and shot into the distant sky. Then, with a roll of inertia, it retracted back into the demon toad's mouth. This was the demon toad's hunting habit. It was easy to say, but the demon toad was too strong. Its tongue was more agile than lightning. As it rolled and retracted in the air, the Lu family servants were actually able to react. There were 7 or 8 people who were caught in the tongue and forcibly pulled into the demon toad's mouth. Looking at the unfathomably deep hole, the group of cultivators wanted to cry but had no tears. If they went in, there would only be death. Which evil creature dares to hurt the people of my Lu family? It was also at this moment that a cold shout that sounded like muffled thunder suddenly came from the distant sky. A cloud with fiery red and golden edges rushed over. Before the cloud arrived, following the shout, a halberd flew out from the cloud. The halberd, which was infused with powerful divine power, flew extremely fast. In an instant, it had already crossed the void and pierced through the tongue of the demon toad that was about to enter its mouth. The powerful force tore a huge wound on the tongue, and then it was forcibly nailed to the side of the mountain wall. Roar, the demon toad was in so much pain that it wanted to die. Its body trembled, and the pustules on its body subconsciously spurted out venom. It was as if 100 fountains had suddenly appeared on its body, and the group of Lu family cultivators who were rolled up by the demon toad's tongue and almost lost their lives also escaped death. One after another, they landed on the mountain peak. Although they were panicking, their hearts were all overjoyed. They excitedly looked into the sky and shouted, "Young master!" In the distant cloud of fire, Lu Fengxian's half-hidden figure was already revealed. Although the situation was strange and they were almost completely annihilated, seeing Lu Fengxian rushing over, the group of family servants immediately became courageous. Tai Hao Lu family's heaven's chosen Dao child, whose bravery and strength were the best in Penglai, was called by the ancestor of the Tai Hao Lu family, talent far surpasses his peers, an unparalleled good general, a true immortal seed. Young Master Feng Xian, who had never lost more than 10 moves since he was born, had arrived. No matter how chaotic the situation was, they still believed that he could completely suppress them with a halberd. This was a kind of absolute dependence and even worship of a subordinate towards their master. Boom! LV Feng Xian had a dignified look on his face as he threw himself into the valley. His body created a strong wind that swept away all of the venom that the demon toad had spat out. The area within a radius of 3 feet had almost become a vacuum. At this time, the demon toad that had almost gone mad from the pain extended its 2 front claws and madly pounced towards him. It had almost gone mad and had already begun to attack with its claws. "Halberd, come!" Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in the air, roared and stretched out his palm. The heavenly halberd seemed to have received an inexplicable summon. The body of the halberd trembled a few times, and with a "so" sound, it automatically pulled out from the stone wall and turned into a stream of light that flew back into Lu Fengxian's hand. Lu Fengxian held the halberd and turned around. The halberd unexpectedly became longer in the blink of an eye, like a jade pillar that could connect the heavens. It directly pierced through the space between the 2 claws of the demon toad. Then, with an explosive sound, the huge body of the demon toad was directly lifted up by him. It flew over a mountain peak and directly flew thousands of zhang away, crushing half of the mountain peak. Hiss! At this time, the handsome little monk who was hiding in the air was stunned for a moment. He lowered his head and chanted, "Bah, his strength is so great, young master is so brave." The group of Lu family servants and rogue cultivators were even more relaxed and happy. Their hearts were filled with reverence as they loudly shouted, "What's going on? Where did that monk go?" Lu Fengxian's expression did not relax after he sent the demon toad flying. He frowned and shouted as he looked around. Monk, hearing this, Xianxia and the group of servants looked at each other. Who knew where that wild monk ran off to? However, just as they were about to answer, suddenly there was a loud shout. Here, in the south, there was a rolling demonic cloud that covered the sky and covered the earth. In front of the demonic cloud was the monk that they had arranged to be the bait. At this time, he was carrying a beautiful girl on his back and running very fast. Behind him, there were 3 black demonic clouds that were following him. One was in the sky, one was on the ground, and one was constantly leaping into the air. Borrowing the momentum of the air, they quickly swept forward. The 3 demonic clouds were blooming together. That ferocious and terrifying momentum was simply indescribable. And that monk had already run until he was almost out of breath. He was still gasping for breath and shouting, "Rob! Robbery! White jade token! Talisman! Talisman stones! Magic treasures! Women! Hand them all over to me! We're in big trouble." The moment the monk appeared, the servants of the Tai Hao tribe and the rogue cultivators all gasped at the same time. Their bravery and wits that had been stimulated by LV Fengxian's appearance seemed to have been doused with a basin of cold water. Damn it, the bald donkey who was acting as bait had finally arrived. But how did he attract 3 surviving species of the untainted land? In addition to the 2 in front, there were a total of 5 surviving species of the untainted land. In this small valley, even the surviving species of the untainted land could not stand properly. It was forcefully packed. Before they could react, the 3 surviving species of the untainted land had already rushed over. And when the thievish-looking monk rushed into the valley, he suddenly grinned at LV Fengxian and revealed a sinister aura. Then, a green fog suddenly appeared around his body and enveloped him as he plunged into the valley. The moment the green fog enveloped him, LV Fengxian was alarmed. In his senses, the monk and the girl in green on his back had disappeared without a trace at the same time. What exactly happened? How did this thief monk have such great ability to attract 3 surviving species of the untainted land? Who was the white-robed monk hiding behind the clouds in midair? Who was the green donkey that quietly kicked a rogue cultivator unconscious on the other side of the valley and then ran away with its tail between its legs? It had to be said that LV Fengxian's strength was not a coincidence. He was born brave, and after cultivating, he had tempered his spirit to a point where it far surpassed his peers. This was especially so after he received the impartation of the immortal in his dream and cultivated the supreme sensing scripture. The strength of his spirit was comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Although the scene was a mess, he was still sharp enough to notice a few strange fellows. Suddenly, he was startled and his eyes lit up. 2 monks, a donkey, a woman. Weren't these the group of people who had robbed the ultimate not long ago? He had long received word from his family that the ultimate had been robbed, but even with his family's extraordinary methods, they could not find out who was the culprit. He was far away in the divine continent, so it was even more out of his reach. He did not expect to meet such a group here. Other than the lack of a strange fish, it was almost the same as the gang of robbers described in the family's letter. No matter who you are, if you dare to offend me, only death awaits. At that moment, LV Fengxian accurately sensed his opponent's location. His eyes flashed as he charged straight at the other end of the valley, where the donkey was trying to escape while no one was paying attention to it. From what he sensed, the white-robed monk above his head had an unfathomable cultivation level. He was afraid that he would not be able to take him down in a short period of time. Furthermore, the donkey looked extremely familiar. It was likely the one that had obtained the Grand Supreme Register in the sinkhole. For it to appear here, there was definitely something fishy going on. He had to capture it first before anything else. Son. When the donkey saw LV Fengxian coming towards it, it was so scared that it almost peed its pants. It clamped its tail and charged forward. However, LV Fengxian's charge was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed half the valley and stabbed down with his halberd. You still dare to bully my disciple? Right at this moment, that wild monk who had just concealed himself within the green mist suddenly appeared again. His figure was unexpectedly fast and slippery to the extreme. In a flash, he appeared behind the donkey, lifted his leg and sent it flying. Then, his figure dashed forward. Before LV Fengxian's halberd could reach him, he had already rushed to the side of the blue-tailed poisonous scorpion. With a flick of his toes, he lifted up the scorpion that was 10 times bigger than him. Then, he raised both his hands and fiercely smashed it towards LV Fengxian's head. What a powerful divine power! LV Fengxian's pupils constricted as he let out a long whistle. The power of the heavenly halberd soared as it stabbed forward like a meteor. The scorpion also wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It was enjoying its fill on a high mountain, the place closest to the moon, when it was provoked by a donkey in the sky. It angrily chased it all the way, but it just couldn't catch up. In the end, after it rushed into the valley, it was pressed down by the big formation. Before it could break free, another toad that was more than 3 times its size fell from the sky and smashed into its head. Its head was dizzy, but it suddenly felt like it was flying again, and it felt extremely good, but when it opened its eyes, it saw an extremely sharp weapon stabbing towards it. It scared the scorpion so much that it shivered. The blue poisonous tail behind it shot out with a whoosh. Like a poisonous hook, it stabbed towards the heavenly halberd. Bang! The heavenly halberd and the poisonous stinger collided, but there was an explosion. The endless power contained in the halberd exploded. The tail of the blue-tailed poisonous scorpion was comparable to black iron, but it actually shattered at this moment. This kind of pain directly caused the scorpion to let out a muffled zhi sound. Its 2 large pincers seized the opportunity to clamp towards LV Fengxian. It was as terrifying as a pair of divine scissors. Go away. LV Fengxian's divine power was invincible. He suddenly let go of the halberd and took a step forward. He spread his hands apart and held the 2 large pincers of the untainted species. Then, with a muffled roar, his hands flipped outwards and directly grabbed the 2 large pincers of the scorpion. Suddenly, he channeled his strength through his arms and pulled outwards. However, there was only an unpleasant chi-la sound. The untainted species that was the size of a house was suddenly torn apart from the middle by him. The sticky juice and internal organs splattered all over the sky, and were shaken away by his protective aura. Tearing a species alive, his divine power was invincible. At this moment, there was almost a moment of silence between heaven and earth. There was not a trace of sound. Between heaven and earth, only LV Fengxian was standing in the void, and the corner of his clothes was fluttering in the wind. Even the little monk Xianxia could not help but curse, by your grandpa Buddha, and then quietly hid behind the clouds. It was a pity that even though LV Fengxian's attack was valiant and difficult to resist, he found that the poisonous scorpion had blocked the wild monk and the donkey had already taken this opportunity to slip away. Even if he used his divine sense to sense, it was still silent. For a moment, he only felt depressed in his heart, and his anger surged. He could not help but roar towards the sky, and his voice shook the wilderness. In the field, Zhu Xiu, whether it was the LV family servants, Xianxia, or even Chen Laohe and the group of rogue cultivators, at the moment LV Fengxian showed his divine power, they could not help but feel weak in their legs and knelt down. It was only at this moment that they really realized that although they were all in the Jindan realm, the gap between the two sides was so big. One was like a phoenix in the sky, and the other was like a pheasant on the ground. At the moment when everyone was silent, there was a lazy voice. "Are you moaning?" The voice clearly sounded not far away, so everyone could hear it clearly, but they could not figure out his location. LV Fengxian naturally could hear that it was the voice of the wild monk. He frowned and shouted coldly, "Who are you?" The voice was silent for a moment, but then it laughed and said, "I won't tell you." LV Fengxian suddenly became furious, and a chill spread out from his body. He said coldly, "No matter who you are, you first snatched the ultimate, and then came to harm me. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. I must find you and tear your body into pieces as an example." The voice suddenly sounded again and interrupted him, "You can brag later. Is it very impressive to tear the surviving species of the untainted land? But you still need to turn around and see what's behind you, then you will know how much trouble you have caused." Ahahaha. This voice was extremely despicable, and it made LV Fengxian so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Originally, he was too lazy to pay attention to his strange words, but suddenly, he heard Xianxia's panicked shout not far away, "Senior brother, be careful." LV Fengxian was secretly shocked. He suddenly turned around, and was shocked to find that in the sky, a silver lizard with wings was pouncing towards him. Its mouth was full of fangs, and suddenly, it opened and spat out a light blue flame. It didn't look very surprising, but it contained a terrifying divine power, with wings, like a lizard, spitting out divine breath. "It's the royal family," many thoughts flashed through LV Fengxian's mind in an instant. He was shocked and quickly retreated. But before he could stand firm, there was a flash of silver light in the corner of his eyes. Impressively, a single-horned white python swam to his side and spat out a dazzling red light. LV Fengxian hurriedly turned around, and a piece of rock behind him was melted by the red light. Moo! The ground under his feet also began to shake, as if the ground was about to open up. The ground cracked, and a huge body that was as thick as a house burst out from the ground, directly lifting LV Fengxian into the air. Then, the body kept flipping up from the ground. It was unknown how long it was. As it rose into the air, its body kept rolling, as if it wanted to roll LV Fengxian into it. Unfortunately, LV Fengxian's reaction was extremely fast. He stretched out his foot and stepped on its body. Before it could wrap around him, he had already turned around and flew to the other side of the cliff. At this moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. On the other side of the cliff, the demon toad that he had just sent flying had already blocked his way. Its scarlet eyes were almost dripping blood, and its demonic aura was firmly locked on him. Its hatred was indescribable. Unknowingly, he had already been surrounded by this group of surviving species of untainted land. Moreover, the eyes of every surviving species of untainted land that looked at him revealed a kind of evil hatred. LV Fengxian was shocked and realized a problem. He really shouldn't have torn that poisonous scorpion apart. The surviving species of untainted land were collectively known as the surviving bloodlines of untainted land. In the strange environment of the demon abyss, they depended on each other for survival. Although they fought and killed each other constantly, every time a king of the surviving bloodline or even a king of the surviving bloodline appeared, they would tightly hug each other and work together to fight against the outside world. His action just now, in a fit of rage, had already aroused their collective anger. "Waha! Children, kill this son of a bitch," that voice laughed arrogantly again. It was boundlessly arrogant, but after it finished speaking, it suddenly paused and changed into a cheap and flattering tone. It was unknown who it was talking to. "That little wife, do you want me to take revenge for you first or snatch the treasure first? Come with me, let's break out of the encirclement." LV Fengxian was so angry that he went crazy. He swung his heavenly halberd across the sky, sweeping the few places that were shrouded by the thick demon cloud into powder. He wanted to use this method to smash the despicable wild monk who was hiding in the dark into pieces. However, this was only because he was angry. If he had enough time, he could still deduce the location of the wild monk who had concealed his chi. However, when he saw that the surviving species of the untainted land were looking at him with hatred, he did not have the time. After sweeping the area, he immediately shouted and rose like a dragon. Boom! At this moment, he was alone. He swung his halberd at the silver lizard flying in the air. That was the king of the surviving species of the untainted land. It could be identified through some characteristics. This lizard had wings and was lizard-like. It was obviously very close to the standard king of the surviving species of the untainted land. However, there was no horn on its head, indicating that its bloodline was still a little short of the royal family. If he could kill it with one strike of the halberd, these surviving species of the untainted land would definitely scatter in all directions. When the lizard saw that LV Fengxian was actually stabbing towards it, two rays of anger shot out from its eyes. It opened its mouth that was full of fangs, and a light blue flame directly sprayed out. This flame contained a high temperature. After it was spat out from its mouth, even the void was burned into a color that was close to that of colored glass. When it collided with LV Fengxian's halberd, a clear and crisp sound of glass breaking rang out. The bright brilliance shot out in all directions and shattered the hard granite in the valley into pieces. During this process, LV Fengxian had also rushed to the front of the silver lizard. He waved the heavenly halberd wildly and fought fiercely with it in close combat. The silver lizard was worthy of being close to the royal family of the surviving species. Its strength was vigorous and it shattered the void. The terrifying power of the law around its body made most of the spells useless against it. Before it could get close, it had already been refined by the power of the law and turned back into pure spiritual chi. Roar, squeak squeak, goo. In the other directions, the demon toad, demon centipede, and the horned silver python that originally harbored a strong hatred for LV Fengxian also roared and rushed forward when they saw the royal descendant being forced into a fierce battle by LV Fengxian. They surrounded LV Fengxian and each used their own special abilities, attacking LV Fengxian from all directions. That appearance was like four giants circling around and chasing a fly. Young master, don't panic. We're here. At this moment, the Lu family servants were still worried about Lu Fengxian's safety. They shouted with all their might, wanting to rush over to help. However, Xianxia stopped them at this moment and shouted, "Senior brother is creating an opportunity for us to escape. Don't go up and disturb his state of mind. Leave quickly. Without us burdening him, if he wants to escape, it will be as easy as flipping his palm." When the servants heard this, they immediately hesitated. He's right. All of you, leave quickly. Don't die here. However, at this moment, LV Fengxian's deep voice came, shaking the surrounding valley. His voice was deep but not chaotic, majestic but not angry. It seemed like he was fighting against four prehistoric lost species alone. Even though there was a horned white python with the royal bloodline and a silver lizard that was only a step away from the royal bloodline, they weren't forced into a desperate situation. In the fierce battle, they still had the mind to observe Lu Fengxian's subordinates. Many of them escaped, showing their invincible power. Gongzi LV. You're invincible. I admire you. I'll drive the spiritual boat over now and help Gongzi kill the demons. These servants were really protective of their master, so they hesitated. However, the group of independent cultivators didn't care so much. Seeing that the prehistoric lost species didn't have time to care about them, they immediately fled. Chen Laohe fled the fastest. With a whoosh, he dashed into the sky and hurriedly fled toward Beko Keikyang. He even used several gale talismans. With the power of the talismans, he flew like a wisp of smoke and was dozens of kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Hey, you still want to run? Just as he was about to escape, a voice suddenly came from the side. Chen Laohe was alarmed. He turned his head and saw the wild monk catching up with a beautiful woman on his back. At this moment, the monk was running side by side with him. Chen Laohe had already used his trump card to save his life. His speed had increased by more than 3 times, but the monk actually caught up with him so easily. Bitter. Part of the reason why Chen Laohe escaped so quickly was that he was afraid that the wild monk would take revenge on him. As a shrewd old man, when he saw the chaos in the valley, he knew that he had accidentally provoked a ferocious god. Damn it, he attracted 3 surviving species of the untainted land at once. and one of them was from the royal family. How could an ordinary gold core realm cultivator do that? Even Yuanying didn't dare to provoke these existences. Thinking of the monk's usual boldness, he faintly realized that he had definitely underestimated the monk. "Master, I have eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. Can you let me go this time?" Chen Laohe sent a voice transmission and begged bitterly. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of blood essence to refine. He used it to activate a life-saving technique that burned his cultivation. His speed increased by several times again, trying to use this to get rid of the monk. "Don't call me master, call me master." The monk ran 2 steps faster and easily caught up with him again. Once again, he ran side by side with Chen Laohe. Chen Laohe was in despair. He said with a sad face, "Master, my good master, I know I've sinned. Can you spare my life?" The monk said, "Hee, no. You've gone too far." Old Crane Chen was also enraged. He suddenly leaped into the air and turned around in midair. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and a myriad Dao talisman flew out from his sleeves. Sword chi filled the air and intersected with each other, instantly sealing off the monk's path. At the same time, he suddenly let out a loud cry and tore off his Daoist robe, revealing his thin and shriveled chest. There were 2 complicated Daoist seals on his chest. They contained a golden light and faintly emitted an extraordinary aura. "Wild monk, I'll fight it out with you," Chen Laohe shouted and slapped his chest. In an instant, the 2 seals actually swelled up and then exploded with a hua sound. 2 streams of dirty blood sprayed out from within. The dirty blood transformed in the air and unexpectedly turned into the same appearance as Chen Laohe. Both of their faces were full of anger. They casually took out 2 magic tools from Chen Laohe's storage bag and slashed at Feng Xing. A golden core Mahayana cultivator was indeed extraordinary. Even though Chen Laohe was just an itinerant cultivator, the trump cards he kept were quite good. He actually stole 2 golden cores from other cultivators and nourished them in his body, raising 2 clones. Each clone had the same power as him, and could even hug the opponent and self-destruct when necessary. This was already close to the mysteriousness of the Yuanying realm's mind-splitting. Of course, these 2 clones also had a great weakness. Each of them could only replace him in a fierce battle for 10 minutes, and then they would self-destruct. If he wanted to use them again, he would have to seize another cultivator's golden core and nourish them in his own body for 10 years before they could take shape. Originally, Chen Laohe really did not want to waste these 20 years of hard work, but at this time, he had no choice but to sacrifice his arm to survive. The 2 puppets roared loudly as they clawed at Feng Xing, and they revealed a posture of wanting to stop Feng Xing even if they had to die, whereas Feng Xing's true body hastily turned around and fled once more like a stray dog. Resentment was extreme in their hearts, and they hated this wild monk that came out of nowhere to death. "Want to run?" At this time, Feng Xing also frowned. He suddenly took a step forward and attacked the 2 puppets like lightning. The powerful force caused them to fall back dozens of feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Feng Xing suddenly turned around and pulled up Chu Xi, who was lying on his back and enjoying this feeling of safety. With a shake of his arms, he threw her forward and shouted, "Go, little wife." Wah! Chu Xi bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she flew toward the fleeing Chen Laohe. She still did not know what was going on. "Feng Xiaojiu. You bastard!" The extremely angry voice only came back after a long while, scaring Feng Xing into shrinking his neck. Great sword demon technique. Feng Xing did not hold back when he saw the 2 puppets of Chen Laohe charging over once again. He once again let out a low cry and numerous dark lights appeared around his body. They swept toward the 2 puppets like a waterfall. Faced with the combined attack of these 2 puppets, whose strength was no different from Chen Laohe's, even Feng Xing had to expend some effort in order to completely turn them into dirty blood. Only then did he charge forward. At this time, Chu Xi was also fighting fiercely with Chen Laohe. In front of her, there was a little girl who looked exactly the same as her. She wore a golden dress and was surrounded by sword chi. Her entire body seemed to be condensed from sword chi, and she was abnormally agile. As she floated lightly, she destroyed all of Chen Laohe's vicious techniques. Chen Laohe, who was at the golden core mastery stage, could not do anything to her. Although the golden sword was small, its power was endless. It was the sword embryo that Chu Xi had obtained in the mysterious domain, and the sword spirit that Chu Xi had successfully nurtured. With this sword spirit, Chu Xi, who was at the middle stage of the Golden Core Mastery stage, would not be at a disadvantage against a Golden Core Mastery stage cultivator. And this was only the level that the sword spirit had just nurtured. "Bastard, you're not going to run this time, are you?" Fangxing glanced at the sword spirit and clicked his tongue in wonder. Then, with a flutter of his sleeves, he pressed toward Chen Laohe. Stop. When Chen Laohe saw his two puppet clones were killed so quickly by the monk, a feeling of despair surged up from the bottom of his heart. He wailed, and boundless anger arose in his heart as he charged straight at Fangxing. "I'll drag you down with me to hell." Boom! Countless cracks appeared in his body, as if his golden core was about to explode. Fangxing's eyes were also filled with embarrassment. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and pressed down with his 5 fingers. A powerful force suppressed Chen Laohe under his palm. The power of his self-destructing gold core was terrifying, and its power had already spread out. However, as he pressed down, the layers of power suddenly shrank and annihilated each other. In the end, a bright light was suddenly released, and then it disappeared. He actually suppressed a self-exploding golden core with one palm. Extreme shock surged in Chu Xi's eyes, but soon she remembered that Fangxing had used her to smash people, and anger rose on her face. "Humph, old bastard, you can bully me, but bully my wife? I can't tolerate it." At this moment, Fangxing put his hands behind his back and said coldly to Chen Laohe. A wind blew from afar, and his clothes fluttered. And Chu Xi, who was about to lose her temper, was stunned. After a while, her face turned red, and her anger disappeared. She quietly held Fangxing's arm. Picking up Chen Laohe's storage bag, Fangxing indeed saw a talisman stone full of natural talismans inside. Fangxing beamed with joy and stuffed it into his own storage bag. When he turned around to look, he saw that the rogue cultivators who had sought refuge with them had already fled like flies. Taking advantage of the fact that the 4 great surviving species of the Great Wilderness were fighting with LV Fengxian, they hurriedly searched for different directions and fled into the sky. And with the valley as the center, it was filled with chaotic divine light and scattered strength chi. LV Fengxian fought the 4 primeval species fiercely by himself, and he actually stirred up such a chaotic situation that practically transformed this area into doomsday, causing it to be extraordinarily terrifying. Not to mention going forward to help, even if an ordinary Golden Core Realm cultivator approached this battlefield, the Golden Core Realm cultivator might be shattered by the aftershock. However, he was entangled by the surviving species of the untainted land and could not get away. Fangxing turned around with a sinister smile and looked at the group of rogue cultivators who were fleeing in panic. He grinned hideously and said, "You bastards, you didn't hesitate to go against me for benefits, and now you still want to escape?" In his eyes, none of them were good, and even if they were good, he could not let them go. With a sneer, he came up to them and rolled up his sleeves to rob them. However, there were too many of them after all. They fled in all directions like a swarm of flies. How could he catch so many in a hurry? But he had his own means, and he smiled ghastly as he took off a string of bone beads from his neck. This string of bone beads had over 30 smooth white bone beads on it, and every single one of them was the size of a thumb. They were smooth and crystalline, and their surfaces were covered with some sort of mysterious markings. At first glance, all the beads looked exactly the same, but upon closer inspection, one would notice that every single bead had different markings, and they were greatly different. These beads were the beads that were born after he refined a wisp of the Taoist origin of the myriad panacea. This kind of bead had a unique name in the Buddhist sect, which was Saraira. After these beads were condensed, they were quite mysterious for Fangxing to use his spells. He had put them in his storage bag, but on the way to the White Jade Jing, the handsome young monk had come up with an idea. He had asked him to string all the myriad demon Saraira together and wear them around his neck. That way, it would be more realistic for him to rob people in the name of a monk. Fangxing thought it was very reasonable, so he had such a string of 10,000 demon Buddhist beads. "You bastards still want to escape? Watch me, the incarnation of Buddha, help you one by one." Fangxing laughed loudly and tossed the string of 10,000 demons Buddhist beads out. In the air, the Sarairas on the Buddhist beads suddenly shone with a dazzling light. Next, one illusory figure after another appeared. There was a great rock with a wingspan of 10 zhang, a ferocious tiger with a body length of 3 zhang, and an ape that leapt as though it was flying. All of them emanated extraordinary auras. Shockingly, they were the appearances of those great demons when they were alive. However, at present, all of them had become Fangxing's clones. They spread out in all directions and charged towards the loose cultivators with ferocious gales. Fangxing, on the other hand, boldly took out a jade scroll from the sleeve of his monk's robe. He inserted his transcendence energy into it and a projection appeared in the air. The projection was densely packed with words. As he looked at the words, he shouted, "Zhang Shaoyi over there, you've made a great contribution to the talisman decree and obtained a jade scroll of a magical art, right? Hurry up and teach me, or I'll beat you to death." As he shouted, a clone of a green-scaled eagle came to him, carrying a stunned rogue cultivator in its mouth. Then Fangxing continued to shout, "That golden-haired Sun Taisher, you got a flying sword as a reward." A golden-haired burly man was carried over by a golden ape clone. "Lu Yuzhu, you scolded me the day before yesterday, didn't you? Did you think I didn't hear you? Lady Xian, who did you say was a bald donkey who didn't know how to flirt behind my back? Dong Dahong, you argued with my wife the other day, do you think I don't remember?" The jade slip recorded a dense number of names, and behind each name was a line of small words, such as what treasures they had on them, or where they had offended him in the past. They were actually recorded in great detail. And as soon as Fangxing said one sentence, a demon rushed out and caught the rogue cultivator, throwing them in front of him, trembling with fear as they waited for him to deal with them. Damn it, what kind of monk is this? The group of rogue cultivators were on the verge of tears. They had seen people who held grudges, but they had never seen someone who held a grudge to this extent. Usually, this monk was not well liked. In order to suck up to Chen Laohe, people often scolded him behind his back or even made sarcastic remarks in front of him. Sometimes, this monk would argue with them rudely, but at other times, he would just sneer and let it go. The cultivators did not think much of it, but who knew that he would remember them one by one? Was he waiting for an opportunity to settle the score with them? Audaciously. Where did Audaciously go? Did he slip away? He called out a string of names, but when he finally called out a name, he couldn't find the person. Fangxing immediately became angry. He was killed by that toad just now, someone answered timidly. "Io, he's dead?" He lucked out. The treasure pill he received in Beko Kekyung was not bad. Fangxing felt a little regretful before looking at these people sinisterly. "Patrons, I'm going to beg for alms. Master, can you let us go?" "Sure. If I'm not allowed to beg for alms, then I can only transcend. Then, to what extent should I transcend?" Fangxing chuckled. "Same old rules. Leave a doo-doo for the women, and a pair of underpants for the men, too." Fangxing's eldest disciple had already run over with a storage bag hanging around his neck. He began to collect the items in front of everyone. It was a pity for this group of rogue cultivators. They originally wanted to seize this opportunity, so they joined LV Fengxian's sect. During this period of time, they had done their best to exchange for these rewards. Most of them were given by LV Fengxian to win over people's hearts. But at this moment, they were all in the storage bag hanging around the green donkey's neck, and they even lost quite a bit. A group of cultivators, dignified golden core ancestors, just like that. The men hugged their chests, and the women ran off with one hand covering their crotches and the other covering their faces. The green donkey shook its big head. It was very satisfied with the heavy storage bag. "My good disciple, this is the secret of our lineage. I'll teach you today, so learn well." Fangxing had a sincere expression on his face as he taught this eldest disciple of the bandit's lair. "Can't you teach me something good?" Chu Xi was quite speechless. But she endured for a while and still stretched out her hand. "Give me the items, I'll make an inventory." "Wild monk, you've really eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. How dare you make an enemy of my Tai Hao Lu clan?" Suddenly, a loud shout sounded from not far away. More than 10 black-robed men flew out from the valley. After a slight pause, they immediately surrounded Fangxing. They were the loyal servants of LV Fengxian. Although they were worried about their young master, under the leadership of Xianxia, they finally couldn't help but escape. But they bumped into this wild monk head-on. Both sides looked at each other from afar. It was like the meeting of enemies. Their eyes were exceptionally red, and they roared fiercely as they rushed over to fight for their lives. "Wife, get out of the way. I'll teach this group of slaves a lesson." Fang Xing's expression also turned cold. He flicked his sleeves and his monk's robe fluttered in the wind as he rushed toward the group of slaves. The Taihaolu clan really had a strong foundation. Among these dozen slaves, 7 or 8 of them had reached the late gold core stage. Moreover, they had at least 2 gold cores. If they were placed in a small sect, they would be able to become an elder with real power. But in the face of Fang Xing, who was a gold core monster who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yuanying, they were not enough. The difference in strength was too big. In the face of the chaotic pill light and various spells that were shot out by them, Fang Xing directly formed a seal with one hand. With a sneer, a spiritual light shot out from his forehead into the void high up in the sky. After a long while, when this spiritual light fell again, it impressively transformed into a huge mountain, the towering pilgrimage mountain with a simple and unadorned aura. It directly suppressed the group of Lu clan slaves above the sky. Its aura was powerful and unwavering for thousands of years, suppressing a part of the void. It was like the power of the heavens, directly suppressing the group of Lu clan slaves to death. "Monk, behead." At this moment, Xianxia finally found it difficult to dodge. After all, he belonged to the group of people who could attempt to break through to the Yuanying realm, but had forcibly suppressed his cultivation. At this moment, he let out a roar and charged forward. At this moment, he took out a jade zither from his storage bag and placed it in front of him. His right hand's fingers were as hard as steel as he plucked the strings of the zither. Immediately, an extremely unpleasant sound of the zither rang out in the void. As the sound of the zither rang out, a crack appeared on the pilgrimage mountain above the Lu clan slaves' heads, as if it was about to collapse. In the void, faint demonic shadows also appeared, faintly discernible. After all, there was a certain difference between possessing a magic treasure and casting a spell with one's bare hands. After Xianxia borrowed the power of the jade zither to cast the demonic sound, it seemed to be able to shake the pilgrimage mountain method that he had casually cast. This slightly surprised Fang Xing. "Traitor, how dare you show yourself before me?" His face turned cold. At this moment, he was about 300 feet away from Xianxia, but suddenly, a pair of gigantic wings of the sword demon that blotted out the sky appeared behind him. They flapped in the air and then disappeared. However, with the power of the wings, his speed increased by more than 10 times. In almost a flash, he forcibly tore through the void and directly arrived in front of Xianxia. "Pa!" The fingers of his right hand pressed down. As soon as the unpleasant sound of the zither rang out, he pressed down on the strings and abruptly stopped. As the sound of the zither rang out, the demonic beasts that manifested in the air also vanished in an instant. With such speed, there was not even time for you to cast a spell, let alone fight with spells. "Master Nansha of the Imperial Beast Clan, how have you been?" Less than 3 feet away from Xianxia's frightened face, Fang Xing sneered in a low voice, his eyes glinting with a murderous light. "You," Xianxia almost cried out in shock, but Fang Xing did not even listen to him. He raised his hand and slapped Xianxia's forehead. "Others might be able to live, but not you. Traitors must die." When Xianxia heard Fang Xing's words, he was also shocked. He looked at Fang Xing in disbelief. Although Fang Xing had turned back into the appearance of the wild monk, and his aura had changed as well, becoming completely different from how he had been in the past, Xianxia seemed to have heard something from Fang Xing's words. His pupils shrank tightly, and then suddenly widened. His expression was extremely complicated. Boom, Fang Xing's palm had already landed. The palm covered the void, scattered the flowing clouds, and landed solidly on Xianxia's forehead. Facing the greatest traitor of the sinkhole, he did not show any mercy. He was going to kill. However, Fang Xing did not expect that just as his palm was about to land on Xianxia's forehead and was about to smash his head into a watermelon, a divine light suddenly shot out from Xianxia's eyebrows and deflected his palm by half a foot. At the same time, a scarlet feather flew out from his storage bag and spontaneously ignited in the air. It flashed with golden light and transformed into the appearance of a sinister-looking old man. With a rumble, he struck out with his palm. There was endless flowing fire and terrifying divine power, almost like a ferocious tide. "Old heretic?" Fang Xing subconsciously swung his palm to block, but when he saw the old man's appearance, he was alarmed. The situation was dangerous and the distance was close. He could no longer hold back his strength and struck straight at Daphne's figure that had suddenly appeared. After Daphne's avatar appeared, it did not say a word and struck at him. Even people of their cultivation level could not react in time. The two palms collided, but there was a tremor in the void and a turbulence surged. Fangxing felt like his palm had struck a mountain. His body swayed and he slid backward at an extremely fast speed. That scarlet feather contained Daphne's full power. It was a solid yuanying attack, and it was the yuanying power that Daphne had cultivated from the vermilion bird's body. It was truly terrifying. Even if he had taken it head-on, it would not have felt good. After the scarlet feather was ignited, the phantom of old heretic looked strangely at the monk who had taken his palm strike. Before he could say anything, he had used up all the power in the avatar and gradually disappeared into the air. Damn it, you betrayed old heretic and you still have the nerve to use his avatar to save your life? After being stunned for a moment, Fangxing was furious. He was naturally able to discern the method of this crimson feather, and it ought to have been left behind by the evil Rock King to save Xianxia's life because he truly cherished this disciple of his, Xianxia's. Yet at this moment, it had accidentally saved this traitor from his hands. His eyes flashed and he suddenly rushed over again. This time, he was even more ruthless than the first time. And his figure tore through the void. Senior brother sect leader, save me. Xianxia watched helplessly as the wild monk charged towards him for the second time. Unexpectedly, his reaction was extremely fast, and he immediately turned around and flew back towards the valley. Fangxing chased after him madly, and by the time he reached the edge of the valley, he had already caught up to Xianxia. Circulating the power in his palms, he directly struck out. However, unexpectedly, LV Fengxian, who had just sent the horned white python flying with a halberd strike in the valley, had already seen this scene with a single glance. He could only frown in anger, and with a so sound, he disappeared from where he stood. Bald donkey, how dare you bully me? Boom, LV Fengxian's fist, which was filled with rage, smashed straight towards Fangxing's chest. Fangxing felt a chill run down his spine as he raised his arms to block the attack. However, he only heard a loud explosion before he was sent flying far away with a somersault. Damn it, the strength is too strong. King tumbled all the way and only managed to stabilize his body after falling for hundreds of feet. His arms were actually in so much pain that they were numb. Since you have schemed to harm me and let me be attacked by this group of surviving species of the untainted land, then you can come at me too. LV Fengxian suddenly shrank his body and dodged the sweeping iron tail of the sinister single-horned white python. Then, he sneered and rushed towards Fangxing again. At this moment, his appearance was not very good. The sky halberd was nailed to the ground and he did not have time to withdraw it. There was still an earthworm's tail nailed to the bottom of the halberd. Moreover, the silver crystal armor on his body was also burned and damaged in many places. It seemed that in the battle just now, he did not have an easy time fighting against the 4 surviving species of the untainted land. However, his fighting spirit was high and he was not affected. At this moment, he was really full of hatred. He was not stupid and did not have to be so fierce to fight against the 4 surviving species of the untainted land alone. However, he fell into Fangxing's trap and was repeatedly seen through by the 4 surviving species of the untainted land, especially the silver lizard, which was almost like a royal among the surviving species of the untainted land. It was not easy for him to escape. He hid his body and chi to escape, but the silver lizard had a keen perception and was repeatedly seen through by it. If he wanted to escape with great speed, he would definitely be caught by the single-horned silver python. In addition, he was brave and only good at fighting techniques, but did not know many magic arts. As a result, he was unable to escape from this valley even after fighting for a long time. He could only force himself to endure and let his subordinates escape first. Originally, he hated the wild monk in his heart, but he did not expect that the monk would actually come to him. His anger rose wildly in his heart, his blood and chi were monstrous, and his divine power was matchless. He rushed over angrily and was about to give him 2 more punches to beat the wild monk into minced meat first. Damn you, I've given you face, haven't I? Fangxing was sent flying hundreds of feet by his punch, and his temper flared up. He turned over and jumped up, spat heavily on the ground, and then rolled up his sleeves and inhaled a mouthful of genuine qi. There was a kind of majestic aura of swallowing heaven and earth. His seemingly thin body was also surging at this moment, giving people the illusion that his body was expanding. Then, his feet stepped in the void, creating 2 circles of void ripples, and his whole body rushed over. His arms gathered divine power, and he actually wanted to fight the invincible LV Fengxian head-on. Boom! With the speed of the 2 of them, they could reach hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye, not to mention that they were rushing towards each other. Almost at the same time, the second punch collided, immediately causing the demonic clouds to gather and disperse, and the wind swept across the field. The 3 great species led by the silver lizard originally wanted to surround and fight with the 2 of them at the same time, but suddenly saw such a shocking scene, and actually hesitated for a moment, not daring to come forward. After a while, the silver lizard even made 2 quack sounds, as if giving some kind of order. Together with the demon toad, the demon centipede, and the single-horned white python, the 4 surviving species of untainted land, retreated at the same time. However, they firmly guarded the 4 sides, surrounding the 2 of them in the middle, and assumed the posture of sitting on Mount Tai, watching the 2 tigers fight. To be able to take one of my punches, monk, you have some ability. LV Fengxian's punch was thrown with all his strength, but he did not expect the wild monk to actually be able to take it. He was also slightly shocked, but he smiled on the surface. Then, he shook his arms, and all his divine power spread from the bottom of his heart to the whole body. He shouted loudly, "Eat my punch again." Again. Fengxian also roared. Divine light flowed around his body, and his physical body surged. With a rumble, he punched straight into the sky. The 2 masters of the ultimate, the competitors for providence, began their first head-on confrontation under the watch of the surviving species of untainted land. Moreover, both of them were angry. For a moment, no one cast any spells, and they used their physical strength to resist the enemy. It was not that Fengxian was not thoughtful enough, but that LV Fengxian's momentum was too strong. Lord Feng had tolerated him for a long time. Boom, 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 both of them threw punches. Their figures moved back and forth, and they threw 9 consecutive punches. Between the 2 of them, one was born with divine power and was the best of his generation. He was praised as a true immortal by the patriarch of his family. The other had risen from humble beginnings, and he had cultivated his physical body to the extreme. Both of them were young experts rarely seen in the world. Although it was only a contest of strength, and it was not as dazzling as a contest of spells, it really revealed the strength of a cultivator's physical body. Every punch was filled with infinite divine power, and they could almost shatter the void with their bare hands. When such powerful forces collided, it even stirred up a huge gust of wind. It even shattered the valley, forcefully sweeping away 4 to 5 valleys, and made the area much more spacious. And the circle formed by the 4 surviving species of untainted land had already retreated again and again, giving way to a huge circle with a radius of 10,000 feet. Again. After 9 consecutive punches, both of them shouted at the same time with bloodshot eyes, and they were about to throw the 10th punch. However, although they were shouting, when they saw the other party punch out, their attacks suddenly changed at the same time. Fengxian was the first to stop. He drew a circle with his hands and chanted an ancient incantation. Very soon, a strange gray smoke appeared in the air and surrounded his right arm in layers. Then, this punch, which contained an endless power of destruction and strangeness, directly smashed towards LV Fengxian. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'll let you have a taste of the power of the magical destruction spell." He finally admitted that this bastard LV Fengxian's strength was really extraordinary. If he continued to compete with him in strength, it would not end well for him. However, he did not expect that when LV Fengxian punched out, his body actually turned, and then he opened his left hand downwards, and he shouted, "Halberd, come." A silver light flew up from the ground. It was the heavenly halberd, which automatically flew from the ground to his hand after being summoned by him. The man and the halberd became one, and his aura suddenly increased by 10 times. His mighty aura caused the void to tremble. Then, LV Fengxian's face was filled with venomous intent, and he swept the halberd across the sky, directly towards Fengxian's head, and the huge force shattered a part of the void. Monk, try to take my halberd. Damn it, you're shameless, you're shameless. Fangxing panicked, and he kept cursing in his heart. How could you do this? You said you were going to punch, and you're going to F*King use the halberd? Only a fool would use his own fist to hit someone else's divine weapon. No matter how hard his fist was, it would not work. While cursing, he was secretly complaining in his heart. That heavenly halberd not only did not collapse under Fengxian's divine power, but it was also like a tiger with wings. It was clearly a divine weapon. If he had the black giant sword or the bloodsucker saber in his hand, he could still fight with him, but now he did not have a suitable weapon, and was barehanded. Even if his arms were wrapped with amazing divine power of destruction, he would definitely be at a disadvantage against the heavenly halberd. Just as Fangxing's mind was spinning rapidly, the situation suddenly changed. Behind Fengxian, who was wielding the heavenly halberd and charging furiously towards Fengxian, a white-clothed little baldy jumped up high. His eyes were shining, and he was holding a huge wooden fish in his hands. Without making any sound, he smashed it down heavily towards Fengxian's head. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the whole valley seemed to be quiet in an instant. As the huge wooden fish was knocked down, the surrounding hollow, which was filled with the sounds of the divine light breaking through the air, the rock walls exploding, and the roars of the surviving species of the untainted land, which seemed to be watching the fun, all quieted down at the same time. Not to mention Fangxing, even the 4 surviving species of the untainted land were dumbfounded. They stared at Fengxian, who was originally brave and invincible, but now looked confused. Behind him, the little monk Xianxia carried a big wooden fish and shouted like a hooligan, "How dare you hit my senior brother? If I don't beat you to death." As he spoke, he looked at Fangxing and shook his bald head proudly. "Xianxia, you're really something." Even Fangxing was stunned. This little monk Xianxia's wooden fish was simply amazing. Originally, when facing a powerful opponent like Xianxia, even he was completely nervous. If he didn't fight to the end, the outcome would be unknown. But who would have thought that at this critical moment, Xianxia, this sneaky bastard, would appear again? This wooden fish hit Fengxian's head firmly, which really made him feel inexplicably comfortable. "I'll kill you while you're sick." Fangxing was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed loudly and rushed towards Fengxian with a rumble. If he didn't hurry to take advantage of Fengxian now, when would he? However, things seemed to have happened unexpectedly. After being hit by this wooden fish, Fengxian indeed seemed to have lost his prestige. His face was full of confusion, and his body swayed a few times. He almost fell to the ground, but his body tilted for a long time, but he didn't fall. Instead, an extremely angry roar sounded from the bottom of his heart, and there was a bloody intent in his hazy eyes. He tried his best to stand firm in the air and looked fiercely at the little monk Xianxia, who was carrying the wooden fish and had a proud face. "Damn. Damn bald donkey. How dare you sneak attack me? I didn't hit you." Seeing this look, Xianxia was also stunned and subconsciously hid the wooden fish behind him. "I'll kill you." Fengxian suddenly let out a roar, like the roar of a wild beast. He rose up and the halberd rumbled towards Xianxia. "Wha? Senior brother, save me." The handsome little monk was so scared that his face turned ashen. With a whoosh, he rushed toward Fangxing. It seemed that he was very scared. Fengxian's anger had yet to dissipate as he chased after him. But he staggered, his body swayed left and right, but he could not pick up his speed. He was like a drunkard, but he also seemed to be using great willpower to keep himself from fainting. "Senior brother, why didn't he faint?" Xianxia ran to Fangxing and asked with a face full of horror. Fangxing was stunned by her question. "How would I know? I was going to ask you." "Senior brother, he's coming. Quick, stop him." "Why are you still afraid of him when you've already knocked him out?" "I only know how to knock, but I don't know how to fight." Fangxing was really speechless at Xianxia's performance. Seeing that Fengxian had already rushed over, he sneered, shook his arms, and rushed up. Although Fengxian was dizzy, he only felt that someone was rushing in front of him, so he subconsciously slashed with his halberd. The power of the halberd was still extremely terrifying. It crossed the sky, shook the clouds, and almost had the power of a cave mountain. "Get out of my way." In the face of this halberd, Fangxing naturally did not give in. He waved his palms and displayed the sword demon great technique. With a rumbling sound, he slapped towards LV Fengxian. It seemed that he could easily take down LV Fengxian at this time, but he did not expect that this guy would be so tenacious. He waved his halberd against the wings of the sword demon and used the momentum to flip into the sky. He was not taken down, but after jumping into the sky, he staggered and shook his head hard, as if his head was extremely dizzy and uncomfortable, and he had to use all his strength to stay awake. However, this person was also extremely fierce. He hit his head hard a few times, then shouted angrily and waved his halberd again to meet Feng Xing. This guy is really fierce. Feng Xing also sighed from the bottom of his heart. He thought that he could only continue to fight after being hit by Xianxia. He really deserved to be a great war cultivator. However, facing LV Fengxian, who was struggling to fight, he was not polite at all. What a joke, he liked to beat a drowning dog the most. Boom! The sword demon great technique shook again, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, slapping down on LV Fengxian. At this time LV Fengxian looked brave, but his head was dizzy, and he was fighting fiercely with his blood and qi. The angle of the halberd and the operation of the martial arts were not accurate, and his strength was not as pure and fierce as before. Instead, it seemed a little soft, as if he could not use all his strength. However, Feng Xing used all his strength at this time, and under such circumstances, he flapped the sky halberd to the other side, and the huge force slapped him, causing his body to fly out like a paper kite. When he was in the air, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Xing did not spare him. He caught up with him and waved his claws at LV Fengxian's chest. How dare you bully me? LV Fengxian was angry. He desperately opened his heavy eyelids, roared, and thrust his halberd forward. But right now, he was already unable to exert 5 out of 10 halberds of strength, and he had just been injured. Although this halberd strike could be said to be forceful, but in front of Feng Xing, it seemed extremely soft. He simply couldn't bring it out. With a cold laugh, his right hand directly grabbed out, grabbing the halberd's body. With a horizontal sweep, he forcefully snatched the divine weapon from LV Fengxian's hands. Then, with a turn, he flew above LV Fengxian, his right leg flying out, firmly kicking LV Fengxian down to the ground from midair. Bastard, you still dare to show off in front of me? Feng Xing laughed loudly. Holding the sky halberd with both hands, he chopped down towards LV Fengxian below, wanting to kill him with one strike. But unexpectedly, this sky halberd really had intelligence. Usually, when LV Fengxian held it in his hand, it was as if he was controlling his arm, extremely nimble. But now that Feng Xing held it in his hand, and was using it to stab at its original owner, this sky halberd immediately reacted. Just as the halberd was about to pierce through LV Fengxian, the halberd suddenly swayed, about to fly out of his hand. But Feng Xing jumped in fright. He used all his strength to hold it in his hand, unreasonably channeling his divine power, forcefully making it stab towards LV Fengxian below. But only to hear a qi sound, the halberd directly pierced into LV Fengxian's body. Originally, it was going to pierce through his chest, but because the halberd was swaying non-stop, and because the defense of LV Fengxian's silver armor was extremely strong, it actually slid away. It only pierced through the gap between his waist and ribs, scratching LV Fengxian's lower abdomen, but it did not directly pierce through him like what Feng Xing thought. Weng. Seeing LV Fengxian's blood, the sky halberd swayed even more violently, wanting to break free and fly away, like a real dragon. Want to run? Feng Xing was enraged. He gritted his teeth and grabbed the sky halberd, forcefully pulling it back. At the same time, he ruthlessly kicked the halberd twice. Walala, one man and one halberd clashed, the silver armor on LV Fengxian's body was sent flying. His magical robe, silver armor, and storage pouch flew in the air, in a mess. And LV Fengxian, wearing only a pair of silk pants, with his back bare, dizzily fell to the ground. Bastard, you don't want to listen to me? Feng Xing clashed with the sky halberd, only to feel that the halberd was like a slippery mudfish, swaying left and right, wanting to fly away from his hand, unwilling to stay in his hand obediently. A wave of ruthlessness rose in his heart, his hands grasped the halberd tightly, forcefully swinging it towards LV Fengxian's body. Since this weapon was loyal, must he use it to stain it with its owner's blood? Xiao! The sky halberd was used as a rod, ruthlessly smashing towards LV Fengxian, who was on the ground beating his own head. Although it was somewhat unfair, Fengxing couldn't care less. His attacks were ruthless, seizing the opportunity to get rid of this fellow first. Obviously, LV Fengxian also felt a strong sense of crisis, suddenly looked up, a look of horror in his eyes, but it was too late to escape. He could only subconsciously raise his hand to block in front of him. But facing Fengxing's rod that directly struck down from the sky, his movement of raising his arm to block seemed so powerless, and he was about to be directly smashed into meat paste by Fengxing's rod. But it was also at this time, in the void, a little change appeared. At this time, the dense layers of demonic clouds in the sky, at this time, a trace of a crack quietly appeared. It was as if from the 9 heavens, there was someone silently looking down from this crack from the 9 heavens. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that Fengxing suddenly felt his blood run cold, and all the hair on his body stood up like a hedgehog. Unable to care about killing LV Fengxian, he hurriedly looked up, only to see the layers of demonic clouds in the sky, not the slightest abnormality. Was it my illusion just now? Fengxing whispered in his heart. The feeling of being stared at by an inexplicable crisis was still hovering at the top of his heart. But when he tried his best to look around, he didn't find the slightest abnormality, which made him a little surprised. Young master, it was also at this moment, suddenly, outside the valley, more than a dozen Gold Core Realm warriors desperately rushed in, but they were the LV family slaves who had escaped. But the more they thought about it, the more they desperately rushed back to save their master. As soon as they entered the domain, half of them rushed straight to Fengxing, and the other part rushed straight to the valley, picked up LV Fengxian, and fled out of the valley like lightning. Where are you going? Fengxing gritted his teeth, decided to ignore the illusion, and kill this bastard first. In a fierce roar, he rushed over with the halberd. Save the young master and leave. That group of fearless servants rushed into the valley. Half of them stood in front of Fengxing. With their cultivation, they could not block Fengxing's path at all. However, facing Fengxing, who had become extremely ferocious, this group of people glanced at each other, and impressively pinched a strange magic seal. Then, the spiritual energy in their bodies reversed, and rays of terrifying golden light faintly appeared on the surface of their bodies, spinning and shooting out their spiritual energy. Fuck. Even Fengxing felt a chill at the back of his head when he saw this scene. With a strange cry, he carried the sky halberd and dodged. The 4 or 5 Gold Core Realm slaves impressively joined forces to self-destruct, and now released the cultivation of the late Gold Core Realm, impressively turned the whole valley into a chaotic domain. Not to mention Fengxing, even the 4 surviving species of the untainted land had to temporarily avoid the terrifying power. And the remaining few slaves, together with Xianxia, who was hiding in the dark, but now finally showed up, took advantage of the opportunity gained by the self-destruction of the group of fellow disciples, and quickly rushed into the valley. They helped the dazed LV Fengxian out of the valley, and then desperately used all kinds of magic treasures such as concealment, wind control, and other magic treasures. Like a stray dog, they rushed in the direction of Beko Keikyung. You want to escape? Fengxing didn't want to give up. He used the sword demon technique to disperse the chaotic divine light of the self-destruction in the air. Just as he was about to rush up again, he was suddenly alarmed. He folded his wings and flew into the high sky like a meteor. Then, a divine light almost brushed past his feet and rushed into the distance, creating a deep ditch in the already ruined valley. At the same time, a huge spiritual boat appeared in the distant sky and rushed over as if it covered the sky and the sun. It was the spiritual boat of the Taihao family that had also come to save its master. All kinds of arrays were activated at the same time, and the horrifying divine light bombarded over one after another. The power of this spiritual boat was not ordinary, and it could fight against the Yuanying. At this time, the Taihao family slaves who were driving the spiritual boat were determined to save their master, so they bombarded the valley desperately. The spiritual essence and spiritual source stored on the spiritual boat were consumed without any hesitation. Under such violent bombardment, even the 4 surviving species of the untainted land were a little confused, let alone Fengxing and Xianxia. For a moment, under the violent bombardment, even Fengxing was suppressed and could only watch LV Fengxian escape from that side. He was extremely annoyed, and he couldn't help but think, who was saving him? Fengxing was extremely depressed. This time, it was a beautiful trap. He was about to kill LV Fengxian, who dared to rob his ultimate, but he didn't expect that LV Fengxian would escape in the end. Fengxing didn't need to feel depressed. He kept looking up at the sky and muttered, "The gaze that came from the sky just now made me vigilant, and I lost a great opportunity to kill LV Fengxian for nothing. Was it an illusion or real?" He released all his divine senses and tried his best to sense it. However, apart from the qi of the 4 surviving species of the untainted land, Xianxia, the green donkey, Chu Ci, and the others, he only felt that there was silence in the void. The eyes that had given him a warning just now were no longer there. The sudden warning in his heart just now seemed to be far beyond his realm and the range of his senses. What made Fengxing's heart sink was, who could give him such a warning? With his current Golden Core Mahayana stage cultivation base, even if a nascent soul cultivator was not present, even a Taoist master would not give him such a dangerous aura. In that case, who was it that made him lose his mind for a moment? If a master really wanted to save LV Fengxian's life, why didn't he do it directly, with his cultivation level? If he really wanted to deal with him, he would probably not be able to escape even if he had wings, right? Or, could it be that all of this was just his own illusion? After thinking for a while, he couldn't find an answer. Fengxing felt as if a big stone was pressing on his heart. In such a short time, the crisscrossing divine light above his head had weakened slightly. Still want to escape? Fengxing noticed it and looked up. He saw that the spiritual boat of the Taihao LV family had almost razed the mountains to the ground after a period of violent bombardment. However, they had almost consumed all the spiritual source, spiritual essence, and other resources on the spiritual boat. At this time, they had slowly retreated. While bombarding, they accumulated the last spiritual source, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, at this time, Fengxing, who was full of resentment, couldn't let them go so easily. He looked over coldly and saw that the divine light from the spiritual boat was no longer as fierce and dense as before. He found a gap and suddenly flew up. The 2 big wings of the sword demon curled around him, and he soared into the sky like lightning. "Since you've saved him, you can stay." Boom! With a loud yell, Fengxing flew above the spiritual boat and stomped down on the bow of the spiritual boat with the power of a mountain. The spiritual boat, which was obviously at the end of its strength, shook and lost the ability to fly. Then, it fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. The huge force shook the ground, and a horrifying crack appeared on the ground. The spiritual boat was surrounded by dense spiritual light, and many restrictions disappeared instantly. "Be loyal to the young master." Deathly silence came from the spiritual boat. Then, 4 to 5 figures dashed out with their most powerful spiritual artifacts. Some of them even tried to grab Fengxing, who was in the sky, with vicious expressions as if they were going to self-destruct with him in their arms. The Taihao Liu family was indeed an ancient family with deep foundations. The loyalty of these servants was the first time that Fengxing had seen such a group of loyal servants. In order to create a chance for Liu Fengxian to escape, they had controlled the spiritual boat to bombard the valley and suppress Fengxing and the group of primitive species. However, they had put themselves in a situation of certain death. At this moment, the spiritual boat had been stomped onto the ground by Fengxing from the sky, and there was no chance of survival for it. However, they still dared to come out and fight with Fengxing in this situation. Fengxing looked at them coldly and pressed his palm down, and a ball of black light began to condense in his palm. Since this group of servants were so loyal and wanted to serve the Lu tribe to the death, he didn't mind sending them on their way. Swoosh! However, just as Fengxing was about to make a move, a white shadow swept over from the ground and swallowed this group of people. Then, it flew into the sky again and coiled up into a ball. Its scarlet eyes looked at Fengxing with malicious intent. It was the horned white python. At this moment, the silver lizard with 2 backs, the demon toad the size of a small hill, and even the demon centipede that had half of its body chopped off by LV Fengxian revealed their enormous bodies one after another. They occupied all 4 directions and stared fixedly at Fengxing. Fengxing had set up a trap for Liu Fengxian to be besieged by them. Now, it was Fengxing's turn to be besieged by them. "Senior brother, can we still slip away?" Xianxia looked worried and secretly tugged on Fengxing's sleeve. This monk was very smart and knew that it was not easy to escape from this encirclement. Even Fengxing furrowed his brows. He sneered twice, but his brows were slightly furrowed. He was good at the breath-concealing technique. With the green mist wrapped around his body, he could almost block the perception of the Yuanning cultivators. However, this method was more useful when there were many people. If he got into the crowd, where could they find him? However, there were only him and Xianxia in the field, and the 4 surviving species of the untainted land had surrounded them. Even if he used the breath-concealing technique, it would be difficult to avoid the perception of these surviving species of the untainted land. It could even be said that this group of guys didn't need to sense him. They would be exposed if they bombarded the void. That donkey can fight against the 4 surviving species. Can't I do it? Fangxing rolled up his sleeves angrily and put on a posture that he was going to fight a hard battle. Do you really want to force me to fight? Xianxia's face was full of embarrassment. He hid beside Fangxing like a thief, but he had no intention of escaping. Fangjiu, I'm here to help you, too. Not far away, Chu Xi, who was riding the sword spirit, and Fangxing's eldest disciple, the green donkey, also rushed over and greeted them from a distance. Humph, 4 against 4, I won't lose out. Fangxing raised the ancient halberd in his hands. When Fangxing was using it to kill LV Fengxian, this halberd was as slippery as a loach. But now that LV Fengxian had escaped, it seemed as though it had exhausted all of its spirituality and stopped moving like a dead object. He could now use it as an ordinary divine weapon. Although he had never used a long weapon before, it was still better than fighting with his bare hands. Quack, quack, the winged silver lizard let out a strange cry, as if to boost morale, and was about to make a move. The chi of both sides condensed, and a fierce battle was about to begin. Come on, I'll take care of you demons, Fangxing shouted and took out the small ascending Zen cauldron, ready to take it out to hit people when necessary. The murderous aura had almost condensed, but at this moment, the few surviving species of the untainted land all turned their heads and looked around with confused expressions. After a while, the silver lizard with the royal bloodline suddenly cried into the air, and then glanced at Fangxing provocatively. Suddenly, it turned its head and flew into the distance. They left? The little monk Xianxia stared blankly at the 4 retreating surviving species of the untainted land, and then looked at Fangxing with admiration. Senior brother, you're so powerful. You actually scared away these surviving species of the untainted land. I admire you so much. Not to mention him, even Chu Xi and the green donkey looked at Fangxing with shining eyes. How powerful and domineering was it to scare away the 4 surviving species of the untainted land with one sentence? Did I scare them away? Only Fangxing stared blankly and felt slightly lost. However, he felt that it was not that simple. Just as he was about to make the first move, a faint sound of a flute rang out. It seemed to come from the horizon, but it also seemed to be ringing right beside him. The sound of the flute was melodious, but it was very strange. Even with his perception that far surpassed his peers, he could not hear it clearly. It was as if he was hallucinating, and he could not tell if it was real or not. This group of surviving species of the untainted land seemed to be called away by the flute sound. Could it be that someone can drive the surviving species of the untainted land? This thought flashed through Fangxing's mind, but he was also shocked. He quickly shook his head and said to himself that it was impossible. The surviving species of the untainted land were respected as the bloodline of the untainted land, and formed their own race. Even the divine land could only set up the skytrapping formation around the Devil's Abyss, and then send many masters to guard the Devil's Abyss to prevent them from escaping. How could it be possible to drive them? But then again, if it was really the flute sound that called away this group of surviving species of the untainted land, then the flute player seemed to be helping him. Fangxing carefully sensed the surroundings, but there were no clues. In the face of the worship of the little monk Xianxia and others, he could only reluctantly agree. Of course, they are smart. If they were a step slower, I would have broken their legs. The fierce battle was over, but it was also time to collect the spoils. However, Fangxing was happy again. He bent down and fell into the valley, turned over the layers of soil on the ground, and shouted for Xianxia and the green donkey to help him. They lifted up the soil, scraped the ground, and rummaged through the storage bag that LV Fengxian had dropped when he escaped. Although he failed to kill this donkey, it was enough for him. As a descendant of the Taihao LV family, he was beaten to the point that he only wore a pair of pants and was rescued. His spiritual boat, weapons, storage bag, and even his silver armor were all left behind. 2. Fortunately, the donkey disciple had sharp eyes. Not long after, he ran over with a storage bag in his mouth. It was the storage bag that LV Fengxian had dropped when Fengxing stripped off his silver armor. Fengxing hurriedly took it and looked at it. Among the pile of elixirs and extraordinary talismans, he saw a milky white, palm-sized white jade token. The word Jing was engraved on it in ancient seal script. White jade token. With a smile, Fengxing took the white jade token in his hand and looked at it over and over again. This token was as warm as jade, and it contained a mysterious seal which was extremely difficult to forge. It was obviously a genuine white jade token. This was a good thing. The Beko Keikyung saint wanted to set up a philosopher's Taoist field, and only geniuses from the major sects and families could enter it. The proof was this white jade token. If any of it was thrown into the central territory of the godly land, many families would fight for it. It was priceless. Okay, it's time to distribute the loot. Everyone has a share. Fengxing cleared his throat and began to distribute the treasures that he had gotten this time. Little wife, you did a good job and made a great contribution. This white jade token is for you. With a solemn expression, Fengxing stuffed the white jade token into Chu Si's hand and picked up the silver armor that had a hole in it. This silver armor is also a good item. It's impervious to weapons, fire, and water. It can block a full-force strike from a primitive species without being damaged. It looks like it suits my disciple well. I'll give it to you and see if you can wear it. He gave the donkey disciple who had an expectant look on his face a piece of broken silver armor. The heavenly halberd is good. It's mine. The runestone is useful to me. It's mine too. The treasures that we got from these independent cultivators are interesting. I'll confiscate them. After clearing his throat, he glanced at the people around him and said, I'll keep the confiscated items. I stepped on this spiritual boat, so I'll take it. Do you have any objections? You can reject any objections. It's mine. Fengxing clapped his hands and looked at Xianxia, Chu Si, and his donkey disciple with a smile. It's done. Xianxia's eyes lit up. After waiting for a long time, he didn't hear his name and asked in a daze, what about me? With a solemn expression, Fengxing patted Xianxia's shoulder and said earnestly, Junior brother, you have great potential, and I have high hopes for you. Money is like dirt, so don't ask any more. As a monk, everything is meaningless. How can you let the secular world stain your refined temperament? However, I'm going to form my own team and have decided to invite you to the mountain to be my fourth master. What do you think? Fourth master? The little monk Xianxia was stunned when he heard this, and the look in his eyes was very strange. He was a disciple of the spiritual mountain temple. Since Fengxing refused to convert to the spiritual mountain temple, wouldn't he become the majestic master of the spiritual mountain temple after killing the chief monk and wine and meat monk in the future? Such a monk with a bright future and noble temperament actually wanted to invite him up the mountain to be his fourth master? The little monk Xianxia was speechless. He directly shook his head and said, no. After a pause, he said, I want to be the second master. Fengxing didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He waved his hand and said, the second master already has someone. The little monk Xianxia's face was full of grievance. Then I want to be the third master. Fengxing said, the third master also has someone. Okay. Xianxia said aggrievedly. I'm your junior brother. You only give me the fourth master. I want it too, I want it too. Chu Si hurriedly raised her hand. I want to be your master too. Fengxing rolled his eyes at her. You are the wife of the bandit chief. Why are you getting involved in the affairs of men? Go away. As soon as he showed his manly demeanor, Chu Si's little face turned red. She secretly smiled and hugged Fengxing's arm and pinched him. Second master. The green donkey also had a sincere expression on its face as it trotted over to Fengxing and wagged its tail happily. You are the orthodox successor of the supreme path and the master of the ultimate ruins. Why do you want to be our master? Don't. Fengxing also kicked the green donkey to the side and went to the side. Senior brother, what is the name of our sect? Xianxia no longer competed for the ranking. She excitedly followed Feng Xing and kept inquiring. Feng Xing said, Ghost Smoke Valley. But that's not a good idea. If it's called Ghost Smoke Valley, I'll be ranked 10th. The other 9 didn't end up well. Also, this name has to be intimidating. Once it's called, it should be loud and clear. It's best to make people pay directly. The Ghost Smoke Valley can intimidate mortals, but it's not good to intimidate cultivators. Wait, let me think about it. It doesn't even have a name. Xianxia rolled his eyes and then suggested, how about calling it Wine and Meat Nunnery? Useless, you only know how to eat and drink. Then what do you think we should call it? Feng Xing pondered for a moment and whispered, Rob the Gang? Have you ever seen a bad person carve the word bad on their head? 2. That's horrible. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the green donkey unanimously expressed their opposition. 6 of them looked at Feng Xing with disdain. Then what do you think we should do? Feng Xing was dissatisfied. He picked his nose and looked at the 3 of them. Xianxia slapped away his hand that was picking his nose and analyzed seriously, if you really want to start a sect, the name is a big deal. It is destined to be affected by the fate of heaven and earth. The name can't be too arrogant, lest it can't bear the fate of heaven and earth and bring disaster. But it can't be too weak, lest it can't share the fate of heaven and earth and can't take advantage of the situation to rise. In addition, you should first determine the nature of your own sect. The bloodline is the family, the magic is the Tao, the cultivation is the palace, the idea is the first sect, and the supreme is the heaven. These words made Feng Xing's head hurt. He waved his hand and said, Why is it so troublesome? Can't you just give it a name? No. The 2 people and the donkey were more serious than he was. They all glared at him. Senior brother likes to plunder the most. How about calling it the Heaven Plundering sect? It doesn't sound good. I think the domineering sect is better, too. 2. My martial nephew said it should be called the Invincible sect. Forget it, this donkey is too uncultured. The 2 people and the donkey were arguing fiercely. Feng Xing got a headache listening to them. He couldn't help but wave his hand and shouted, Don't talk about it. It's not so complicated. It's originally a robbery, so let's call it robbery. I'm quite capable. Whoever dares to offend me, I'll poke a hole in the sky. As he said this, he looked at the sky gloomily. He still remembered the creepy gaze from the 9th heaven just now. He deliberately targeted it and said with a grudge. So I'll be called the Piercing Sky Dao Master from now on, robbery? The Piercing Sky Dao Master? Xianxia, Xianxia, and the green donkey were all stunned. For a moment, the 3 of them felt that this title was a bit interesting and couldn't refute it. Then let's name it. Feng Xing was very proud. He thought to himself, this group of uncultured people still needs me to do it personally at the critical moment. A Tao orthodoxy that influenced the 8 wastelands and 6 realms was born just like that. The Tao Master Feng Xing, the 4th Master Xianxia of the Spiritual Mountain Temple, the first wife of the Tao Master who officially entered the Tao was the little princess of the Chu royal court, Xianxia, and the first disciple of the robbery Tao, Donkey Feng. As for the 2nd Master and 3rd Master of the robbery Tao, they still didn't know that they had become the masters of the robbery Tao. Senior brother, then why did we establish the robbery Tao? The little monk Xianxia asked the most important question in confusion. Sky-piercing Tao Master rolled his eyes and said, Since we want to rob the Tao, we must rob the Tao. Right now, there is only 1 white jade token, and there are 4 of us. I've heard that the people in Beko Kekyung are planning to open the Zhuzi Daoist court, which is related to the 9 coffins in the sky. We must get a hand in it. It's not easy to rob the white jade token, so we have to make do with the runestones. With a single sentence, he immediately took action. They got into the spiritual boat on the ground and checked it. They found that the quality of the spiritual boat was good. Although it was kicked down from the sky by Feng Xing, the main array was not damaged and could fly. Then, they took out spiritual essence from their storage bag and put it into the spiritual source. Rumbling, the boat rose into the sky. After some consideration, Xianxia and Xianxia, who were very concerned about the Tao orthodoxy, erased the pattern of the Taihao LV tribe on the outside of the spiritual boat and engraved 2 big majestic words with spiritual light on it. This was the first public property of the robbery Tao, The spiritual boat flew in the sky and searched all regions with the Buddha visualization scroll. Soon, they found many disciples of various Taoist orthodoxies who were fighting with the primitive species who escaped from the demonic abyss. These people were the targets of the robbery Tao. They used the Buddha visualization scroll to observe the situation. When they found a good opportunity, Xianxia and the green donkey guarded the home while the first master and the fourth master attacked together. Boom! A middle-aged man in a blue robe had just killed a primitive species with a sword and a halberd on its back with the help of his fellow faction members. He dug out a runestone with blood on it and yelled in excitement, "The third runestone is in our hands." Junior brothers, continue. Before he could finish speaking, a pair of sword demon wings that blotted out the sun and the sky suddenly came enveloping down. The world turned dark, and under the wings, a grey-robed monk majestically swooped down. His voice simply shook the ethereal palace, lawless and out of control. Robbery. Who dares to do this? Furious, the blue-robed middle-aged man put away the runestone and yelled. Robbery Tao, heaven-piercing sect master. The grey-robed monk rushed down and yelled loudly. The blue-robed middle-aged man was also furious. He formed a sword sign and was about to rush up to the sky to deal with the monk. However, he was caught off guard. He only noticed that behind the grey-robed monk, a bald monk in a white robe came out and hit the blue-robed middle-aged man's head with a wooden fish. The blue-robed middle-aged man's body swayed a few times and fell down softly. The fellow disciples were all stunned and couldn't react for a long time. After being stunned for a few breaths, they shouted and rushed forward to help. However, before they could get close, the grey-robed monk had already laughed out loud and snatched the blue-robed middle-aged man's storage bag. With a flap of his big wings, he flew away with a rumble. The fellow disciples complained incessantly. After chasing for a long time, they couldn't even catch a shadow. A beautiful woman riding a strange beast with a cold expression slowly pulled back her iron spear from the body of a lost species of wilderness that she had just killed. Not far away, a group of pursuers were extremely excited. On Cloud Mountain, a group of people shouted, Xianxia is indeed invincible. She fought a lost species of wilderness alone and won easily. Her name is destined to be known throughout the world. The Xianxia's expression was cold. The battle fairy's expression was cold as she jumped off her mount to cut open the talisman stone. Unexpectedly, a huge wooden fish fell from the sky and hit her squarely on the head. The unsmiling battle fairy fell to the ground just like that. The group of pursuers also froze as if their necks were being strangled. Two monks jumped out from behind the battle fairy and acted as if nothing had happened. They snatched the talisman stone from the battle fairy's hand and ran. The most hateful one was the white-robed monk. He turned around and realized that the grey-robed monk wasn't paying attention to him. He even sneakily reached out and touched the battle fairy's slender waist and legs. What's going on? Where did these wild monks come from? When you were touching the Xianxia, why did you hide from the grey-robed monk? Aren't you afraid that we would see? The group of pursuers finally reacted. Chaos ensued as they shouted and rushed forward. Wahahaha! Robbery, Sky Piercer sect leader. The two monks shouted arrogantly and flew away at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Only their voices echoed in the air. Who stole me? Next to the corpse of a huge surviving species of the untainted land, a man who wanted to cry but had no tears knelt on the ground. He felt bitter in his heart. It was not easy for him to kill such a surviving species of the untainted land. Before he had the time to dig out the runestone and play with it, it was snatched away by someone. It was a pity that he was knocked out by a stick before he could display his skills. It was unfair, he wanted to cry but no tears came out. He screamed at the sky in anger. Robbery, Sky Piercer sect leader. An arrogant voice faintly came from the clouds, causing the man to remember this name deeply. Year 129,500 of the immortal calendar, a lost species of wilderness appeared outside of Beko Kekyung. Many heaven's favorites accepted the talisman of Beko Kekyung and left the capital to slay the demon. They exchanged the runestone for the white jade insignia and displayed their skills. However, during this process, two monks, one gray and one white, appeared. They ambushed, beat, hit someone when they were down, and committed all sorts of crimes. The victims were unknown. The name of robbery, Skypiercer sect leader, spread throughout Bako Kekyung. Senior brother, it's too slow to rob like this. In a hidden valley, the notorious robbers stopped their spiritual boat here and squatted in the boat to check their gains. Xianxia took out the last runestone and sighed. We robbed for a long time and only got 8 runestones, which is enough to exchange for 1 white jade token. It's too slow. It's said that less than 100 primitive species escaped from the demonic abyss this time, and not all of them have runestones in their bodies. They are scattered in the area of 100,000 kilometers between Beko Kekyung and the demonic abyss, so it's not easy to rob them. Even if we get all of them, there won't be many of them. Someone is guarding against us, so it's not easy to rob them. You're right. We can't be honest and follow the rules, Fangxing sighed with emotion. Originally, he was aiming for the white jade token, but after robbing for several days, he only managed to snatch 1 white jade token. This was a rare humiliation in the history of his robberies. In the past, he would always rob a large area, and the items were endless. Chu Ci couldn't help but roll her eyes. Don't you think about how expensive runestones are? Fortunately, we can get another one and make it a whole. Fangxing made a decision. They had already robbed 8 runestones, and they had 9 runestones, including the one they got from Chen Laohe. However, according to the rules of Beko Kekyung, they had to rob another one and make it a total of 10 runestones to exchange for 1 white jade token. Anyway, they only needed this one, so they could rob it first. It shouldn't be too difficult. After making this decision, the spiritual boat started again and traveled in the void, searching secretly. However, to their surprise, the last runestone stumped them. They tried twice and subdued the other party, but after searching for a long time, they found that the other party didn't have a runestone either. Then they encountered a group of people who should have runestones, but they found that it was a group of 3 major forces. If Fangxing and Xianxia took action, they wouldn't have a high chance of success, so they didn't do it. Feeling helpless, the 2 of them began to discuss. If it really did not work out, they would find a primordial world remnant species and kill it themselves to get that talisman stone. With this thought in mind, the spiritual boat turned south, hoping to meet a surviving species of the untainted land. However, he didn't find one. But it made sense. It had been 4 to 5 days since the surviving species of the untainted land escaped from the demonic abyss. Now, the gap in the sky trap array had already been filled by the major defensive forces guarding the demonic abyss. As for the surviving species of the untainted land that escaped, most of them were killed by the juniors of the various orthodoxies. Under the siege of these ferocious juniors, it was not easy for Fangxing to find a fish that escaped the net. There's really no other way. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the spiritual boat, holding her small face and looking forward eagerly. Fangxing was also a little disappointed. He lazily played with the talisman stone in his hand, his interest waning. Beko Kekyung was really ruthless. 10 runestones in exchange for a place to enter the Philosophy's Tao College. This was simply a huge threshold, although the distribution of the talisman decree seemed to give ordinary cultivators a chance to enter the Philosophy's Tao College. If one thought about it carefully, they would realize that it was just a dream. After all, even ordinary surviving species of the untainted land had power comparable to Yuanying. Moreover, not every surviving species of the untainted land had runestones in their bodies. This meant that if an ordinary person wanted to use this method to exchange for a place to enter the Philosophy's Tao College, he would have to kill at least 30 to 40 surviving species of the untainted land. What did this mean? It was no wonder that the orthodoxies in Beko Kekyung who attacked this time were the weaker sects and families that didn't directly receive the white jade token from Beko Kekyung, or people like LV Fengxian who were eager to use the name of the successor of the Taisheng Taoist orthodoxy to establish their prestige. Some orthodoxies were as calm as Mount Tai and had no intention of attacking. First, they felt that this method of obtaining a chance to enter the Philosophy's Tao College was not practical. Second, they didn't want to compete with independent cultivators for such a pitiful opportunity. Otherwise, it would be beneath their dignity. If only there were more surviving species of the untainted land, Fangxing and Xianxia sighed at the same time and murmured. If there were more surviving species of the untainted land, more people would kill them, and more targets would be robbed. Thus, they would get more runestones. In the current situation, the number of surviving species of the untainted land determined that they wouldn't gain much. However, just as they were feeling down, it was as if a mysterious existence had sensed their thoughts. In the depths of the void, there was a faint sound of heavy thunder rolling, as if a heavenly tribulation was descending. There seemed to be a sea of thunder slowly descending from the dark clouds. Fangxing and Xianxia sensed the change in the atmosphere and raised their heads to look at the sky. What's happening? Xianxia, who was wearing an apron and preparing dishes in the spiritual boat, also ran out with a spatula in her hand, looking shocked. In their senses, there seemed to be an extremely solemn change in the atmosphere between heaven and earth. Boom! Before Fangxing could answer, another earth-shattering muffled sound suddenly came from the far south. It was as if the heavenly river had burst its banks, and the sky had collapsed and the earth had cracked. After that, they could faintly hear an extremely dull demonic roar coming from the south. It rolled over from the sky like a tide, and after the demonic roar, there was a continuous rumbling sound of the earth, as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping. Fangxing and Xianxia looked at each other, and their eyes were all shining. There's something interesting to watch. The two suddenly said at the same time. Then, they hurriedly took out the Buddha visualization scripture and injected their divine senses into it. After a long while, an image suddenly appeared on the scripture. 10,000 kilometers to the south, in the unfathomably deep black abyss, there was a huge wall that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers and was covered in runes and spiritual light. At this moment, a gap had appeared on it, and the gap was still expanding. Within the gap, black figures were rushing out like a tide, roaring towards the heavens and the earth. The might of the roar could be said to be able to shake the heavens and the earth, and destroy the heavens and the earth. The scripture changed again, and the image changed to that of a group of ferocious and unfathomable giant beasts. They escaped from the demonic abyss in groups, rumbling like a beast tide as they charged towards the north. There were hundreds of them? Thousands? Or 10,000. When Xianxia saw this scene, the spatula in her hand fell to the ground with a clang, and her little face turned pale. Xianxia suddenly became excited and shouted, "Senior brother, look, there are so many primitive species. We're rich." Fangxing jumped up and slapped his bald head, shouting, "Damn you. Run!" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that they had gone too deep into the south in order to find the surviving species of the untainted land that had escaped the net. The group of surviving species of the untainted land had escaped from the Devil Abyss and rushed to the north. They were the closest group of people. Now, in just a few seconds, they could already see the rolling demonic clouds that covered the sky and the sun. With a roar, they quickly rushed into the spiritual boat, tried their best to activate the spiritual source, and turned around to flee. Behind them, a vast expanse of primitive species was rushing toward Beko Kekyung in a mighty manner. Urgent, very urgent. An abnormal sign appeared in the demonic abyss array, and a large number of primitive species escaped, almost destroying the world. While Fangxing and the others fled quickly on the spiritual boat, Beko Kekyung was also shocked after receiving the news. Several Grand Masters with unfathomable cultivation strength flew directly into the air and looked at the demonic clouds that filled the entire skyline in shock. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. How is it possible? The abnormal movement in the demonic abyss 5 days ago was a rare event in the past 100 years. Now a corner of the sky trap grand array collapsed, and a group of primitive species rushed out of the demonic abyss. Is the world going to be destroyed? Things have changed. The Golden Core tribe stationed in the demonic abyss didn't respond. Something big must have happened. It's impossible for the primitive species to break through the demonic abyss grand array by themselves. It's very likely that the sages in the demonic abyss made a move. In panic, the 12 buildings of Beko Kekyung immediately used the talisman, and the whole capital was on guard. Then, in Beko Kekyung, 2 figures suddenly soared into the sky. They paused in the air and spun toward the south with a beam of divine light. They traveled thousands of kilometers in one breath. Although there was only one person, the aura he brought was as vast as an ocean, and its edge couldn't be touched. It's the sages. The sages made a move. Below, countless cultivators cried out loudly. They were extremely shocked, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel heavy. Even the sages put down the big array and went to the demonic abyss to check. which showed that the situation was really serious beyond imagination. The sages went to the demonic abyss to check, and to prevent any major changes, they won't personally suppress the primitive species. Beko Keikyung is a great creation, and it must not be attacked by the primitive species. The 12 buildings of Beko Keikyung and all orthodoxies, and according to my decree, the primitive species are rioting, and Beko Keikyung is in danger. No one can stay out of it. Immediately go out of the city and kill the primitive species. Those who get 10 runestones will be rewarded with 1 white jade token, and those who get 20 runestones will be rewarded with 2 white jade tokens. The orthodoxies beyond the 10 heavens will open up, and regardless of sect background or cultivation, they will only recognize the runestones and the white jade token. If you want to become a sage, this is a golden opportunity. I hope that all orthodoxies will work together to resist the demons. On the highest building of Beko Keikyung, a person with fluttering sleeves shouted loudly. After shouting, without saying anything else, he took the lead and flew toward the group of primitive species tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! 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 With him in the lead, countless huge spiritual boats and divine lights soared into the sky, whistling and full of murderous intent. They crossed the city, even the orthodoxies that hadn't taken action before also rushed to the demonic abyss. The tacit rule of Yuanying not taking action was also erased at this time. After all, only a small number of primitive species had rushed out of the demonic abyss, and the juniors were allowed to take action to train them. However, now that a large number of primitive species had appeared, it was a great disaster for Beko Keikyung, and they didn't dare to hold back anymore. More importantly, with so many surviving species of the untainted land, it was indeed a rare opportunity. If there were too few surviving species of the untainted land in the past, it would be too difficult to exchange for the white jade tokens by killing the surviving species of the untainted land. But now, in the face of such a large number of surviving species of the untainted land, as long as he fought hard, it was very likely that he would be able to collect 10 white jade tokens. Whether it was for a lowly rogue cultivator or a disciple of a big aristocratic family who was not a god's son, it was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity. Fortune comes from danger. For the cultivators who lived like princes, they were never afraid to fight when they encountered a great opportunity. Outside Beko Keikyung, the Devil Abyss had become a battlefield. Countless cultivators whizzed out of Beko Keikyung. Some joined hands, and some gathered the power of a sect. They fiercely rushed toward the group of surviving species of the untainted land that rushed out of the Devil Abyss. Among them, there were many white-haired Yuanying cultivators, and there were also some young cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm who came out of the city to fight under the heavy protection of the Taoist protectors. Under all kinds of auras, even Feng Xing felt a sense of insignificance on this battlefield. It was too dangerous. All the masters in Beko Keikyung came out together, which seemed to seal the sky and destroy the earth. Feng Xing, Xianxia, and the others, who had desperately driven the spiritual boat to escape from the Devil Abyss, hid in a valley. Watching the battles from afar, they felt relaxed and happy. Some cultivators paid attention to learning, deducing the 5 elements, and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, but they regarded the battle of spells as trivial details. But in any case, for most people, they could feel the fierce and mysterious feeling when they fought with all their skills. Senior brother, we're rich, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looking at the battles, he wanted to clap his hands and cheer. They had been worried that they couldn't get the 10th rune stone because there were too few surviving species of the untainted land. But they didn't expect that so many surviving species of the untainted land had broken through the formation. How much business was hidden in it? Not to mention 10 runestones, they could even get 100 runestones. Xianxia naturally became eager and couldn't help but incite Feng Xing to hurry up and force him to take action. However, in the face of this blood-boiling scene, Feng Xing frowned and shook his head slowly. I'm not going this time, he said resolutely. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, why? Feng Xing said seriously, second uncle taught me that we can rob at any time, but we can't rob the army that is fighting with foreign races. It's unconscionable. Xianxia, Chu Ci, and even Donkey Feng were stunned for a moment and felt deep veneration. However, Feng Xing immediately said, of course, I never listened to his words. It's just that it's too dangerous to go in and snatch them. Besides, it doesn't feel worth it to go through all the trouble of snatching a few runestones to exchange for the white jade token. Therefore, I've decided that we won't snatch the runestones this time. Ha, wouldn't it be better to just directly snatch the white jade token? Snatch the white jade token? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, those who have the white jade token are all the Taoist and divine sons of the major sects in the divine land. Their own strength is extraordinary, and almost all of them have Yuanying realm protectors following them. I'm afraid it's not easy to make a move. Chu Xiai and Donkey Fong nodded in agreement. He. Fong Xing, on the other hand, laughed when he heard this and said darkly, who said anything about robbing them? Then what do you mean? Fong Xing waved his hand and said in a cold voice, let's go directly to Beko Keikyang. Wow. Xianxia was stunned, Chu Xi's eyes were round, and the hair on Donkey Fong's neck stood up. Snatch. Snatch Beko Keikyang? Six eyes stared straight at Fong Xing, thinking that they had heard wrong. However, Fong Xing laughed and patiently analyzed, of course, think about it, the white jade tokens are all given out, so there must be the most hidden in Beko Keikyang. If we snatch these Taoist and divine sons, we can only snatch one piece. If we snatch Beko Keikyang, seeing that Xianxia and Chu Xi's eyes were getting bigger and bigger, he became more and more excited. He said with a smile, there are many masters in Beko Keikyang, but the demon abyss is in chaos. How many of those masters can stay in Beko Keikyang with peace of mind? You saw the two powerful auras just now. Even the F** king sages have come out. Yuanying people are also rushing out in batches. Just from what we saw, there are no less than 100 people, right? Damn it, Yuanying people are not cabbages. How many of them can there be in Beko Keikyang? Now Beko Keikyang must be at its weakest internal defense. If we don't snatch it at this time, who else can we snatch? Besides, other people have no grudge against me, but Beko Keikyang is different. I don't even know what they are doing, but they dare to send a decree to let the world kill me. As he spoke, he became angry, new hatred and old hatred at the same time. Snatch, damn it. He is actually serious. Xianxia, Chu Xiai, and Donkey Fong were already speechless. However, Xianxia was also a bold man. He quickly clapped his hands and shouted, listen to senior brother, snatch Beko Keikyang. Chu Xiai was still a little worried, but Fong Xing said, when a man does things, a woman should watch carefully. Hearing this, Chu Xiai blushed and her heart softened. In an instant, she felt that Fong Xiaojiu was so domineering in everything he did. As for Donkey Fong, no one paid attention to him after he shouted for a long time. This time, Xianxia didn't translate for him. Just like this, the spiritual boat slowly turned around and rushed toward Beko Keikyang. When it was about 500 kilometers away from the giant city, Fong Xing and Xianxia left the spiritual boat and quietly rushed into the city. At this time, the big city had not been blocked yet, and people were still rushing out of the city to the south to kill the primitive species. Because of the great change in the demonic abyss this time, Beko Keikyang was also a little chaotic. There were still people guarding the city gate, but after staying in the city for a few days, Fong Xing had already figured it out. He casually showed the pass token given by the Liu family of Taihao and said that he had something urgent to report. Then he entered the city. Then he used his body movement technique and disguised himself with the little monk Xianxia. They changed their appearances and carefully avoided the patrols all the way to the inner city like lightning. Nowadays, there were indeed fewer people in Beko Keikyang. The streets were sparse, and few people could be seen. From time to time, people of a certain faction could be seen shouting and gathering to hunt the primitive species outside the city. When Fong Xing was in the inner city, he used all Buddha's visualization scripture to check the layout and defense of the inner city of Beko Keikyang. He almost knew the city well. Now that he had an idea, it came in handy. He was familiar with the way and went straight to the 10,000 treasure tower on the east side of the inner city. This 10,000 treasure tower was one of the 12 towers of Beko Keikyang, which collected all kinds of rare treasures. Usually, after Zhu Xiu completed the talisman decree, he would first return the talisman decree to the evil slaying tower to verify its authenticity. Then he would take the jade slip with the Dharma seal and come to the 10,000 treasure tower to receive the reward he deserved. Fong Xing had already thought that the white jade token, which was listed by Beko Kekyung as the highest reward among all the talisman decrees, must be hidden in this tower. Approaching the 10,000 treasure tower, he saw that it was a pagoda-shaped pavilion with a total of 9 floors. It was quaint and towering, with Taoist connotation hidden inside. Although layers of prohibitions were laid to prevent the leakage of the treasures in the tower, with the Dharma eyes, he could still see that outside the tower, the brilliance was like flowing water, floating layer by layer, like the solidified moonlight. At first glance, he could tell that the brilliance of the treasures was extraordinary and tempting. He first pulled Xianxia and squatted in an alley not far from the 10,000 treasure tower to sense for a while. However, Fangxing suddenly found that the inner city seemed to be lax, but in fact, there were many masters. In this 10,000 treasure tower, there was a vague and invisible breath, which was ethereal and vast. It must be at least the cultivation above the late Yuanying stage, which really made people dare not underestimate it. In the center of the inner city of Beko Kekyung, there were 4 or 5 Qi sweeping across from time to time, as if there were 4 or 5 unfathomable masters guarding something important. So many people have gone out of the city to resist the surviving species of the untainted land, but there are still so many masters staying here, unshakable. This Beko Kekyung is really profound. No wonder some people say that the foundation and strength of each of the 12 towers and 5 cities of Beko Kekyung can compare to that of an ordinary big sect. The 12 towers united to build the first magnificent city in the world. It's definitely impossible to break in by force. I can only break the magic formation and slip in without disturbing the restriction. Fangxing used the Buddha meditation method to explore the situation in the 10,000 treasure tower and couldn't help sighing softly in his heart. It should not be difficult to sneak in quietly with a clever plan. With the yin and yang god and demon mirror, it was easy not to touch those restrictions. At this time, the 10,000 treasure tower probably also dispatched most of its people to go out to stop the enemy. Most of the others were guarding something in the middle of the inner city and had no time to be distracted. That was to say, after entering, as long as he paid attention to avoid the divine awareness of the great practitioner guarding the tower, there would be no big problem. For him now, as long as he was careful, it was not difficult. However, how to sneak into this tower without touching the magic formation was a big problem that had to be carefully considered. Alas, it's a pity that Jin Liuzi is not here. Fangxing couldn't help sighing in a low voice, feeling a little headache. Hearing this, Xianxia asked in a low voice, "Senior brother, who is Jin Liuzi?" Fangxing said, "Our second leader is best at breaking the formation. With him here, I can sneak into this building to steal things without anyone noticing. Those people won't even notice when he empties it. It's a pity that I don't know where this guy has gone." Breaking the formation? Xianxia was slightly stunned when he heard this. Fangxing was suddenly delighted and hurriedly said, "Do you know how to break the formation?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't know." Fangxing couldn't help rolling his eyes, but Xianxia said, "But, senior brother, do you still remember the scriptures you robbed in the past?" Fangxing was stunned and hurriedly opened the storage bag. More than a dozen scriptures were piled up in a mess. Only the Buddha visualization scripture was properly put away by him. Xianxia took one out and waved it in front of Fangxing. He laughed in a low voice and said, "Senior brother, this is the Wisdom Sutra written by the ancient Dipankara Buddha himself. When the ancient Dipankara Buddha was alive, he was respected as the best in the Buddhist sect in terms of formation techniques. He once set up a great formation to block the Netherworld Palace, and the scriptures he left behind are the same as the meditation scripture. They all have magical effects." Xianxia smiled and winked. This magical effect is, to break the formation. When Fangxing went to the Buddhist scripture pavilion of the Lingshan temple and robbed 13 volumes of scriptures, he didn't know much about the wonders of these scriptures. He asked Xianxia, but Xianxia just told him about the use of the Buddha visualization scripture. Before he had time to explain other things, he was hooked by a passing young woman. He followed her for 10 miles and even carried a full vat of water for her. After greeting her husband who returned from the field, he came back in a daze and told Fangxing that he was lovelorn and was destined to be alone for the rest of his life, accompanied by the lamp of the ancient Buddha. Fangxing was so angry that he kicked him into the river at that time. After this incident, he forgot to continue asking. Most of these scriptures were about some Buddhist teachings, but there were few descriptions of specific cultivation methods. This also made Fang Xing, who had always been pragmatic, unable to muster up the energy to study them carefully. As a result, after stealing these scriptures for so long, he usually just threw them into his storage bag to make up the numbers. He had never seriously read any of them. Instead, he made use of the All Buddha's visualization scripture that allowed him to visualize all the heavens and realms. Usually, he could not do without it in his various sneaky and deceitful ways. It was the first time that he heard that the Prajna Sutra could be used to break the formation, and his eyes immediately lit up. Enter the scripture with the divine sense, and then observe the formation with the Dharma eyes. According to the guidance of the little monk Xianxia, Fang Xing took out the scripture, and his divine sense seeped into the scripture. At the same time, he ran the Dharma eyes to look at the Thousand's Treasure Tower. He immediately felt that there was something different in front of him. Now he did not run the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, but the large and small prohibitions on the surface of the Thousand's Treasure Tower were all revealed, which corresponded with what he saw in the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. There was no mistake at all, which greatly increased his confidence. He looked at the Thousand's Treasure Tower excitedly and carefully observed the formation outside the tower. This Wisdom Sutra was indeed extraordinary. Borrowing its divine power, Fang Xing saw the great array outside the Thousand Treasure Tower suddenly became like a stream of light that could be captured by the naked eye. Not only did he see the location of the 8 doors, but he also saw the operation and direction of the array clearly. To put it simply, he directly saw the appearance of the array after all the rules were pushed out. It was as clear as looking at a fire, and he understood it clearly. Is it effective? Xianxia also asked nervously. Fang Xing was overjoyed in his heart. He snapped his fingers happily and was ready to make his move. Seeing this, Xianxia was about to follow him, but Fang Xing reached out to stop him and whispered, "The more people I cover with this breath-concealing skill, the more spiritual power it consumes, and the more likely it is to be discovered. Don't go in and join in the fun. Take these purple thunder pills and squat at the intersection over there. If I am discovered, throw the purple thunder pills to the center of the city." Xianxia took the purple thunder pills in a daze. "Why do you want to throw them into the center of the city?" Fang Xing said, "I just sensed that there are only 7 or 8 masters left in the city. Most of them are guarding the center of the city. It must be very important. If you throw them there, they will be in chaos, and I will have a chance to escape." Seeing your fellow apprentice is brilliant, the 2 daring guys made a hasty plan. Xianxia took the purple thunder pills and squatted at the intersection. As for Fang Xing, he rubbed his face with both hands. His appearance and chi gradually changed, but he turned into the appearance of a young man. He smiled in a low voice and casually took a robe and put it on. Then he walked toward the 10,000 Treasure Tower, but he didn't go through the back door. Instead, he swaggered in from the front door. As soon as he entered the building, he saw a flower hall for receiving guests. There was a large purple lacquer counter at the door, but behind the counter was an old man in the Jindan realm, who was stretching his head to look south. He was one of the cultivators on duty in the 10,000 Treasure Tower. He didn't go out of the city with the others to subdue the demons, but obviously, his mind was also on the outside of the city. Fellow Taoist, you." When the old Jindan realm saw Fang Xing coming in, he was slightly startled, but he still got up and greeted him. Fang Xing glanced around and already knew who was on this floor. He said with a smile without changing his expression, "I'm lucky. I killed a few surviving species of the untainted land outside, but I took the rune stones to exchange for the white jade token. You can count them." As he said, he took a few steps closer to the counter and threw the storage bag on the counter, revealing a few rune stones. "Oh, they are really rune stones." The shopkeeper was taken aback and hurriedly came over to take a look. He was not suspicious. Firstly, the rune stones were all genuine goods. With his eyesight, he could distinguish the authenticity with a glance. Secondly, even if he was reincarnated 4 or 5 times, he probably would not think that someone would be bold enough to rob Wanbao Tower in broad daylight. This was the inner city of Beko Kekyang, and a Yuanying old ancestor was staying in the backyard. However, there was a first time for everything. The shopkeeper's finger had just touched the storage bag when Fang Xing suddenly laughed strangely. He pulled the shopkeeper's palm over and at the same time, a wave of mana fiercely collided into the shopkeeper's body. Just like when he used this method to subdue Xianxia, it instantly attacked all the meridians in the old Jindan realm's body and firmly controlled him in the palm of his hand. The old Jindan realm widened his round eyes and looked at Fangxing in disbelief. His body slumped down softly. However, Fangxing grabbed him and pulled him forward, making it look like he was lying on the counter and dozing off. Then, he took a step back and knocked out the Foundation Establishment realm attendant who was cleaning the windowsill and had not noticed the abnormality on this side. After that, he quickly slipped to the door and closed the door of Wanbao Tower. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and he dashed up to the second floor like a wisp of smoke. Speaking of which, there was really no more reliable restriction and array than people. He had just used the Buddha Visualization Sutra to see that it was only the first floor. It was very difficult to go up without anyone noticing. After all, the old Jindan realm and the Foundation Establishment realm attendant were guarding here obediently. If he didn't knock them out, it would really be difficult to proceed to the next step. As for the later floors, it was much simpler. Most of them were restriction and array. The most dangerous one was the old Yuanian cultivator who was in the backyard of Wanbao Tower. He just had to be careful not to alarm him, knowing that time was of the essence. Fangxing didn't dare delay any longer, and he pulled over an azure mist to envelop his body before dashing up the stairs with a swish. His figure swayed like a duckweed, yet he ingeniously avoided all the restrictions. If others were to see this, they would simply applaud and cheer. This movement technique was really too ingenious, and it had practically attained the perfect state of flowing water and floating clouds. Unfortunately, it was used as a thief. The Wanbao Tower had a total of 9 floors. In between each floor, there was a mysterious array blocking. Under normal circumstances, even the shopkeeper couldn't casually come up, but Fangxing was different. With the help of the Wisdom Sutra, it was like returning to his own garden. He casually walked up, and at the same time, his eyes swept around. He saw that the treasures stored on each floor were different. The second floor stored some elixirs used by the Foundation Establishment realm and Spirit Formation realm. Fangxing didn't even look at them, they were too weak for him. He went straight up to the third floor, where some magic weapons were stored. The highest one was only upper grade profound rank, which he didn't fancy. He directly went up another floor, and the fourth floor contained some secret techniques and scriptures. For an ordinary gold core realm cultivator, this was already considered a rare technique. However, Fangxing hadn't thoroughly studied his own cultivation, so he simply ignored it and directly rushed up to the fourth floor. The first floor contained talismans and elixirs used by alloy core realm cultivators. There were quite a few things that moved him, so he casually picked up a few. As for the fifth floor, the things became fewer and fewer, but it also began to make Fangxing's heart truly moved. He even saw magic weapons like the river diagram mountain treasure. If it was during normal times, he would naturally plunder it, but now that he understood that the things above were definitely better, he didn't care about it. He casually picked up a few items and threw them into the sack. Then, he quickly rushed up to the next few floors. This sack was also prepared by him in advance. After all, he knew that some magic weapons had their own laws and couldn't be put into a storage bag. Those people who wanted to take a storage bag and rob other people's treasure house could only be said to be very unprofessional. On the 6th floor, there was even a divine level technique scripture. On the 7th floor, Fangxing even saw a basket of talisman stones, all of which were directly poured into the storage bag, and on the 8th floor, Fangxing's eyes finally lit up. He saw a dark shelf, and on it, there was a row of sparkling and clean white jade tokens. Each piece was placed in an exquisite red sandalwood box, quietly lying on the shelf. They were emitting an indescribable alluring light. There were a total of 2 shelves, and each shelf had 5 layers. Counting in his heart, there were shockingly more than 60 pieces. I've really struck it rich. Fangxing's heart was already excited, and he tiptoed over. Seeing that there weren't any hidden restrictions on the shelf, he stretched out his hand and took out a piece. Then, he took out the white jade tokens that he had asked from Xianxia and compared them. He discovered that the white jade tokens were all made of the same material, and were made with different techniques. There weren't any special markings on them. Only then did he relax, and took out the storage bag. He quickly collected 20 pieces, but didn't take all of them. After all, if he took all of them, the white jade tokens would most likely become useless. I'll keep a few for myself, and sell the rest on the black market. Feng Xing chuckled a few times. There was no need to mention the feeling in his heart, and he wished that he could dance with joy. Carrying the sack on his back, he prepared to slip away. But at this moment, his heart slightly moved, and he looked up the stairs. He already knew the treasures in the lower floors. The quality of each floor was better than the one before it. Even something as precious as the white jade token could only be placed on the 8th floor. Then, what should be placed on the highest floor, the 9th floor? Thinking of this question, Feng Xing suddenly felt his heart palpitate with eagerness. His legs didn't listen to him, and he simply walked straight up to the 9th floor. Between the 9th floor and the 8th floor of the 1,000 Treasure Pagoda, there was the most powerful restriction and array between the 9 floors. Strictly speaking, even a master of the Yuanying realm would not be able to break this array so easily. However, in terms of avoiding restrictions and breaking arrays, Feng Xing, who had the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and Prajna Sutra, was definitely at the master level. Not to mention the Yuanying realm, even if a great cultivator of the tribulation stage came, he would not dare to say that his attainments in breaking restrictions and breaking arrays could surpass Feng Xing, who had 2 peerless treasures with him. Even so, it took him less than half a cup of tea's time. His forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat before he successfully passed through the spirit array. It was extremely dangerous. If it weren't for his slippery body, it would have been difficult for him to sneak in without triggering the spirit array. However, he finally succeeded. The moment he stepped onto the 9th floor, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. His eyes lit up as he looked inside, then, he was stunned. The 9th floor of the Myriad Treasures Pagoda wasn't like the first 8 floors that were filled with jewels and treasures, but it was like an ordinary study with a few items scattered about. They looked dim, dull, and shabby, as if they were picked up from the streets. Most importantly, in the middle of this study, there was a table that had been there for an unknown number of years. Opposite the table was an old man who was ridiculously old. He wore a long robe and a green scarf on his head, and he was dressed like a scholar. On his face were 2 round glass plates that specialized in treating eye diseases, and he was bent over the table and writing energetically at a great speed. Hearing the voice of Feng Xing coming up, the old scholar also raised his head, and his eyes looked at him from behind the 2 glass tablets. One old and one young, one monk and one scholar, both a little stunned at the same time. F***ck, Feng Xing was the first to react, and he almost jumped up. Why is there someone here? His heart tightened strangely. Just now, he clearly sensed that there was no living person's aura above. How did an old man suddenly appear? In his astonishment, he subconsciously turned his head to take a look. Only then did he realize that a portion of those prohibitions were used to seal off the leakage of aura. Moreover, this old man was old and had almost no cultivation. It was no wonder that he didn't notice him at all. The current Feng Xing's strength wasn't ordinary. He would only pay attention to those above the golden elixir realm. These mortals were as good as non-existent. Fortunately, he was just a mortal old man after all. He could just knock him out casually. Moreover, this damned old man was dressed like a scholar, which was what Uncle Feng hated the most. He would beat up any scholar he saw. In the blink of an eye, he was worried that this old man would raise his voice and alert that old Yuanying cultivator in the backyard of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Almost at the first sight of the old scholar, Feng Xing jumped up and casually took out the small sealing Zen cauldron from his storage bag, and knocked it towards the old man's head. This move was as fast as lightning. The old man was stunned and couldn't react in time. However, as he watched the small sealing Zen cauldron was about to hit the old man's head, Feng Xing hesitated slightly. He thought that this sealing Zen cauldron weighed more than 50,000 kilograms, and his hands were heavy. The old man also looked weak, and he didn't seem to be able to live for more than a few days. If he was knocked to death, he put the sealing Zen cauldron to the side, casually picked up the inkstone, and was about to hit the old man's head with it. Wait. In the interval between putting down the sealing Zen cauldron and replacing the inkstone, the old man finally reacted. He hurriedly waved his hands and shouted in a low voice. If he raised his voice, the inkstone would probably fall. However, seeing that the old man was tactful and even knew to lower his voice, Feng Xing hesitated subconsciously. The inkstone hung in the air, less than half a finger away from the old man's head, looking at the pitch-black inkstone that was right in front of him, then glancing at the small cauldron of pilgrimage and the fierce-looking Feng Xing. The old scholar heaved a sigh of relief after escaping from death. He lightly patted his own chest, then looked at Feng Xing with a panicked expression. He adjusted the 2 glass pieces on the bridge of his nose and asked in a daze, "Fellow Taoist. What are you doing here? Do you still need to ask?" Feng Xing waved the inkstone in his hand and said fiercely. The old scholar was stunned. He looked at the big sack on Feng Xing's back and said in disbelief, "Stealing?" Feng Xing, who originally wanted to knock him unconscious with the inkstone, suddenly became angry. He looked at the old scholar indignantly and said, "Are you blind? What stealing? You're obviously here to rob." "I will never steal when I can rob." He probably had never seen such a straightforward answer. The old scholar was also stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Robbing the 10,000 treasure tower?" Feng Xing said, "Yes." The old scholar looked at Feng Xing with admiration in his eyes. "Fellow Taoist is really fierce." Feng Xing was a little embarrassed. The hand that was holding the inkstone loosened a little and said with a smile, "Don't say that, I'm embarrassed to knock you." The old scholar seemed to be dizzy. Only then did he notice the inkstone that was still beside his head. He thought of fear and said with a frightened look, This. Fellow Taoist, you aren't thinking of killing me to silence me, right?" Feng Xing said, "How can I? You don't even know who I am, so why would I kill you? I'll just knock you unconscious." The old scholar heaved a sigh of relief, then he said with a bitter face, "Why do you have to knock me unconscious?" Feng Xing glared at him and said, "If I don't knock you unconscious, how can I steal? No, snatch things." The old scholar smiled bitterly. "Go ahead and snatch it. My body won't be able to stop you, that's true." Feng Xing muttered, but he put down the inkstone. However, he warned the old scholar, "You old thing, you better be careful. This young master's reaction is fast. As long as you want to shout and shout, I will definitely slap you. I don't need the inkstone, I will use that cauldron to slap you. Let me tell you, just based on your attire, it's fortunate that you're old. If you were 10 years younger, I would have already given you a beating." "Why?" The old scholar raised his hands high, as if he was afraid that Feng Xing would misunderstand that he was not being honest. At the same time, he asked curiously. Feng Xing said, "You scholars are the most annoying, not a single one of you is a good person. Every day, you have nothing better to do than to write whatever you want. When I was young, I suffered a lot because of you. Half of the reason I was beaten by Uncle was because of you." This reason stunned the old scholar. After a while, he explained, "That was done by a famous scholar. It has nothing to do with me." Feng Xing said, "Why doesn't it have anything to do with you?" The old scholar said indignantly, "I've been taking exams all my life, but I haven't even passed the exam." Feng Xing was amused when he heard that. He laughed and said, "What a disgrace. Then why are you still wearing the Confucian robe?" The old scholar said, "It's because I didn't pass the exam that I wore it to satisfy my craving." "You're honest." Feng Xing praised the old scholar and felt that the old man was quite to his liking. Seeing that the old scholar really didn't have the intention to yell, and his hands were raised high with no intention of putting them down, Feng Xing was slightly relieved. He hung a wisp of divine thought on the old scholar to monitor his every move at any time, but he turned around and began to carefully look at the layout in the room. While looking, he asked the old scholar curiously, "The 10,000 treasure tower is also one of the 12 floors of Kyung, right? It's considered a top existence in the cultivation world. Why did they put you, an old thing, on the top floor? You even scared me just now. I thought there would be some treasures here." The old scholar said with a bitter smile, "What treasures? The treasures are all on the lower floors. This is the place where I'm imprisoned." "Imprisoned?" Feng Xing keenly discovered these 2 words and turned to look at the old scholar in surprise. This old scholar was just a mortal. How could he be qualified to imprison himself on the 9th floor of the 10,000 treasure tower? The old scholar also seemed to know that Feng Xing had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained with a smile, "When I was young, I did something wrong, and it was too late to regret, so I begged the 10,000 treasure tower to imprison me here. It just so happens that they lack someone to help them copy the scriptures. Moreover, this person really can't go out casually. Since I came to their door, it was naturally to their liking, so I stayed here. In this way, Fangxing understood. When the 10,000 treasure pagoda issued the decree as a reward, there were many scriptures that could not be replicated with jade slips. What was replicated with jade slips was often the thoughts of people, which meant that the understanding and perception of people were given to you at the same time. Although it was convenient, it was still somewhat unpresentable. Some places that followed the ancient method were still more accustomed to using paper to disseminate scriptures, and the 10,000 treasure pagoda often needed to distribute scriptures, so they naturally needed people to help them copy. This was probably the reason why this old scholar would stay in this building. Perhaps there were some other reasons, but Fangxing didn't care about them. After all, whether in his divine sense or the yin-yang god and demon mirror, this old scholar was just an ordinary person. His qi and blood were declining, and there was no difference. Even if there were some secrets, as long as they did not affect his business, he was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. What kind of lousy things are these? After carefully inspecting the room, he could not help but feel disappointed. There were no treasures in this room. Apart from a pile of thread-bound books that had lost all their spirit, there were only a few shelves, and on top of them were clearly some half-weathered beast skeletons. There was also a smooth collarbone, a few stones with strange patterns, a broken blade, a palm that was only left with white bones, and a skull that had a few holes on it. All of them were quietly placed on the shelves, and it was a strange sight to behold. Sure enough, there was no treasure. Fangxing was very disappointed in his heart. While muttering, he still went forward with a face full of doubts, and used the yin-yang god and demon mirror. The lightning clan's corpse has lost its spirituality, and there is no treasure. The fallen god's seeds' remains are not precious bones, and there is no difference. The desolate heaven divine gold's divine power has been lost, and only the remains are left. Although it was broken, it was, after all, the broken things placed on the 9th floor of the Bekokekian treasure tower. Fangxing would not let go of any possibility. He carefully looked at these things with the yin-yang god and demon mirror, but was disappointed to find that although these things had strange names, such as the lightning clan, the fallen god's seed, and so on, he had never heard of any of them, but they had neither divinity nor law, and were indeed only broken. Only when he saw the skull at the end, he was slightly stunned, and his eyes slightly brightened. In his heart, the yin-yang god and demon mirror's prompt flashed: the genuine immortal skull has a seal, and cannot be identified. The skull of a true immortal? When Fangxing saw the skull, he was also shocked. He hurriedly went closer to take a look, only to find that the skull was no different from a human skull. The only difference was that the bone was fine and clean, like white jade. However, there were many damages on the skull. Some of them seemed to have been injured when it was alive and were smashed by someone, and some of them seemed to have been caused by weathering after it died. With the yin-yang godly demon mirror, the inside of the skull seemed to be empty, but there was some kind of hidden divine light, like some kind of restriction. However, even the yin-yang godly demon mirror couldn't identify the specific nature of this restriction. After looking at it for a while, he didn't say anything. He just curled his lips and thought, it's no different from a human. There was no reaction on his face. He just looked at it for a while and asked as if nothing had happened, old thing, where did these things come from? The old scholar took a look and smiled as if nothing had happened. He, it's just a pile of junk, he. Seeing that the old man was playing dumb, Fangxing didn't say anything. He picked up the blade and observed it for a while. He frowned and said, this junk is rare. Why haven't I seen this kind of casting material before? And the corpse, the old scholar didn't seem to expect that he would see the clues at a glance. He was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, the world is so big and there are so many kinds of things. You are so young, so how can you know them all? These things are actually, Fangxing rolled his eyes. He knew that the old scholar was fooling him, but he didn't care. His eyes turned a few times, and suddenly, on the left side of the shelf on the far right, he saw a small yellow paper book, which was placed together with these junk. On it were 4 ancient seal characters, unknown treasure record. At a glance, he knew that it was a classic related to these junk. Fangxing didn't say anything and took it. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. As expected, he saw that the old scholar's expression became a little strange. He was relieved and flipped it casually. He saw a row of delicate small characters written on it: the heaven-hanging coffin treasure, the universe is mysterious. There are poor people who ask about the infinite Tao, and they don't know. With my lifetime of knowledge, I can't distinguish the treasures. I'm extremely ashamed. I've recorded it here, waiting for a sage to distinguish it and make use of it. Fang Xing's gaze gradually became serious, and the more he read, the more solemn his expression became. On this book, the origin of these things was recorded. The corpse of an unknown species, Li Zhongyuan, the head disciple of the evil slayer Tower, traveled far from the demon abyss to the mysterious domain of the Yin Mountain, and saw it in an ancient cave. He killed an arhat of the demon abyss and took it. He asked for a sage to distinguish it, but didn't know its difference. He stored it in the 10,000 treasures tower, waiting for a fated person to take it. The clavicle of an unknown species, Hong Sui of the Pill Fragrance Tower, picked it up from the hillside of the mysterious domain of the demon abyss, waiting for a fated person. The skull of the celestial clan, obtained from the altar of the mysterious domain of the demon abyss, killed 10 true disciples, and killed 3 arhats. This was obviously not an object of the mortal world, but a few years ago, when the demon abyss and the mysterious domain of the Beko Keikyung sent people to fight for it, the opportunity of the mysterious coffin was a grand event for the Tianyuan continent, and no clan or sect wanted to miss it. 16 years ago, when the Nanzhan descended from the mysterious domain, the demon abyss and the demon land had secretly sent people over to fight for the opportunity, and the harvest was not small. Fang Xing had heard of this before, and in the past 10 years, the demon abyss descended from the mysterious domain twice, and the divine prefecture naturally would not sit idly by. For 2 consecutive times, the powerful orthodoxies in the 5 regions of the divine prefecture had sent their capable disciples to cross the demon abyss to fight for the opportunity. Although there were heavy casualties, there were more or less some gains, and what was placed on the 9th floor of the 10,000 treasures tower were some of the opportunities that the disciples of the Beko Keikyun had snatched from the demon abyss. Of course, those useful things had already been put to use by them, but these few items were left on the 9th floor of the 10,000 treasures tower, waiting for a fated person. TSK, this small regular script is really bad. Fang Xing frowned as he looked, and said nonchalantly. You said my writing is bad? The old scholar was stunned for a moment, and he was so angry that he was trembling, this ignorant and incompetent guy, and he said my small regular script is bad, that's F** King small seal script. Before he could get angry, Fang Xing, who heard his words, suddenly closed the book with a paw sound, and glared at the old scholar. Old thing, you finally admit it. This book was written by you, and you still dare to say that you don't know? The old scholar never thought that he would actually use this method to trick him, and he was stunned for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, It was indeed written by me, but I'm old. Sigh, I can't remember things clearly, he. I really didn't mean to lie to you. You better be careful, if you don't be honest, I'll really smack you. Fang Xing put the inkstone to his side, glared at the old scholar, and asked, was this really snatched from the demon abyss? The old scholar was stunned for a moment, and said honestly. It seems so, I wrote whatever he asked me to write at that time. Fang Xing rolled his eyes at him, waved the inkstone in his hand, and pointed to a line of small characters at the back of the thin book. He looked at the old scholar doubtfully. Since it's a treasure from the Xian region, why isn't the Beko Keikyun divided into 12 floors, but waiting for some fated person? Fated person my ass. The old scholar had been pinched by Fang Xing, and he seemed to have a broken pot. He said lazily, that's because this old man wrote it on purpose to make it sound good. If these trash weren't related to the coffins in the sky, they would have been thrown away long ago. It's because they were snatched from the Xian region, and I feel that they should be somewhat mysterious, but I just can't find their use, so I can't keep them or throw them away. Treating them as trash will take up space, and on the 12 floors of Beko Keikyun, there's a limit to how things are divided every time. No one is willing to let these trash take up their share, so some useful things are divided in advance. These useless things are not easy to appraise, nor are they easy to divide, so they are simply thrown to the 10,000 treasure tower to be confiscated. To put it nicely, it's to wait for the fated person, but to put it bluntly, it's to be prepared to use it to trick people. He was quite honest, the dignified Beko Keikyun distributing resources, but he said it like a thief distributing stolen goods. However, Such straightforward words really made Fangxing stunned, and he said subconsciously, trick people? The old scholar looked around and saw that there was no one around, then he lowered his voice and said, isn't it so? You also know that Beko Keikyung's edict is famous all over the world. As long as you accept the edict of Beko Keikyung and complete the task, there will be a corresponding reward. Although the difficulty of this edict has been raised a lot in recent years, the current younger generation is also very powerful. There will still be a lot of edicts completed by them, and the rewards will be continuously sent out. Even if Beko Keikyung is the richest in the world, it still can't withstand it. Therefore, these junk will come in handy. Every time someone completes the edict and needs to receive a generous reward, the shopkeeper of Myriad Treasure Pagoda will come out and mysteriously lead him straight to the 9th floor of Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Then, he will show him these things and tell him about their origins. Finally, he will ask, these things are all good things obtained from the Xian domain. They might have unlimited value, but ordinary people can't recognize them. Are you willing to gamble? If you can, then you don't need this reward. Just take this bone with you. Who knows, you might run into an immortal fate. Fangxing was stunned by her words. You can do that? The old scholar said, of course it works. There were dozens of them here in the past, and they were all sent out using this method. It saved a lot of things. Are they stupid? Fangxing was stunned. They don't want such a good reward and exchange it for this broken thing. Even if they take it back to stew soup, it will still be considered too old. What you said is really good. Fangxing's words struck a chord in the old scholar's heart. He sighed and shook his head. However, the people of the secular world are like this. They always think that, after all, something obtained from the mysterious domain, how could it be trash? In other people's eyes, it might be useless, but what if this thing is really fated with me? Maybe when it falls into my hands, I can find an extraordinary immortal fate. Thinking like this, they will just take it away. Just like me when I was young. Even though I haven't passed the imperial examination for more than 30 years, I still can't help but think, what if I pass the imperial examination? When it is time for the examination, they will pack up their things and go to the capital. Sigh, this person. Enough, who wants to listen to your nonsense? Fangxing snorted disdainfully. He turned his head and seriously sized up the things on the shelf. After muttering to himself for a while, he put down the sack on his back. He opened the sack and started to silently pull out the things inside. The lightning race's corpse was thrown into the sack, the Luo god race's collarbone was thrown into the sack, desolate heavenly divine gold. Forget it, it doesn't take up much space. I'll just take it all together. The old scholar was stunned. What are you doing? Fangxing said, taking it away. The old scholar stuttered, didn't you just say that it is broken? Fangxing said, after all, it is something obtained from the Xian domain. How can it really be broken? The old scholar was left speechless by Fangxing's words. He could only watch helplessly as Fangxing stuffed all the things on the shelf into the sack. Leave a few for me. The old scholar looked on anxiously, and after a long time, he finally said something. Leave it for your Beko Keikyung to deceive people? You know it's a lie, but you still took so much? What if these things are really fated with me? I am the secular person that you speak of. You unsecular person, move aside first. The old scholar was rendered speechless by Fangxing. He could only stare at him, not knowing whether he should stop him or not. Didn't he say so much to stop him from having any ideas about these things? Why was it that this little bastard was the one who mocked him in the end? Fangxing looked like he was randomly stuffing things into the sack, but in fact, his main purpose was the skull. He took a few items at random, and then reached out to grab the skull. He wanted to take this thing away first, and when he was free, he would take it out to study it. Although he did not know the specific use of this skull, since it was the skull of a genuine immortal, and there was a restriction inside that even the Yin and Yang Fiend God Mirror could not see through, there must be some magic inside. If he took it back to study it, it might be an immortal fate. Even he didn't expect this immortal opportunity to come so quickly. The moment his finger touched the skull, the mana in his body suddenly surged, and his divine sense became illusory like a dream. In his mind, the mantra of the Grand Supreme Alchemy General Outline appeared in his mind on its own. Like flowing water, it slowly flowed past the tip of his heart, and his vision changed. In front of Fangxing's eyes, in the two black holes where the eye sockets of the skull should be, two ghostly fires lit up faintly. Those two will-o'-the-wisps were like a pair of eyes, staring coldly at Fangxing's face, causing him to be completely intimidated. At the same time, the skull suddenly opened its mouth, and its jaw kept moving. It recited a paragraph of scripture. This paragraph of scripture was silent, but when it came out of the skull's mouth, it entered Fangxing's ears. Then, it became a meaning that he could understand and settled in his spirit. The supreme array-breaking scripture, the supreme physical body technique. Use the body as the weapon, use the blood as the weapon, destroy the city, move the mountains and stir the seas, kill the gods and slaughter the immortals. Fangxing's entire person was already dumbfounded. This surprise came too suddenly. Just now, the yin-yang fiend god mirror had already identified that the skull contained a restriction, and it was difficult to identify the true meaning. However, he didn't expect that this restriction was actually some kind of restriction of the supreme path. And when his fingers touched the skull, the supreme alchemy scripture automatically activated, like the key to unlock all the restrictions related to the supreme path's secret inheritance. In an instant, the inheritance was opened, and this scripture was obtained, one of the supreme 9 scriptures, the supreme array-breaking scripture. The supreme array-breaking scripture, he didn't mean to break the formation, but to break the enemy's formation. As the scripture was passed down, Fangxing even saw a vague illusion in the skull. An invincible general in the mortal world, born brave and powerful in martial arts. He fought in the mortal world for decades, breaking enemy formations and beheading enemies. He was invincible. Later, he joined the Supreme Taoist Orthodoxy, and his Taoist title was Formation Breaker. After cultivating for 700 years, his body became a sage, and he became the 5th person in the Supreme Taoist Orthodoxy to break through space and become an immortal. In his 700 years of cultivation, he almost never cultivated spells. Other than comprehending the Great Tao, he focused all his attention on martial arts. He became the strongest in martial arts among the 10 Grand Supreme Immortals, and he was invincible in close combat. Before he broke through space and became an immortal, he left behind the essence of his cultivation experience for his descendants. This experience was the essence of his martial arts. The supreme array-breaking scripture, when he was immortal, he could break enemy formations and take the head of the enemy general among thousands of soldiers and horses. When he was a cultivator, he could move mountains and stir seas, and kill enemies above his level like cutting melons and vegetables. After becoming an immortal, he could destroy the heavens and earth, and the stars and moon fell with a wave of his hand. The 5th Grand Supreme Immortal broke arrays. His martial arts were close to the Great Tao, and his body was invincible. His lifetime of experience was the supreme array-breaking scripture. Fangxing was completely dumbfounded by the sudden appearance of the supreme array-breaking scripture. He was immersed in the martial Tao laws that had suddenly surged into his mind. Every martial technique, every sentence, and every strand of experience melted in his mind, seeping into his 8 extraordinary meridians. The supreme array-breaking scripture: move mountains and stir seas, shake the heavens and earth, I am invincible among millions of immortals. As the scripture flowed into his mind, it filled Fangxing's mind, making him feel a little dizzy. Subconsciously, he sat down. His mind was spinning too slowly, and the profound meaning of the scripture filled his mind. He needed some time to digest the scripture's meaning that suddenly flowed into his mind. Little Zai, what happened to you? At the side, the old scholar also looked at Fangxing with surprise. His gaze was complicated, and it carried a little urgency. Even he didn't notice anything unusual. He only saw Fangxing's finger touch the skull, and then his entire body became sluggish for a few breaths of time. After that, he seemed as if he had drunk the finest wine and was intoxicated. In the end, he even sat on the ground and blanked out. I feel a little dizzy, Fangxing replied. He hit his head twice and asked the old scholar with a bitter smile, did you really get these things from the Devil Abyss Xian region? The old scholar said, yes, many people died. Fangxing smiled bitterly and said, didn't you find any problems before? The old scholar shook his head. No, not at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown it here. Sigh, Fangxing sighed and took out the wine gourd from his storage bag. He drank 2 mouthfuls and shook his head hard. A large number of scriptures flowed into his sea of consciousness, and it happened so suddenly. Even with his current cultivation, he couldn't take it. Could it be that there's really an immortal fate? The old Confucian scholar stared at Feng Xing, who was in a daze, and there was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. He slowly raised a hand, as if he was hesitating if he should press it on Feng Xing's forehead. Boom! It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering sound rang out. The sound was so loud that it was like an earthquake. This sudden change startled the old scholar. He took a step forward and walked to the window that was 4 to 5 feet away. His gaze was cold as he looked in the direction of the inner city. This step was casual, but it was like a spell that shrunk the earth. It was a simple step, but it contained endless mysteries. It was also this sudden shock that caused Feng Xing, who was in a daze, to be startled. As if cold water had been poured over his head, he broke out in a cold sweat. However, he also instantly woke up from the mysterious state of imparting scriptures. His consciousness began to recover. After being startled for a moment, he hurriedly jumped onto the window. Using his sensing power to its strongest, he looked outside with a stern gaze. With this look, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was shocked to see figures fluttering like butterflies in the direction of the center of the city. At the same time, there were countless divine senses sweeping over and dividing the inner city inch by inch like swords and knives. I've been discovered? He was taken aback and wanted to run away. But soon, he reacted. It was not that he was discovered, but something else happened in the inner city. Those divine senses were chased from the inner city, like swimming fish. They quickly explored every suspicious location. It seemed that someone escaped from the center of the inner city, and then he was investigated by these great cultivators. The location of the Thousand's Treasure Tower where he was at just happened to be among them. Then I can't stay, Feng Xing was vigilant. He quickly jumped down from the window and stuffed the skull into the sack. He was about to escape, but when he turned around, he saw the old scholar standing by the window and looking outside without saying a word. Old man, I have to go. Do you want to go with me? Feng Xing couldn't bear to leave, so he greeted the old man. The old scholar turned around in surprise and said with some surprise, You want to take me away? Feng Xing rolled his eyes and said, Didn't you say that you have been locked up here for many years and can't leave even if you want to? Seeing that you are not very annoying, I will do you a favor and take you away. How about it? The restriction of the Thousand's Treasure Tower can't stop me. He glanced at Feng Xing's storage pouch and gave up on the idea of taking the skull back. He smiled faintly and said, Haha, I appreciate your kindness, young friend, but forget it. I've been in this building for too long, and there aren't many people who recognize me outside. At this point, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Moreover, if I leave, the White Jade capital will be in chaos. Feng Xing's expression changed when the old scholar heard this. He seemed to be a little surprised and a little emotional. He glanced at Feng Xing's storage pouch and gave up on the idea of taking the skull back. What's the use of bullying an old man? Feng Xing didn't have time to think about it. He thought that the old man was saying that Beko Keqiang would not let him go easily. After all, he copied the scriptures for Beko Keqiang, so there were indeed many secrets hidden in his head. In fact, he wanted to take this old man away because of these scriptures. Of course, he didn't say it in detail in a hurry. He just frowned and said, I'm not afraid of these bastards in Beko Keqiang. I'm going to build a mountain stronghold soon. You go and guard the gate for me, and I guarantee that you will have a good life. Oh, hey, hearing the words the bastards in Beko Keqiang, the old scholar's expression became sullen. But when he heard the latter part, he showed a somewhat emotional expression. He smiled bitterly and cupped his hands toward Feng Xing. My little friend, I thank you in advance. You can keep the job of guarding the gate for me. When Beko Keqiang lets me go out, I will really have a good life with you, so you still don't want to leave? Then I don't care about you. Feng Xing snorted and was about to slip away with the sack on his shoulder. Wait, the old scholar suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Feng Xing. Feng Xing also turned his head and looked at him in puzzlement. The old scholar's finger pointed to the sack on Feng Xing's back. It seemed that he wanted to ask about the skull. But after a slight pause, he suddenly smiled and pointed to the wine gourd in Feng Xing's hand. He said with a smile, My little friend, how about leaving this gourd of wine to me? Haha, I'm not afraid to say it out loud. Since I entered this place, I haven't tasted it for many years. Damn, it's not a big deal. Feng Xing was very generous. Anyway, this gourd was not a treasure. He picked it up from a farmer's gourd shelf when he was traveling the world of mortals. It was not worth much money. He threw it to the old scholar and laughed. You're not so annoying, old scholar. Seeing that you like wine, I'll leave the job of guarding the door for you. As long as you don't die of old age upstairs, it's fine. He said. Haha, then, the old scholar took the wine gourd and said with a smile. Boom, 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 but at this moment, he heard another 3 earth-shattering loud noises. Feng Xing's divine thought turned, and he suddenly realized that outside, there were 3 clouds of black smoke rising from the inner city. The terrifying thunder was raging in the air, and it blasted on the huge array that covered an area of the inner city. The spiritual light on the surface of the array trembled like water waves, but it did not break. The inner city was already in chaos. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the 3 wisps of black smoke fell, 2 more purple balls containing terrifying thunder intent flew into the inner city and hit the array again. Although the power was not enough to destroy the array, the momentum was extremely frightening. In the inner city, there were immediately 3 cultivators with powerful auras flying into the air. They waved their sleeves and blocked all the raging thunder intent outside. Damn ox nose, come and catch me. Not far away, a white-robed little monk jumped out from the roof ridge. His face was covered with a piece of rag, and he leaped toward the 2 old cultivators who were flying in the air, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Then, he threw 2 lightning bolts at them with all his might, and ran out of the city. Damn, it's that bald donkey Xianxia. He thought I was the one who was discovered, Feng Xing cursed in his heart. Something had obviously happened in the inner city, so the whole city was on alert. The little monk Xianxia probably thought that he had been discovered. He was very loyal and did not hesitate to jump out to attract the attention of the Yuanian cultivators in the city, so as to help him divert their attention. This misunderstanding really made him speechless and a little moved. He also admired the monk's courage. The matter was urgent, but he didn't have time to chat with the old pedantic scholar. With a strange cry, he carried the sack and rushed down the 10,000 treasure tower. His figure was like a fish swimming down the 9 floors, and he rushed out of the door, ready to slip away. Only the old pedantic scholar was left alone. He held a wine gourd in his hand and looked at the empty bookshelves again. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is a bad deal. Spies from the demon abyss have infiltrated Xianxia to cause trouble. Disciples in the city, put on your armor immediately and kill the demonic seeds. Xianxia was instantly thrown into chaos. An old voice shouted, mobilizing all the disciples in Xianxia. One by one, clones rushed into the city, divine senses descended like a spider web, and the city's protective formation was activated. The rumbling pressure made people tremble in fear. The huge Xianxia could be said to be in a state of chaos for a moment. It could be seen how serious the chaos in the city was. Damn it, little bald donkey, don't get caught, I have to help him. At this time, Feng Xing had already slipped out of Million Treasure Tower. Looking at the chaos, he could not help but worry for him. He made up his mind, and as he fled, he threw thunder pills, fire talismans, and other items into the buildings on both sides. For a moment, the sky was full of fire. This time, Xianxia was even more chaotic. Who knew how many voices shouted? How many spies from the demon abyss have infiltrated Xianxia? Mobilize the entire city, search for the spies immediately. Activate the formation, don't let even a fly out. Listening to the sound, even the old cultivators in the upper level of nascent soul realm in the city felt the pressure. Something happened in the most important position of the inner city, which made the old cultivators who guarded the central array panicked. Then, a little monk in a white robe with his face covered jumped out and threw a thunder ball at them. He must be the accomplice of the one who came from the devil abyss, and they immediately sent people to catch him, but who would have thought that before the masked monk was caught, there would be a big fire everywhere in the city. The few Yuanian cultivators who could stay in Xianxia at this time were all masters with enough strength to stand on their own. But at this time, they felt a little overwhelmed. They all used the magic of mind separation. They did not dare to leave the center of the inner city, but their mind separation flew to the 5 cities of Xianxia one by one, guarding one side and intercepting the visitors from the demon abyss. Fang Xing set fire for a while to help Xianxia divert his attention. Then he ran to the west of the city like a wisp of smoke. He wanted to escape from the city and hide there. At this time, the whole city was under martial law, so he did not dare to fly. His figure was shrouded in a wisp of smoke, and he flew between the gaps of the palaces and the alleys in the mountains. With his current cultivation and ability, it was really difficult to detect him, just like a ghost shadow. Without stopping for a moment, he came to the edge of a vast fairy lake at the edge of the city. On the other side of the lake was the tall and continuous city wall. As long as he managed to get out of the city, he would be able to jump freely in the sea and fly freely in the sky. Escaping here was already half a success. Fang Xing was also slightly relieved. He rested behind a large rock and began to consider whether to hide for a while or directly break out of the city. But at this time, before he could catch his breath, he suddenly heard a terrible pressure falling from the sky. Someone shouted coldly, "Little friend from the demon abyss, you have been hiding in Cultivation for so long. Since you have been exposed, why don't you stay for a few more days?" Rumble, along with this angry shout, rays of terrifying divine light had already descended from the sky. Fang Xing was so shocked that the hairs on his back stood on end. He tossed the sack aside and was about to charge forward and risk his life. But he was suddenly stunned because he noticed that the rays of divine light that descended from the sky were actually not aimed at him, but were all blasting towards the lake. It was also at this moment that the water in this vast fairy lake suddenly turned upside down and surged into the sky. It was like the Milky Way was flowing in reverse, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. Shockingly, a strange fish was mixed in this upturned lake water. It bent its back and spat out a silver sword towards the sky. "Since you have already been seen through by me, do you still want to cause trouble?" The old man in the air had a white beard and white hair, and he was wearing a red robe. As he let out a cold shout, he waved his sleeve, and an iron ruler flew out from his sleeve and struck the strange fish's head. The ruler struck the silver light that the strange fish had spat out, but it didn't stop there. It went straight for the strange fish's head. Looking at the momentum of the fall, it wouldn't be much of a problem to directly beat the strange fish into a fish ball. "Tower Master Ling Su, with just your avatar, you dare to say that you can capture me?" At this time, a ray of black light suddenly flew out from the bottom of the lake. It turned out to be a shadow of a blade. It forcibly smashed apart the shadow of the iron ruler and saved the strange fish. Along with the shadow of the blade, a woman with her hair tied up in bandages floated up from the bottom of the lake. Her face was pale, and she seemed to be injured. However, her eyes were extremely cold, and there was a hidden killing intent in them as she looked at the old man in the red robe in the sky. "Haha, you want to lure my real body out of the cave? You are not qualified. A mere avatar is enough to capture you." The old man in the red robe sneered and swung the ruler again. "Stay here." Rumble, the iron ruler fell, splashing waves tens of thousands of feet high. Under the sunlight, it shone like broken pearls and silver snow. "I, Yuanying, can kill you, let alone your avatar?" The woman with the double blades also shouted coldly. Holding the two blades in her hands, she drew a circle in a seemingly slow but actually urgent manner and slashed at the old man in the red robe. A battle impressively took place on this side of the lake. A golden core Mahayana stage cultivator fiercely fought against Yuanying's avatar. For a moment, it was difficult to determine who would win. At this time, Fang Xing, who was hiding by the lake, was already stunned. He looked at the woman with the double blades in the air, his eyes round. "People from the demonic abyss?" He almost looked at the woman in disbelief and rubbed his eyes several times. But yes, it was her, the big cousin who had been with his Xianxia for a long time and had just broken up with him a few days ago. How did this woman become a person from the demonic abyss? "Junior, you took advantage of the chaos in the demonic abyss to lure out the sage in Cultivation. Then, you sneaked into the welcoming array and left behind the demonic flower. What is your intention? Quickly tell me the truth and go back with me to get rid of the demonic flower. Otherwise, I will suppress you, extract your soul, and torture you to the truth." The old man in the red robe in the air shouted angrily. Although it was just an avatar, how could Yuanying's magical power be ordinary? It was far stronger than an ordinary Dharma idol. Its magic power seemed to be endless, and it was extremely vigorous, suppressing Big Cousin. Hee, once the divine thistle flower is planted, it will take a breath to take root, grow in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, burn the incense, and bloom. Now that the sage in Beko Kekyung is not here, you only have the time it takes to cut this flower. Let's see if you can take me down in this time. Big cousin was also fighting desperately at this time, causing her internal injuries. Blood was already dripping from the corner of her mouth. Evil creature, I know that you people from the demonic abyss are up to no good. The red-robed great cultivator shouted angrily and attacked even more urgently. However, it was an avatar after all, and compared to the real body, its strength was much weaker. He really could not take down this woman in a short time. His real body did not dare to leave the welcoming array. In a moment of desperation, he could not help but shout, Tower Master of Wangqing Tower, Tower Master of Snow Listening Tower, Tower Master of Black Prison. The main owner is here. Don't care about the white-robed monk, and don't care about the fire in the city. Let the juniors deal with it. Now that the situation is urgent, come here quickly and help me suppress this demonic woman from the demonic abyss. Shameless. You have such a high cultivation, but you still want to call for help. Big cousin was anxious and angry when she heard this. Her two sabers formed two long dragons that rolled and tore the void. Junior, if you fall into my hands, I will make you wish you were dead. The red-robed great cultivator was even more uncourteous. He used all his cultivation to suppress this woman continuously. In the sky above the other cities in the distance, there were already faint clouds gathering and dispersing. It was clear that the other clones who were either chasing the annoying little monk or rushing to check on the fire in the 10,000 treasure tower had rushed over. Now that the situation was critical, even they did not use the mind separation deification technique to descend into the Dharma form. Instead, they directly sent their clones over, and the power they exerted could be stronger. I am from the North Deep. I swear that I will not fall into your hands even if I die. Seeing that she could not escape, Big Cousin gritted her teeth and put her hands in front of her chest to make a strange seal. As this seal was made, a restriction that was visible to the naked eye appeared on her chest and abdomen. At the same time, the strange fish had already jumped out of the water and took the initiative to fly in front of her. There was sadness in its eyes, and it gently wagged its tail. Ugly fish, our task is completed. You go first. Big Cousin bit her lips and gently pressed the seal to the strange fish's forehead. Roar. Strangely enough, with this action of hers, there was a terrible demonic intent released from the seal on her chest and abdomen. Demonic seed? When the red-robed great cultivator saw this scene, he also retreated in an instant, his face full of panic. It's a divine fetus. Big Cousin gritted her teeth and straightened, continuing to press the seal to the heart of the strange fish's forehead. The red-robed old man shouted, Are you crazy? The demonic seed has not been formed, and you have released it. You will definitely die. Big Cousin glanced at him and said in a low voice, I am killing myself. The red-robed old man frowned. In the face of this strange scene, even someone of his cultivation level did not dare to step forward to stop it. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Feng Xing could not bear to watch any longer. Although the current development of the situation made him very puzzled, he had known Big Cousin for a long time after all. He could not bear to watch her throw away her life. He could only grit his teeth and quietly fly up. He casually reached into his storage bag and took out the small pilgrimage cauldron. He swung it in a semicircle in the air, then fiercely smashed it towards the back of the red-robed old man's head. Go to hell, bang, the small pilgrimage cauldron was formed from the pilgrimage cauldron. It was extremely heavy, and when it smashed towards the yuanying old man's clone, he was stunned. His body trembled non-stop, and after a while, he turned around in a daze and looked at Feng Xing with a strange expression. Huh? Why didn't you faint? Feng Xing was a little puzzled, thinking that he was still not as professional as Xianxia. He had used a lot of strength, and he had hit the right place. It could be seen that the old man was also stunned by him, but it was not like Xianxia, who could make people fall at the sound of it, but it did not matter. If one hit did not work, then he would hit him twice. Go to hell again? Feng Xing made up his mind. He swung the cauldron again and smashed it towards the red-robed yuanying old man's head. Clang! The red-robed old man was stunned. If I can't knock you out, I'll slap you to death. In order to save Big Cousin, Feng Xing had to be ruthless. He grabbed the red-robed old cultivator's head and smashed it twice. This was the pilgrimage cauldron that weighed over 100,000 jin. Although it had become smaller, its weight was not lost at all. It solidly smashed into the red-robed old cultivator's head. Although he did not faint, the red-robed old cultivator continued to stare at Fangxing anxiously and angrily. However, this avatar of his began to crumble. Bit by bit, it turned into pure spirit chi and fragments of the laws, scattering into the void like a porcelain figurine. Down below, eldest cousin, who was about to press the seal on the strange fish's forehead, was also stunned when she saw this. Run! Fangxing did not dare to be careless when he saw the whistling of auras from the few cities behind him. There was an unknown number of people rushing over. He put away the small sealing cauldron and hurriedly rushed down. The two great sword demon techniques behind him suddenly unfolded and swept up his cousin and the strange fish at the same time. Then, he let out a low cry and took a step in the air. He shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. At this time, the sky was filled with defensive formations. However, in order to escape as quickly as possible, he could not care less about shocking the world. He immediately unleashed the wonders of the Wisdom Sutra to the extreme and rushed toward a gap in the formation. To outsiders, they only saw a ray of divine light shooting up into the sky. When it came into contact with the formation that even Yuanying could not easily break, it only paused for a moment before rushing out. Just how many people have sneaked into Beko Keikyang? Inside the city, the nascent soul cultivators who had rushed over from all directions shouted angrily. When they saw Fangxing rushing out of the Dharma array with Big Cousin and the strange fish, looking as though he could come and go freely, they were very shocked. They hurriedly ordered the people on top of the city wall to open the city gate and rushed out of the city gate. Although their cultivation was not low, they did not have the ability to directly break the Dharma array and leave like Fangxing. However, because they came out of the city gates, they wasted some time. When they looked again, the awe-inspiring dark cloud of sword chi had already fled hundreds of miles to the south. They could only see a shadow. They could only grit their teeth and quickly rush forward. At the same time, they burned countless voice-transmitting talismans and ordered all the people in front to turn back and surround and intercept Fangxing and the others. As for Fangxing, after rushing out of Beko Keikyang with eldest cousin and the strange fish, he rushed straight to the south. After traveling for thousands of miles, he felt the chi in front of him, as if someone was blocking his way. He directly used the breath concealment skill. Under the cover of the green fog, his chi disappeared completely. He took eldest cousin and the strange fish and plunged to the ground. Then, he took the two people to the direction of Beko Keikyang. It was not long before he felt several strong chi flying over his head. After traveling hundreds of miles to the north, he turned to the west and then to the south. The route was hard to figure out. In addition, his breath concealment skill was extremely marvelous. Ordinary people really could not sense him. At this time, outside of Beko Keikyang, the surviving species of untainted land were wreaking havoc. It was a mess, and Beko Keikyang could not organize too many people to catch them. Step by step, he really escaped from the encirclement. Phew! I should be safe here. After fleeing for a few hours, they were already tens of thousands of miles away from Beko Keikyang. There was no one around. Fangxing rushed into a valley with eldest cousin and set up a concealment formation. Then, he landed, panting with lingering fear. Ahem. I didn't expect it would be you who saved me. Eldest cousin sat down with her legs crossed. Her internal injuries were very serious. She looked at the strange fish as if she had just survived a disaster and said with a wry smile. You are from the demonic abyss? Fangxing jumped up and looked at his cousin with a complicated gaze. He was extremely shocked in his heart. She didn't look any different from him. She had a nose and two eyes. He had also touched her chest before. It was soft and must be made of flesh. How could she be someone from the demonic abyss? If he had not seen her conversation with the red-robed old cultivator with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Demonic abyss? Haha, the demonic abyss you speak of is the pure land in our hearts. Eldest cousin looked at him with a wry smile and said in a low voice, besides, I am from the demonic abyss. Are you not? F***ck, Fangxing jumped up and waved his hands. Don't drag me into this. I have never been to your place, but your father has been there. Your mother, my aunt, is a standard person from the Pure Land. Eldest cousin smiled sadly. Eldest cousin's sister smiled sadly and said, I didn't tell you before because I didn't know if you could accept this identity. But now that you know, I might as well tell you everything. Your real identity is a member of the North Deep family in the Devil Abyss. Your mother is the former Divine Lady of the North Deep family, my biological aunt. 10 years ago, I came to the Divine Prefecture under the orders of the Elder Ancestor to bring you back. But I didn't expect that I would be delayed for 10 years. Halfway through, I received a message from the Elder Ancestor and had another mission. That's why so many things happened. Now that I've completed that mission, all that's left is to bring you back. If King thought that you were from the Yuan family. Fang Xing had a strange expression on his face. He tore open his robe and showed her what he was doing. There was a jade talisman around his neck, which was given to him by Uncle 11, by Qianzhang. He said that he could exchange it for 10 wives. Later, when he first came to the Divine Prefecture, someone recognized this jade talisman. It was a token that only the descendants of the ancient Yuan family in the Divine Prefecture could have. For the convenience of doing things, he shamelessly pretended to be it. But he also knew that this matter would be exposed sooner or later. Later, he met eldest cousin in Nanzhan and learned that she came to look for him. She claimed to be his clansman and had been looking for him for 10 years. But he also thought that she was from the Yuan family. Although she said it firmly, Fang Xing also vaguely understood that she might have made a mistake. She probably mistook him for a lost descendant of some Yuan family. Eldest cousin had not been in a hurry to tell him the truth, and he did not ask. In fact, it was because of this. After so many years, it was not easy for someone who claimed to be his clansman to find him. This feeling was really hard to describe in words. He hoped that this feeling would last a little longer. But if he told the truth and it turned out to be a big mistake, how disappointed would he be? It was also because of this thought that he was happy to delay. He was like a hopeful gambler who did not want to see the outcome quickly. But he never expected that the final answer was completely different from what he imagined. Eldest cousin turned out to be from the Devil Abyss, and according to what she meant, he was also from the Devil Abyss. He hurriedly pulled out the jade talisman and showed it to her. If she mistakenly recognized him because of this jade talisman, then there was still a chance to turn things around. Unexpectedly, when eldest cousin saw this jade talisman, she just sneered and said, "This is the token that your father left for you, right? But it has nothing to do with us. The 8 great families of the Divine Land are all hypocritical, cunning, indifferent and old-fashioned. None of them are good people. You have been wandering in Nanzhan for so many years with this broken jade talisman, but they did not go to find you. You can see how heartless they are." Haha, Aunt did not listen to the advice of the old ancestor, so she got together with that bastard from the Divine Land. Sorry, I have been calling him bastard since I was young, so I got used to it. In short, he harmed himself, harmed Aunt, and caused you to wander around for so many years. Because of this, after the old ancestor learned about your news, he insisted that I come to the Divine Land to bring you back to the Pure Land. He used to love Aunt the most. You are his son, he has always been very concerned about your safety. This, Fang Xing was stunned for a long time, but there was a sense of absurdity in his heart. Father? Token, eldest cousin mistook him for someone else, or was it because of this jade talisman that did not belong to him? Probably because of this jade talisman, she concluded that he was a child of the Yuan family, and because of the matters between the Baiming family and the Yuan family, she concluded that he was a person from the Pure Land, right? But, there were so many children in the Yuan family, why did they insist on him, even if he was usually quick-witted? At this time, his mind was in a mess. There are so many children of the Yuan family who have been lost outside, how can you be so sure that it's me? Fang Xing answered lazily, but he was a little disappointed. Seeing his expression, eldest cousin's tone also softened, and she said softly, "We did not determine your identity by such external objects, but by your bloodline." She paused, and patted the strange fish lightly. The strange fish immediately opened its mouth, and spat out a mist of water, but an image appeared in the air. On that image, it was the image of Fang Xing transforming into the 3-headed and 6-armed form, fighting in the Demon Sovereign Pavilion. Eldest cousin also looked at this image, and said softly, the three-headed and six-armed form is the unique characteristic of the Biming family's bloodline. When your devil form was first born, above the water mirror in the family, this image appeared. If you are not a descendant of the Biming family, and do not have the Biming bloodline, how can you cultivate this magical power? Haha, if you want to talk about evidence, this is the most direct evidence. Human body devil form? Feng Xing was taken aback, and he was really a little surprised. He never thought that the basis for eldest cousin to determine his identity was actually this devil form. After being stunned for a while, he could not help but smile bitterly, and he waved his hand, saying, "Then you really got it wrong. What I displayed was the great skill of killing, not some bloodline power, but a great skill passed down to me by a senior in the demon land." Great skill of killing? Eldest cousin was slightly startled, and looked at him with some confusion. It is to move qi and blood, and stimulate the divine power of the physical body, Feng Xing casually explained to her, and did not reveal the specific method. Haha, ridiculous. After listening to his words, eldest cousin laughed coldly. Do you think that this physical body dharma is something that anyone can cultivate? This method is indeed brilliant, but there are some in the demon abyss, and I have also learned about it. To put it bluntly, this type of method only moves qi and blood, and stimulates the potential divine power of your physical body, but it cannot let you cultivate a devil form with 3 heads and 6 arms. After a pause, she pointed to a blade of grass beside her, and explained, simply put, this method is like the dew and breeze, it can make a seed grow quickly, but what the seed ultimately grows into has nothing to do with the method, and is already determined by one's bloodline. It is precisely because you have the bloodline of our Biming family that after cultivating the physical body dharma, you will have 3 heads and 6 arms. Otherwise, who knows what you would have cultivated? It's, as if it's true. After listening to her words, Feng Xing was speechless for a while. Looking at her expression, he knew that she was serious and did not lie. It could be seen that what she said about the bloodline was true. However, when he thought of the relationship between the Jade Talisman and himself, and then thought of Uncle 11 who gave the Jade Talisman to him, he faintly felt a sense of doubt in his heart. Perhaps it was because of his suspicious nature, he felt that there was something strange about this matter from the bottom of his heart. It was just that he did not know what was strange at the moment. Go back with me. When you reach the Pure Land, you probably won't doubt your identity anymore. Seeing that Feng Xing was in deep thought, eldest cousin thought that he had already believed it, but it was difficult for him to accept it. She sighed softly and softened her tone. She whispered to Feng Xing, it's a matter of life and death. You should go and have a look. Moreover, when you reach the Pure Land, you don't have to worry about the classic methods of cultivation. The ancestor will personally guide you, and the family will not be short of resources for you. Previously in the Ultimate, I heard of the 9 scriptures of the Supreme Sect. Before that, the 2 Xian coffins fell in the Pure Land, so the 2 scriptures should have been lost there. As long as you report it to the ancestor, he will definitely order to help you find it. Isn't it better than looting around here? I won't go. Feng Xing's eyebrows were knitted into a knot. After a long while, he shook his head in annoyance and shouted, you want to kidnap me with just a projection of 3 heads and 6 arms? In your dreams. I might not even believe it. Oh, eldest cousin smiled helplessly and sighed, whether you believe it or not, the matter of bloodline has long been destined. What do you mean by destined? I don't believe that. I have to go to find him. If you want to go back, you can go back to your Pure Land. I still have something to do. It's enough to save your life. Let's part here. That's all. I won't see you off. Take care. Feng Xing interrupted her. He seemed to be very annoyed and didn't want to go on talking. He pointed to the south and said, hurry up and go. I don't know if the little bald-ass Xianxia has escaped or not. As he spoke, he took a step back. He looked unusually irritated, but it seemed like he was completely fed up with this question. He casually used the little monk as a shield and prepared to leave. Eldest cousin's sister saw through his thoughts, but she only chuckled softly and said, why do you need to escape? Xianxia is very loyal. When he saw that I was being chased, he helped me divert some attention from Beko Kekyung. I am also very grateful to him. But rest, you can rest that he will be fine. After all, Beko Kekyung will not be able to Fangxing suddenly thought of something and asked nervously, "By the way, what did you do in Beko Keikyang just now?" Eldest cousin chuckled softly and said, "They are so tightly guarded. What can I do?" In the end, she looked at Beko Keikyang and chuckled softly, "I just planted a flower." Boom, as if to confirm her answer, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the direction of Beko Keikyang in the north. In the high sky, a flower bud gradually grew, almost holding up the sky. It was taller than Beko Keikyang. At this time, the flower bud was slowly blooming, and a huge black hole gradually appeared in the center of the flower. It seemed that in the process of blooming, the flower had propped up the void and opened a passage. The flower grew in Beko Keikyang, and this passage was also opened in Beko Keikyang. What the hell is that? Looking at the huge strange flower blooming at the top of Beko Keikyang, Fangxing was completely stunned. "The divine thistle flower," eldest cousin replied softly, "it's a strange flower from the outer realm obtained from the Xian coffin. It takes a breath to take root, grows in the time it takes to make a cup of tea, burns the incense, and blooms. When the flower blooms, it will ignore the taboo of the region and open a void passage that connects the two places." "Didn't you ask me what I did just now?" "Haha, those few old men from the divine prefecture wanted to tear down the Xian coffin and monopolize the fortune of the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, their thinking was too simple. How could the demon abyss just sit back and watch such a big matter? They thought that they had taken sufficient precautions and set up a large number of troops in the demon abyss to prevent our people from invading. It was also because of this that they were so nervous about the surviving species of the prehistoric era escaping from the demon abyss. They were afraid that our people from the demon abyss would take the opportunity to invade. Unfortunately, they were wrong. The Pure Land had no intention of invading. The elder ancestor only asked me to sneak into Beko Keikyang and leave the seed of the divine thistle flower near the inner city. As long as this strange flower blooms, our sages from the demon abyss will be able to." She didn't need to continue speaking. Fangxing had already seen it. In the void passage opened by the flower, there was a 30-meter-tall golden giant with a ferocious aura. He was riding on a giant lizard with a pair of horns on its head, a body that was 30 meters long, and a pair of wings on its back. The moment he appeared, with Beko Keikyang as the center, the void seemed to solidify piece by piece. Even time seemed to freeze. The aura that seemed to have a substance swept towards the surroundings like a whirlwind, and layers of murderous whirlwinds were swept up. The disciples of the orthodoxies that were fighting fiercely with the surviving species of the prehistoric era outside Beko Keikyang all stopped at this moment. Their gazes were filled with shock and fear as they looked at the golden giant from afar. The surviving species of the prehistoric era that were fighting with them also stopped at this moment and kowtowed towards Beko Keikyang. They were kowtowing to the giant lizard because it was the royal family of the surviving species of the prehistoric era. It was a standard royal family. The pair of ferocious horns was the crown of the surviving species of the prehistoric era. Only a fully mature surviving species that had defeated all competitors and successfully ascended to the throne would grow. This kind of creature had once fought with the dragon tribe for the throne. However, it was the opposite of the dragon tribe's philosophy. The dragon tribe paid particular attention to integration and change according to the aura of heaven and earth. This kind of creature, on the other hand, paid particular attention to maintaining its own advantages and never changing. Even after it lost to the sages of the human tribe and was chased into the devil abyss, it still wanted to rebuild the glory of the prehistoric era and enslave thousands of creatures again. Because of this, it had always been regarded as the most evil in the world. Even so, this kind of creature still seized half of the luck of the word dragon, and was also called the dragon tribe. Under normal circumstances, some people called it the royal family of the prehistoric era, while others called it the mutant dragon, and because the devil abyss was located in the west, some people also called it the western dragon. The moment the god tortoise flower bloomed, a sage from the devil abyss rode a western dragon and rushed over from the gate of the void. After the sages of the divine continent successfully decided to carry out their plan, they made countless arrangements. Even the northern demon land and the sea wave dragon god could not stop them. Therefore, they chose to establish their Tao in the divine continent so that they could participate in their plan. However, the devil abyss was different. The devil abyss could not come to the divine continent to establish their Tao. Therefore, seeing that they were about to be excluded from the entire plan, they used an even more secretive method. They directly sent a sage to make a ruckus in the east and attack through the Gate of the Void. Ha 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 ha. The Devil Abyss Sage rode the mutant Dragon King and slowly flew out of the Gate of the Void. He stopped directly in the sky above Bakokekyung and looked down at the majestic and endless Bakokekyung below him. He shouted coldly, "Go Li! Songwoo! You guys are really ambitious. Aren't you afraid of bursting your bellies with such a grand scheme? Haha, since you didn't invite this old man, I will come personally." He threw his head back and laughed. His voice was like thunder that could shatter everything. Even though Feng Xing was tens of thousands of miles away from Bakokekyung, his eardrums still hurt and his soul was unsteady. Beside him, the Gate of the Devil Abyss Sage trembled and rippled outwards. Some of the Immortal Realm cultivators who were closer to him were also hit by the ripples. The immortal treasures and flying swords on their bodies exploded at the same time. Those with higher cultivation levels spat out blood and fell from the sky. Those with lower cultivation levels directly exploded into a mist of blood. This was the power of a sage. Amidst his maniacal laughter, he did not waste any more time. He casually slapped his palm towards Bakokekyung. It looked like a casual slap, but it seemed to cover the sky and earth. Divine might descended from the heavens, and a huge suppressive force enveloped the entire region. It struck directly towards the central inner city of Bakokekyung. It was as if the heavens were shattering and a divine tribulation was descending from the heavens. It rumbled and fell, intending to flatten an immortal city. Crack, crack. Beneath Bakokekyung, there were countless Yuanian cultivators hiding. They roared angrily and unleashed their full power into the sky. Pillars of God fused with the defensive formation of Bakokekyung and blocked the palm that was descending from the sky. Rumble. The divine light unleashed by the great Yuanian cultivators, combined with the ultimate power of Bakokekyung's defensive formation, was on the verge of collapse. Although the defensive formation of Bakokekyung barely withstood the force of the palm and did not collapse the defensive formation of Bakokekyung, the surrounding ground, which was not protected by Bakokekyung's defensive formation, was blown away layer by layer. Sand and stones were flying everywhere. Before the force of the palm dissipated, the terrain of Bakokekyung had already risen by 30 feet. It was not that the foundation of Bakokekyung had really risen, but that the force of the palm had blown away 30 feet of the surrounding ground in an instant, leaving Bakokekyung alone on the ground. "Young demon, you've crossed the line," an emotionless voice sounded from the south. In the void, there were two figures with fluttering sleeves, surrounded by divine light. It was impossible to see their appearance clearly, but they could faintly feel the terrifying aura contained in them. They walked over in the void step by step. They did not seem to be fast, but in fact, each step was tens of thousands of miles, and their divine power was unpredictable. These two people were the two sages who had left Bakokekyung to check on the defensive formation of Demon Abyss. They had already rushed over at this moment. The golden-bodied young demon roared loudly. Seeing that his palm was ineffective, he suddenly took out a huge black axe from behind his back. In the midst of his wild laughter, he raised the huge axe high and then brought it down like a bolt of lightning, as if he was going to split Bakokekyung into two. "Pass my ass. If you don't take me to play, I'll make sure that you can't play." In the direction of the demonic abyss, Go Li and Songwoo from the divine prefecture seemed to be rushing over, giving off the impression that they would arrive in an instant. However, their aura was so strong that it affected the heavens and earth, distorting the void and light, allowing every cultivator present to see them rushing over. In reality, they were at least tens of thousands of miles away from Bakokekyung, but the demonic abyss saint was right above Bakokekyung. The axe came crashing down with an unstoppable force, and it was not something that the two saints could stop in time. As a result, when the axe came crashing down, the entire Bakokekyung fell silent. Zhu Xiu, who was defending the city, felt despair. With their combined strength, they had barely managed to hold up the defensive formation of Bakokekyung and withstand the power of the demonic abyss saint's palm. Now that young demon had brought out the axe with the power of a heavenly tribulation, who would be able to stop him? The plan that the saints had spent decades or even centuries on in Bakokekyung, and even in Bakokekyung, was finished just like that. If this was the demonic abyss saint's plan, then it was too ruthless, seizing the opportunity to wipe out the efforts of the divine prefecture saints. "Old demon Yang, have you forgotten about the alliance of the 9 heavens? The axe came crashing down, but it did not land on Bako Kekyung in the end. Just as the raging wind from the axe was about to tear the defensive formation above Bako Kekyung apart, a woman's voice rang out from an inconspicuous little building in Bako Kekyung. At the same time, a white light shot out from the little building and shot into the sky. It was obvious that there was a woman within the white light, but her appearance was obscured by the divine light. She was holding a jade mirror in her hand, and the surface of the mirror shone brightly, containing boundless divine light and runes. She went straight for the axe. Boom! The violent power contained in the giant axe hit the surface of the mirror, but the mirror was not broken. On the contrary, the violent power contained in the giant axe was gradually annihilated and turned into nothingness. Then, the surface of the mirror rippled like water. After a while, it suddenly gave out a terrifying divine light and bounced back to the golden-bodied Yang demon. That power was the power of the golden-bodied Yang demon's axe, and it was reflected back by the mirror. Boom! Even the golden-bodied Yang demon's gaze froze. He raised his hand and waved his axe again. Two violent forces collided in the air and dissipated the rebounding force. Although he was not injured, he flew back a few hundred feet in the air. With a gloomy expression, he sneered, "A Jati matriarch, so you're here too. I was wondering how these two bastards could leave Beko Kekyung so easily." The woman ignored him and kept the mirror. She snorted and sat cross-legged in the void, guarding Beko Kekyung. "Yang demon, you've got guts. How dare you come here alone and make a mess in Beko Kekyung?" With such a delay, the two sages who rushed back from the direction of the Devil's Abyss had arrived in front of Beko Kekyung. Their sleeves were fluttering, and the divine light was lingering. They were suspended in front of Beko Kekyung at a distance of 1,000 feet. One of them said sinisterly, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Everyone in the battlefield of Beko Kekyung could hear him. "Since you're here, don't think of leaving." As he spoke, he grabbed forward. His sleeves were like the sky, and it seemed like he was going to cover the golden-bodied Yang demon. "You?" The golden-bodied Yang demon was furious, and he swung his axe. However, there was only a dull and loud sound. A divine light was released from the place where the sleeves and the axe touched. It was so dazzling that even the cultivators of the Yuanying realm did not dare to look at it directly, not to mention using their divine sense. All of them hurriedly waved their sleeves to cover their eyes, and operated their cultivation to protect themselves. The Jindan realm cultivators with weaker cultivation even dug holes with their magic treasures, and jumped up quickly. They curled their bodies into a ball like a turtle, so that their cultivation would not be shaken away by the impact of the two huge forces. Boom! The huge hurricane came as expected, but it did not disperse. Instead, it was wiped away by the two hands of the sage who came from the Devil's Abyss but did not attack. The sage who attacked earlier had his sleeves chopped off by the axe of the golden-bodied Yang demon. Pieces of his sleeves scattered like butterflies, and then turned into majestic essence and dispersed in the void. He took a step back, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He shouted angrily, "Yang demon, let's settle our old and new grudges today. Do you have the guts to fight with me in the sky?" The golden-bodied Yang demon sneered, "No, fight here if you dare. Shameless. If you dare to fight here, believe it or not, I will cross the Devil's Abyss and slaughter 7 or 8 of your cities first. Then I will slaughter a dozen of your cities. You. Shameless. You are shameless, you are shameless, how dare you say I am shameless? I will slap you." After a few words, the golden-bodied Yang demon could not hold back anymore. Even though he was 1 against 3, he did not hesitate to attack. He slapped Goli Great Sage. Although it was a slap, it covered the sky and swept through the void. One slap was enough to flatten a radius of 100 miles. Goli Great Sage was not a good-tempered person. He was enraged by this contemptuous attack, and he also slapped Goli Great Sage. "You dare to slap me, then I will slap you too." However, although it seemed like they were playing, it was no different from a disaster to others. When the power of the two slaps collided in the sky above Beko Kekyung, it was like triggering the destruction of heaven and earth. The terrifying power of annihilation swept out layer by layer with Beko Kekyung as the center. The void was distorted and shattered, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. Because of the disorder of the divine light, the chaos was chaotic, and new dark clouds were formed. The ground around Beko Kekyung was scraped up. Sand and stones flew, and smoke filled the air. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, it was like a heavenly tribulation had descended, and there were sounds of ghosts crying and gods howling, "Oh my God, run." When the sages fight, the mortals suffer. The living beings within 10,000 miles of Baekokaikyung were in great trouble. Anyone who was within the area covered by the divine power of the two sages, whether they were surviving descendants of the untainted land or cultivators, all ran away. It was not difficult to describe how pathetic they were. How could there still be justice? The sages were not fighting, it was clearly demolishing. The power was too terrifying, and it had almost exceeded the level of this world. If you are so capable, go to the sky and fight to your heart's content. Goli, great sage from the divine prefecture, became angrier as he fought, and his roar shook the surroundings. I won't go, I can still fight to my heart's content here. The sage from the demonic abyss answered very straightforwardly, and even deliberately kicked at Baekokaikyung. What nonsense! The Ajati matriarch could not help but fly into a rage. She waved her hand and shot out a beam of divine light, blocking the demonic abyss sage's kick, barely protecting Baekokaikyung from being swept away. However, the demonic abyss sage seemed to be addicted to the fight. He kicked, punched, chopped, and slashed at Baekokaikyung continuously. At such a close distance, his divine power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, and any hit from him could directly destroy Baekokaikyung. It made Baekokaikyung, the #1 city in the cultivation world, look like a straw shed at this moment, as if it could be destroyed at any time. The Ajati matriarch had no choice but to shoot out beams of divine light that shrouded the sky above Baekokaikyung. She firmly protected the city with her divine power to prevent the demonic abyss sage from breaking into the city. As for the Goli sage from China, because Baekokaikyung was right next to him, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not dare to go all out. The demonic abyss sage took the opportunity to attack him, and he could not do anything about it. He was so angry that he almost went crazy. F***ck, is a sage like this? Fang Xing was stunned and turned to look at his eldest cousin in a daze. What kind of sage was this? He was so different from what he had imagined. He had thought that the sages were like statues, but now it seemed like they were just a few F***king old hooligans, especially the sage from the demonic abyss. He was simply playing a cheap trick. It looked like he was fighting fiercely, but in reality, he was not doing anything serious. He was just making use of the great sage Goli and the Ajati matriarch's attention to the white jade Jing to make a scene. It was like two people fighting against one person. Even though they had the upper hand, they still had to guard a fragile item to prevent the other party from breaking it while they were fighting. This would undoubtedly cause them to be distracted, and they would not be able to exert even 30% of their strength. On the other hand, eldest cousin said nonchalantly, "Anyway, they are all sages, who would dare to laugh at them?" Fang Xing was very disappointed, but he still wanted to watch the show. He quickly ran to the top of the mountain, and took out a stool from his storage bag. Seeing that there were plums growing in the valley, he waved his hand and gathered a bunch of them. Then, he took out a jar of wine from his storage bag, and sat down against the mountain rock. With a wild plum and a mouthful of wine, he crossed his legs and sat comfortably. "What are you doing?" Eldest cousin was stunned when she saw him like this. Fang Xing said nonchalantly, "I'm watching the show." "How many times can we see a sage fight?" Eldest cousin's sister was speechless. When faced with a fierce battle between important figures of such a realm, everyone else would want to run as far away as possible. Yet, this bastard actually treated it as a show to watch. Although they were thousands of miles away now, it did not mean that they were really safe. If the saint missed his target and a beam of divine light flew over, both of them might lose their lives here. Of course, she did not know that this show was something that Fang Xing had to watch. He had just inherited the Taishang formation-breaking scripture. In his mind, there were many martial arts principles and methods, but he needed countless fierce battles and enlightenment to gradually digest them. Now, this unprecedented battle between the sages was a great opportunity for him. Watching the battle between the sages, comprehending the spirit of the battle, and the methods of the sages, to a certain extent, it was equivalent to two sages helping him to understand the methods of the Taishang formation-breaking scripture. Simply put, watching this battle could save him at least 10 years of training. There can't be any mistakes in the great plan of seizing the heavens. Senior Tsang Wu, are you still going to stand by and watch? They fought fiercely and caused quite a commotion, but they did not manage to take down Xianxia. Instead, Xianxia almost destroyed the White Jade capital several times. The Goli Great Sage was furious and aggrieved, but he knew that he did not have the ability to kill this old monster from the demonic abyss while protecting the White Jade capital. Thus, he had no choice but to shout at another saint who was standing at the side. The Dark Parasol Great Sage, who looked rather old, had been frowning as he watched the battle from the side. When he heard this, he could not help but shake his head and sigh softly. I haven't fought with anyone for thousands of years. Fellow Yang, listen to my advice and return to the demonic abyss. Don't stir up trouble my ass. The 9 coffins from the heavens are shared by everyone. Why should the divine continent monopolize them? That golden-bodied Yang demon shouted, I'm not convinced, and neither is my brother spiritual dragon. Roar, the dragon king that came with him raised its head and roared at the same time. Before the old sage could react, it swept its tail over. A bolt of lightning flashed across the world, and the tail was like a heavenly blade. As it swept across, a huge crack appeared, as if it was going to cut the world in half. And in front of the tail was Beko Kekyung, which was affected by the battle of the sages. The man and the dragon that came from the demon abyss were extremely overbearing. Before Tsangwu Great Sage made a move, this dragon king had been quietly watching the battle from the side. But now, when it saw that the old sage had the intention to make a move, it actually took the initiative to attack first. Why do you have to do this? Tsangwu Great Sage also frowned, but he was forced to make a move. With a stomp of his foot, a row of mountain peaks appeared out of thin air on the ground. In an instant, it grew into a mountain range. The tail blade of the royal surviving species of the untainted land swept over, cutting horizontally from the west side of the mountain range to the east side. However, when it was about to cut the mountain range into 2 halves, it was finally exhausted. The old saint then raised his hand and pointed. The sky was filled with an awe-inspiring aura. High up in the void, starlight shone and countless huge meteorites fell from the sky, as if they were going to directly bury the Dragon King. Ioyo, you are indeed a saint. You look honest, but your moves are so powerful. Fengxing watched from afar and couldn't help but dance with joy. Watching this battle between the sages was indeed very beneficial for him to comprehend the supreme formation-breaking scripture. After all, existences like the sages would have long become immortals and left when the heavenly road was still open. It was only because of the separation of heaven and earth that monsters like them could stay in the human world. Under normal circumstances, with their status, why would they fight with others? If they really fought with others, they would definitely go to the sky to prevent the shockwaves from spreading. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to watch them fight. But today, due to various reasons, the few great sages deliberately stayed in the area of Beko Kekyung to fight. This also gave the people of the world an unprecedented opportunity to watch the battle. Of course, this opportunity to watch the battle was a little dangerous. Yuanying people didn't dare to step within 1,000 miles, Yuanying people didn't dare to step within 10,000 miles, otherwise, even if a shockwave rushed over, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom. 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 This part of the world seemed so fragile under the fierce battle between the 3 sages and the mutated dragon. The void kept collapsing and the world turned pitch black. The purpose of Sage Guli and Sage Tsangwu was to force the Demon Abyss Sage and the mutated Dragon King to stay away from Beko Kekyung. Even if they were to talk or fight, they would have to do it when Beko Kekyung was safe. However, the 2 fellows stayed firmly in this area and refused to leave. They used the strategy of holding back for fear of harming the innocent, so that they could gain the upper hand in this battle. In the face of this situation, the 3 sages were well aware of it, but there was nothing they could do. Even the Ajati matriarch was furious, but she could only wholeheartedly protect Beko Kekyung. Otherwise, the moment she attacked, Beko Kekyung might be torn apart, and the great formation of seizing the heavens that they had set up in Beko Kekyung would definitely be destroyed because of this. They did not want their decades of hard work to be destroyed just because of this. The Demon Abyss Sage had planned this long ago. If he attacked directly from the demonic abyss, he would definitely be stopped by the sages and the other orthodoxies in the area of the demonic abyss skytrap formation. After the surviving species of the chaos rushed out of the demonic abyss, the few sages in Beko Kekyung reacted quickly. It was obvious that they were very concerned about the movements in the demonic abyss. However, the demon abyss sage had actually sent a junior to infiltrate Bako Keikyang, and with the help of a seed that he had obtained from the mysterious domain, he successfully traversed the void and arrived in the sky above Bako Keikyang. Of course, his plan was not perfect. Bako Keikyang still had a trick up its sleeve. The people outside did not know that the Ajati matriarch was also in Bako Keikyang. It was only when the demon abyss sage was about to destroy Bako Keikyang that she appeared in time and blocked the destructive blow outside. This could be considered to have blocked half of the demon abyss sage's plan. Bako Keikyang was not directly destroyed by the demon abyss sage's evil plan. However, if this person did not go, Bako Keikyang would still be in danger. It was also because he had chosen a good place that the demon abyss sage and the mutant dragon king had subtly suppressed the two sages from the divine prefecture. Even with the addition of Mother Yao, whose hands and feet were tied up, the battle could still be considered to be evenly matched. After all, at their level, it was not easy for anyone to kill the other. In a situation where one side could not go all out, the impact on their strength was too great. Of course, although the demon abyss sage seemed to be violent, he had actually taken a great risk. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no sage would be willing to face two other sages at the same time. This battle could be said to be earth-shattering. It could truly be said to be shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the moon to sink and the stars to dim. Feng Xing was elated as he watched the battle, but it also caused the cultivators from the divine prefecture to tremble in fear, their limbs cramping. A group of sages fought fiercely. How could an ordinary person interfere? They could only wait for the outcome to be decided. However, no one expected that the demon abyss sage and the mutant dragon king would actually fight fiercely. After fighting for a long time, not only did they not exhaust their strength, their ferocious auras increased instead. It was as if they had just unleashed their skills, but it was also as if they had been suppressing their strength at the start. It was only now that they were finally able to unleash their full strength. For a moment, Sage Go Li and Old Sage Tsang Wu, who did not dare to use their full strength, were put in a difficult position. Young demon, that's enough. If you really destroy Bako Keikyang, do you think you can go back alive? The more Sage Go Li fought, the angrier he became, and he could not help but shout. Haha, so what if it's destroyed? Do you think you can make me stay? The golden-bodied young demon waved his axe and replied. After a few strikes, the sky changed color, and the violent pressure forced Sage Go Li to shut his mouth. Although this old man is fierce, it's obvious that he's at a disadvantage when it's 2 against 3. Moreover, if this drags on, there will be more and more people coming from Bako Keikyang. Although Yuanying would not be able to interfere in a battle of this level, are the sect masters of the orthodoxies and the old ancestors of the aristocratic families joking around? I think you sages are in trouble. Why are you still stubbornly holding on? What are you playing at? Although there was a difference in their level, even Feng Xing could not stand it anymore and asked. Elder cousin's gaze was deep as she said softly, immortals scheme for themselves, and sages scheme for their clans. Now that the path to immortality has been cut off, their generation is destined to not be able to seek immortality for themselves. All their hopes are naturally placed on their clansmen. Great young god, he. At the end of her sentence, her voice actually trembled a little, and she forcefully suppressed it. He is naturally seeking a ray of luck for the demon abyss. You make it sound so nice. Feng Xing was stunned and did not know what to say. When he heard this, he could not help but think of the 5 elders of the Great Snow Mountain. The 5 elders went to the Divine Land to establish a path for Nanzhan, but in the end, 4 of them died, and 1 of them was injured. He had always been unable to understand this matter. Elder cousin was silent for a while before she sighed softly and said, Great young god has remarkable abilities and unparalleled strategies. Since he is willing to take action, he must have his own confidence, which is not something that juniors like us can speculate about. However, you can rest assured that this matter concerns the future of the Pure Land. Once it succeeds, both you and I, who participated in this matter, will receive a large amount of merit, which can be considered as a good fortune. Merit. What's that? Upon hearing this, Feng Xing was stunned and asked subconsciously. Elder cousin chuckled and said, If I hadn't followed you to the ultimate, I wouldn't have known about the Divine Continent's sage's plan, and I wouldn't have been able to inform the ancestor in time. It's also because I obtained this secret from the nascent soul of the Tai Hao tribe that the great Yang God's current arrangement was made. Discovering this secret and alerting the ancestor is one of the merits, planting the seed of the divine thistle flower in the inner city of the white jade Jing, and opening the void passage is another merit. The Pure Land doesn't care about family or Taoism, but only about merits. Anyone who has made contributions will be rewarded with merits. I've already reported to the ancestor that you and I did these two things together. In this way, before you go to the Pure Land, you'll have a lot of merits. Haha, the Pure Land has a list of juniors' merits. With your good fortune of over 100,000 merits, it's enough for you to be in the top 10 of the list of juniors' merits. Elder cousin chuckled and said, if I hadn't followed you to the ultimate, I wouldn't have known about the Divine Continent's sage's plan, and I wouldn't have been able to inform the ancestor in time. F***CK. I don't want this merit. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing jumped up in shock. His expression was both angry and anxious, and he shouted directly. Elder cousin was slightly startled, and her expression was one of disbelief. Don't want? Do you know what merits represent in the Pure Land? Identity, status, opportunities, fortunes, elixirs, precious medicines, skills, Buddhist treasures. In the Pure Land, having merits is equivalent to having everything. In order to earn merits, many people are willing to die. I have given you 100,000 merits for nothing, and you are telling me that I don't want it? The things are good, and I like them very much. Fang Xing frowned tightly, and seemed to think for a long time before he organized his words. He slowly opened his mouth, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. But you have done so many things behind my back, and you even want to drag me down. I really don't like it. Elder cousin also frowned, and said in a low voice, the Pure Land is also your home. I haven't agreed yet. Fang Xing replied coldly, and his expression was extremely impatient. Brother Yang, do you really want to destroy Beko Kekyang? If you have any request, why don't you sit down and talk about it? After a long battle, not only did it not solve the problem, but it also made the situation even more critical. After a long battle, the golden-bodied Yang demon became more ferocious and struck with his axe. Goli Great Sage dodged instinctively, but he did not expect the axe to go towards Beko Kekyang. The Great Sage Li Mu, who was sitting above Beko Kekyang, was shocked. She waved her hand and shot out a divine light to block it, but she only managed to push the axe away a little. The axe still struck the west of Beko Kekyang, causing the jade mirror's light to vibrate. The huge west of the city was split into pieces, and it was a mess. Seeing this, Kangwu Great Sage became anxious and could not help but advise loudly. However, the golden-bodied Yang demon sneered, you already know what I want, why didn't you say it? Do you want me to beg you? Dream on. The three of you may be able to fight me, and if I see you elsewhere, I can only escape temporarily and come back to deal with you one by one. But since I'm here today, I want to see if you can stop me from smashing this sh*t Beko Kekyang into pieces. As he spoke, he waved his palm and created a sea of thunder, temporarily forcing the Goli Great Sage away, and 3 axes struck towards Beko Kekyang. We've spent 70% of the Divine Land's total immortal essence and 100,000 black iron to set up such a big formation. You're dreaming if you think you can get a share of it. Young demon, do you really think the Divine Land is afraid of you? With the catastrophe of the world ahead, China's demonic abyss will have a battle sooner or later. Let's start today. Since you're here, don't think of going back alive. The demonic abyss will die because of you today. The Goli Great Sage's voice revealed a hint of ruthlessness. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to block the power of Yang Demon's 3 axes. Instead, he let the Ajati matriarch block all of them. He suddenly moved and retreated tens of thousands of feet. He sat cross-legged and chanted an ancient spell. His hand slowly drew a circle in the air. After a long time, he suddenly pointed at the golden-bodied Yang demon and shouted, Duo! Boom! At this moment, a strange law suddenly appeared in the void, and a strange gate connected the golden-bodied Yang demon and Goli Great Sage. Between the two of them, countless divine lights and laws spun wildly. The golden-bodied Yen demon roared angrily, but his figure and Goli Great Sage became blurry at the same time. After a while, the void suddenly shook, and when they appeared again, the two of them had changed positions. Looking carefully, even a corner of the city wall of Beko Keikyung had been moved 10,000 feet away by the golden-bodied young demon. It was the law of space. Goli Great Sage had actually forcefully split two independent spaces between heaven and earth and then swapped them, forcing Yang Mo to retreat 100,000 feet away. However, after using such a remarkable power, even he felt a little pressured, and the power of the backlash of heaven and earth pressed against him, causing his face to turn pale at this moment. He could not help but cough a few times, and his lips were red, but his aura increased exponentially. He waved his hand and a flag appeared in the sky, and he shouted loudly, "Since you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. All the cultivators of the divine continent, receive my decree. Those who are going through the tribulation, follow me to surround the young demon, and do not let him take even half a step closer to Beko Keikyung. Those who are proficient in medicinal herbs, gather in Beko Keikyung and kill that demon flower, break the void passage, and make this old demon unable to return. The rest of you, immediately attack the demon abyss, slaughter all the humans and demons, and do not leave a single blade of grass." The heaven and earth became quiet for a moment, and then suddenly became chaotic. Could it be that they really had to start a war with the demon abyss immediately? Although everyone knew that this day would come sooner or later, no one thought that it would come so quickly. The decree of a sage was law, and it was definitely not child's play. Since the great sage Goli had already taken out the decree, and the other two sages did not stop him, then, this meant that the war had really begun. Whoosh! 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 Zhu Xiu reacted quickly, and the fastest group of people were the ancestors who were going through the tribulation hiding outside the battlefield. At this moment, almost 7 or 8 figures flew out from all over the battlefield and rushed towards Beko Keikyung. Some of them were even hiding in the void, but under the pressure of the sage's decree, no one dared to hide, and rushed towards Beko Keikyung together, blocking the area between Young Demon and Beko Keikyung, and formed a huge magic formation. Above their heads, all kinds of spiritual treasures also flew up, and some people, without saying a word, rushed towards Beko Keikyung quickly. Most of them were elixir cultivators, and they were proficient in the art of plants. The other cultivators, in groups of sects and clans, shouted, and their murderous intent was shocking as they looked in the direction of the demonic abyss. There were also countless divine talismans and precious weapons that flew in all directions. It was to inform the orthodoxies and clans that had not yet arrived that the war between gods and demons had begun, and ordered them not to come to Beko Keikyung, but to directly attack the nearest demonic abyss. And attack the demonic abyss. Want to destroy my pure land? Do you have the ability to do so? In a moment of carelessness, the golden-bodied young demon, who was forced to a place 10,000 feet away from Beko Keikyung, was also furious. Visible flames of anger were ignited around him, and his momentum was monstrous. Facing the anger of the Goli Great Sage, he also had a shocking momentum. He put his hands together, and golden light shone around him, and turned into a golden body that was 100 feet tall. Countless golden arms grew out of his back, and it was the statue of a 1,000-armed Buddha. The turbulent chi on his body was earth-shattering, and it gave people a feeling that he was the only one in the world. At the same time, he shouted, 10 ancestors of world cleansing, there is no need to hide anymore. Come out, and see how fast the divine continent's blade is, immeasurable lord. In the void, or rather, in the void passage opened by the strange flower, voices of different sizes suddenly resounded. Then, many figures walked out from the passage. There were a total of 10 people, and they were dressed differently. Some wore Buddhist robes, some wore Taoist robes, and all of them looked like sages. However, none of them were like the golden-bodied young demon, and their chi was also very shocking. Even a Taoist ancestor could not compare to them. As they walked out from the void one after another, even the 3 saints of the divine continent had a drastic change in expression. Is the demonic abyss really going to bet all of its luck on this battle? Old sage Songwu could not help but shout coldly, and there was a hint of sadness in his voice. The golden-bodied young demon laughed loudly. Today, we are betting on the luck of the divine continent. My pure land has obtained 2 mysterious coffins, and our foundation is very strong. Our juniors have made great progress, and in less than 100 years, we will be able to rise. Moreover, the demonic abyss is around the pure land, so who would dare to invade us? What about the divine continent? Ha 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 ha, even if we lose today's battle, we will make you lose all your foundation, and you will no longer be able to go through the heavenly tribulation. I don't believe that the demon race, secret lands, and celestial mountains that have been suppressed by you for thousands of years will not make a move." At the end of his words, his voice was like thunder. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. But do you have the guts to bet on the luck of the divine continent?" The void was silent. For a moment, no one spoke, and only endless murderous aura surged, shaking the heavens. Step by step, the situation had actually reached the heart of the struggle, and it was really out of everyone's expectations. The great sage Goli was swift and decisive, and he made a decree, deciding on the war with the demonic abyss. However, no one expected that the golden-bodied young demon would also not take a step back. In order to stop the divine continent from achieving their plan, he actually brought almost all the experts of the demonic abyss out. This was equivalent to falling into the enemy's territory, and it was obvious that he wanted to stop them at all costs. For this, he did not hesitate to fight with the divine continent. "Goli, this matter needs to be discussed at length." Old sage Tsangwu frowned and looked at the great sage Goli. The Ajati matriarch did not say anything, but at this moment, she also looked at the great sage Goli one step back, and so on. The battle of luck is always a battle of a millimeter. If we give way, we will lose. The great sage Goli's expression was cold, and he looked into the distance, and said in a low voice, "This plan has been mentioned since 700 years ago. It started when Nanzhan's mystic coffin descended from the sky. We have spent countless efforts, and spent countless immortal essences and treasures to achieve this level. Now that we are only one step away, how can we not let it be completed? Haha, we have lost this opportunity, and the Chinese continent does not have enough resources. Let us do it a second time. If we are talking about luck, this last step is the greatest luck. We would rather give it our all than to give way." At this point, he raised his voice, and every word was like a sword, tearing through the void and spreading in all directions, so that every cultivator from the Chinese continent could hear him clearly. The Chinese continent has controlled Tianyuan for nearly 10,000 years. There have been 4 major tribulations, and millions of minor tribulations. There has never been a person or a clan that could make the cultivators of the Chinese continent lower their heads. Now that a group of demons has come to invade us, do you think they can scare the cultivators of the Chinese continent with their arrogant words? Kill demons and ghosts, kill one if they come, kill a pair if they come. I don't believe that just a few fish that escaped from the net after the major tribulations can destroy the tens of thousands of years of luck of the Chinese continent. At the end of his speech, his voice was like the will of the heavens. "Pass down my decree, the battle begins immediately." Boom, this sentence had already set the tone, and it was difficult to change it. Even old sage Tsangwu and the Ajati matriarch did not say anything at this moment. Instead, they gathered their chi, regardless of whether their style of doing things was urgent or slow, gentle or fierce. Since the battle was unavoidable, they could only unite against the external enemy. "Kill," a weak shout was heard. The person who shouted clearly did not have a high cultivation level, probably only at the foundation establishment stage. However, his shout was like a fuse, immediately causing a drastic change in the situation. In the field, a terrifying baleful aura surged like a river or an ocean, and it was difficult to restrain it at all. It collided with each other like a torrent, causing monstrous waves to erupt and drown every single cultivator in the world within it, causing them to become a part of this baleful aura. Are they really going to fight? Even Fang Xing, who was watching from afar, jumped up with a face full of shock, and half a wild plum was still in his mouth. At this time, who can stop this battle? Eldest cousin's sister also stood up, slowly tidied up her dress, and said lightly, "Although my cultivation level is low, I will not stay out of this. I will live and die with the seniors of the Pure Land." "Cousin, what about you? It seems that you are very dissatisfied with me for doing these things behind your back. But no matter what, your father's Chinese continent and your mother's Pure Land, when it's time to choose, which side will you help?" "I won't help either side." Fang Xing's answer was unusually straightforward, and even a little wronged. "I just wanted to watch the show. Who did I offend?" The great war of gods and demons had begun. The surroundings of Bakokekyung had turned into a battlefield almost in a breath's time. The 10 ancestors of the demon abyss, who had walked out of the void passage, immediately scattered in all directions after Yang Mo gave the order. They charged towards all directions of Bakokekyung, trying their best to break into Bakokekyung. At the same time, Yang Mo, who was hundreds of feet tall and had transformed into a 1,000-armed Buddha, had already taken large strides towards Bakokekyung. His aura was monstrous, and his power was indescribable. He was like a war chariot that kept accelerating, carrying endless demonic might and Buddha's image, and could be said to be invincible. Roar! In front of Bakokekyung, the mutant dragon king, who had been stopped by great sage Tsang Wu, also roared at the sky at this moment. This sound traveled into the clouds of the 9 heavens, and with the help of the reflection of the clouds, it scattered in the area of 10,000 kilometers around Bakokekyung, and even directly into the demon abyss, causing countless surviving species of the untainted land to roar. These living beings, who had once fought with the sages of the human race in the untainted land, were all enraged at this moment. Waves of ferocious beasts fiercely charged towards the direction of Bakokekyung, like waves of angry waves crashing over. They're really going to fight with their lives on the line. In front of Bakokekyung, great sage Go Li's expression was cold. He sighed in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Old Demon has taken out all his trump cards from the demon abyss, hasn't he? Hasn't he thought that if these 10 people are all killed by us here, the demon abyss will lose all the protection of the tribulation transcendence? If this battle is regarded as the great war of gods and demons, then this old demon has led the 10 ancestors to cross the demon abyss to fight, which is equivalent to losing from the beginning. That's true, but this old demon seems to be really angry. I'm afraid it won't be easy to guard against him. He wants to fight with us gods, but the chances are not high. We all have incarnations elsewhere, and even if this real body dies, we can use the incarnations to be reborn. Although Bakokekyung is the main formation other than our real bodies, the other orthodoxies only have 30% of their strength here. The sects of the central region who are the most capable of stirring up Great Liang have no one here. That old demon probably knew this, and dared to mobilize the strongest forces of the abyss to attack Bakokekyung. After all, as long as this main formation is destroyed, our plan will be gone. In fact, he probably didn't expect my real body to have already arrived at Bakokekyung. The Ajati matriarch sighed softly. Even with their status, they did not have full confidence in the face of the crazy attack from the devil abyss. In fact, in order to push Young Demon away from the White Jade capital, Go Li Great Sage had used a forbidden technique that injured himself and paid a high price. Although Go Li Great Sage had a strong will, he had to admit that if the devil abyss was willing to fight to the death, it would be very difficult to defend the White Jade capital. Even if they could stop the 10 tribulation-passing ancestors from the devil abyss, the main formation would probably be destroyed by them. In the long run, such an exchange was very worthwhile. If they lost the 10 ancestors, the abyss power would be greatly reduced, and they might not even have the power to cross the abyss. However, the key was that Bakokekyung must not be lost. Among the 8 formation Bakokekyung was the main formation and it consumed a lot of energy. If it was destroyed this time, even China would not be able to rebuild it again, because there were no resources. Haha, this old demon's plan is not bad. However, even if Bakokekyung could not defend, the Go Li Great Sage's face became gloomier, but a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. 30 minutes should be enough. The Ajati matriarch was slightly stunned, and suddenly realized what he wanted to say, and her face changed. Do we really want to do this? Go Li Great Sage said coldly, that old demon is driven to desperation and wants to stop us from receiving the fortune, but it's a pity that he doesn't know that the 8 formation cores have already been prepared and are only lacking the final step. Earlier, I didn't hesitate to endure the backlash to push him 100,000 feet away just to buy some time. If I fight him now, no matter how powerful that old demon is, he won't be able to come over within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. We will take this opportunity to activate the Great Formation When the Great Formation is completed, it will be useless even if old Yang destroys Bakokekyung. Haha, at that time, he will definitely feel despair, and think of retreating. We will then join forces, and even if we can't stop this old demon, we must make the 10 cultivators from the abyss stay. In this way, the creation will fall on China, and at the same time, we will get rid of our biggest threat, and we can focus on dealing with the great calamity. This method is feasible. A thought came to him, and it was the Dark Parasol Great Sage. If we do not make a decision, we will be in trouble. Unless we compromise with the abyss, otherwise, activating the Great Formation I now is our only chance. Many thoughts flashed through the Ajati matriarch's mind in an instant, but strangely, she calmed down. Her eyes flashed, and she shouted, "All right." When a sage does things, there are many plans, but once he has made up his mind, he is swift and decisive. The thoughts of the three sages were exchanged, and there were many discussions, but in fact, it was just a few exchanges of thoughts in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of ordinary people, they just looked at each other, and many complicated discussions and detailed processes had already been done. It only took a breath's time for the three of them to reach a consensus, and at this time, the battle had only just begun. Seeing Xianxia rushing towards Beko Keqiang, the great sage Goli, the dark parasol great sage, and the Ajati matriarch simultaneously separated an incarnation into Beko Keqiang, and their real bodies rushed out like lightning. The great sage Goli's body was like lightning, and he directly rushed towards Xianxia who had transformed into the thousand-armed Buddha. Wherever his body passed by, the void was distorted like ripples, and he set up a great formation not giving Xianxia any chance to rush to Beko Keqiang again. On the other hand, the great sage Goli manifested his Dharmakaya, and he turned into a huge fire phoenix. His wings rolled up a blazing flame, and he pushed the mutant dragon king far away. The old man had also made up his mind to not give the mutant dragon king any chance to get close to Beko Keqiang. On the other hand, the Ajati matriarch directly cast the treasure mirror into the air, and she also rose into the air. Like a shadow, she directly entered the treasure mirror and disappeared. After a long while, her real body suddenly turned into 3 rays of divine light that reflected from the mirror, and with an indescribable mysterious power, one of them rushed towards the great sage Goli, and formed a circle of defensive treasured light around him. One of them rushed towards the great sage Goli, and turned into a wandering treasured light beside him, and the last one came to the sky above Beko Keqiang, and wrapped around the outside of Beko Keqiang layer by layer, like a cocoon, and also like a big umbrella, firmly guarding the immortal city. This magical power was extremely mysterious. Impressively, it turned her real body into treasured light, which was equivalent to dividing her power into 3 parts. One part helped the great sage Goli, who had suffered from the backlash of casting the forbidden technique, to resist Xianxia. Another helped the great sage Goli to fight against the mutant dragon king, and the last part turned into a treasured umbrella, and protected Beko Keqiang. Anyone who wanted to enter Beko Keqiang could only kill this part of her. In other places, all the cultivators and surviving species of the untainted land had also found their own battlefield, and they surrounded Beko Keqiang, and started a fierce battle. They're actually using their full strength. What are you guys thinking? In the void, the thousand-armed Buddha, who was 1,000 feet tall, controlled tens of thousands of rays of divine light, and smashed down on the great sage Goli. He alone brought a kind of divine power that was like a heavenly tribulation. Facing him, almost everyone felt like they were facing the heavens. 1,000 hands, each casting a spell, firmly suppressed the great sage Goli. After all, in order to push him out of Beko Keqiang, the great sage Goli did not hesitate to use a forbidden technique, and he suffered from the backlash. This also caused the power he exerted to be slightly weaker. If it was not for the Ajati matriarch turning into a divine light, which gave him an additional layer of protection, it was almost impossible for him to block the attack of Xianxia. However, although Xianxia had the upper hand, his expression was tense. The mind of a sage was ever-changing. From the defensive posture of the 3 sages of the divine land, he found some unfavorable clues. Could it be? Suddenly, he realized something. His eyes pierced through the void and looked straight at Beko Keqiang. At this time, under the protection of 1/3 of the Ajati matriarch's doppelgangers, Beko Keqiang was as stable as Mount Tai. The 10 ancestors of the Devil Lands were top masters who had passed the heavenly tribulation, but to break through the defense of Beko Keqiang at this time, it would take a certain amount of time. Moreover, the tribulation-passing cultivators of the divine land in this area had also rushed towards them, trying their best to stop them. Although the area around Beko Keqiang only had about 30% of the strength of the divine land, and there were only 3 or 4 tribulation-passing cultivators who were qualified to resist the 10 of them, it was still able to slow them down again. Overall, the Devil Abyss cultivators had the upper hand at this time, and there was a great hope of breaking through the Beko Keqiang. However, a bad feeling arose in Yang Mo's heart. With his Buddha's eyes, he could see traces of fate flowing outside the city of Beko Kekyung, as if forming a huge vortex, tearing all the spiritual energy of the entire southern region of the Divine Land over. In the sky above Beko Kekyung, it was obviously daytime, but a few bright stars began to appear vaguely, forming a strange picture, as if a few formation eyes had been set up before the formation was set up. How dare you? Yang Mo suddenly realized something and flew into a rage. He flew into the sky and rushed to Beko Kekyung from midair. Haha, today, not only will you watch as we receive the heavenly secret, but you, the 10 ancestors of the Devil Abyss, will also all die here. Goli Great Sage shouted sternly and opened his hands, forming a huge C in midair, blocking Yang Mo Great Sage. Although Yang Mo Great Sage had suppressed him, after all, both of them were people who had surpassed a certain level. In addition, Goli Great Sage had the help of 30% of the Ajati Matriarch's power, so it was not a problem for him to stop Yang Mo Great Sage. It was not possible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Yang Mo, who was furious, continuously performed various divine senses, but they were all blocked, and the time was dragged on. Boom, after half an hour, an inexplicable force suddenly spread around Beko Kekyung, causing all the practitioners and surviving species of the untainted land around Beko Kekyung to be shocked and looked toward the city subconsciously. At first glance, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly found that in the center of the city, there was a divine light rising up. It was a divine sword that kept extending, shooting up to the 9 heavens. In the sky, the stars that appeared during the day became brighter and brighter, like gems. This divine light was pointing at one of those stars. At the same time, 7 divine lights rose up from the divine great land with a sacred aura, shooting up to the 9 heavens, piercing through the void. In the distant sky, among the big stars, there were 9 huge mysterious coffins floating silently, with ancient Taoist connotation. The 8 eyes of the formation in the divine land rotated together, and a great formation that could be said to seize the fortune of heaven and earth was activated. At this moment, almost everyone in the divine land saw the 8 divine lights rushing toward the 9 heavens, leading toward the big stars that appeared during the day in the sky. As the divine lights rose higher and higher, even the heavens and the earth dimmed. More and more stars appeared in the sky, extremely bright. A bright galaxy and the blazing sun appeared in the same sky. If one's cultivation was higher, he could even vaguely see the 9 huge shadows that traversed the void, hidden among the many stars. They were the 9 heavens' mysterious coffins that symbolized the fate of immortals, and now, the 8 divine lights were like the hands of the divine land, reaching up to the sky to grab the great fate of immortals. The people in the world of cultivation paid particular attention to fate and good fortune, and everyone believed that in this world, there was no fate that could compare to the 9 mysterious coffins in the sky. What made people even more curious was, what else was inside the mysterious coffins other than the fate of fate. Now, among the 9 mysterious coffins, there had already been fate from 4 of them. Only, was there really nothing left in the mysterious coffin that had descended the opportunity? All of this would finally be revealed, when the 8 divine lights connected with the big stars that appeared during the day in the sky. It would be the time of the great fate of the divine land. Every cultivator of the divine land, or those who had established orthodoxy in the divine land and could get a share of this fate, was excited. In contrast to them, the cultivators of the Devil Abyss were furious. F***ck, this was supposed to be something that everyone had a share of. It's fine if you people from the divine land snatched it, but you even want to snatch it in front of us? This is too much. Even if I have to risk my life, I will stop your hands that are reaching toward the sky. 10 Directional Hell's Map. The moment Yang Mo, who had transformed into his golden Buddha form, saw the divine light that shot into the sky, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He roared and rushed into the sky, actually chasing after the divine light that shot into the sky. At the same time, he shouted and took out a tattered scroll from his sleeve. He unfurled it in the air, and what was drawn on it was a tragic scene. There was a world of flames, a cold river of ice, a tomb of divine weapons, a black prison of hungry ghosts. The tragic scenes of hell in the legends were vivid and lifelike. The moment this map was taken out, the world changed. The tragic scenes drawn on the map actually became real. Groups of evil ghosts appeared in the sky, and streams of flames and rivers of spirits appeared in the sky. They followed behind Yang Mo's thousand-armed Buddha form and gathered into a vast force that rumbled and rushed toward the divine light with an unstoppable force. Haha, the welcoming formation has been completed, no one can stop it, the great sage Goli laughed loudly. His fingers and palms transformed, covering the sky and the sun, and pulled away the strange forces that filled the sky. At the most critical moment, if they could survive this moment, everything would be settled. Stop that divine light. The 10 cultivators who came from the Devil Abyss were also shocked. At the same time, they gave up the idea of attacking Beko Keikyung. They turned around and attacked with their great dharma, forming a violent force that was not inferior to that of a sage, and rushed toward the sky. Roar! Even the Dragon King ignored the great sage Kangwu and turned around to spit out a terrifying dragon breath. Rise! The great sage Kangwu, the Ajati matriarch, and the others all turned around and poured their great dharma into Beko Keikyung, helping the great formation to operate faster. When the divine light shot into the sky, the welcoming formation was completed, and the seal of the divine land was set in the Milky Way. The ninth heaven mysterious coffin's whereabouts were determined, and no one could change the rest of the situation. They only needed to wait for the opportunity to fall from the ninth heaven. The gods and demons roared, fighting for a chance. That divine light seemed to be destined to rush to the ninth heaven, and no one could change this result. However, the next scene caused everyone to turn pale with fright. The cultivators from the Devil Abyss even gave up on their defenses and unleashed their strongest magic power with all their might. They formed a terrifying tide to block the unstoppable divine light. However, when all the power gathered together, there was a huge change. All the power didn't actually hit the divine light. Instead, it gathered in the air and formed a vast rune that appeared in the sky above the white jade Jing. It was as if it was a huge signal that teleported them to a faraway place in an instant. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. And after half a breath, in the west of the divine land, another divine light appeared in the distance, or rather, a demonic light, because that light was jet black. The 8 divine lights of the divine land were bright and dazzling, full of divine aura. The demonic light in the west was dark and strange, and it was filled with endless resentment and evil power. However, no matter what, this demonic light soared into the sky, and together with the 8 divine lights of the divine land, it caused a huge change in the world. Originally, there were only 8 divine lights that soared into the sky, but now, there were 9. Great Sage Goli's expression suddenly changed, as if he had realized something, and he looked at Yang Mo hatefully. Meanwhile, the Devil Abyss Sage laughed maniacally at the sky. It's too late, too late. You're right, the Great Array has been formed, and no one can stop it. What exactly did you do? Great Sage Goli roared angrily, but before he could finish his sentence, another shocking change occurred. In the northernmost part of the divine land, a divine light that looked like it was about to soar into the sky suddenly became dimmer and dimmer, as if its power was constantly weakening. In the end, it actually disappeared in mid-air, as if something had happened to the eye of the array. This also resulted in there being still 8 divine lights left in the sky, which corresponded to the 8 supporting points of a great array, except that one of them had been stolen and replaced. In the blink of an eye, the 8 divine lights soared into the sky at almost the same time, and connected with the large stars in the sky. Then, they gradually rebounded, and rays of light rapidly changed between the large stars, forming an unusually mysterious giant runic array. It gave off a brilliance that could illuminate the entire Tianyuan continent, and when this brilliance reached its brightest, it slowly projected a projection. The chi of the world had changed, the great receiving array had been formed, but it was different from what they had expected, and there were some changes. That projection was the manifestation of the great receiving array. Wherever the projection of the runic array landed, the 9 heavens mysterious coffin would land there in the future. According to the calculations of the Divine Land Saints, this projection should have landed in the central region of the Divine Land, but now, because one of the divine lights had been stolen, there was a deviation in the outcome that had long been calculated. The projection gradually landed in the west, and finally landed, to the south of Beko Keikyung, in the area between the entire Divine Land and the western Heoks province. There was a vast and mysterious abyss. Although it was called an abyss, the area was millions of miles wide. The rules were chaotic, and order had collapsed. It was shrouded in black demonic clouds all year round, and was filled with the demonic howls of ghosts and the surviving species of the untainted land. It was full of danger, and there were countless taboos. Even the Yuanian cultivators did not dare to enter it casually. It was known as the Forbidden Area for cultivators, a place that could even devour immortals, and the most mysterious place in Tianyuan, the demonic abyss. The projection of the runic array happened to land in that place, a million miles of the demonic abyss, between the divine land and the western he-demonic land. The great guiding formation was completed, but it landed in the wrong place. This unusual scene stunned every cultivator from the divine prefecture, including the 3 saints from the divine prefecture. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. The great guiding formation was of great importance, and every step was calculated with exceptional clarity. Although the last step of activating the formation was a little hasty, it was done with great confidence. How could something like this happen? Why was there another formation at the Western Ox State? Why did the formation I at the north of the Divine Continent suddenly lose its effect? Goli, Songwu, and Wuxing closed their eyes at the same time and used their divine senses to communicate with others. After a few breaths, they opened their eyes at the same time. They already knew the answer, and their faces were filled with shock and anger. Compared to the 3 sages of the Divine Continent, the Demon Abyss sage was very pleased and laughed out loud. Haha, did you really think that I took such a huge risk to come to the Divine Continent just to stop you from setting up this great guiding formation? Haha, what's the point of that? I'll take the opportunity that your formation attracted. Look at your expressions, that's the main reason why I came here. I'm not surprised that you know about our plan. After all, setting up this formation requires too many resources and uses too many resources from the Divine Continent's aristocratic families. Too many people know about this secret, and it's only a matter of time before it gets out. Moreover, it's not a problem for someone to calculate the location and characteristics of the formation based on the resources that the 3 of us have mobilized. Goli Sage spoke with an unusually calm expression. But, how did you convince the Xianxia to help you? The other 2 sages also looked at the Demon Abyss sage solemnly. Earlier on, they used their divine senses to communicate with the aristocratic families, and found out the truth about the destruction of the formation I at the north of the Divine Continent. The person who did it was related to the Xianxia. The dragon clan of the Xianxia had always been on the same side as the orthodoxies of the Divine Continent. In fact, a few years ago, after the sages spoke up and provided a lot of precious resources for this plan, the dragon clan had already become a transcendent existence in the hearts of the sages. However, no one expected that the Xianxia would suddenly make such a move at the last step, causing the plan to go out of control. Hearing their words, Yang Imo laughed even more happily and said in a low voice, "What if I tell you that it was not me who persuaded them, but the ambitious worm who persuaded me? Will it make your mouths open even wider?" The 3 sages looked at each other and their expressions became even uglier. Although there were no immortals in the world, there were 9 saints who were close to immortals. As people who had already reached their level, it was really hard for them to accept being teased like this. Those who are not of our race must have a different heart. Great Sage Goli was silent for a moment before he coldly spoke. It's also our fault. Azure Wavesea probably doesn't believe in AO anymore. Great Sage Dark Parasol sighed lightly. But I never imagined that the 9-headed worm would be so audacious. What did you promise them? The Ajati matriarch's anger was more obvious. When she opened her mouth, her voice was a little cold. 30%, Yang Imo spoke, a little helpless but also a little proud. Not only 30% of those things in the sky, but also 30% of some of the things that fell from the 2 mysterious coffins. I originally thought that it was a little too much, but on second thought, if I came to talk to you, I probably wouldn't even get 10%. But if I cooperated with him, I could at least get a little more, hee. More importantly, if I didn't have this opportunity, how would I look at the 3 of you who looked like your mothers had died? Ha 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 ha, so I readily agreed to him. After a few words, the matter was more or less clear. The faces of the 3 sages of the Divine Continent were already extremely ugly. You have indeed won this time, Great Sage Goli said coldly, and his voice gradually became murderous. But think about it first, will you still be able to go back alive? At the end of his sentence, his voice suddenly became louder. He suddenly stepped forward and raised his hand, causing wind and fire to fill the sky. He ruthlessly grabbed the 10 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators from the demon abyss below Beko Keikyung. Under such anger, he still maintained his rationality. He knew that Yang Mo was not easy to kill, so he prepared to first clean up these tribulation transcendence cultivators from the demon abyss. Losing this group of people, the demon abyss must be extremely pained. Haha, if I want to leave, which one of you can stop me? Yang Mo laughed out loud. Suddenly, he waved his hand and rushed backward. The Dragon King also understood and immediately spread its wings to fly toward him. He landed on the Dragon King's back and laughed to the sky. He waved his hand and shouted, "As for these 10 puppets, I'll give them to you to vent your anger." Haha, I forgot to tell you that this is the art of spiritual refinement I got from the 2 coffins. You only need the bodies of 10 Jindan realm cultivators and a wisp of the Taoist source of the cultivator who passed the tribulation, and you can refine a puppet that looks like the real one. Laughing loudly, he turned around and left. He fled thousands of miles in a flash, and his laughter continued to reverberate in the void. When the great Goli sage's palm landed, the 10 Devil Abyss ancestors, who had been fighting fiercely just a moment ago, all revealed strange smiles. They didn't move at all and allowed the palm to land on them. There were a few booms, and the people at the very front exploded. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and their auras changed greatly. As the spirit chi dissipated, the gold core aura in their bodies could be clearly sensed. With this change, the great sage Goli could not help but reveal a hint of madness on his face. He did not continue to kill, but instead casually grabbed one of them. Mana surged in his palm, and he cut open the meridians of that person's flesh and blood. In an instant, he understood everything, and his face became even more gloomy. It's true, everything that Yang Mo said was actually true. These 10 tribulation transcendence cultivators were all puppets. Because they were refined from the bodies of gold core cultivators, they were no different from real people. Because they had the Tao source of the 10 demon abyss ancestors, they could also display battle strength similar to their real bodies for a certain period of time. Moreover, the refining method was so brilliant that even the great sage Goli demon abyss could not detect it. If they had really paid attention from the beginning and carefully investigated, they would actually be able to find some clues. However, Yang Mo was very cunning. First, he appeared with his real body and caused a ruckus, then he summoned them. At that time, the situation was so urgent that even they did not suspect the authenticity of these 10 people. After all, if the demon abyss wanted to destroy Beko Kekyung, it would be useless to send 10 puppets over. Yang Mo, I will make you stay here today. In endless anger, the great sage Goli stepped on the void and madly chased after Yang Mo. The great sage Tsang Wu and the Ajati matriarch looked at each other and together, they chased after him. They did not really want to kill Yang Mo, but they were really worried that the furious great sage Goli would suffer a great loss again. Ayaya, that old man looks like he's full of muscles, but I didn't expect him to be so good at tricking people. In that gorge, Fangxing shook his head and sighed endlessly with admiration. Beside him, eldest cousin's sister was tied up like a dumpling with the immortal binding rope. There was also a restriction on her body, so she could not transmit any sound. In order to prevent her from speaking, he forcefully stuffed a bunch of wild plums into her mouth. At this moment, eldest cousin's sister was looking at Fangxing with a murderous gaze. She wanted to kill this bastard 10,000 times. Even he did not know the real plan of the great young god. Just now, he really wanted to rush out and fight with the seniors, but in the end, this bastard actually took the opportunity when he was not paying attention and smashed his head with the cauldron. He did not have the ability of the little monk. It was painful, but he did not faint. However, this bastard immediately planted a restriction on his body and tied him up with the immortal binding rope, forcing him to watch the show for a long time like him. However, all that was said was one thing. If he had not watched the show, he really would not have known that the great young god's plan was so deep. If he had rushed out just now, he might really have lost his life. After all, although the great young god said it lightly, in fact, this plan paid a huge price. First of all, many of the surviving species of the chaos that rushed out of the devil abyss had died in the process of rushing to Beko Kekyung. Then there were the 10 great magic puppets, each of which contained the source of the Tao of the 10 ancestors. At their level, the source of the Tao was the most important thing. Without the source of the Tao, their strength would definitely have an irrecoverable decline, and no one knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Of course, compared to the result in front of him, this loss was absolutely worth it. If she had really rushed out just now, it was very likely that she would have been abandoned and become a sacrificial pawn. Don't stare at me. If I didn't catch you, you would have been killed by someone. Fangxing stretched out his hand and untied the immortal binding rope on her. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's all right now, let's go." When big cousin's sister regained her freedom, her first thought was to fight back. However, she looked at the void in the distance and became lazy. She sighed softly and said, "I'm not going to fool around with you. I naturally have to return to the Pure Land immediately. Since the good fortune will fall in the Devil Abyss, I'm afraid that the Divine Prefecture and the Pure Land will soon fight for the good fortune. Whoever can control more of the Devil Abyss will have the first opportunity when the good fortune comes. In the Devil Abyss, the Pure Land has too many advantages. What do you think? Do you want to go back with me?" Fangxing knew that she was telling the truth, so he really thought about it seriously. Because the Devil Abyss had always been regarded as the natural mode of the Demon Province, and the people of the Demon Province often had to pass through the Devil Abyss to go to other areas. Therefore, the people of the Demon Province often called the people of the Devil Abyss. But seriously speaking, the Devil Abyss actually did not belong to the Demon Province. It was actually a forbidden place in the cultivation world. There were some strange places where even the surviving species of the untainted land could not survive. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture did not dare to set foot there easily, and the cultivators of the Demon Province also did not dare to go deep into it. There were only a few safe paths for them to go there occasionally. But now, the fortune was destined to fall into the Devil Abyss, so it was imperative for both sides to enter the Devil Abyss. In terms of understanding of the Devil Abyss, the Divine Prefecture was far behind the Demon Province. After all, judging from the situation today, even the surviving species of the untainted land seemed to have some degree of cooperation with the cultivators of the Demon Province. Moreover, the Demon Province was usually short of resources, so there were many cultivators of the Demon Province who entered the Devil Abyss to explore and search for resources. Whether it was the understanding of the Devil Abyss, the help of the surviving species of the untainted land, or the preparation beforehand, the Divine Prefecture did not have the advantage. It was also because of this that the elder cousin once again formally proposed to bring Fangxing back. In her opinion, the Demon Province had the upper hand now. If Fangxing was smart, he should quickly make the right choice. And Fangxing pondered for a while, then suddenly said, "Are you really so sure that I am a member of your family?" The elder cousin did not expect him to ask this. She was slightly startled and said coldly, "With the proof of your bloodline, how can it be fake?" It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." Fangxing scratched his head and suddenly looked at the elder cousin, saying, "If you are so sure, then let me ask you a few questions." The elder cousin was a little surprised and raised her head to look at him. Fangxing said, "Your aunt, the woman you said is my mother. Is she beautiful?" The elder cousin was slightly startled and a little lost in thought. After a long while, she said, "Aunt used to be known as the first fairy of the Pure Land, with a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and states." Fangxing thought for a while, nodded, and said, "Cultivation talent?" The elder cousin seemed to be a little disdainful as she replied, "The most beloved junior of the elder ancestor, and also a direct descendant of the North Deep clan." "What do you think?" "I understand." Fangxing pondered for a while and asked again, "Then, what about my father?" Eldest cousin's face was immediately covered with a layer of frost. She sneered and said, "That person is also an outstanding talent. Even my father was once defeated by his hands. It's a pity that he can't even protect his wife and child. What kind of man can he be?" Fangxing curled his lips and said, "Who asked you this?" "I am asking if he is beautiful." The elder cousin frowned and said, "Why are you asking this?" Back then, he wore a white robe and walked in the Pure Land. He picked up flowers and smiled, and many girls in the Pure Land who did not cultivate their minds were mesmerized by him. Later, he and my aunt got together, and they were also known as the immortal couple. I have seen a portrait of them in the family. They are really like immortals, and the word beautiful cannot even describe them. Fangxing had an idea in his heart. He sneered and said, "There is no need to ask about his talent in cultivation. To be able to become an outstanding talent, he must be pretty good." Eldest cousin's sister said, "Rumor has it that he has the ability to see through everything he sees." When he was walking in the Pure Land, he once fought with someone. When the opponent's magic was displayed, he was able to understand 70 to 80% of its true essence. This kind of talent can be described as rare. As she spoke, she became a little curious and frowned. Why are you asking about this? Fangxing chuckled but did not answer. He only waved his hand and said, say no more. I have an idea in my heart. The elder cousin was stunned and said, what idea? Fangxing did not want to answer. He sighed and said disappointedly, nothing much. I just feel a little sad. However, the disappointment was fleeting. Very quickly, he rolled his eyes and laughed. The Biming family is rich, right? The elder cousin was a little speechless. She sneered and said, don't use such words to insult the Biming family of the Pure Land. Fangxing's eyes lit up. Are they powerful? The elder cousin snorted and said, even the great Yang deity is very respectful to the Biming tribe. Fangxing smiled and said, then I am relieved. The elder cousin frowned and said in a low voice, are you coming with me or not? Fangxing waved his hand and said, I will not go this time. After what happened today, I suddenly realized that being an undercover is quite fun, so I have decided to stay and find a way to enter the philosopher's dojo. I will help the demons. No, the Pure Land. I will help the Pure Land to be an undercover. When the time is right, I will cooperate with you. Well, you can tell the elder that for the future of the Pure Land, I will do my best. At the end of his words, his expression was serious and he looked generous and righteous. Eldest cousin frowned as she watched. After a while, she said, is that true? Fangxing was furious. He pointed at his nose and said, I am even an undercover. How dare you doubt me? The elder cousin was a little flustered. She pulled his arm and said, I am not. I just think it is too dangerous, Fangxing said, wealth comes from danger. It is easier to earn merit if I make a great contribution. The elder cousin was stunned. After a while, she said, if you can succeed, you can really earn a lot of merit. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Then she sighed and said, I know you have your own ideas. Since you have made up your mind, I will not force you. Whether you are sincere or not, I only hope you understand that the elder ancestor really wants you to go back. Forget it, I will not say these things. Keep this thing well. If you want to find me, you can use this talisman to send a message to me directly. As she spoke, she handed over a black jade talisman. It looked a little strange. Eh? Fangxing took it and looked at it. He said, it is different from the ordinary voice transmission jade talisman. Can it project an illusion? The elder cousin shook her head and said, no, it can only send messages to others. The Devil's Abyss with collapsed rules between China and the Pure Land. The ordinary voice transmission jade talisman is useless. Even the treasured weapons that can project divine thoughts are useless. However, this special jade talisman that is used to send messages is quite effective. I used it to contact the elder ancestor. Bring it with you. Even if you enter the Devil's Abyss, you can still talk to me. Okay. Fangxing kept it quickly and hurriedly said goodbye to the elder cousin. Then you, take care. The elder cousin sighed worriedly. After hesitating for a while, she took the strange fish and left in the chaos. However, she had a vague feeling that there was something wrong with Fangxing. Initially, when he heard about his identity, he felt a little heavy. This was understandable. No matter who it was, they would definitely feel some pressure when they suddenly discovered their identity, especially when they were caught between the Pure Land and the Divine Continent. However, now, he suddenly seemed to be light-hearted and even took the initiative to stay in the Divine Continent and infiltrate the Philosopher's Tao College as a spy. This was a little puzzling. Fangxing waved at the elder cousin with a smile and rushed toward the spiritual boat with the sack on his shoulder. No one knew what he was thinking about, but as he ran against the wind, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. It seems that we are going to be rich. The receiving formation had deviated, and the entire white jade capital was in a tense atmosphere. Since the formation was completed, even a deity would not be able to change it. The rune projection fell into the demonic abyss, which meant that the 9 coffins were destined to fall into the demonic abyss. Even the sages were not sure that they could control the demonic abyss. However, the sages were the sages after all. they acted swiftly and decisively. Soon, they decided on a plan, which was exactly the same as what Big Cousin's sister had guessed. A talisman soon hung high in the sky above Bakokekyung. The talisman had its own divinity. Within 100,000 miles, ordinary cultivators would know its contents with just a glance. Fortune falls from the heavens, and we must fight for it. The evildoers of the demonic abyss have disrupted the plans of the divine continent. The 9 heavens receiving formation has been disturbed by them, and the fortune has shifted to the demonic abyss. The disciples of the divine continent should bravely charge into the demonic abyss, explore the secrets of the world, and uphold the prestige of the divine continent. Now, Bakokekyung has issued a heavenly talisman edict. All disciples of the divine continent's sects and aristocratic families can accept the edict and go to the demonic abyss to fight the evildoers of the demonic abyss. When the fortune falls from the heavens, you will naturally receive the immortal fate. The sages have said, all those who have made contributions should enter the school of philosophers and become the disciples of the sages to bring glory to the ancestors. Heavenly Talisman Edict. It was the Heavenly Talisman Edict. No matter which sect or sect, there were countless types of edicts. However, the Heavenly Talisman Edict was the highest type. As the name suggested, the Heavenly Talisman Edict referred to accepting the will of the heavens and beheading evil. And the orthodoxies usually had halls of Tao built by combat cultivators. Their names were usually Heavenly Talisman Edict. Bakokekyung had listed this talisman as a Heavenly Talisman Decree, which clearly showed how much importance he attached to this matter. Furthermore, the rewards listed on it were extremely shocking. Those who received this talisman decree would not only be able to seize the initiative when fortune descended from the heavens, they would also be able to gain the favor of the sages and be listed in the myriad children Taoist rite. It must be known that this was originally an opportunity only available to the disciples of the myriad children Taoist orthodoxies. Moreover, they were originally prepared to establish the myriad children Taoist orthodoxies before entering the mysterious region. But now, because of this unforeseen event, the order was changed. Since the fortuitous encounter was destined to fall into the demonic abyss, then it was undoubtedly necessary to send people in ahead of time to fight for territory in the demonic abyss that was 1,000,000 miles wide. The meaning of this decree was that the more territory they occupied in the demonic abyss, the more meritorious they would be. Of course, the more regions there were, the more fortuitous encounters there would be when the mysterious domain arrived. For a time, countless cultivators in Bakokekyung went crazy. They rushed to Bakokekyung to seize the immortal opportunity. Of course, under the surface of the madness, there were also rumors. This decree seemed to have boundless prospects. It was a great opportunity for the poor cultivators to fight for a chance at survival, but in reality, it was full of dangers. If they wanted to enter the demonic abyss to fight for territory, they were destined to fight and kill the disciples of the demon province. The disciples of the demon province were all famous for their belligerence. After all, the resources of the demon province were not as rich as the resources of the divine province. Those who were able to grow up in the demon province were all killed in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Each was more ruthless than the other. Unlike the internal strife in the divine province was innately at a disadvantage when it came to people. Then there was their understanding of the demonic abyss. The cultivators of the divine province were far inferior to the demonic abyss. In this aspect, it could be said that they were inferior in terms of geographical location. And more importantly, it was the timing. The demon province had been planning this for a long time. The powerful disciples of the various orthodoxies were already prepared to enter the demonic abyss to fight for territory. This was the time when they were at their strongest. However, the disciples of the divine province were still scattered in all directions. After all, the original plan of the sages was that the fated encounter would land in the center of the 8 divine lights, which was the center of the divine province. The disciples of the orthodoxies were also scattered around the center of the divine province. Now that the location had suddenly changed to the demonic abyss, it was unknown when the orthodoxies that were scattered in other regions would arrive. Unfortunately, Bakokekyung did not have the time to wait for those people to arrive. It could only send a batch of people into the demonic abyss first. Otherwise, by the time everyone gathered, the cultivators of the demon province would have already occupied most of the demonic abyss. At that time, the disciples of the divine province would be at a disadvantage. timing, location, and people. Without these three factors, how was this a heaven-sent opportunity? It was clearly a great opportunity to die. However, even so, there were still countless people who rushed to the demonic abyss, accepted the decree, and fought their way into the demonic abyss. After all, if they really failed because of other reasons, then the heavens were not on their side. But if they didn't even dare to enter the demonic abyss, then they were useless. Now, at the edge of the demonic abyss, next to the skytrapping formation, a 10,000-meter high platform had been built, on which a sage personally presided. Under the platform, many Baekokkyung cultivators built 3 huge passages. The one on the left was the widest. Many disciples of Baekokkyung stood in front of the passage, holding the decree. Any cultivator who wanted to enter the demonic abyss would be asked a few questions and sent a decree. Then, they could pass through the passage and enter the demonic abyss. The one in the middle was the most respected. Anyone with a white jade token could directly enter the demonic abyss. The one on the right was the most ordinary, and no one was guarding it. Now, Feng Xing, Xianxia, Chu Xiai, and Donkey Feng had also disguised themselves and mingled with the vast crowd near the white jade platform, ready to wait for an opportunity to enter the demonic abyss. Originally, he had planned to enter the Zhuzi Taoist field to have some fun, but the situation was serious. The sage would not give him a chance, so he had to enter the demonic abyss first. Of course, more importantly, he still had a batch of white jade tokens in his hands, which he was eager to sell. When they came to the white jade platform and saw the 3 passages, Feng Xing, Chu Xiai, and Xianxia looked at each other with a smile. The batch of white jade tokens that they had robbed before was really rich. If they had known the magic of this thing, they should have bought it for him in the beginning. When the white jade platform was constructed, the white jade medallions they carried on their bodies had already secretly released a message. It was precisely using this kind of secret method to inform the cultivators of the true purpose of the white jade medallion. Impressively, it was specially prepared for the mysterious domain. The so-called white jade token was just a title, and the most important thing was the jade plate hidden inside the token. The Xian domain had descended 4 times, and there were already different rules, which were all mastered by cultivators, and they found ways to deal with them. The 2 biggest rules were that those who wanted to enter the Xian domain had to be less than 40 years old, and their cultivation could not reach the gold core realm. These 2 rules restricted too many people who wanted to enter the Xian domain to seek fortune, and they could only hope to see it, but not reach it. The sage had set up a great plan to receive the heavens, and his meticulous planning had naturally taken these 2 rules into account. The talisman hidden in the white jade token was a treasure that had been refined by the sage in recent years. This treasure was hidden in the white jade token, and it was called the heaven-deceiving jade plate. If one wore it on their body, they could disturb the heavenly secrets, hide their bone age, and cultivate, and freely enter and exit the Xian domain without being restricted by the rules of the Xian coffin. However, there was also a limit. That was, the bone age could not exceed 300 years, and the cultivation could not be higher than Yuanying. This rule was also the reason why the divine sons and Taoists of the various great orthodoxies deliberately suppressed their cultivation, and forcibly stayed in the gold core realm. They had already received some news, and they had long since prepared for this trip to the Xian domain. Originally, the sage had only refined 100 of these white jade tokens, and they were only prepared for the juniors of the various great orthodoxies. Only those who were qualified to enter the Zhuzi dojo had the right to obtain one, and only those who were qualified to obtain the white jade token had the right to enter the Xian domain. However, now that there was an unforeseen event, and the cultivators of the demon province had disrupted their plans, the divine continent had already lost the initiative, and there was no one who could be used for the time being. In desperation, the 3 sages could only rush to make a batch of heaven's edicts. These heaven's edicts also had a similar divine power, and they could hide the bone age and chi of the cultivators who entered the demon abyss. However, they were made in a hurry, and their divine power was far inferior to the white jade token. They could only hide the bone age of those who were less than 100 years old, and their cultivation had not reached the gold core realm, and their time was limited. Once their divine power was used up, they would lose their protection. Those cultivators who received the heaven's edicts were solemnly warned before they entered the passage. As for the passage on the right, it was for those who wanted to enter. Originally, there were many cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm, whose bone age was less than 40 years old, who came to try their luck with immortality. They did not need anything to enter the Xian domain, and there were also some who did not meet the requirements, but planned to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the demon abyss in advance, or to snatch other people's white jade tokens, or to rush out before the Xian domain descended. On the day that this high platform was built, groups of cultivators rushed over, and there were no less than 100,000 of them. However, due to various restrictions, only a few could enter. Most of them were hesitant, and stayed to watch. There were also too many people who wanted to kill their enemies, but were powerless to bully the heavens. The white jade token was too precious, and how many people could obtain it? After all, the divine power of the heavens' edicts was limited. How many ordinary cultivators could reach the gold core realm under the age of 100, even in the divine prefecture? Under normal circumstances, those who could reach the core formation realm were usually more than 300 years old. Simply put, not to mention a rare item like the white jade token, even those who were qualified to receive the heavens' edicts could be regarded as true disciples of the major sections. This is a business opportunity. Feng Xing simply loved this rule to death. After receiving the news, he quickly discussed it with Xianxia and Chu Ci, and then gave each of them 4 or 5 white jade tokens. He quietly took them and walked around the white jade platform. Not long after, he saw a red-haired cultivator in a black robe sitting on the ground not far away. He looked angry, and his chi was rolling. He looked fierce, and no one dared to approach him within 30 meters. At first glance, he knew that he was restricted by his bone age and cultivation and could not enter the Xian domain. Feng Xing was happy. He cleared his throat and slipped toward the strong man with his hands behind his back. The strong man was 240 years old, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the gold core realm. He was a rogue cultivator from the Plundering Immortal Island in the eastern region of the Divine Prefecture. He came with great ambitions, but he could not enter the Devil's Abyss. He was annoyed. When he saw a wild monk walking toward him, he was even more unhappy. He snorted coldly and released his chi. He wanted the monk to take the initiative to get out of his sight, so that he would not have to worry about him. Unexpectedly, the monk turned a blind eye to his anger and walked over. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quickly opened his monk's robe and showed him the white token in his arms. With a mysterious face, he whispered, "Brother, do you want a plate? Disc? What disc?" The strong man from Punlai looked at Feng Xing coldly, his eyes very unfriendly. The heaven-deceiving jade disc. Feng Xing's face was full of seriousness. He flashed it in front of him and said in a low voice, "This is a good thing. Ordinary people can't get it. It was specially refined by the sage for the mysterious domain. It's very magical. If you wear it, your waist won't be sore, your legs won't hurt, and you can stand up in the morning and hide your chi. You can enter the mysterious domain when you reach the golden core realm and grab treasures freely. You know, even the divine son of a sect can't get this. You are the first one I opened today. I'll give you a discount and only charge you 10,000 taels of spiritual essence. What do you think?" The strong man glanced at the white jade token and then at Feng Xing. His eyes were wide open. "All right, I'll give you a discount. 9,999 taels, how about that?" Feng Xing thought that the other party thought it was too expensive, so he reluctantly gave him a discount. "Little bastard, how dare you fool me?" The strong man finally couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed Feng Xing and shouted angrily, "How precious is the white jade token? Do you think you can get it? How dare you make a fake to deceive me? Don't you know that this kind of thing can kill people?" As he spoke, he waved his old fist and hit Feng Xing. "Ck your uncle." Feng Xing was also infuriated. He kicked him to the ground and said angrily, "Do I look like I'm lying?" The strong man was also stunned. He didn't expect this unremarkable monk to be so powerful. He jumped up and was about to use his real strength. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw a huge wooden fish hit his face. Suddenly, his head became heavy and he slowly lay down on the ground. "How dare you disrespect my senior brother?" Behind the strong man, Xianxia angrily put away the wooden fish and said to Feng Xing, "Senior brother, it's not easy to do business. You didn't sell it either?" Fangxing glanced at Xianxia and put away the white jade token angrily. I can't sell it. Everyone thinks I'm a scammer. He seemed to be in a very depressed mood, but he soon happily took out a piece of spirit essence and showed it to Fangxing. He said proudly, but just now, a female cultivator pinched my face and gave me 10 taels of spirit essence. Looks like you have the ability to make a living. Fangxing casually took the 10 taels of spirit essence and put them in his arms. Then, he held his chin and seriously thought of a solution. Xianxia glanced at his empty palm and was a little dazed. After a while, he said, what should we do? After pondering for a while, Fangxing suddenly squatted down and searched the unconscious man's body for a storage pouch. When he opened it, he immediately spat and cursed. A dignified Jindan Mahayana stage cultivator only has less than 100 taels of spiritual essence and only a few magic treasures. How did he survive? How shameful. He angrily put away the white jade token and forcefully stuffed it into the man's arms, then turned around and left. I don't believe it. I can't sell it. I'll force you to buy and sell. Fangxing was furious. People's hearts were not what they used to be, and it was not easy to do business. He had kindly given these bastards an opportunity, but none of them took it seriously. He had found several buyers in a row, and they were all Grand Jindan stage cultivators, but they didn't even have the slightest eyesight. It was obviously a genuine white jade token, but when he handed it to those people, they all looked at him as if he was a fool. Some were furious and wanted to deal with him, some ignored him and looked at him with disdain, and there was even a bastard who wanted to report him to Beko Kekyung. He was so angry that he had to let Xianxia put them to the ground one by one. After wandering around for a whole morning, none of them were sold seriously, but there were 7 or 8 storage pouches in his arms. As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered around the white jade platform. Several great orthodoxies had already arrived in front of the white jade platform, ready to send their divine sons and followers into the demonic abyss. Among them, the 12th floor of Beko Kekyung was undoubtedly the most eye-catching existence. After all, it was equivalent to half of the owner. Some other orthodoxies also came one after another, making the surrounding people more and more. Every orthodoxy was clustered around a divine son or a Taoist son. With the value of the white jade token, even a great orthodoxy could only get one, and the person who got this white jade token was undoubtedly the hope of the whole orthodoxy. Whether the orthodoxy could obtain benefits from the mysterious domain or stand out from the crowd depended on them. It could be said that one person was responsible for the fate of the sect. On the other hand, these geniuses were gathered at the front of the passageway at the center. They were refined and courteous as they exchanged pleasantries in low voices, or they silently noticed someone that posed a threat to them, or they conversed and formed an alliance, causing them to be dazzling and resplendent like the brilliance of the stars. Is that the head disciple of Beko Kekyung Evil Slayer Tower, Li Zhongyuan? As expected, he has a refined demeanor, just like a banished immortal. The celestial Dan Tower's fairy Hong Sui is just like the legends. Her skin is white like cream, and the center of her eyebrows is a little red. She is extremely charming. The Violet Cloud Cave's fire sage is also here. He was born with a fire spirit bloodline, and he has his own orthodoxy before the age of 300. The surrounding crowd would occasionally exclaim in admiration and discuss spiritedly. Every one of them looked as if they had seen an immortal god. But Fangxing also didn't have the mood to sell discs anymore. He squatted on the ground and pondered. Every one of these guys was so famous. They just showed their faces, and they made it seem like a true immortal descending to the mortal world. Why didn't anyone pay attention to him, a dignified robber, Sage Tiandao? Evildoer, where do you think you're going? Just when the crowd was discussing endlessly, they suddenly heard a fierce shout that was filled with murderous intent coming from the east. All the cultivators turned around in shock and saw that there were people fighting in that direction. In the layer of clouds in midair, a man in a snow-white robe with an imposing appearance chased after them. His figure floated, and his large sleeves fluttered. He had an indescribably shocking immortal bearing, and his speed was unbelievably fast. With a loud shout, he had already flashed out several tens of kilometers, and caught up to a golden cloud in front of him. He waved his palm and slapped down. The palm force was terrifying, and it tore through the void. Damn you, you've chased me for several tens of thousands of kilometers. Are you done yet? You've angered Lord Gold, and I'll kill you." A strange cry came from the golden cloud as it fled with all its might. It was also under the fierce palm strike of the white-robed man that the golden cloud dispersed, and the appearance of the creature within the cloud was revealed. Surprisingly, it was a giant crow with a length of 10 to 20 meters. It was covered in golden feathers, and it seemed to be awe-inspiring. But the moment it opened its mouth, it sounded like a hooligan. Moreover, even though it spoke in an awe-inspiring manner, it fled like a grandson. As it cried out, it spread its golden wings and flapped the void, and it was shockingly terrifying like golden lightning. However, even though it was fast, the white-robed man was even faster. When he saw that the distance between them had increased again, he frowned. He stepped on the void with Dao runes hidden beneath his feet, and he was like a true immortal riding the wind. His graceful posture was indescribably fast, and he chased after the crow. His speed was visibly getting closer, and he shouted coldly, "Feathered demon, you're already like a stray dog, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. You must return what belongs to my Taishang orthodoxy, or else I won't let you go even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth." The man and the crow were both extremely fast. As the chase continued, they arrived in the sky above the area in the blink of an eye. It was only at this moment that the cultivators noticed that there were many wounds on the golden crow's body, and golden blood was dripping from them. The blood contained a terrifying aura, and it could be seen that the crow's body was extremely powerful. Based on what they said, it seemed that the chase had lasted for almost a day, and at this moment, the crow was injured, so its speed had gradually slowed down. Meanwhile, the white-robed man exerted his divine might and closed in. The one behind, is he the successor of the Taishang orthodoxy? Xianxia was shocked when he heard their shouts from afar. The news that the remnant disciple of the Taishang orthodoxy, which was once known as the #1 sect in the world, had appeared and established a orthodoxy in the northern region had spread across the divine land. The cultivators were no strangers to it, and after hearing the man's words, many of them began to discuss in low voices. That crow seems to be a disciple of Mount Fusang in the land of demons. He's also a powerful figure, but he has a bad reputation. Bad reputation? It said that he had a good relationship with that demon, but he didn't do much good. He's not even considered a rat on the street. Many people want to kill him, but he's quite capable. After a few battles, he gained the upper hand. It seems like he stole something from the Taishang orthodoxy again, but he's now being hunted down again. For a time, many people recognized the Golden Crow's identity. Some took pleasure in the Golden Crow's misfortune, while others were shocked. Bulsh *T, the Taishang orthodoxy belongs to my brother. When did it become yours? Seeing that the man in a white robe had caught up to him again, the Golden Crow flapped its wings and beat the void with all its might, forcibly increasing its speed in an attempt to increase the distance between them. It shouted angrily, "Besides, the Taishang undying scripture was obtained by me from the mystic domain of Nanzhan. Why should I give it to you? Your Lu clan set up an ambush yesterday, and even sent 3 Yuaniing cultivators to besiege me. Don't you have any shame? I'll remember this, and if I don't exterminate the entire Lu clan, my surname is not Fong." That scripture originated from the Taishang orthodoxy, and I only knew that it was with you after receiving guidance from my ancestors. As the descendant of the Taishang orthodoxy, it's only right and proper for me to take back the scripture. I tried to persuade you to return it, but since you refused, I'll take it back with my own hands. The man in a white robe shouted. Suddenly, he took 9 steps forward, and the first step was indescribably profound, as if it had shortened the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the Golden Crow again. He clenched his fist and punched out, and thunder rumbled from his mouth, as if he was a god. "That demon of yours has done so many evil things, and he has already been executed, but you're still alive. Today, I'll take back the scripture and get rid of the evil." Rumble. He seemed to want to kill the crow under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This punch tore through the void, drawing out a black flash that traversed the void. Its power was unfathomable, and accompanied by a monstrous fist wind, it struck down towards the Golden Crow. Caw. King kill you. The great Golden Crow found it difficult to dodge the fist that descended from the sky. It became anxious and let out a loud cry. It flapped its wings and turned around. It opened its mouth wide and suddenly spat out a golden sword ray. The sword ray contained an indescribable divine power. As soon as the sword ray appeared, heaven and earth darkened. It was as if the sword ray had attracted all the light in the world. It streaked across the sky in an instant and destroyed the fist that the white-robed man had unleashed. The divine power of the sword even forced the white-robed man to temporarily retreat. Whoosh! The sword ray forced the white-robed man to retreat and return to the side of the great golden crow. It floated in midair. When the cultivators looked at it, they realized that it was a lifelike little crow. However, its entire body was formed by terrifying sword aura. It looked like a divine weapon, but also like a spell. It was mysterious, but the terrifying divine power on it was real. Those with weaker cultivation did not even dare to look at it directly. Could this be the rare sword embryo that appeared when the mysterious coffin descended on Nanjan? Its power is indeed terrifying. I've seen ordinary sword embryos before. Although they are magical, their power is not as powerful as this crow's. This is a rare treasure. Below, there were cultivators exclaiming softly. Their eyes lit up and some of them were even ready to make a move. If it wasn't for the fact that the name of the successor of the Taishang orthodoxy was also very frightening, someone might have gone to heaven to kill the golden crow and snatch the sword embryo. This sword spirit of yours is indeed powerful. It's a pity that I don't have my personal weapon with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to live until now. The white-robed man placed his hands behind his back. Seeing that the golden crow was panting heavily and no longer running away, he slowly walked forward and said in a graceful and cold voice, "However, this sword spirit is powered by your blood and qi. You've stolen the scriptures of the Taishang orthodoxy and cultivated a shocking physical body. However, you've been injured and bleeding since yesterday. How much blood and qi do you have left? Quickly surrender and be spared from the pain." At the end of his sentence, he suddenly rushed forward and punched out, causing ripples in the void. The golden crow was shocked. With a loud cry, he drove the golden sword spirit forward again to break the golden crow's fist. However, no one expected that when the golden crow punched, the white-robed man suddenly took a step to the side. This step was extremely dexterous, and his figure became immortal. He unexpectedly appeared behind the golden crow, and his fist was like a giant spear, pointing directly at the golden crow's junior. With his divine power, no matter how strong the golden crow's body was, it would still be severely injured by this punch. Croak, the golden crow cried out, but it was too late to summon the sword spirit. It could only roar angrily and summon its qi and blood to withstand the attack. "Bastard, I'll kill you." The fierce battle above was getting more and more intense, but there was already someone below who was anxious. Feng Xing did not expect to meet the great golden crow and LV Feng Xian at this time, and LV Feng Xian was actually chasing after the great golden crow. This bastard used to be as slow as a tortoise. How did he become as fast as the great golden crow in just a few days? After listening to their conversation, he understood the reason why he was chasing after the great golden crow. It was because of the immortal scripture that the great golden crow had cultivated. This scripture was obtained by the great golden crow from the Xian domain of the Nanjan. It was one of the 9 scriptures of the supremacy. After he inherited the legacy of the supremacy, he went to the demon land to look for it and learned it. This LV Feng Xian obviously learned this secret from somewhere, and he specially set up an ambush to kill the great golden crow, intending to steal the scripture. According to what he said, it was the guidance of a predecessor. The so-called predecessor could deduce that the great golden crow had learned the immortal scripture of the supremacy and found its location, so he must not be an ordinary person. Feng Xing could not help but think of the way he looked at him from behind the clouds that day, and his mood was very solemn. He did not want to show up here. He just wanted to wait for the two of them to run away and then come out to help. However, he did not expect that LV Feng Xian would be so ruthless. The great golden crow was already in danger. If he did not help, he would not be a human. "Little bald ass, I'm going to help him. If there's trouble later, you take my little wife away first." "Hey, senior brother, who is this crow?" "It's our second master." A divine thought entered Xianxia's sea of consciousness, and Feng Xing was about to step into the air. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a loud shout in the air, "Big crow, don't panic, I'm here to help you." Boom. Boom. Although there was only one shout, 2 people suddenly made a move. Not far from the position of the Great Golden Crow and LV Fengxian, an ugly young man with disheveled hair, wearing a strange linen robe, and bare feet suddenly appeared. He let out a strange cry, and his body suddenly moved into the air. Then, the ghost Qi rose to the sky and condensed into a giant hand, which fiercely grabbed at LV Fengxian's back. Wherever the big hand passed, the void had already dimmed. LV Fengxian was shocked when he sensed the frightening evil aura on this ghostly hand, and he didn't have time to grab the golden crow. His figure suddenly flipped and instantly flashed 30 meters away, dodging the ghostly hand's grasp, and then he frowned and asked, "Who are you?" The ugly young man forced LV Fengxian back and stood in front of the Great Golden Crow. He sneered and said, "I am Li Ying from the Great Snow Mountain of Nanzhan. I am its friend and also the brother of the devil you mentioned. If you want to hurt it, you can't do it in front of me, the Great Snow Mountain of Nanzhan." LV Fengxian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he sneered and said indifferently, "I want to take back the things of the Taishang orthodoxy. No one can stop me." The killing intent on his body suddenly surged, and he was about to attack again. But at this moment, his heart suddenly trembled, and he instantly retreated. At the same time, he waved his fist, but there was a long spear wrapped in green qi coming at the back of his head. Fortunately, his reaction was extremely fast, and he dodged in time. At the same time, he waved his fist to block. Otherwise, the spear would have immediately pierced through his head. Looking at the power of the spear, even his divine soul might not be able to escape. "Who are you?" LV Fengxian was already annoyed, and he asked with killing intent. This spear strike was simply too vicious, causing him to feel a trace of palpitation in his heart. Behind him, there was a green-robed man riding on a Pegasus, holding a long spear. His face was pale, and his expression was cold, as if he had not smiled for 10,000 years. His sneak attack failed, but he did not care. He slowly retracted the long spear, and pressed it against his waist. He did not even look at LV Fengxian, and only glanced at the Great Golden Crow behind the malicious Spirit King. He said indifferently, "Han Ying from the Great Snow Mountain. How dare you people from the Great Snow Mountain meddle in the affairs of the Taishang orthodoxy? How audacious!" No matter how graceful LV Fengxian usually was, at this moment, his face was a little pale. He originally wanted to kill the Golden Crow in front of all the cultivators, firstly to obtain the Taishang undying scripture, and secondly to gain fame. Unexpectedly, before he could gain fame, two meddlesome people jumped out, and looked as if they did not care about him at all. Especially the one holding the long spear. He was simply vicious, and wanted to take someone's life with one strike of his spear. Did they think that he was the same as those rogue cultivators who valued their lives as grass? Even if Nanzhan had established his Tao in China, but in the eyes of the sects in China, the Great Snow Mountain was only a second-rate sect. Where did their disciples get the courage to meddle in his affairs, and even to the extent of trying to kill him? I once went to the ultimate and stayed there for a period of time. Unexpectedly, the person who answered LV Fengxian this time was not the talkative ghost crown prince, but the seemingly dumb Han Ying. He pointed his long spear at LV Fengxian and said in an indifferent voice, without a trace of emotion, "So I know who the ultimate ruin master is, and also know who the true successor of the Taishang orthodoxy is. In my opinion, you are very shameless. Even if I did not meet you here today, I would have gone to look for you sooner or later. The crow is his friend, and since I am here today, you cannot kill it. Then let me see how capable the Great Snow Mountain is to stop me." When LV Fengxian heard Han Ying mention the ultimate ruin, his brows were already furrowed tightly. He shouted loudly and waved his palm. At this moment, he stepped on the void with marvelous footwork. He was clearly one person, but it was as if he had thousands of clones. At the same time, he swept towards Han Ying and the malicious Ghost King. His palm was like a huge wave, and his fist was like a mountain. He attacked the three of them at the same time. At this moment, he could be considered to have truly displayed his divine power. As he moved, he stirred up a gust of wind, like a tornado that connected heaven and earth. "My two brothers, get him." At this moment, the Great Golden Crow, who had finally caught its breath, had a ruthless look in its eyes. It did not even have the time to greet Li and Han Ying. It let out a strange cry, flapped its golden wings, and turned into a monstrous golden fog that surged towards LV Fengxian. At the same time, the sword spirits around it were also driven by it. In a flash, a shocking sword aura exploded, like a golden meteor, traversing the void and slashing towards LV Fengxian. Boom. Whoosh. Han Ning and Li Ying also attacked at this moment. One of them had a monstrous ghostly aura, while the other had a long spear that was like a dragon. A human, a ghost, and a demon surrounded LV Fengxian in the middle. Their attacks were ruthless as they slapped Yun Jingfeng. Their power made even Yuan Ying's skin crawl. This disciple from the Great Snow Mountain is so strong. I'm afraid he is not any weaker than the divine son of the great sect, right? Below, there were already cultivators who exclaimed in a low voice. Originally, the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain were not very famous. After all, even the Great Snow Mountain was regarded as second-rate or even third-rate because of their origins in the Southern Vision sect. Previously, when they were given a white jade token, many people secretly criticized them and felt that they did not have the qualifications. But now, when they saw 2 of the 5 sons in action, it was an eye-opener for the cultivators, and their hearts were filled with fear. No wonder he was favored by the sage and was rewarded with a white jade token. He really had some skills. It was rare for a sect to have such a brave person, but the Great Snow Mountain had 2 of them. While Zhu Xiu was in awe, Feng Xing was also full of smiles. He looked at the battle in the sky with satisfaction and shook his head. These 2 bastards, at least they still have some conscience. The battle between the juniors in the sky attracted the attention of Zhu Xiu. The 4 people who participated in the battle were too strong. Although the Golden Crow was injured and his chi and blood were weak, now that he was being ruthless, he revealed his terrifying strength. He flapped his golden wings and shook the void. The strength of his physical body was evident. He also controlled the golden sword spirit. The son of Han from the Great Snow Mountain held a long spear in his hand. His spear was like a poisonous dragon coming out of its lair. It traversed the sky. It was ruthless and dangerous. It was eye-catching. Young Ghost King Li had a ghostly aura around him. Behind him, a scene of hell appeared. He led thousands of ghosts to pounce on humans. What was even more shocking was that LV Fengxian was fighting 1 against 3, and he was not at a disadvantage. His divine power was already matchless. Every move he made had no less than 100,000 pounds of divine power. He tore the descendants apart and suppressed the heroes. He was unstoppable. Now, with his bare hands, he was able to deal with Han Ying's spear and the Golden Crow sword spirit with only his bare hands. Moreover, he had learned a mysterious movement technique from who knows where. He was able to change his movements and move like a celestial. He was able to fight against the 3 masters and they were evenly matched. This was a group of juniors that made even the Yuan Ying tremble in fear. A long time ago, there was a prophecy that the mysterious coffin would descend from the sky and be blessed with luck. The cultivation world would welcome a golden age of geniuses. Ever since the first mysterious coffin landed in China, many talented juniors appeared and disrupted the strict hierarchy of the cultivation world. Now, this fierce battle between the juniors made many ordinary Yuan Ying cultivators sigh. The golden age in the prophecy had probably arrived. How many Yuan Ying cultivators could defend against such ferocious juniors? Damn it, I received the 2nd immortal dream entry. Not only did I learn the carefree scripture, but I also received the location of the immortal scripture. I teamed up with my family's granduncle to find this crow. I wanted to use this opportunity to lure out the demon and spread my name. I didn't expect these 2 idiots to appear out of nowhere. They are obviously from a second-class sect like the Great Snow Mountain, but they are so powerful. If I can't take them down today, wouldn't all my efforts be wasted and my reputation would be ruined in front of all the cultivators? In the fierce battle, although LV Fengxian was incomparably brave and fierce, fighting 1 against 3, he became more and more anxious. He was born with divine strength and was shockingly brave. Later, he received the carefree scripture from the immortal dream entry. Once he comprehended it, he already had some gains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with the Golden Crow that possessed extraordinary speed. Unfortunately, although he had the celestial technique to make up for his lack of speed, his true strength did not improve by leaps and bounds. The main reason was that the weapon he was most comfortable with had been taken away. Now that he was fighting the enemy empty-handed, although he had divine strength, he always felt that he couldn't use it. The longer the fierce battle dragged on, the more aggrieved he felt. Previously, I was schemed against by those 2 monks. It was a great shame and humiliation. Although my LV family's ancestor gave a strict order to seal off all news, there were still faint rumors that spread out, greatly damaging my reputation. Today, I want to take advantage of the act of seizing the scripture to make a name for myself in front of all the cultivators. How can I be stopped by these two unknown fellows? LV Fengxian was vexed in his heart. His figure wandered in the void, and his thoughts were moving like lightning. Although I can't use the clan-guarding divine weapon that my ancestor gave me unless it's absolutely necessary, I can't wait any longer. When he thought of this, he suddenly shouted, "Give me the divine weapon!" Boom, his voice was like rolling thunder, and it spread far and wide, thousands of miles north of the white jade platform. On the peak of a continuous mountain, there were 3 Yuanying elders standing with their hands behind their backs. Their auras were vigorous, and their divine power was terrifying. They were using the Dharma Eye to look over there. When they heard LV Fengxian's words, one of the Yuanying elders frowned and said, "When did the Great Snow Mountain have so many powerful juniors? They actually forced Fengxian to use that divine weapon?" The second person said, "This divine weapon can't be used easily. Should we give it to him?" The third person said, "Fengxian, today's battle can only be won. Let's give it to him." The second person said, "Then, why don't we attack and drive away these overconfident flies?" The first person sighed and said, "The sage must have the 9 Heavens Alliance, and he doesn't want to see us suppress these juniors with our realms. This battle is happening under the sage's nose, and the sage won't be happy if we attack. We can only rely on Fengxian's own strength. Give him the divine weapon." Boom, right after LV Fengxian roared, a black shadow suddenly flew over from the distant sky. Its aura was no less than that of a spiritual boat, and it was so fast that it smashed through a cloud. However, when it flew to LV Fengxian, it suddenly stopped and floated in the air. It was a black coffin, and its aura was extremely strange, and it was covered with dense blood patterns. When LV Fengxian saw this black coffin, a smile appeared on his face. He spread his fingers and shouted, "Come out." This come out was like a decree. The lid of the black coffin that was silently floating in the air suddenly bounced, and the atmosphere became strange. Not far away, Li Ying, Han Ying, and the great golden crow saw this and were shocked. They all rushed over to stop him. However, LV Fengxian's movement technique was too powerful. The 3 of them joined forces, and their strength was originally above LV Fengxian's. However, they were suppressed by LV Fengxian's movement technique, and they couldn't gather their most powerful force to defeat him. At this moment, LV Fengxian took a few steps sideways and easily dodged their attacks. He raised his right palm high in the air, and with a heroic spirit, he laughed loudly, swoosh. 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 At this moment, the black coffin finally opened, and 9 black shadows flew out from it. They gathered in LV Fengxian's palm and turned into a huge black saber that was 3 meters long. There were faint dragon patterns on it, and it had a strange shape. It was covered with dried brown stains, and it emitted a faint black light. The moment he held this saber, LV Fengxian's aura skyrocketed. It instantly increased by 7 to 8 times, and the sky changed color. "How dare the 2 of you stop me from killing people?" LV Fengxian suddenly turned around. The dragon-patterned saber in his hand trembled, and an earth-shattering black saber aura slashed down. It instantly traversed the void that was hundreds of meters away, and it went straight for the great golden crow, who was the weakest among the 3 because he was injured. Boom. Boom, when Li Ying and Han Ying saw the 2 crazy saber auras, they were shocked at the same time. Their figures flashed in front of the great golden crow, and they tried their best to block. However, even they never expected that LV Fengxian's divine strength would be able to unleash such a crazy power when it came into contact with a suitable weapon. Almost in an instant, the 3 of them were drowned by the saber aura, and even their figures could not be seen clearly. There was only a terrifying annihilation force that tightly entangled them, and firmly imprisoned them in the middle of the saber aura. From afar, the saber aura seemed to have turned into a demonic cocoon, and it tightly wrapped the 3 of them in the middle. There was a faint roar coming from inside, and it filled the sky. It was like a howl from the depths of hell, and it was frightening. That slash alone had the artistic conception to split the heavens, and it was really difficult to block. What a terrifying slash. Even Yuanying would have been killed, right? The cultivators below exclaimed. they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Ordinary cultivators looked at LV Fengxian as if they were looking at a god. Even the divine princes of the major sects who were watching the battle looked at LV Fengxian with solemn eyes. That kind of divine strength, that kind of murderous weapon, and that mysterious and unpredictable movement technique, this person was simply the perfect embodiment of a battle cultivator. Swoosh! 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 However, the next moment, there was not much time for the cultivators to admire him, and something strange happened again. After a moment of silence, the demonic cocoon that LV Fengxian had created suddenly flashed with 3 beams of light. The 3 beams of light were as dazzling as shooting stars, and the terrifying sword aura tore the demonic cloud apart in an instant, turning the demonic cloud created by the terrifying slash into clear clouds. At the same time, the 3 shooting stars shot into the sky at the same time. They were 3 beams of sword aura, 1 gold, 1 red, and 1 green. The surging sword aura rolled up the clouds in the sky, and they drew a smooth and perfect trajectory as they slashed at LV Fengxian. Sword spirit, it was also a sword spirit, the golden one was the sword spirit that the crow had revealed earlier. It looked similar to the crow, and it was a crow. In the green sword aura was a young man holding a long spear. It was Hanning. The red sword aura was an ugly and ferocious little ghost, but it was Li Ying, who had shrunk countless times. The 3 beams of sword aura emitted a monstrous aura in an instant, and they intertwined as they slashed at LV Fengxian. Boom! At this moment, LV Fengxian's reaction was not slow. He held his saber horizontally and blocked the 3 beams of sword aura. With a ding, the golden sword aura slashed at his saber, and he was forced back 30 feet. With another ding, the golden sword aura slashed at him, and he was forced back 30 feet. Then, the green sword aura slashed at him, but with a loud bang, he was forced back 100 feet. It's another powerful sword spirit, and there are 3 of them. The cultivators below were stupefied. They were flabbergasted and cried out involuntarily. From the looks of the sword spirits, the sword embryos they obtained were 10 times better than ordinary sword embryos, no, 100 times better. Some people's eyes lit up, and they felt refreshed. When the great golden crow displayed 1 sword spirit, it was already impressive enough. Now, there were 2 of them? It was simply impossible to restrain the greed in one's heart. However, other than greed, the man, the crow, and the ghost's ferocious fighting spirit also shocked them. Kill this donkey, and avenge that little bastard! Li Ying shouted in a strange voice. He controlled the sword spirit and charged forward, slashing at LV Fengxian crazily. The great golden crow and Hanning did not want to be left behind. Since they had already displayed their trump cards, the 3 of them did not hold back anymore. Every move they made was a killing move. With the sharpness and agility of the sword spirit, they surrounded LV Fengxian and attacked him crazily. In the end, they formed a triangular formation. They gritted their teeth and closed in on LV Fengxian step by step, trying to limit his speed. It's fine. If they don't attack, but since they have, let's kill him. Kill, kill, kill. Man John, that little bastard, has stolen all the limelight. The world can only see him, but not us. Today, we will use this bastard's head to show the world what we can do. Today, we will kill him, and it's time for us to become famous. What kind of dog or cat wants to defeat me? In the face of the great golden crow, Li Ying, and Han Ying's murderous intent, LV Fengxian was also furious. He slashed with the dragon-patterned broadsword. Although it was not as smooth as the heavenly halberd, it also emitted a monstrous fighting intent. It shattered the void, separating the space where he was from the others, and turned it into the legendary broadsword domain. While preventing the sword spirit from getting close to him, it also triggered black lightning, which, together with the crazy broadsword chi, fought fiercely against the 3 top experts of the younger generation. It was hard to tell who would win or lose. The cultivators below were already stunned. Although this fierce battle was fought by the younger generation, it was still rare in 100 years. LV Fengxian was born with extraordinary strength, and with a murderous weapon in his hand, he was naturally extraordinary. The Golden Crow and the 2 disciples of the Great Snow Mountain were equally terrifying. Although the 3 of them were fighting LV Fengxian together, in Zhu Xiu's heart, no one dared to look down on them. Such a battle, even if the 3 of them won together, was enough to make them famous all over the world. As for LV Fengxian, there was no need to say more about the other cultivators. He fought against 3 top experts alone. Even if he lost, the name of the god of war would probably spread all over the divine land. Who would win and who would lose in such a battle? The cultivators below all quietly watched, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even the sage sitting on the white jade platform turned his head and looked over, with a look of approval. Hee, using 3 measurements to make 1, isn't that a little too much? Brother Liu, I'm here to lend you a hand. However, when the situation of the battle was not clear, a person laughed loudly and stepped into the void with a sword on his back. His sleeves and clothes fluttered, and he looked indescribably handsome. It was Li Zhongyuan, the first disciple of the Evil Slayer Tower, one of the 12 towers of Beko Keikyang. He rose into the sky with a loud laugh and asked, but his hands were not careless. He directly slashed at the back of Li Ying, who was in the middle of a fierce battle. The sword chi was surging, like a long river, attacking one side. Li Ying, who was fighting hard against LV Fengxian, was shocked. He suddenly turned around and controlled the sword spirit to block the sword. However, he didn't expect that when he turned around to block the sword, Li Ying would not release it. Li Zhongyuan's sword essence was not released. After a shake of his sword, he had already put the sword back into the scabbard of sword, and quietly watched the 3 people in the fierce battle with a smile on his face. Obviously, of his was to distract Li Ying. Li, Han, and Jin had originally trapped LV Fengxian and prevented him from using that mysterious and inexplicable body movement. But now that Li Ying was distracted, the encirclement immediately revealed a flaw. LV Fengxian roared and rushed out of the encirclement. The dragon pattern ominous saber gathered countless evil spirits in front of his chest, and the black lightning around him was gradually annihilated. Brother LV, I know that you are brave and powerful, and it is not difficult for you to kill these 3 people. However, your weapon is not suitable for you, and has not reached the realm of perfection, so you can't exert its power. I also can't bear to see people fighting in the territory of Beko Keikyang, and don't follow the rules, so I recommend myself. If I fight with you, would you be willing to give me a chance to show my face? Li Zhongyuan smiled and spoke very politely. He not only flattered LV Fengxian, but also expressed his intention. LV Fengxian also frowned, but he deeply felt that what Li Zhongyuan said was reasonable. He had not learned the supreme Xiaoyao scripture for long, and it was the first time he had obtained the dragon pattern ominous saber, so the power he could exert was limited. In the battle with the 3 people, he found that their strange sword spirit was really difficult to deal with. If the battle dragged on, he would not be able to gain the upper hand. Now that he agreed, it was an opportunity. In that case, thank you very much. He nodded gently and agreed to Li Zhongyuan's proposal. Haha, don't forget me. In the crowd below, there was another beautiful woman in a red dress. She had a plump figure, smooth skin, and a cinnabar mole on her forehead. She was Hong Sui, the first true disciple of the Danxiang Tower, one of the 12 buildings of Beko Keikyang. She came to Li Zhongyuan's side with a smile, bowed to LV Fengxian, and said with a smile, although Hong Sui is a woman, I also can't stand this kind of bullying. If Brother LV doesn't mind that Hong Sui's cultivation is low, can I help my brother to stop an opponent for you? What do you think? She also comes? LV Fengxian raised his head and looked at her. He was also slightly startled, but he was not a stupid person. Although it was easy for blood and chi to rush to his head in a fierce battle, after a little calmness, his mind was also very sharp, and he quickly understood. So these 2 people are here for the strange sword spirit. This kind of sword spirit, which is formed from the sword embryo, is an ancient flying sword technique, and can cut down the thunder tribulation. It is very useful for cultivators to cross the thunder tribulation, and this strange sword spirit is even more extraordinary. They must be here for this sword spirit. And when I entered the demonic abyss, I originally wanted to find allies. These people are equal to me in terms of status and identity, so it is a good opportunity to form an alliance. With the heads of these 3 people, I can also make friends with each other. Thinking of this, he became even more gentle and elegant, and the mad god who was holding a fierce dragon knife in a fierce battle seemed to have turned into a polite scholar at this moment. He smiled and said softly, Thank you Fairy Hong Sui and Brother Li Zhongyuan for helping me, I can't thank you enough. Ha 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 ha, Taishang Taoist Master, I have been longing for the Taishang Taoist Master for a long time, and I have come to pay you a visit. Below, a person laughed loudly, wearing a fiery red robe, flew up into the clouds, like a round sun. Impressively, it was the Fire Zhenren, an illustrious name in the Beko-Kekiang region, born with the blood of the fire spirit, a great cultivator who had established his own orthodoxy before the age of 300, and was also a famous top expert in the Beko-Kekiang region, below Yuanying, haha, the Great Snow Mountain. Since when did the chickens and dogs from Nanzhan dare to behave atrociously in Beko-Kekiang? Another black-robed young master, riding a white tiger, waved his folding fan and flew up into the void, sharing a common enemy with LV Fengxian. For a moment, people flew up into the sky one after another, smiling and greeting LV Fengxian, expressing their friendliness. It was unknown whether it was to snatch the sword spirit, or to form an alliance with LV Fengxian, a cultivator who was like a god of war. In a flash, the number of people had increased to 7 or 8, and there were even more people below, ready to make a move. Every one of them was a top expert with a white jade token, and their momentum had reached its peak. As for Han Ying, Li Ying, and the Great Golden Crow, the expressions on the three of them became more and more serious. You too, do you still dare to stop me from killing people? LV Fengxian and Zhu Xiu chatted and laughed for a while, then turned to look at the three people who were surrounded by the crowd. His voice was cold, and he also raised the dragon knife, slowly walking forward. He had already made up his mind, with such a group of helpers, he simply had the advantage. Even if these people did not make a move, as long as the three people were slightly distracted, he would be able to capture them easily. Why don't you try? Li Ying gritted his teeth, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he grinned. Han Ying's expression did not change at all, he breathed deeply and stood quietly in the void, with no intention of moving aside. None of them answered directly, but they had already expressed their attitude. But below, someone directly and forcefully replied, "Definitely stop them." Following the voice, suddenly, two figures flew up into the sky. The person on the left was dressed in a large red robe, his face as pale as porcelain, but his lips were as red as blood, and there was a faint ghostly aura around his body. On the right was a tall woman dressed in a light yellow robe, holding a green and red wheel in her left and right hands. She looked soft and weak, delicate and beautiful, but her expression was cold, and there was a hint of fierceness between her brows. Facing the aura of LV Fengxian and the others, she blocked in front of Li Ying and Han Ying. Li Hongyi and Wan Qiong of the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, these two beauties are also here. Among the cultivators below, someone exclaimed in a low voice and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Great Snow Mountain was too daring. It was one thing for Li Ying and Han Ying to make a move, but these two women were also so fierce. Moreover, they appeared when LV Fengxian and Beko-Kekiang's Li Zhangyuan, Hong Sui, and the southern region's fire spiritual master had formed an alliance, which was even more domineering than Han Ying and Li Ying, who were only blocking LV Fengxian's path. Was the Great Snow Mountain willing to become enemies with Beko-Kekiang just for a demon, evenly? Zhang Yuan and the others, upon seeing this scene, could not help but feel a chill in their eyes, and their displeasure was obvious. Nanzhan's Great Snow Mountain, hee, I have never heard of this name before, but I will remember it today. Hong Sui Fairy of the Donxiang House covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes sparkling, and said to Li Zhangyuan, "To dare to block here, it is already very impressive. They are just courting death. What Great Snow Mountain, they are overestimating themselves." The fire spiritual master said coldly, and the fire around him surged. He slowly stepped forward, and a pair of strange eyes swept around. "You have sword spirits too?" "Yes, we have a lot of them, why don't you come and get them?" Wang Qiong looked at the fire spiritual master coldly, and said provocatively with a faint smile. Hee, there is no hurry." The fire spiritual master also laughed coldly, and looked at Wang Qiong sinisterly. When their gazes met, murderous intent burst out. One was cold and arrogant, the other was sinister, and the enmity was formed in just a few words. On the other hand, Li Hongyi pondered for a moment, and waved his hand at Zhu Xiu, and said lightly, "Fellow cultivators of the Divine Continent, the Great Snow Mountain has no intention of becoming enemies with anyone. Now that the Demon Abyss has provoked us, it is time for us to kill our way into the Demon Abyss, and fight for the millions of miles of Demon Abyss. I am afraid it is not wise to waste our strength here. Our Nanzhan Daoist owes a great debt to this fellow Daoist from the demon race, so it's impossible for us to just watch as it's being hunted down." If there's really enmity between the two of you, then why ask the seniors of both sides to negotiate and find a way to reconcile? As she spoke, she glanced at the high white jade platform, and her words were meant for the sage on the platform. LV Fengxian heard her words, and smiled coldly, and said, "Since when does the Nanzhan Great Snow Mountain have the right to interfere with the affairs of the Taisheng Orthodoxy? I am the successor of the Taisheng Orthodoxy, and I do not need to ask the elders to negotiate. Today, I only want to take back the scriptures of the Taisheng Orthodoxy. Are you really going to stop me?" With a murderous aura, he walked out from the crowd with the dragon-patterned broadsword in his hand. As for the people of the Great Snow Mountain, their eyes turned cold, and they scattered, choosing a suitable position, and the murderous intent on their bodies gradually increased. Obviously, this attitude had explained everything. The four sons of the Great Snow Mountain were naturally extraordinary. Even though they were not famous before, the Golden Crow, Li Ying and Han Ying had already proven their strength in the battle with LV Fengxian in front of all the cultivators. They had clearly reached the level of the divine princes of the ordinary sects of the Divine Land. In the northern region of the Divine Land, they were probably able to compete with the divine princes. However, they still refused to lower their heads in the face of LV Fengxian's group. They seemed to be overestimating themselves. After all, LV Fengxian was a terrifying combat cultivator who was not at a disadvantage even when fighting 1 against 3. Li Zhangyuan, Hong Sui, and the fire sage of Beko Keikyung were no weaker than him in terms of status or aura. The contrast of power was like an egg against a rock. Did the four sons of the Great Snow Mountain, who were not famous, want to become enemies with such a large sect just for a demonic crow? Since they don't want face, then let's kill them. In the silent confrontation, the hot-tempered fire sage yelled. The flames around him surged and he was about to take the lead. The eyes of the four sons of the Great Snow Mountain and the Great Golden Crow also turned cold as they prepared to attack. Wait! Seeing that this battle was unavoidable, a loud cry suddenly rang out from below at this moment. Suddenly, another shocking aura rose high up into the sky from below. The person who came was wearing a moon-white robe embroidered with a celestial and ethereal mountain. His appearance was handsome, and the aura on his body made even the divine princes on LV Fengxian's side in the sky pity him and pay some attention to him. That person is the one with the highest cultivation level among the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, the Taoist prince of the Northern Divine Mountain. Below, some people recognized the identity of the newcomer and were all moved. The 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain are all here. Are they really going to fight to the death with the divine princes of Beko Keikyung and the successor of the Taisheng Orthodoxy? Aren't they afraid that the Great Snow Mountain will lose all their inheritance and hope in this battle? The crowd below was surging and discussing in low voices. They admired and despised the Great Snow Mountain. They admired him because they felt that the Great Snow Mountain was indeed righteous. They did not hesitate to fight against a powerful opponent for a demonic crow. What was disdainful was that in the cultivation world, this kind of supremely righteousness was really too laughable. If they had to describe it, it would be immature and childish. Haha, another one. The fire sage saw the Northern Divine Mountain Taoist prince of Northern Divine Mountain and sneered. On the other hand, Red Tassel deity frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "His name is Nya Shanren, born in the Nya family of the Northern Divine Mountain of Nanzhan. He is quite talented and has a rare earth spirit bloodline. He once left his name on the Divine Steel of Nanzhan Xian region, and by chance, he caught the attention of an elder of the Lihan Heaven of the Central region and was accepted as a disciple. His performance was not bad, but when the Great Snow Mountain of Nanzhan established itself in the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, he gave up his status as a true disciple of the Lihan Heaven and returned to the Great Snow Mountain. He was known as one of the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain. He once joined Lihan Heaven in the central region of the Divine Prefecture and even became a true disciple. Hearing this, many people on LV Fengxian's side frowned slightly. Being able to enter Lihan Heaven was already not an easy feat. Being able to fight for the position of a true disciple was even more difficult. For a moment, cultivators like the Fire Immortal, who had no foundation, were somewhat fearful. After all, although he was extremely talented, he didn't want to get involved with people related to Li Tianhen. For a time, the appearance of the 5th disciple of the Great Snow Mountain caused Zhu Xiu to feel a trace of fear. The Northern Divine Mountain Taoist took a step into the sky. His brows were tightly furrowed as he glanced in the direction of Xian and the others, then at Li Hongyi and the others. He suddenly berated, "Have you all gone mad?" This was simply nonsense. For the sake of a demon, they did not hesitate to provoke such a disaster for the Great Snow Mountain. Quickly apologize to fellow Taoist Liu, capture this evildoer, and tie him up in front of him. When he said this, Zhu Xiu was greatly surprised. They had thought that the appearance of the last of the Great Snow Mountain's 5 warriors would at least allow the two sides to close the gap in strength. However, they did not expect the Northern Divine Mountain's Daoist to reveal a completely different attitude from the Great Snow Mountain's 4 warriors the moment he spoke. Not only did Xian and the others smile knowingly and feel happy, but Li Hongyi and the others furrowed their brows as the flames of anger burned in their hearts. "Mountain, yeah, we usually compete with each other over our own family matters. Today, we are facing an important matter of morality and justice. Yet, you want to hand over the benefactor of the Great Snow Mountain to the enemy. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the cultivators of the world?" Li Hongyi frowned and shouted, his lips trembling slightly. "Nonsense." The Northern Divine Mountain Daoist rebuked sternly, "What important matter of morality and justice? What benefactor of the Great Snow Mountain? I have never thought that this evildoer has done the Great Snow Mountain any great kindness. The Battle of the Pilgrimage Mountain back then was simply a desolate joke, but you people regard it as a heroic deed. I have already begged the Master of Lihan Heaven, and with a word from him, it was so easy for Nanzhan to establish his Tao. How could he have ended up in such a state of chaos in the northern region? Humph. Not to mention this evildoer, even if that demon is not dead, the Great Snow Mountain should draw a clear line with him. You talk about morality and justice, defending the Tao on behalf of the heavens, slaying demons and demons. Capture this evildoer and give him to fellow Taoist Liu of the Taisheng Orthodoxy. This is morality and justice." His words were impassioned and filled with righteousness. "I will eat this son of a bitch sooner or later," Li Ying cursed angrily, the ghost chi around his body churning. Han Ning also tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. His already cold and pale face seemed even colder. "CKU, son of a bitch. Where were you when we risked our lives to break through the 10 pilgrimage arrays? Now you're making sarcastic remarks. Don't think that just because my brother hasn't shown up in recent years, you really think that he is dead. Let me tell you, he is very capable. Even if you die 10 times over, he won't die. He might even be listening down there right now and heard everything you said today. Listen to me." The Great Golden Crow also cursed angrily. His spittle flew everywhere as he mocked and threatened him. He was just short of tearing him apart. If that demon is really here, ask him to come see me. I am in need of such an opportunity to slay the demon and defend the Tao." The Northern Divine Mountain Daoist's face turned ashen after being scolded by the Great Golden Crow. He sneered and couldn't help but look at Wang Qiong. He said in a low voice, "Junior sister Wang Qiong, you have always been a smart person. Why are you making a mistake today? Hurry up and come to me." "Back then, when the mysterious region surrendered to Nanzhan, I joined hands with you and fought for opportunities together. That's how we became friends," Wang Qiong suddenly said indifferently. Her eyes were devoid of emotion and a cold smile hung on her lips. "Later on, when I came to the Divine Continent, you took care of me and I am very grateful to you. In the Great Snow Mountain, when you wanted to fight for the position of Divine Son, I helped you suppress Li Hongyi and spared no effort. Usually, you always said that the demon Fengxing was selfish and caused trouble. I also agreed that if you were in my place, you would do better than that demon. But today, I see your sincerity. From now on, you and I are no longer friends." As he spoke, he swung his right wheel and cut off a corner of his robe. He fluttered in the air and flew towards the Northern Divine Mountain Daoist. Wang Qiong's voice that was as cold as ice sounded out, "Compared to that demon, you're even worse than trash. You. How dare you treat me like this?" The Northern Divine Mountain Daoist's expression changed greatly. He looked at Wang Qiong in disbelief. The Great Golden Crow was beaming with joy. He saw the sadness under Wang Qiong's cold expression and moved closer to her with a cheeky smile. He patted Wang Qiong's shoulder with his large wings and comforted her. He said with a smile, "Little sister, don't be sad. I love you, Scram, Before he could finish, a red will filled with murderous intent slashed towards him. The great golden crow was so frightened that he slid to the side with a whoosh. He said carelessly, "Little sister, don't be anxious. I'm about to cultivate my physical body to the extreme. I can transform into a human." When he heard this, the northern divine mountain Taoist Xianxia was so angry that his nose became crooked. Everyone on the Great Snow Mountain knew that the northern divine mountain Taoist was interested in Wang Qiong. Moreover, Wang Qiong didn't show any signs of disgust. Most people had already regarded the two of them as a couple. The northern divine mountain Taoist even regarded Wang Qiong as one of his own. That was why he hinted to her to stand with him. However, he completely didn't expect that something like this would happen. While he was still in shock, he saw this despicable bird actually take advantage of Wang Qiong's agitated mood to play such a trick. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. His eyes shone with a poisonous light and his hands were already trembling. However, he also knew that Wang Qiong had an arrogant temperament. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. It seems that there are still people from the Great Snow Mountain who are reasonable. Fellow Taoist, I can't thank you enough for being so understanding. However, it seems that your fellow disciple has made a mistake for the time being. A few words won't be able to persuade him. In my opinion, he needs to be warned in order to understand right from wrong. Now that we're in the demon abyss, the situation is grave, and we can't afford to delay any longer outside. I want to kill this golden crow, extract its soul, refine its spirit, and take back what belongs to my Taishang orthodoxy. Brother, please restrain your Great Snow Mountain disciples and don't block my way. How about it? Fortunately, Lu Fengxian spoke up at this time and helped the Northern Divine Mountain Taoist out of his predicament. I will respectfully follow Brother Lu's orders. When we enter the demon abyss, I hope that fellow Taoists will take care of me. The Northern Divine Mountain Taoist sighed and bowed. Then, he turned to the 4 Great Snow Mountain disciples. His eyes had already become resolute. As for Lu Fengxian and the group of orthodoxies who claimed to be righteous but actually wanted to seize the sword spirit, their murderous aura surged at this moment. The Great Snow Mountain is in danger. Below, the cultivators from the various orthodoxies all thought to themselves and sighed deeply. Now, every one of them believed that the Great Snow Mountain had the strength to fight against one of the major sects or aristocratic families of the godly deceiver. They even had a chance of winning among the younger generation. However, now that they were facing the opposition of so many orthodoxies, and the leader of the Great Snow Mountain's 5 sons was clearly on the opposite side, they had already started fighting amongst themselves. In the face of the opponent's strength, how could these 4 juniors have the slightest chance of winning? The murderous intent in the surroundings arose once more, and the battle would erupt at any moment. Zhu Xiu, who was below, felt that it was a feast for the eyes. In the previous battle, the man, the demon, and the ghost had all displayed extraordinary strength. The fierce battle with Lu Fengxian, the successor of the Taishang orthodoxy, had already made the crowd feel refreshed. Now, the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain had all appeared, in addition to Lu Fengxian, the successor of the Taishang orthodoxy, Li Zhongyuan, the first disciple of the evil decapitation tower in the 12 floors of Beko Keikyang, the successor of the Danxiang Tower, Hong Sui Ferry, and even the master of the fire sage, who had his own orthodoxy before the age of 300. Once they started fighting, each of them would display their unique skills. That sword spirit is mine. The fire immortal's eyes lit up as he stared at the 5 sons of the Great Snow Mountain. He didn't know who had the sword embryos, but he thought that all of them had them. He had made up his mind to snatch one. After all, the sword embryo was an ancient flying sword technique that could nourish the sword spirit, and the sword spirit had the ability to destroy the lightning tribulation. In other words, to Yuanying, this kind of sword spirit was simply a priceless treasure. If these people did not die in the demonic abyss, forming a Yuanying was simply a matter of 100% certainty. The only thing they needed to consider was how to advance to the next level after forming a Yuanying, all the way until they passed the tribulation. Because of this sword spirit was also an endless temptation to them. Even if they were to fall sick, they would definitely snatch it today. Boom, with the fire sage in the lead, just as he was about to make his move, a clear cough entered his ears. It sounded like an old man coughing softly, but it was clearly heard by their ears. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing their hearts to feel uneasy. All of them quickly dissipated their faili and stared blankly at the white jade platform. The only person who could stop all of them from gathering their mana with just a cough was the sage of the present age. Sure enough, in the blurry figure on the white jade platform, the sage said softly, "I thought you were just a group of children. It's fine if you have some conflicts, but why are you all so immature? It's clear that the heavens' favorites of the demon province have already charged into the demon abyss and are frantically plundering the millions of miles of the demon abyss and setting up defensive formations. Every second you delay, you lose the initiative. Now, you don't want to enter the demon abyss as soon as possible to fight for the opportunities and fortunes that belong to you. Instead, you want to fight among yourselves over something that makes people laugh at you?" The sage's voice was not loud, and he did not seem to be blaming them. However, the group of juniors lowered their heads at the same time, not daring to speak. No junior dared to go against the wishes of a sage. Although there are no immortals in the world, there are 9 saints who approach immortality. The 9 legendary sages were existences that did not lose to immortals. The reason why Li Zhongyuan and the others dared to step out of the crowd was because the sages would not interfere with the affairs of the juniors. After all, they were the ones who signed the alliance of the 9 heavens. In this agreement, cultivators above the Yuanying realm were not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the world. However, not only did the sages not care about the fights between the juniors, they even encouraged them secretly. The fiercer the fight, the more the sages wanted it to be. Moreover, when one attained a cultivation like theirs, for the sake of preventing the changes in karma and karmic luck, they wouldn't interfere in the disputes of the younger generation. Because if one's cultivation was too high, then the effects would be too great. Perhaps a single word or attitude from theirs would be able to kill a rising genius, and it would affect the calamity of the heavens and the earth that would arrive in the future. So they were only happy to watch from the sidelines when it came to the disputes of the younger generation. Previously, when LV Fengxian wanted to kill the Great Golden Crow and fought against the combined forces of Han Ning, Li Ying, and the Golden Crow, the sage did not say a word. This proved that he did not interfere, so Li Zhongyuan and the others did not have any psychological burden to interfere. However, they did not expect that at this moment, the sage would suddenly speak. There was a hint of reproach in his words, and they could not help but feel nervous and immediately ask for forgiveness. "You don't have to worry. I don't want to interfere in the affairs of you juniors. The reason why I'm advising you is because I don't want to see you make mistakes. Haha, although the sword embryo in the Great Snow Mountain disciple's body is mysterious, it is only a kind of immortal fate. If you enter the demon abyss and snatch the territory, when the mysterious coffin descends, who knows what kind of mysterious fate awaits you? Why fight endlessly over such a small thing, even to the point of both sides suffering? Think about the pros and cons of this." The sage spoke again. He chuckled and withdrew his gaze. Only then did the pressure on the scene disappear. "We will follow the sage's teachings." Li Zhongyuan, Hong Sui, and even the fire sage all knelt down and paid their respects. Although the sage was only trying to dissuade them, since he had spoken, it was the sage's words. There was no doubt that he had set the tone for this battle in the demon abyss. Fighting for the fate of the demon abyss, it was better to let the sword spirits of the Great Snow Mountain disciples go if possible. Otherwise, if the sage found out. "Old senior, I have something to say." No one expected that just as the sage spoke and everyone fell silent, LV Fengxian suddenly took a step forward, knelt down, and spoke in a clear voice. This bold action immediately attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Their faces were filled with surprise. Even the sage on the white jade platform was slightly curious. He turned his head and looked at him, thinking to himself, "Does this junior dare to talk back to me?" This courage was not bad. LV Fengxian faced the sage's gaze and spoke in a clear voice, "I dare not disobey the sage's words. However, there is one thing I need to clarify. I am not here to fight for the sword spirits with the Great Snow Mountain disciples. I am here to take back the secret scripture of the Taisheng Taoism sect, so as to prevent the fate of the sect from being scattered. Fengxian, here is a posthumous edict from an ancestor. Please take a look at it." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a tattered edict, held it with both hands, and handed it over to the white jade platform. The sage on the white jade platform saw this and his eyes narrowed. He waved his hand and the edict flew into his hand. He lowered his head and looked at it. After a while, he raised his head and looked towards the southern sea. There was no joy in his eyes. After a long silence, he said, "Since you have this edict, I will not interfere in the matters of the Taisheng Taoism sect." As soon as these words came out, everyone around the white jade platform, including Zhu Xiu, was shocked beyond words. What kind of edict did LV Fengxian hand over, to be able to persuade the sage to not interfere? Doesn't this mean that this edict can change the sage's attitude? Even Feng Xing, who was hiding among the crowd, couldn't help but frown and think hard. After the sage finished, his eyes narrowed and looked at LV Fengxian. "But you must remember, I don't care if the Taisheng Taoism sect takes back what belongs to you. But if you dare to spoil my plan, even if you have the Immortal's fate to protect you, I will not forgive you." Immortal's fate? Someone accurately captured these 4 words, and a storm immediately rolled up in his heart. And Feng Xing, who was watching coldly from the side, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. He thought quickly, what the old sage said is to say that LV Fengxian's fate is strong and that he has obtained the recognition of the Taisheng Taoism sect. Becoming a disciple, to a certain extent, means that he has the fate of the 10 immortals of the Taisheng Taoism sect on his body. Or is there something else, that he is secretly being looked after by an immortal? The more he thought about it, the colder his heart became. Chills ran down his back and many thoughts converged in his mind. LV Fengxian didn't think too much about it. He took the edict, bowed respectfully and said, "Junior understands." The sage glanced at him and didn't say anything else. Dark clouds covered the sky and the atmosphere was oppressive. No one said anything. LV Fengxian straightened his body and looked at the great golden crow. He said coldly, "Evildoer, I am the only successor of the Taisheng Taoism sect and also the master of the 9 scriptures of Taisheng. Only I can teach this scripture. You can only learn it if I let you learn it. Without my permission, if 1 person learns it, I will kill 1 person. If 2 people learn it, I will kill 2 people. This is the rule of the Taisheng Taoism sect since ancient times. Now that you have learned the scripture, according to the rule, I should kill you. At the very least, I should extract your soul and refine it to prevent you from teaching the scripture to others. However, since the sage has spoken, I will give you a chance. Immediately become my disciple and be my mount. Follow me into the demon abyss to kill demons and make meritorious contributions. In this way, I will spare your life and leave the scripture with you as a reward. What do you think?" When the cultivators heard the determination in his words, they were secretly moved. They turned to look at the golden crow who was protected by the 4 disciples of the Great Snow Mountain. LV Fengxian's words were really giving face to the sage. After all, the sage had read the decree and said that he would no longer interfere with the affairs of the Taisheng Taoism sect. LV Fengxian's words were no different from expressing goodwill and respect to the sage. To a certain extent, this was really the golden crow's only chance of survival. The great golden crow was also stunned. Its eyes rolled as if it was thinking about the pros and cons of the situation. "If you are really the successor of the Taisheng Taoism sect, it doesn't matter if I return the scripture to you. However, you can say this to others, but to me, where did you get the cheek from? Humph, if I really give in today and return the scripture to you, how can I face my brother?" The golden crow pondered for a long time and suddenly sneered. Its words were righteous and full of emotions. After hearing its words, the hearts of the Great Snow Mountain and Zhu Xiu who were below became heavy. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. The golden crow did not recognize LV Fengxian's identity at all, so how would it be willing to return the scripture to him? To everyone's surprise, the great golden crow suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile, "However, I have to give face to the sage. How about this, you give me some money first and I will teach you the scripture. After that, we don't owe each other anything, how about that?" Boom! When the cultivators below heard the great golden crow's words, they almost fell to the ground. They thought that this crow was not as tough as it looked. Just now, when they heard its righteous words, they thought that it was going to resist to the end. Even the group of disciples from the Great Snow Mountain had already prepared to attack with ashen faces. They did not expect that this fellow would actually say something like this. "According to what you said, if you return the scriptures to LV Fengxian, you will be letting your brother down. So if you sell the scriptures to him, you will not be letting your brother down? No, either you become my mount, or I will kill you. Choose one." After hearing the great golden crow's words, LV Fengxian's face turned green. He said coldly with a murderous aura, not giving any chance to bargain. The big golden crow was also annoyed and shouted, "Don't be shameless when I'm giving you face. Let me tell you, I didn't even want the scripture back then. King came to me on its own, and you still have the cheek to call yourself the master of the supreme orthodoxy? The real master didn't even ask me for it, so what face do you have to ask for it? I have already given you a lot of face by selling you this scripture. You still want me to be your mount? Pfft. There is only one person in this life who can make me fly on his back. With your ability, you are still far from it." It was annoyed and thought that what it said was very reasonable. With its intelligence, it naturally understood the situation. LV Fengxian was so overbearing that even the sage had to give him face. If it did not agree, LV Fengxian would naturally kill it. The 4 disciples of the Great Snow Mountain would not intervene. After all, even the sage had agreed that this was an internal matter of the Taisheng orthodoxy. If the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain interfered, then it would be reasonable for others to intervene. Not only would they not be able to protect it, but they would also be implicated. After all, many people were watching the sword spirits on their bodies. It was also because of this consideration that it agreed to hand over the Taisheng immortal scripture. However, it did not expect that LV Fengxian would not agree. Did it really want to be his mount? If it really agreed, it would not only lose its freedom for the rest of its life, it would also be a disgrace to the land of demons. Since he couldn't agree, he could only resist to the end. LV Fengxian's murderous aura was set as he said sternly, "I've already given you a chance to live, but since you're seeking death, don't blame me." The great golden crow also shouted, "Shut up. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Although he was shouting fiercely, his mind was also thinking randomly. Suddenly, he shouted again, "But fighting here will not only disturb the saint's peace, but also attract the attention of all the cultivators here. They won't be able to enter the demon's abyss to fight the enemy. Isn't it bad to delay the important matter? Haha, if you have the ability, let's fight in the demon's abyss. If I, the great golden crow, really lose to you, I won't be your master, I'll just be your second master." As it spoke, it suddenly gathered its blood and qi, and in an instant, it unleashed its extreme speed and directly rushed towards the 3 entrances to the demon's abyss. It had prepared for a long time, and this time, it had already displayed its fastest speed. It was like a bolt of lightning, and in its current position, LV Fengxian was blocked by the 4 sons of the Great Snow Mountain, so he could not directly catch up to it to stop it. Suddenly, it took advantage of the gap and rushed into the passage on the left, snatched a decree from the hands of the Baekoukekyung disciple, and directly rushed into the demon's abyss. The cultivators were shocked, and those who reacted faster had already understood the crow's intention. It knew that it would not be easy outside, so it risked its life and rushed into the even more dangerous demon's abyss to seek a chance of survival. "Haha, I've said before, no matter where you escape to, I will take back what belongs to my Taisheng orthodoxy." Seeing this scene, LV Fengxian's eyes turned cold, and he shouted. However, he was not in a hurry to chase after it, as if he was 100% confident that the golden crow would not escape. After shouting, he turned his gaze and looked at the people from the Great Snow Mountain. He said coldly, "Fellow Taoists from the Great Snow Mountain, this is the internal affairs of my Taisheng orthodoxy. The Great Snow Mountain can't reach that far, right? If you dare to interfere, then you will be making an enemy of my Taisheng orthodoxy. Don't blame me for inviting fellow Taoists to help clean up the Taisheng orthodoxy." A threat, these words were clearly filled with endless threats. As long as the people from the Great Snow Mountain dared to interfere, he would join forces with Zhu Xiu to kill the Great Snow Mountain disciples. At that time, this group of disciples from the Great Snow Mountain would be courting death for interfering in someone else's family affairs. Even the sage would not say anything. As for Li Zhongyuan, Fire Sage, and the others, their eyes faintly lit up. Although the sage had spoken, they still coveted the sword embryo. If the people from the Great Snow Mountain continued to interfere, it would be giving them a chance. If they helped, they would face endless danger. If they did not help, there would be no morality left in their hearts. After all, even if LV Fengxian could convince the sage about this so-called family affair, he could not convince them. The 4 of them looked at each other. Li Ying laughed and said coldly, "What successor of the Taisheng orthodoxy? I don't recognize you, Before he could finish his words, there was a sound beside him. It was Han Ning, who had suddenly reined in his horse and rushed straight into the tunnel on the left. He casually pulled out a talisman and rushed into the demon abyss without looking back. He was too lazy to explain anything and directly expressed his attitude. Any more? LV Fengxian asked coldly, his eyes slightly narrowed. King got ahead of me again, Ghost Prince Li Ying muttered, once again gathering his emotions, and laughed. He. Li Hongyi slapped the back of his head and shouted, "Don't laugh like a ghost." Li Ying's laughter was sucked back into his stomach. He was infuriated, but before he could shout, he heard Li Hongyi say, "The disciples of the Great Snow Mountain came here to enter the demon abyss to obtain opportunities. We naturally have to enter the demon abyss. As for other matters, we know nothing. We don't know what family affairs your Taisheng orthodoxy has, and we don't know anything about the scriptures. So what should we do, At this point, she did not reply. Instead, she laughed coldly, pulled Li Ying, and rushed straight into the left passage. Behind her, Wang Qiong also smiled and understood her intention. She did not say a word and directly rushed into the left passage. On the other hand, LV Fengxian frowned slightly and thought to himself, this woman is cunning. She did not say that she would help, nor did she say that she would not help. Instead, she was stuck at a critical juncture and changed her mind. If she said that she would help, I could go in and kill her. But since she did not say it, I can only wait until she really makes her move, then I can kill her openly. Otherwise, if I kill her directly, it will be against the sage's taboo. Seeing that the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain had entered the demon abyss, Fire Sage and the others were a little anxious. They were afraid that if they entered the Million Domain demon abyss, it would be difficult to find the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain again. However, LV Fengxian smiled faintly and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoists, don't be anxious. Since they want to interfere with the affairs of the Taisheng orthodoxy, they will definitely be together with the Crow Thief. Yesterday, I have left a mark on the Crow Thief. Within 100,000 miles, I will be able to deduce its location. If you don't mind, how about we team up and go to the demon abyss together to make a contribution?" "That's exactly what I was thinking." Li Zhongyuan and the others laughed heartily and decided on the alliance. After a little preparation, everyone also stepped into the demon abyss. However, unlike the disciples of the Great Snow Mountain who each received a decree, these people actually had white jade tokens with them. As they chatted and laughed, they entered through the middle passage. Li Zhongyuan and the others did not need to be mentioned. Although LV Fengxian had a white jade token taken away by Fengxing previously, the LV clan still had another one. They had already given this opportunity to him. Apart from entering the demon abyss with the white jade token in their hands, these people were also of noble status. Every one of them had a group of brothers or servants following them. After receiving the decree, they would follow them into the demon abyss. It could be said that the difference in status was directly determined. Those who received the decree would only receive the same treatment as the servants. How could they compare to these geniuses who carried the white jade token? As for the Taoist of the Northern Divine Mountain, he could only receive the decree and enter the demon abyss. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to form an alliance with LV Fengxian and the others in order to obtain greater opportunities in the demon abyss. However, because of the difference in treatment, he suddenly felt that he was a generation lower than them. I only hate that this group of people are thinking about that demon. Otherwise, that white jade token from the Great Snow Mountain would have been mine. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. At this time, in the crowd beside the white jade platform, the demon that he had mentioned was squatting on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Beside him, the handsome little monk in white monk robes kept urging him, "Senior brother, why aren't we going in to help? There's no need to rush. With their abilities, how could they be doomed so quickly?" Fengxing said leisurely. His eyes were fixed on the empty sky, and his expression was complicated. Sometimes he was secretly hateful, sometimes he was angry, and sometimes he was frightened. However, in the end, all that was left on his face was endless anger. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "I've finally confirmed your existence, 10 years ago, old heretic told me that after he cultivated Yuanying and his divine power increased greatly, he began to vaguely feel that there was a powerful existence in the ultimate that made even him shudder with fear, secretly controlling everything. Later on, old Heretic left the ultimate and went to the divine prefecture to establish his Tao. It was also because he was too afraid of you, right? And when the Liu clan entered the ultimate and took control of the situation so quickly, how could it only be because of Xianxia? Hee, and that day when I eavesdropped on an immortal and told LV Fengxian that I was not dead, and someone scared me with his cultivation level and saved LV Fengxian from me. Then, LV Fengxian somehow learned the supreme unfettered scripture and even deduced the location of Jin Liuzi. With so many things happening, how could I not guess your existence? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He secretly gritted his teeth and said, "But, why? I became a remnant disciple of your Taisheng orthodoxy, and even the spiritual medicine seeds and natural spiritual treasures that I obtained from the mystic domain were placed in the ultimate. Do you really think I don't know how valuable these things are? This is what I'm returning to you. If you don't want me to be your lousy successor, why did you choose me back then? If you regret choosing me, just tell me. I don't care, why did you have to do these stupid things? You tortured my disciple, ruined my reputation, and harmed my brother," he said in a low voice, gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with venomous fire. "Even if you're an immortal, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." After a pause, he added in a low voice, "I'll teach you a lesson now." Master Feng had never been too lazy to delay his revenge for too long. Even if the other party was an immortal, he couldn't stand it. He had to make the other party suffer now. He thought for a while and had an idea in his heart. His eyes flickered, and he glanced at the sky and then at the sage. He made up his mind, stood up, and said coldly, "Xianxia, help me greet them." Xianxia was stunned and said, "What are you doing?" Fengxing suddenly smiled coldly and said, "We are monks now. What else can we do? Of course, we are going to preach." Preach? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and looked at his senior brother in disbelief. According to the tradition of Buddhism, the eminent monks of all generations had set up altars to expound the truth of the Great Way. Even as a little monk who grew up in a temple, his dream was to open an altar in the ninth heaven in the future and preach to all living beings. But the problem was that his senior brother was just a fake monk. It was difficult for him to read the scriptures, let alone preach. Call someone over. Fengxing made up his mind. Seeing that LV Fengxian and the others had already entered the devil's abyss, if they didn't hurry up, they would leave. He also shouted in a low voice. However, Xianxia believed in Fengxing, so he didn't ask any more questions. He said straightforwardly, "Be serious or not?" Fengxing chuckled and said, "Be serious." When Xianxia got the idea, he also chuckled. Then he touched his face a few times and erased the mischievous smile. Impressively, he had the appearance of a young monk with a holy appearance, a firm expression, and an otherworldly appearance. He chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, and a lotus flower grew out of the ground, slowly carrying him to the sky. The light of Buddha lingered around his body, illuminating the sky. Amitabha. With his back to the sun, Xianxia chanted in a low voice like a god. At this time, the surrounding cultivators were still immersed in the battle between LV Fengxian and the others, and there was a lot of discussion. But just as Xianxia rose to the sky, the surrounding voices strangely lowered. All the cultivators felt it and turned to look at him. Xianxia's Buddha light, holy appearance, and Buddha's name that contained his cultivation were too amazing. His qi was not inferior to that of Yuanying. Even the saints could not help but turn their heads to look at him in surprise. "Fellow Taoists, my senior brother, Great Master Xing Feng, wishes to set up an altar to preach. Those who are fated, please come and listen." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a ray of Buddha light descended on the ground. At the place where Fengxing was standing, the ground broke open, and another huge lotus flower grew out. It was more than 100 feet tall, and its petals bloomed, emitting endless sparkling light. Fengxing, who was standing in the center of the lotus flower, seemed to be stained with some kind of Buddha aura. All the cultivators couldn't help but look at his face. Everything was quiet. At this moment, it was as if Fengxing was the center of the world. All the living beings in the world held their breaths and waited for him to recite the scriptures and enlighten them. Damn it, this is too serious. Fengxing cursed in his heart. He was a little embarrassed by the gazes of all the cultivators. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged, cleared his throat, and looked at the cultivators. He tried his best to control the muscles on his face and put on a serious look like an eminent monk. It's the gray-robed monk who is preaching the scriptures." The cultivators who were attracted were also slightly stunned and looked at Fengxing suspiciously. The cultivators of China did not mind listening to the monks preaching the scriptures. In fact, Taoism had always been about the unity of heaven and earth, and the integration of everything. Other than the word devil, they did not reject the various legacies of Buddhism, venomous insects, curses, and ghosts. Even before the war of vanquishing the Buddha, the two great orthodoxies of Buddhism and Taoism got along very well. Later on, the vanquishing of the Buddha was because it involved some kind of secret of heaven and earth, so they had no choice. Because of this, many Taoists would listen to the monks preaching the scriptures in order to seek proof of their beliefs. Of course, even so, after the vanquishing of the Buddha, there were fewer people preaching the scriptures, so the cultivators found it fresh. However, even if they did not reject it, this gray-robed monk did not look like someone who would preach the scriptures. In comparison, the little monk who called himself Junior Brother was much more presentable. Cough, cough. Fengxing sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, and with a serious look, he said, "I'm going to preach the scriptures to you, listen carefully." F***ck. The cultivators were speechless. They had never heard such an opening speech. Some people already thought that this was some kind of farce, and a contemptuous smile appeared on their faces. "Don't stare, or I'll beat you up." Fengxing noticed some people's unfriendly gazes, and he rolled his eyes and scolded, but it made the people below laugh. "Forget it, let's preach the scriptures in peace." Seeing that LV Fengxian and the others had already entered the devil's abyss, if he did not preach the scriptures, it would not be effective. Fengxing collected his thoughts, and no longer cared about these small details. He smiled softly, and prepared to start reciting the scriptures, but suddenly, someone below recognized him after a long time, and shouted, "Aren't they the two wild monks who robbed us of our talisman stones 2 days ago?" When this shout came out, it instantly made the cultivators quiet for a long time, and then there was chaos. "Yes, one in a white monk robe, the other in a gray monk robe, it's these two people, they are known as the robbers, the Tongtian Taoist master, and they robbed me of a talisman stone that I worked so hard to get. Damn it, our entire sect worked so hard and only earned 2 pieces, but they snatched them away." For a time, the crowd was in an uproar, and there were many shouts. Some people even directly flew into the sky, wanting to catch them. Fengxing and Xianxia were also stunned. They didn't expect to be recognized at this critical moment. However, it was normal. When they robbed, they didn't seriously change their appearance. They thought it was fun, so they robbed casually. Moreover, although there were not many talisman stones stolen at that time, it was not good to offend people. Previously, when they were hidden among the cultivators, it was not so easy to be recognized. Now that they appeared to preach the scriptures, under the harmonious eyes of the crowd, it was expected that they would be recognized. However, Fengxing was also annoyed. He had just brewed some emotions, but they were immediately destroyed by this group of bastards. He was not in the mood to deal with other things now, so he just shouted in a low voice, "Xianxia, guardian." After receiving the order, Xianxia glared at the group of cultivators who were about to come forward to take revenge. His tongue was like spring thunder, and he roared like a Buddhist lion, "Retreat." However, it was as if there was a bolt of lightning in the sky. The mystical power of the lion's gate and lion's roar shook the eardrums of the cultivators who surrounded him. Their souls were shaken and their heads became dizzy. They swayed and fell to the ground. A few of them almost fell to their deaths. Even those with higher cultivation levels were shocked. They quietly pressed down on the clouds and did not dare to provoke the young monk in white who was holy and Buddhist. Seeing that someone had exposed his identity, Fengxing simply admitted it. He rolled his eyes and said, "What? I am the robber, the heaven-stabbing Taoist master. Do you have a problem with that? I robbed a few talisman stones from you before, and it's not over yet. Beko Kekyang even." He almost spilled the beans, so he hurriedly glossed it over and said seriously, "Today, I will preach a scripture to you, and I guarantee that you will still make a profit." Humph. Robbers can also preach scriptures? Some people sneered and secretly contacted each other, ready to wait for an opportunity to take down the bold Tongtian Taoist master. However, Fangxing ignored their thoughts. He sighed and said in a deep voice, "The robbing and spirit-transforming scripture." This voice contained magic power. It was low and melodious, and it spread far and wide, so that every cultivator could hear it clearly. Devour heaven and earth, refine all things. This was not a Buddhist scripture at all, and it had nothing to do with a sermon. It was clearly just a dry recitation of scriptures. However, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators, whether they were curious about the two monks or hostile, gradually lit up. They pricked up their ears and did not want to miss a single word. The expressions on their faces were one of surprise and joy, as if they had been hit by a meat bun that fell from the sky. Some people with low cultivation and limited knowledge even said sarcastically, "This is called preaching scriptures? It's really F***king, shut the F***ck up." Rumble, 4 to 5 godly rays struck his body at the same time, blasting him half dead, and he could not even let out a cry. All the cultivators were bewitched as they listened in fascination. Some of them even quickly called their fellow disciples to come and listen. The robbing Tao induction scripture. After finishing the first scroll, Fangxing glanced at the cultivators below the platform and began to preach the second scroll. When he started speaking at the beginning, there were only a few hundred people below the lotus platform, and most of them were sneering without end and didn't take it seriously. But at this moment, there were no less than a few thousand people gathered here. Moreover, there were still people rushing over madly. Within the dense crowd, not a single person dared make a sound. All of them held their breaths in concentration as they silently looked at the gray-cloaked monk above, and they didn't dare miss a single word he said. The sage on the white jade platform listened attentively for a while, then chuckled and turned to look in the direction of the South Ocean with a pleased expression. In the demon abyss, LV Fengxian and the others who had just arrived heard about this, and their faces turned pale, then they ran back in anger. On the distant mountain peak, the Yuanying sages of the Lu family also heard the sutra and were shocked and afraid. Next to the lotus flower where Fangxing was preaching, Xianxia was completely stunned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ever since the destruction of Buddhism, the Buddhist sects had declined. There had never been such a grand occasion when monks preached scriptures. He could not help but recall a prophecy of the Buddhist sects. The Buddhist sects would prosper because of this person. As he sat on the lotus flower and recited the profound scriptures, Fangxing startled all the cultivators of the divine continent. There were no other eminent monks or Taoist masters in the world who would talk about such profound truths when they were preaching the scriptures. Therefore, when a person preached the scriptures beside the white jade platform, there was no need to mention the tens of thousands of people worshipping him. All the cultivators were in disbelief and extremely excited, desperately remembering every word that came out of his mouth, including the sage sitting on the white jade platform. Fangxing's plan was that simple. Didn't you value the supreme scripture more than your life? Didn't you torture my disciple for this broken scripture? Didn't you want to kill my brother for this scripture? Didn't you say that one person had to be killed by you, and 2 people had to be killed by you? Then I'll preach it to you like Buddhism. There were more than 30,000 people listening to the scripture now, and there were still countless people rushing over. Among them, there was no lack of Taoist masters and elders from the various orthodoxies. They were prominent and influential. If you had the ability, go and kill them all. The supreme scripture was indeed a secret inheritance of the supreme. Every scripture inheritance had its own rules and secret techniques. It could be cultivated and understood by oneself, but it could not be passed on to outsiders. In the past, even when Fangxing wanted to learn the supreme immortal scripture from the great golden crow after he obtained the supreme alchemy Tao's general principles, he needed to sense it with his mind, but he could not teach it to others. However, these rules were inanimate objects after all. It was like a rule left behind by some powerful masters before they died. Although it was powerful, it was not absolute. Moreover, the supreme 9 scriptures were inheritances, and would be passed down sooner or later. One of the rules was that those who became the disciples of the supreme Taoist orthodoxy had the right to pass down their scriptures. As for the other scriptures, they could be passed down to others after they had completely understood them. To put it simply, the scriptures belonged to the supreme Taoist orthodoxy, but if one understood the principles within, it would become one's own, and now, Fangxing was making use of this rule. He was the first to learn the 3 scriptures, the supreme spirit-transforming scripture, the supreme sensing scripture, and the supreme undying scripture. He had been diligently cultivating and comprehending them, especially during those 10 years when he was crippled. He had tried to find a way to recover his cultivation from them, and had studied every single line for a long time. It was only when he was in the sinkhole and obtained the Tao source of the myriad spirit pill to nourish himself that his knowledge and cultivation level reached its peak, which was what the cultivation world called the Golden Core Mahayana realm, that the 3 scriptures were completely his. It was also at this moment that the laws of the unseen world no longer had any effect on him. The principles and techniques contained within the 3 scriptures had already been deeply imprinted in his sea of consciousness. If he wanted to pass them on to someone else, he would only have to open his mouth, and it would be no different from passing on ordinary scriptures. Of course, even Feng Xing did not expect that even if he could preach the scriptures, it would not be in line with the rules of the supreme Taoist orthodoxy. He might even be restricted by the unseen world when he preached the scriptures. However, his preaching was unusually smooth now. Through his identity as the successor of the supreme Taoist orthodoxy, he could vaguely sense that some of the restrictions had already been broken before he preached the scriptures. When he thought of the existence hidden in the sinkhole, he more or less understood something. That existence had privately taught Lv Fengxian the supreme unfettered scripture and had long disrupted the rules left behind by the sages before him. He had privately taught the scriptures first, and Feng Xing had publicly preached the scriptures later. Somehow, he had helped Feng Xing block some karma. As for the laws that originally existed in the 9 scriptures of the supreme Taoist, they had also been disrupted by their actions. The restraints on the divine power were greatly weakened. As he preached on the lotus flower, he listened in fascination below, but it infuriated the people on the other side. "Shut up, if you say another word, I will definitely kill you." In the demonic abyss, someone rushed over with a roar. He was dressed in a white robe and had an imposing appearance. However, he was flustered and exasperated. It was Lv Fengxian, who had been chatting and laughing just a moment ago. Even the sages did not restrain him, and his prestige and reputation had reached its peak. At this moment, he seemed to have changed into a completely different person. He had no elegance to speak of, and his expression was as though he wanted to devour someone. He rushed to the passageway as fast as lightning, wanting to come out and kill Feng Xing. Behind him were the Beko Kekyung cultivators who had formed an alliance with him. They were also astonished. When Feng Xing saw him, his expression did not change and he continued to preach. However, his heart was filled with murderous intent and he was ready to kill. However, the sages sitting on the white jade platform saw this and their sleeves fluttered even though there was no wind. In front of the passageway to the demonic abyss, a formless power of law was formed. One could only enter but not exit. At the same time, the sage's faint voice spread throughout the surroundings. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In the mortal world, there is a saying that soldiers cannot turn back after crossing a river. As cultivators, how can we swear to enter the demonic abyss to kill demons and then turn back? This passageway can only be entered but not exited. When the creation is completed, it will be the time for you to return. When Lv Fengxian heard this, he was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What kind of sages are you? What kind of lousy rules are you playing? You are obviously biased. With his heart burning with anxiety, he hurriedly sent a message to the elders of his family to stop Feng Xing from preaching. However, after those nascent soul cultivators charged over furiously, before they could even get close to Feng Xing, and before they could even affect the process of Feng Xing imparting the scriptures, a few cultivators with powerful auras blocked their way. They looked at the 3 nascent soul cultivators with unfriendly expressions and scolded coldly, "Have you forgotten about the 9 Heavens Alliance in front of the sages? Retreat." They had angered everyone. The Yuanying of the LV tribe did not dare to say anything. They could only send more Golden Core Masters from their tribe. However, when these Golden Core Masters rushed over, they were beaten up by a group of cultivators before they could do anything. They were punched so hard that it was hard to tell if they were dead or alive. They were lying on the ground and foaming at the mouth. Someone even cursed angrily, "Damn it, the master is preaching. Don't make a racket. Don't you F***king understand etiquette?" The LV tribe was at their wits' end. The cultivators from the Chinese continent were not stupid. They understood the importance of this scripture. How could they allow outsiders to interrupt it? If they wanted to stop the monk, they had to overcome the cultivators from the Chinese continent. After a while, the second part of the induction scripture was finished. Fangxing paused and looked down at the lotus flower. There was a huge crowd with passionate and infatuated gazes. They waited expectantly for him to speak again, afraid that he would disappear. However, Fangxing was not in a hurry to speak. He looked at the cultivators below with a smile and said, "Did you enjoy listening to it?" The cultivators below were stunned for a moment, but they quickly came to their senses and burst into cheers and laughter. "Thank you, Master, for your preaching. Is there anything else? It's like listening to a celestial voice. I will never forget this kindness. I only hope that Master will continue to preach and solve my doubts. Haven't you heard enough? Continue." All kinds of voices rose and fell. The entire white jade platform was in chaos. Some were sincere, some were grateful. Seeing this reaction, Fangxing squinted his eyes and smiled. He said, "If you want to listen, you have to pay." This was purely a subconscious reaction. Although the preaching was to get rid of qi, he still felt that it was better to collect some interest. Of course, if the other party really did not want to pay, he would still preach. However, he did not expect that as soon as he said this, everything in front of him turned red. He did not know how many spiritual essences and precious stones were thrown at him. It was so overwhelming that Fangxing trembled in fear. He thought that someone wanted his life. The handsome little monk was directly smashed and scurried away. The donkey was scared and hid behind the lotus flower. Xianxia was so scared that she jumped onto the lotus flower and hid behind Fangxing. Fangxing also stared blankly. Countless spiritual essences and precious stones instantly piled up around him, and people kept throwing them at him. It was like a rain of spiritual essences. The fanaticism in the hearts of the cultivators could be seen. When Buddha preaches, flowers fall from the sky, but when Senior Brother preaches, spiritual essences fly everywhere. This is also a kind of realm, right? At this time, the handsome little monk was looking at Fangxing, who was sitting on the lotus flower. He had already worshipped him as Buddha. Wow, haha, so generous. Well, wait for me to drink a mouthful of wine to moisten my throat, and then I'll say another part. Fangxing laughed and hinted to Xianxia to quickly put away the spiritual essences and not let them be stolen. He then took out the wine jar and drank. "Drink this." Just as he took out the wine jar, he suddenly heard the saint on the white jade platform laugh softly and throw down a white jade bottle. Fangxing was stunned and hurriedly caught it. He pulled out the stopper and smelled it. He suddenly felt a sweet and mellow fragrance. For a moment, he was overjoyed. He took a big gulp and threw a flirtatious look at the saint on the white jade platform. Seeing this, the saint on the platform also chuckled and cupped his hands at him. The cultivators who were listening to the scriptures were stunned when they saw this, and they exclaimed in admiration. The saint personally gave him wine and cupped his hands to greet him. What kind of honor was this? If nothing unexpected happened, this story would immediately spread throughout the divine continent and be told by thousands of people. The immortal scripture of the Tao of robbery. Fangxing drank the wine and put away the spiritual essence. He cleared his throat and continued speaking. When he spoke, the originally lively surroundings suddenly became quiet and listened carefully. Even ordinary Taoists did not have such an honor. "Darn Baldy, you secretly passed on my Taishang's secret technique and disrupted my Tao. You. Who exactly are you?" In the demon abyss, LV Fengxian's eyes were already wide open as he roared angrily. He did not even dare to imagine what the consequences would be if the incomparably precious 9 scriptures inheritance became known to everyone on the continent. At the same time, he had endless questions about Fangxing's identity. Who exactly was this monk? He had seized his dermic boat, square sky halberd, talisman stone, and white jade token, and even killed all his servants. Even he was almost killed by him in the past. Now, he was actually preaching publicly and revealing the secret teachings of the Taishang orthodoxy to the world. Who exactly was he? Could it be that he was born to be restrained? He already had an answer in his heart, but he did not dare to believe it. After hearing his words, Fangxing stopped preaching and looked at him coldly. His voice was low and spread in all directions, shocking people's hearts. "You took away my ultimate, imprisoned my disciple, and now you're still chasing after my brother, but you don't know who I am? Devil, it's really you. After Fang Xing answered, LV Fengxian's expression was ferocious and he shouted. In fact, even if Fang Xing did not answer, he had already guessed Fang Xing's identity. Who else in this world knew the 3 Taishang scriptures and could teach them to others? Because of this, his expression was twisted, and the veins on his neck were bulging. The anger in his heart was indescribable, and his limbs were trembling with anger. Snatched his ultimate? This conversation was clearly heard by the cultivators around the white jade platform, and they were slightly startled. They looked at Fang Xing with a hint of doubt in their eyes. Who was this person? In fact, from the furious expressions of LV Fengxian and the Lu clan, as well as the names of the 3 scriptures that Fang Xing mentioned, many cultivators had already guessed the origin of these 3 scriptures. They must be related to the Taishang Taoism. Moreover, Zhu Xiu was knowledgeable, so how could such mysterious scriptures not have some background? Many people had already guessed that these were the 3 scriptures of the 9 scriptures of the Taishang Taoism. It was precisely because of this that they helped Fang Xing stop the Yuanying and Jingdan of the Lu clan. This kind of secret inheritance was not something that could be heard all the time. Just now, he was focused on listening to the scriptures and had no time to think about it. Now that he heard the conversation between Fang Xing and LV Fengxian, Zhu Xiu could not help but feel a hint of doubt in his heart. That was, this monk actually knew 3 scriptures of the Taishang scriptures, and he even said them casually. Who was he? But there was no need for them to guess. LV Fengxian looked like he was about to devour someone. He had already activated his supernatural power and his fierce voice spread in all directions. You guys are still listening to his scriptures? He is the devil Fang Xing who once made a mess in the pilgrimage cauldron and robbed the cauldron of the northern region of the divine land. He has committed all kinds of crimes, and everyone has the right to punish him. Boom, as soon as he said this, the world fell silent for a while, and no one spoke for a long time. Even in Shenzhou, Fang Xing's reputation was not weak. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone knew him. After all, any one of the things he did back then was enough to make people's jaws drop. At this moment, everyone was looking at the gray-robed monk who was sitting cross-legged on the lotus in astonishment. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some were in disbelief. Even the saint on the white jade platform looked down. Although he was surrounded by divine light, making it hard for others to see his face clearly, they could clearly feel his curious gaze. This monk is Fang Xing, that little devil who was still young but had already become known to almost everyone in the cultivation world. Wasn't it said that he was dead? How did he become a monk? While all the cultivators were looking at him, Fang Xing didn't seem to care at all. He sat cross-legged on the lotus, resting his chin on his hand as he quietly looked at the sky. After waiting for a long time, he neither preached nor answered LV Fengxian's question. It was as if he was lost in thought. The cultivators below began to faintly discuss among themselves, but he completely ignored them. He was seriously pondering something. Fang Xing, you have committed many evil deeds, and everyone wants to get rid of you. Do you think that no one can recognize you just because you are disguised as a monk? LV Fengxian's voice was cold and murderous. He continued, even the city gate of Bako Keqiang has your demon-slaying talisman. Killing one of you will get 3 white jade tokens. Today, you have the guts to show yourself in front of all the cultivators, and you still want to escape? At this time, he wanted to provoke the cultivators outside to attack Fang Xing. After all, there were 3 white jade tokens. This devil was much more valuable than the remnant species of the great wilderness. Previously, because all the cultivators thought that the little devil was dead, the reward of the 3 white jade tokens was actually targeted at the rich wealth he represented and the Zen sealing cauldron of great significance. However, no one could really find him, so no one really paid attention to the talisman. But now, he appeared in front of all the cultivators, and he did not believe that no one would be tempted. The facts were indeed so. After he mentioned the white jade command token, countless piercingly cold gazes shot towards Fang Xing who stood on the lotus, and there was even no lack of downlords amongst them. After all, even if it was a large sect, it could only possess a single white jade command token. A tiny command token represented an opportunity for a junior to rise up, so how could anyone not be moved by it? Countless shocked and anxious gazes looked at Fang Xing's face. They could only wait for him to admit it. At this time, Fang Xing's expression finally changed a little. After looking at the sky for a long time, there was a slight smile on his face. Haha, I've spread the true scriptures of your supreme Taoist orthodoxy, but I don't see you coming to kill me. Usually, if you want to help that donkey, wouldn't it be better if you directly spread the 9 scriptures to him? Or you could directly kill me, but you didn't even show your face, and even had to enter my dream to transmit the scriptures. Speaking of which. Haha, it seems that you also can't directly attack, right? Or should I say? He slowly stood up from the lotus and coldly said to himself. You can't attack at all. When he said this, his heart was already determined, and a hint of determination appeared on his face. In the depths of his eyes, there was a shocking murderous intent. He coldly looked at LV Fengxian in the devil abyss, and lightly said, That's right, I am Feng Xing, boom. When the cultivators from the divine prefecture heard Feng Xing admit his identity, there was an instant uproar, and some even exclaimed in a low voice. However, Feng Xing did not even look at them, and only looked coldly at LV Fengxian. He stepped on the void and walked forward step by step, and his voice was low and heavy, like muffled thunder. It spread in all directions. The one you imprisoned and extracted the spirit-transforming scripture is my disciple, the one you took away is my ultimate, the one you are chasing is my brother. Now, I am here, you. When he said this, he suddenly stretched out his right arm, spread his fingers, and grabbed in the air. Whoosh! Below, on the back of the green donkey, there were 2 bags, one of which was long and tightly tied to the donkey's back. When Feng Xing grabbed it, his divine power pulled it from afar, and the bag suddenly broke into pieces. Among the pieces that fluttered like butterflies, there was a heavenly halberd with a vigorous aura that flew into the sky, and then he held it firmly in his hand, slowly pointing it towards the devil abyss in front of him. It's time to pay me back what you owe me. With this last sentence, his voice exploded on the ground, almost like thunder from above, and those with weaker cultivation were almost shaken to the ground. At this moment, Feng Xing's face was full of killing intent, and his steps towards the void in front of him became faster and faster. Wherever he stepped, there were even ripples in the void. When his speed reached the peak, 2 sword demon wings suddenly spread out on his back, and with a sudden flap in the air, his speed immediately doubled, and he rushed forward like a mad demon. He was clearly just one person, but at this moment, his aura rose to the extreme, and there was a feeling that he had transformed into a magnificent army. This power was too terrifying, and the disciples of Beko Keikyun who were blocking the 3 passages in front of the devil abyss were shocked, and they hurriedly jumped to the side, while Feng Xing, in an instant, directly charged into the devil abyss from the middle passage. Boom! The heavenly halberd fiercely pointed forward, bringing with it a strong gust of wind, and stabbed forward. LV Fengxian, who had been closest to the entrance of the passage, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Just think about it, Feng Xing's halberd had displayed his tyrannical physical strength, and he had also used the techniques from the formation-breaking scripture. In addition to the crazy demonic power that came from the outside, the halberd's power was so strong that when it streaked through the air, it actually pierced through the void, and directly slashed towards LV Fengxian's forehead. How dare you bully me? In the face of this halberd, LV Fengxian was also surprised and shocked. He was surprised because he did not expect that Feng Xing would directly rush in to fight with him. He was shocked because where did Feng Xing cultivate such a terrifying strength that was not inferior to him, who was born with divine strength? However, at this time, there was no time to think about it. Facing this terrifying spear, he did not even think, and grabbed the dragon mark broadsword, holding it with both hands, and held it horizontally in front of him. At this moment, the halberd had already arrived, and with a boom sound, it stabbed into the body of the broadsword, and a huge force like the mountains and the seas rushed towards him, causing him to feel numb all over. His body flew back like a meteor, and only stopped after retreating for a full 100 feet. His blood and chi were still unstable, and there were signs of hidden injuries. As for Feng Xing, he rushed into the devil abyss and forced LV Fengxian back with a single strike of his halberd. However, he did not chase after LV Fengxian. Instead, he coldly swept his gaze over the shocked faces of Li Zhongyuan and the others. Suddenly, a grin appeared on his face, and he casually swung his ancient halberd towards Li Zhongyuan. This halberd strike was infused with divine energy, directly tearing apart the void, creating a long streak of black lightning. Didn't you want to help out righteously? Following the loud shout, the halberd struck down. Li Zhongyuan was caught off guard and was shocked. He unsheathed his divine sword in a flash and slashed out a sword wave. It was as if a vast white sea had appeared in the sky and blocked the halberd. However, his figure could not stop it and quickly retreated. His face was full of surprise and bewilderment. The power of the long sword in his hand had not dissipated and the dragon's roar resounded for a long time. Didn't you want to snatch the sword, spirit? Almost at the same time that this halberd slashed out, the two sword devil wings behind Fang Xing suddenly flapped, and one of the wings slapped towards Hong Sui Xianxia of Danxiang House, causing her expression to change greatly. She rode the divine light to block, and quickly withdrew, and the other wing slapped towards Fire Zhenren, which contained a terrifying sword, and astonishingly scratched Fire Zhenren's clothes, causing him to escape hundreds of feet, and his heart was filled with fear. Didn't you want to kill me, the devil? Turning around, he stomped down, and Northern Divine Mountain's Taoist Niashan, whose face had turned incomparably ugly, raised his arms to block, but was panting so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he fell far away, his eyes filled with extreme fear. And you guys, want to take my head and exchange it for the white jade token? Finally, his gaze turned to the troops and companions who had formed an alliance with LV Fengxian and the others, and he laughed sinisterly. With a twist of the halberd, he spun like a windmill, and charged into the crowd. A violent force burst forth, and a large number of people were stirred up by his halberd, unable to move freely, and chaos ensued. It was unknown how many people were injured, and one by one, they were sent flying into the distance, screaming in pain. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the wind had swept away the clouds, and the surrounding hundreds of feet was already empty. At this time only then did Fang Xing stop, and he stood in the void, holding the halberd in his hand. The murderous aura on his body rose sharply, and a beam of demonic energy soared into the sky, causing the weather to change. His voice spread in all directions, reverberating both inside and outside the demonic abyss, and shaking Zhu Shou's mind. Now that I'm here, do you dare? End of chapter 802. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.